Chapter 138, Got in a Fight. Quinn looked up at Lauren. For once, the two of them could actually stay together for a long period of time without ending up quarreling. Quinn was a little surprised by the change. When he came to his senses, he was a little embarrassed to get along with Lauren. You go down first. I haven't washed up yet, I'll go down after brushing my teeth. Lauren was more concerned with the mission in the afternoon, so she did not feel anything out of the ordinary about Quinn. She nodded and went downstairs. Wait a moment, come back. Quinn called out to her from behind, so Lauren had no choice but to turn back. What's wrong? Nothing much. I'm just a little upset that your hair is so messy. Upon hearing this, Lauren reached out and touched her hair. Although Franklin had braided her hair very well last night, after a whole night of tossing and turning, her braids were now in a mess. Lauren removed the rubber band in her hair. At this moment, Quinn exclaimed, "Come here and let me give it a try. I should be able to braid your hair." Lauren's eyes widened. She could not believe that these words came out of Quinn's mouth. Quinn actually wanted to braid her hair. The sun has really risen from the west. Hurry up and come over. What are you standing there for? Oh, okay. As such, Lauren returned to Quinn's bed and obediently turned her back to Quinn. Quinn had braided Bryce's hair when he was young. Bryce was a few years younger than him, so he always bullied Bryce by braiding his hair. Of course, those were all just for fun. When faced with Lauren's long hair, he was at a loss. After 3 seconds of silence, "How do you braid a ponytail?" Lauren was speechless. "Since you don't know how to braid a ponytail, why did you call me over?" Lauren thought. Quinn picked up his phone and searched for a video. 3 minutes to teach you how to braid a simple yet beautiful ponytail. 3 minutes later, Quinn confidently began to braid Lauren's hair. After braiding, Lauren went to the mirror and saw that her hair was even more messy than when she had slept the whole night. But Quinn looked smug. He was enthusiastically waiting for Lauren to praise him. Lauren gave a fake smile. "This braid is really good." Quinn felt satisfied after being praised by Lauren. He stood up and went to wash up. After washing up, he went downstairs with Lauren one after the other. Mr. Hayes had already reheated the meat buns and was waiting for Lauren downstairs. When he saw Lauren at the stairs, he shouted in surprise, "Miss Lauren, why is your hair so messy? Did you fight with Master Quinn just now?" Just at that moment, Quinn walked down from the stairs. "Mr. Hayes, can't you be kinder in your words?" Quinn thought. He lost his good mood for the day. It seemed that he had to sign up for a class just like Franklin. Now he understood why Franklin had signed up for the class. It did not feel good to be ridiculed. On the dining table, Lauren quietly put 3 meat buns into her pocket dimension. Quinn opened WhatsApp to check if there was any job information. When he put down his phone, he realized there were only a few meat buns left. He looked at Lauren, who just shook her head and said, "I am still growing, so I need to eat more." Quinn recalled the pile of new toys on his bed. "Forget it, I'll give in to Lauren today," thought Quinn. The two of them went about their own business, and got through the breakfast without incident. After breakfast, Lauren asked Ben to send her to Franklin's company. She had previously made a pact with Franklin. Lauren was allowed to go around doing missions, but she had to inform Franklin beforehand. After Lauren got out of the car, she saw the skyscraper that pierced through the clouds and exclaimed in surprise. Though she had been back to the Torres family for so long, this was the first time she had come to Franklin's company. "Miss Torres, wait here for a moment. I'll park the car first, so don't wander around." Ben and Lauren were talking to each other through the half-open car window. Lauren nodded obediently and reassured Ben. There were no security guards at the entrance of the building, as everyone had to scan their faces before they could enter through the gate. Standing at the entrance, Lauren looked around and realized that she only needed to squat a little and she would be able to pass through the gate unimpeded. Was she really that short? It seemed like she had to eat more meat and grow taller in the future. Chapter 139, My Brother is the Boss. However, she had to make use of her height advantage, so she squatted down a little and went through the gate. This was a loophole in the company's system. She had to inform her brother when she went up. The Torres group owned the entire building. It was more than 100 stories tall. Lauren stood in the grand hall on the first floor. She suddenly did not know where to go. "Young girl, where did you come from?" A female employee in a white, slim-fit business suit walked past Lauren and squatted down to talk to Lauren. She was worried. "Are you lost?" The appearance of a cute child in the Torres group attracted a lot of attention. As a result, the crowd in the hall paused to take a look. Lauren shook her head. "I am not lost. I am just waiting for someone here." Lauren was very cute and well behaved. Everyone liked her and started talking to her. "Who are you waiting for? Do your parents work here?" Lauren nodded and shook her head. "My older brother works here." The lady smiled. "Your older brother? You're so cute. Your older brother must be very handsome, right?" Then, she jokingly asked, "Is your older brother still single? Do you want to introduce him to me?" When Lauren heard the lady's question, she gave it some serious thought. Franklin was probably single. She had never heard him or anyone close to him mention that he had a girlfriend. Therefore, Lauren honestly shook her head and said no. The lady smiled upon hearing this. Was there really hope? Then, "Which department is your brother from? I'll help you cool him down." Which department did her brother belong to? Lauren frowned and thought about it seriously. She really didn't know. Was there a boss department? Seeing that Lauren couldn't remember, the lady tried to assist her by naming the various departments. Finance department, foreign trade department, commerce department. Lauren shook her head every time she mentioned a department. She patiently continued to ask, "Do you know what kind of work your brother does?" Everyone stopped to listen to Lauren when they saw how cute she was. "Yes, my brother is the boss." Everyone was stunned. "Huh?" This one word from the female employee was enough to express everyone's thoughts. "Yes, my brother is the boss here." Someone spilled coffee all over the floor. "What is your brother's name?" The lady no longer spoke in a gentle and friendly manner. Instead, she spoke with a respect that even she herself could not detect. "His name is Franklin Torres." Franklin Torres? Wasn't that the name of their big boss? The group of people scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in panic. They could not let their boss find out that they were idling. At this moment, Ben had already parked his car. He saw Lauren through the glass door and rushed in. He was the driver of the Torres family, so the Torres group had his information in their system. He scanned in smoothly. "Miss Torres, why are you running around?" "I was so scared when I thought you were lost," Ben said nervously. At that moment, he looked at the female employee standing beside Lauren and asked, "Who is this?" "This lady thought I was lost, so she stopped to help me." Ben quickly nodded. "Thank you so much." The lady quickly stood up and said respectfully, "No need to thank me. It's my duty." After all, she just had an unrealistic thought. She actually wanted to become Franklin's girlfriend. She was really crazy. The lady brought the two of them to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. After Lauren and Ben got into the elevator, Ben finally spoke. "That lady was really kind. She helped us all the way to the end." Meanwhile, the female employee thought to herself, "These are all members of the Torres family. I can't afford to offend them." They took the elevator to the floor of the president's office. When the elevator door opened, they saw Franklin's secretary. Lauren recognized this secretary. She had met Lauren a few times before. She politely walked to the secretary's desk. "Hello, Miss Secretary. I'd like to meet my brother." Franklin's secretary heard the voice and stood up to take a look. Only then did she realize that Lauren was standing in front of the desk. Chapter 140, Share the Burden. She quickly stood up. "Why is Miss Torres here?" "The president is in a meeting right now. Why don't you wait in his office for a while?" Lauren nodded obediently. She could not disturb her brother's work. The secretary brought Lauren to Franklin's office and poured her a glass of orange juice. "The president's meeting should be over in 15 minutes. You can sit here for a while. I'm going out to work." Lauren nodded obediently again. After the secretary left, she drank half of her juice and felt a little bored. Franklin's office was exactly the same as his study room. It was still as simple as before, and there were a lot of books on the bookshelf. Lauren stood on her tiptoes and took a book from the bookshelf that she could reach. This book was about some economic effects. Lauren had never been exposed to this kind of knowledge before, so she read it with great interest. Franklin came out of the meeting. When he entered the office, he saw Lauren lying on the woolen carpet and reading a book. Hearing the sound coming from behind, Lauren turned around and said, "Franklin, you're done with the meeting?" Franklin put away the documents for the meeting and then bent down to pick up Lauren from the carpet and put her on the sofa. "Why are you on the floor? The weather has not warmed up yet. You'll catch a cold." "I am not sure. I was sitting on the sofa, and somehow as I read, I ended up lying on the floor." Franklin saw the book in Lauren's hand. "Are you able to understand this book?" "I can understand a little bit. I haven't touched this kind of knowledge yet, so I'm still learning. I must learn this well in the future, then I can help you to manage the company together, so that you won't be so tired." This was the first time that Franklin had heard of someone wanting to help him manage the company. He was the eldest son of the Torres family, so everyone took it for granted that he should shoulder this responsibility. Managing the company is very tiring, and you can't do whatever you like. "I am happy as long as you're happy, Lauren. You don't have to help me." Unexpectedly, Lauren shook her head. "That won't do. Managing the company is very tiring, so I have to help you out even more. I can't let you be tired by himself. In this way, you will have time to do what you like to do." As the saying goes, children speak the truth. Franklin did not doubt the authenticity of what Lauren said, and he was very touched by it. Franklin lifted his hand to touch Lauren's hair, and anything sweet he was about to say was replaced with, "Why is your hair so messy? Did I make this braid?" I don't blame him for breaking the mood. It's just that this braid is way too ugly, Lauren thought. This is what the other brother made for me this morning. Quinn was actually trying to steal his responsibility now. "Tear it down. I'll make another one for you." Lauren nodded obediently. Just as Franklin's hand was moving on her hair, she suddenly remembered something important. "Oh right, Franklin, I came over today because I have something to tell you. Last night, I received news that I can implement that plan now." Lauren felt a sharp pain on her scalp. "Is it that plan you mentioned earlier?" Lauren nodded. "Yes, I'll set off at around 3 o'clock. Are you sure it's safe? Do you want me to go with you?" "How could you go with me?" "Franklin, they're abducting and selling children. They would never abduct an adult as old as you." However, Franklin thought about it carefully and was still worried about letting Lauren go alone. If anything happened, he would not be able to contact Lauren, and Lauren would not be able to ask for help either. "Franklin, don't worry. Although Lauren went alone, you guys can still contact me. I've left a treasure at home. You can ask the other brother when the time comes. Lauren, you can call him second brother." Franklin's hand speed was very fast. He quickly braided Lauren's hair and even cut out a small flower from the vase in the office. Then, he pinned it on the rubber band. That's enough. There was no mirror in Franklin's office, so Lauren took out the butterfly mirror from her pocket dimension and took a look at it. "Franklin, your craftsmanship is the best." As for the other one, Lauren rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking about, but she continued, "Second brother made Lauren look so ugly." Although Lauren said the words second brother quietly, Franklin heard it. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the two of them had slowly reconciled. Chapter 141, Goodbye. Following that, Lauren spent a long time explaining her plan to Franklin in detail. Only then did he feel more secure. At noon, Franklin and Lauren went out for lunch. Lauren wanted to eat a hamburger at KFC, so Franklin brought her there. There was a KFC near Torres Corporation. At noon, a lot of Torres Corporation's employees went there for lunch. When they saw Franklin walk in through the door, many of the employees were stunned. They were whispering to each other, "Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen President Torres since I started working here. His legs are so long. I love it." President Torres actually ate KFC at noon. "Look, who's that little girl next to him? Could she be President Torres's daughter? I think she's President Torres's sister. Someone bumped into her downstairs just now." All the employees were all gossiping. Franklin had long gotten used to these gazes. He walked to the ordering counter and ordered 2 meals. Then, he held Lauren's hand and looked around. At this time, there were no more seats in the restaurant. Franklin looked around but could not find any empty seats. At this time, another employee of the Torres group walked over. "President Torres, why don't you take my seat? I'll just squeeze in with the other table." Franklin didn't refuse. He nodded and thanked him. "I talked on eye level with President Torres. His voice is so gentle. Isn't there a rumor that the younger daughter of the Torres family doesn't have a good relationship with them? It doesn't seem like it now. Look at how well President Torres treats his sister. Exactly. The two of them seem to get along very well. I wish I had an older brother like President Torres. Lauren and Franklin sat opposite each other. Lauren didn't know if it was her imagination or something else, but she always felt that the people around them were secretly watching them. Franklin, are these all your employees? Franklin nodded. All of them had Torres Corporation name tags. Franklin, you're too amazing. You have such a big company, but why are all your employees looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face? There's nothing dirty on your face. It's just that you look too cute. That's why they all want to take a look. One of the waiters arrived with their food. There were hamburgers, fries, chicken wings and cola on the tray. Lauren was drooling just from smelling the food, and the thought of the stairs quickly disappeared from her mind. Hurry up and eat. Have a good rest after you eat. Lauren nodded. She picked up her burger and gobbled it up. The employees inside the restaurant didn't want to leave after they finished eating. They were secretly watching the two of them. Some of them even took out their cell phones and took photos to post on the forum. The employees could post anonymously on the Torres Group's forum, so they were not afraid of exposing their identities. Franklin had never appeared on the forum, so the employees naturally thought that Franklin would not know about it. They even discussed the private lives of some executives on the forum. Of course, there was nothing to discuss about Franklin. Other than his secretary, Franklin never had a woman by his side, so there was nothing much to gossip about. After a while, a photo of Franklin and Lauren having dinner was posted on the forum's front page. The single female employees lamented that Franklin was such a good brother, and many of them praised how cute Lauren was. With such good looks, no wonder they are a family. Of course, Lauren, who was eating a hamburger, did not know all about this. Otherwise, she would definitely have jumped up and down in joy. After the meal, Lauren hopped into Ben's car with satisfaction. If Franklin did not have a very important international meeting to attend this afternoon, he would have accompanied Lauren there. However, he really couldn't get away from the meeting. In addition, Lauren had already repeatedly assured him that she would return safely, so Franklin was put at ease. I'll leave first. Wait for my good news. I'll be someone who make a great contribution the next time I come back. Lauren patted her own chest with a confident look on her face. This made Franklin feel less worried. He waved to Lauren. Got it. Just be safe. The image of Lauren in the car and Franklin outside, reluctant to part with each other, was photographed by the employees of the Torres Group. The photograph quickly appeared on the forum. I'm so touched. It was just one afternoon, and they were so reluctant to part. Exactly. I used to think that President Torres was just handsome, but I didn't expect him to be so devoted to his family. He's such a wonderful man. I wonder who will marry him in the future. Chapter 142 Mission officially began. After returning to the company, Franklin felt that the way the female employees looked at him had changed. It was creepy. He rubbed the back of his head and continued to work. Since Ben was not allowed to go on this mission, he could only bring Lauren to the place specified by George. Miss Torres, you must be very careful. I'll be waiting for you to come back. The roast duck at Everlasting Legacy is too delicious. You must bring me to eat it again. Noted. Don't worry about me, Mr. Carson. Please take good care of Mr. Hayes when I'm not around. She was worried that the old man would not be able to accept it, so she did not tell Mr. Hayes about the mission this time. She only told him that she wanted to go back to the church to visit her old friends. According to her past experience, she could handle it in one night. However, there were too many children involved this time. It might take a longer time than usual. In order to create a scene where she was really kidnapped at the last minute, Lauren did not bring anything with her. Other than that small pink bag, which was her pocket dimension, Lauren did not bring anything with her. She was worried that someone would take away her pocket dimension, so she deliberately applied a magical potion on the surface of the pocket dimension. This potion was actually a kind of camouflage. After applying it, the pocket dimension became a part of her clothes. It was impossible for the people who abducted and sold her to take off her clothes as well. Soon, they arrived at the appointed time and place. Ben dropped Lauren off at a relatively secluded place. George was already waiting there. Lauren quickly pretended to be a victim and let George push her away. She even pretended to be unconscious. "George, how long do we have to walk?" George has been a ghost for so many years, and he had already traveled all over the city. He estimated the time and said, "Probably more than half an hour by walking." "Half an hour is a long time. Why don't we take a taxi there?" George thought to himself, "Will this do?" Lauren took George with her and got into a taxi. Before they got out of the taxi, Lauren took out some cash from somewhere and paid for it. They were worried that there would be people around the warehouse, so in order not to attract attention, they did not stop the taxi at the entrance of the warehouse. Instead, they alighted a few hundred meters away from the warehouse. The last part of the journey was acted out according to the previous kidnapping cases. Lauren was walking in front while George was pushing her from behind. The two of them walked for another 10 minutes before they reached the entrance of the warehouse. Unlike the last time, the door of the warehouse was open this time. Lauren could not openly look around because she was currently playing the role of a child who had been kidnapped and had no consciousness of her own. Therefore, she could only stand there with a distracted expression. After putting Lauren there, George gently reminded Lauren of a few things before he left. These ghosts did not have the chance to meet the person who gave them the mission. They simply left the children at the warehouse entrance and left. System Divine 9, host, the mission has really begun. It should be said that the mission has finally begun. We've been waiting for almost 20 days. We're finally going to close the case. System Divine 9, yes, this mission is finally coming to an end. Fortunately, I can still talk to you, System Divine 9. Otherwise, I would be bored to death. Less than 5 minutes after George left, around 4 o'clock, a person walked out of the warehouse. To be more specific, it was a slightly strange person. This person's figure was clearly female, but his facial features and voice were all male. She even had an Adam's apple. However, Lauren had already seen many strange things, so she was not surprised. She could only sigh to herself that there was indeed something wrong with the child abduction cases. After the woman walked out, she first looked left and right to make sure that there was no one around before she pulled Lauren into the warehouse. Previously, Lauren had already seen the interior of the warehouse through the butterfly mirror. The only difference was that there was now an extra cage in the warehouse. This cage was not considered small. It was enough to hold an adult. "Young girl, do you think this castle is pretty?" The woman pointed at the cage and asked Lauren. Her voice was very unpleasant and rough, as if her vocal cords had been burned. Chapter 143, 2 million. Lauren tried her best to hold back her disgust. At the moment, Lauren still remembered her identity and tried her best to make herself look as if she was delirious. George had mentioned that during the process of kidnapping children, they would let the children smell a type of gas. After they smelled the gas, they would not cry or make a scene. It was as if they had lost their consciousness and were at the mercy of others. When the mission was given out, those people left behind the gas along with the note. This time, they also left behind the gas, but George had handed it over to Lauren. On the way here, Lauren carefully studied the gas in the taxi. It was actually just a bottle with some gas in it. Upon closer inspection, one could even see a faint black-purple color. Lauren directly put it into the pocket dimension. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. When the woman saw that Lauren did not react, she was certain that Lauren had already inhaled the gas. So, she opened the cage and let Lauren crawl into it. The cage was not padded with anything. Lauren was used to living comfortably, so she felt that the cage was very painful to her but now. However, the character she was pretending to be did not allow her to move around freely, so she could only endure it in silence. When I am out, I would definitely drag those bad guys into the cage and let them have a taste of their own medicine, Lauren thought to herself. After that, the woman made a phone call next to Lauren. That woman did not avoid Lauren, so Lauren heard everything clearly. She's already here. She's a little girl and she's quite cute. Looks like the finished product is pretty good. Lauren frowned. Finished product? They actually referred to children as finished products. It seemed that these children were indeed treated as a kind of item to be traded. This child should be a little more expensive. You'll know when you see this little girl. She's cute and pretty, and her family background looks pretty good. Her birth chart should be very good. The effects should be better than the previous ones. Lauren was certain that the previous ones she mentioned were the children who had been kidnapped. Miss Pulver, we've been trading for so many years. How can I lie to you? You'll know when you come and inspect the goods yourself. This child is definitely worth $2 million. Lauren was furious when she heard that. $2 million? She was only worth $2 million. Lauren was very unconvinced. She was a charming person and loved by everyone. She was priceless. Okay. System Divine 9, host, don't worry about this for now. Did you forget some details? Irene? This woman kept calling her Miss Pulver. Lauren tried to recall who she knew with the surname Pulver. Wasn't Irene Pulver the principal the only one? 40 minutes later, the door to the warehouse opened again. Lauren heard the sound of high heels approaching from afar. When the pair of red high heels appeared in front of Lauren recognized it as Irene Pulver. With that fragrance, Lauren was able to recognize the person. Of course, Lauren was supposed to be unconscious, so she couldn't recognize anyone. So when Irene squatted down, her eyes were unmoved. Irene, on the other hand, did not hide the surprise in her eyes when she saw Lauren. So it was this girl you said was worth $2 million. The space between the cages is large enough for an adult's arm to pass through. Irene's fingernails were painted red. She put her right hand into the cage, lifted Lauren's chin, and turned her face left and right. It was like checking a product for imperfect irons. This little girl is worth $2 million. It's a pity I can't keep her for myself. Otherwise, I could keep my looks for another 8 or 10 years. Lauren did not stop Irene from pinching her face. She thought to herself, the truth was not far from what I had guessed. The reason why Irene could remain so young was indeed related to these missing children. Lily, did your people find this little girl? The person who looked like both a male and a female was called Lily. Our people didn't find this girl. Our ghosts found this girl. They are much stronger than humans. So do you want to buy it for $2 million? It's not a bad price, right? It's not a bad price indeed. What about her family background? Lily took out a piece of paper from somewhere. Of course, this piece of paper was also arranged by Lauren in advance. She completely made up a different version of her background. Chapter 144, Contact. In this version, her father was Ben. Her mother had left home when she was very young, and she was nowhere to be found. Irene scanned the piece of paper and did not find any problems. Can we make a deal for $2 million? Lily asked anxiously. I still have to ask my employer. I'm just a middleman. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Call someone else. Looked like the child wasn't prepared for Irene Pulver. Could it be that they have a partner? Looked like this was a trading chain. Irene only returned a few minutes later. Sure, just $2 million. Send her to me first. Irene was wearing red lipstick, accentuating her lips as she spoke. Okay. Lily agreed immediately. Irene wrote a check on the spot and handed it to her. Irene then left. For a long time, there was no movement in the warehouse. Lauren did not know where Lily had gone, and she was the only person in the warehouse. Through the window, Lauren could tell that it was almost 6 o'clock. She carefully changed her position in the cage so that her back was facing the warehouse door. Then she took the notebook out of the pocket dimension. She flipped to the first page of the notebook, which was still filled with the same scribbles that Quinn had done this morning. She turned to the second page and saw that there were already several lines of words on it. These few lines of words were written by 2 people. The handwriting on them was different. One set of handwriting was very ugly, while the other set was neat and tidy. This set of ugly words must have been written by Quinn, while this set of beautiful words must have been written by Franklin. Lauren, how are you doing over there? If you're in danger, let me know. Hey, why are you ignoring me? If you're going to ignore me, why did you give me this notebook in the first place? Why are you ignoring me? When you come back, I'm going to beat you up. These sentences were obviously from Quinn. Following those sentences were words written by Franklin, which must have been written just after he returned from work. Lauren, how's the situation on your side? Tell us as soon as possible, or we'll be worried. Lauren took out the blue pen and replied, I'm fine. I have been brought to the warehouse and I'm the only one here for the time being. Oh right, the person who bought the child is the principal, Irene Pulver. Franklin, you have to be more careful. but don't alert the enemy. The person at the other end was probably staring at the notebook. For the next second after Lauren finished writing, Franklin's handwriting appeared on the notebook. No problem. I'll contact the police first and monitor the situation in advance. If you are ready to capture the culprit, just let me know. Okay. Although they did not meet face to face, it was already very comforting to be able to communicate with each other in this manner. Lauren, you must pay attention to your safety. Got it. Don't worry. After a few seconds, a set of handwriting that looked like dog crawling appeared under Franklin's delicate and powerful handwriting. Lauren, come back safely. Quinn always spoke in a fierce tone, as if someone had owed him money, but he actually cared for Lauren. Lauren smiled and replied to Quinn. Got it, second brother. Quinn, who was holding a pen on the table waiting for a reply, was shocked by Lauren's reply. He even dropped his pen on the table. Franklin glanced at Quinn and thought that something had happened, so he quickly came forward to take a look. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Quinn, what are you doing? Franklin was already nervous enough, yet Quinn was still making a fuss out of this small matter. Franklin, look, Lauren called me second brother. Quinn pointed to the 2 words written by Lauren. The next second, another line of Lauren's words appeared. By the way, your handwriting is as ugly as the braided hair you did for me. Quinn was speechless. The brotherly love that had just appeared was now gone. Quinn held the notebook in the distance. Among the 3 of them, his handwriting on the notebook was indeed the ugliest. Although Lauren's handwriting was not very unique, it was clean and neat. Every letter was well written, and one could clearly see what she had written at a glance. As for Quinn, his handwriting was so bad that it looked like he had written with his feet. Seeing that Lauren still had time to ridicule Quinn, Franklin's nervousness was diluted a little. Franklin patted Quinn on the shoulder with a smile. Your handwriting is so bad that even a 4.5-year-old child is disgusted by it. You have to put in more effort now. TSK, Lauren must be jealous that my legs are longer and I am more famous than hers. That's why she is picking on me. Just as he was about to continue arguing with Lauren on the notebook, he was stopped by Franklin. Stop chatting. It'll be bad if someone finds out about her. Quinn thought about it and felt that it made sense. He wrote down the words "be careful" and put the notebook away. Chapter 145, Meat Buns. Lauren stayed in the warehouse for more than an hour, but no one came in during that time. System Divine 9, I'm so bored sitting here, and this cage is really uncomfortable. I really want to go out for a walk. System Divine 9, host, don't forget that this cage is locked. It's just a small lock, it won't be a problem for me. System Divine 9, it's true that it can't stop you, but we have to put on a proper show. If you go out and are suddenly discovered, won't the whole thing be exposed? Host, just bear with it for now. Alright, Lauren was helpless and could only continue to sit there. The sky outside was completely dark, and she could faintly hear the croaking of frogs outside. Lauren felt that her stomach was already growling with hunger. She had thought that she would be able to complete this mission very quickly, but she did not expect that she would have to wait here for almost an entire night. Lauren searched through her pocket dimension and found the meat buns from this morning. She took out one and ate it in small bites. If I had known that it would take so long, I would have taken a few more meat buns. There are only 3 now. I have to eat them sparingly. After eating a meat bun, Lauren did not feel anything at all. It was as if she had not eaten anything. To pass the time, Lauren hummed a song in her mind. After waiting for a while, when Lauren was about to doze off, the door of the warehouse slowly opened. There seemed to be a car parked outside the door. When the headlights shone into the warehouse, it was a little dazzling. Lauren heard Lily's voice coming from outside. Get 2 people to carry the cage to the usual place. Lauren immediately sat down in the same position as before. Following that, 2 tall men entered the warehouse. They were wearing hats, masks and sunglasses, so it was impossible to see what they looked like. Each of them carried the cage on one side. The movements of the 2 men were not gentle at all. Lauren swayed left and right as she sat inside. Taking advantage of the fact that the 2 men were not paying attention, she took out a bottle of medicine from the pocket dimension and smeared it on their hands. Lauren was placed in the back of the minivan. The minivan had been modified. The seats at the back had all been removed, leaving a large space behind. Lauren thought that the minivan was specially designed to transport abducted children and had been specially modified to look like this. Lily did not follow them into the minivan. After the two men loaded Lauren into the minivan, they sat in the front row. The minivan started moving very quickly. The two men in the front row did not turn around to look at Lauren, as they were not expecting her to fight back. Lauren took the opportunity to open the notebook and write down some useful information. I have been loaded into a minivan and will be sent to Irene Pulver's place. The license plate number of the minivan is a 7658. These two men should be Irene Pulver's accomplices. Franklin quickly replied. His handwriting appeared under Lauren's handwriting, giving her a sense of security. Okay, got it. I'll immediately contact the police to monitor this minivan. Okay. This conversation came to an end once again. They arrived at their destination very quickly. Due to the dark sky and the fact that Lauren was not very familiar with the city, she did not know where she had been taken to. The two men carried Lauren's cage out of the minivan together and entered a building that looked like it was under renovation. The place looked ordinary, but it was totally different inside. They carried Lauren and approached a small hidden door. Behind the door was a staircase leading to the basement. The usually calm and confident Lauren was starting to get nervous. She had a premonition that she was going to see the other children soon. The basement was very cold and humid, and the environment was very bad. When the two men were not paying attention, Lauren looked around. There were several rooms in the basement. The two men brought Lauren to one of the rooms. The room was very small and Lauren was the only one in it. Did Irene say when she would be coming over? I think she said she would wait until tomorrow. Then let's go have a drink now. These kids won't be able to escape anyway. If Irene finds out about this, it's impossible. We've been doing this for so many years and have never made a mistake. Let's go. So the two men walked out of the room with their arms around each other's shoulders and closed the door behind them. Chapter 146, The Missing Children. The room immediately plunged into darkness. After waiting for quite some time, Lauren heard the sound of the basement door being closed. At the same time, the footsteps of the two men also disappeared. Lauren's spiritual consciousness could track that the two men had already gone far away. She then heaved a sigh of relief. She could finally do what she wanted. First, Lauren took out a lighter-like object from her pocket dimension. The moment she pressed it, the light that came out of it was like an electric light, immediately lighting up the room. There was no furniture in the room. Lauren looked around and saw that her cage was the only thing there. Then, Lauren took out a master key. This key could unlock all the locks in the world. However, the system had added some additional conditions to this key. The system would automatically detect the host's purpose and the nature of the door. If Lauren's purpose in opening the lock was good, then this master key would be useful. If Lauren's purpose in opening the lock was selfish and was not helpful to the mission, then this key would not be effective. This had always been the system's purpose. They could help the host complete the mission, but they would not allow the host to disrupt the normal order of the mortal world. Moreover, if the system detected that the host tried to use the master key to satisfy her own selfish desires, then the host would be punished. Lauren inserted the master key into the lock, and the lock on the cage was easily opened. Lauren pushed open the cage door with a creak and crawled out. I can finally stand up. Lauren stretched her body comfortably, before cracking her joints. After all the uncomfortable feelings in her body were gone, Lauren continued with her next step. The door to the next room was also locked by the two men. Using the master key, Lauren easily opened the door. Every place that Lauren went to, the lights would immediately turn on. She took a look around the basement. The basement was made up of a corridor and a few rooms. Lauren was in a room on the right side of the corridor. There were 3 rooms on each side of the corridor. Lauren opened the first door on the left side of the corridor. It was pitch black inside. The darkness was oppressive, as though it was choking Lauren. The room's lights turned on as Lauren entered it, allowing her to see the rest of the room. Even though Lauren had completed many missions and seen all kinds of things, the scene in front of her still shocked and pained her. The small room, which was no more than 10 square meters in size, was filled with all kinds of cages. As there was not enough space, some of the cages were stacked on top of other cages. And the cages were filled with children. The expressions of these children were all the same. They looked numb and unfocused, their eyes had no focus at all. Their eyes did not move at all even when Lauren came in. It was as if they could not see anything. Lauren recalled for a moment and immediately matched the children in the file with the children in the room. The clothes these children were wearing were the same clothes they had worn on the day of their disappearance. Some of the children had been missing for more than 2 years. Their bodies had long since begun to emit a foul smell. Their clothes were baggy, and their hair was already very long and messy. For a moment, Lauren stood at the door, not daring to walk in. System Divine 9, this is practically a living hell in the mortal world. System Divine 9, that's right. Whose on earth is so cruel to lock up these cute children in this place and make them look like this, neither human nor ghost? The person closest to Lauren was a little boy. This little boy was wearing cute suspenders with the image of Ultraman on them. Lauren remembered that she had seen this little boy in the file. This little boy had gone missing 1.5 years ago. He was 6 years old when he went missing. In the past 1.5 years, this little boy did not seem to have grown much taller. On the contrary, he seemed to have become a lot thinner. His originally round face was now sunken. If it were not for that set of clothes, Lauren would not be able to recognize this little boy. Lauren walked to the front of his cage and softly called out his name. However, the little boy did not react to his name. No matter how Lauren spoke, his eyes remained impassive. He just stared straight ahead without any movement, as if he was frozen in place. Chapter 147, Aunt Irene. The other children in this room must be in the same situation. Lauren then looked at the second room. It was the same in the second room. In fact, it was even worse than the first room. There were more cages piled up here, so densely packed that she could not even count them. The other rooms were the same. The only empty room was where Lauren was in. After looking through all the rooms, Lauren felt a little lost. There were so many children. It would be impossible for them to regain consciousness now, as it would take too much time, not to mention that it would take even longer for the living dead to return fully to life. So, she had to rescue the children and bring them to a safe place first before they could slowly consider her next move. Just as Lauren was counting the number of cages in the basement to see if they matched the number in the files, the sound of footsteps and voices suddenly came from the entrance of the basement. Lauren could recognize that it was Irene's voice. "Why are there lights on in the basement?" Lauren quickly ran back to her room and locked the door. Then, she crawled back into the cage and locked the door of the cage as well. She pressed down on the lighter-like object and all the lights in the room were retracted. In an instant, the basement turned pitch black again. At that moment, the basement door opened and the sound of Irene's high heels reverberated in the basement. From the sound of the footsteps, Lauren could tell that Irene was not the only one who came. "Why are there no lights again? Did I see wrongly just now? Maybe. Aunt Irene, you must have been under too much pressure recently." "Aunt Irene?" Lauren frowned. The person who had come was actually Irene's niece. "Yes, there have been a lot of things recently. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the child I've found for you this time. The effects of this child will definitely be better than the previous ones." "Really? That's worth 2 million after all." Lauren did not know if it was just her imagination, but she felt that the voice of Irene's niece was a little familiar. However, she could not remember whose voice it was. "It's in this room. Let's go in and take a look." In the next second, the door to Lauren's room opened. Lauren could not see who it was. She only saw 2 pairs of legs. One pair was definitely Irene's legs and she was wearing red high heels. The other pair of legs was wearing simple pants and sports shoes. "Please squat down. Please squat down," Lauren silently recited in her heart. However, to Lauren's disappointment, the two of them never squatted down. "It's actually this little girl," the person who was Irene's niece asked in surprise. "Why? Do you know her?" "I'm not sure if it's the same person. I've only met her once. Whether we know each other or not, there's no turning back. After all, we've already paid for her." "Okay." This woman had seen Lauren before. Who was she? Just as Lauren was feeling puzzled, the two of them had already pushed open the door and left the room. Lauren raised her head. Unfortunately, she did not have X-ray vision, so she could not see through the door to see who the other woman was. "By the way, there are a few pendants that will be 3 months old tomorrow." We need to bring them here to continue absorbing the kid's essence. Sure, I'll inform the master to come over tomorrow. Lauren could tell from their voices that the two women had stayed in the room for a while before leaving. Lauren had no choice but to wait for their next move. Based on the conversation between the two women, she could tell that they would definitely come back tomorrow. They would also be performing some rituals. If Lauren was able to sneak a peek, she might be able to find out how they managed to turn these children into this state. During this period of time, Lauren went into her magic library to search for more information about the living dead. Every place had a different method of producing the living dead, so the method of deciphering it was also different. Lauren did not know how the master hired by Irene worked, so she did not dare to act rashly, lest it backfired. Just as Lauren was racking her brains to prepare for her next move, Quinn was lying on his soft cozy bed, preparing to sleep, but he was restless. Chapter 148, Suddenly Concerned. Perhaps it was because he was not used to not having Lauren by his side, who had always quarreled with him in the past. Today, he was not the only one feeling uneasy. Even Franklin seemed to have less of an appetite at dinner, picking at his food and only eating a few morsels before stopping. Although Lauren had repeatedly promised that she would return safely, the fact that they could not contact her in real time worried them endlessly. Quinn was tossing and turning on the bed, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, his phone rang, giving him a shock. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Pauline on the screen. He hesitated for a moment before picking up the call. "Hello, Quinn, are you asleep? I'm getting ready for bed. Why are you looking for me so late at night? Didn't you say you wanted to be famous? Now that everything is ready, all you need to do is hold a ceremony." "So soon? Didn't you say I have to wait for a while?" "Yeah, you're lucky this time. I found it very quickly, and your path to fame should be smooth. After all, I found you a good thing this time." The more he listened, the more Quinn furrowed his brows. Something good? What did she mean by that? Those silicone dolls were each more terrifying than the last. What good could there be? It was pitch black at night, and there wasn't even a moon today. In that instant, Quinn felt a little scared. He lifted the pillow beside him. Under the pillow was the talisman that Lauren had given him this morning. Quinn put his hand on the talisman as if he could get some courage from it. "Pauline, what do I need to prepare?" "You don't have to do anything special. Just remember to dress in red when you come, and I'll talk to you about the rest. I'll let you know the exact date later. I need to pick an auspicious time." "Okay, Pauline." Just as Quinn was about to hang up, Pauline spoke again. Quinn placed his phone back to his ear. "Pauline, what did you say just now?" "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly." "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask, is your sister okay?" "Sister? Lauren?" Why would Pauline suddenly ask this question? Of course, it was impossible for Quinn to tell her about Lauren's whereabouts. Moreover, he had made up a lot of information about Lauren. Not knowing Pauline's motive for asking this question, Quinn could only continue to make it up. "My sister, she's fine. I just told her a story to put her to sleep." "Oh, I see. Pauline, why are you suddenly asking about my sister? Did Pauline find out that he and Lauren were lying?" "It's nothing important. I saw someone who looked like your sister on the street today, so I thought of her. I was just casually asking. There is nothing else now." "All right, goodbye then." It was only a short call of 2 to 3 minutes. After hanging up, Quinn realized that his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He hadn't noticed it before, but when he heard it tonight, he realized that Pauline's voice was really calm and terrifying. He couldn't fall asleep to begin with. After picking up Pauline's call, Quinn found it even more difficult to fall asleep. Actually, it wasn't too late. It was only 10:30 p.m. Quinn wasn't in the mood to do anything else tonight, so he went to bed early. After tossing and turning for a while, he still couldn't fall asleep. He then opened his phone to look for his contact, wanting to find someone to talk to. Quinn then recalled the incident that Franklin had told him about Bryce last night. Bryce was the youngest son of the Torres family. He had been pampered and coddled since he was young. His personality was similar to that of Quinn, lively, outgoing and eccentric. At the same time, he was also similar to Franklin. He had Franklin's sullen personality. Although there was a part of Bryce's personality that resembled Franklin, his learning ability could not be compared to Franklin at all. In terms of results, Bryce could be said to be completely the same as Quinn. He was just ordinary, nothing special. During his school days, Quinn had never performed well in his results, and his parents had always compared him to Franklin. Bryce was about the same as Quinn. He was already in his third year of high school this year, but his results had always been average. There was no reason for people to praise him or scold him. The last time he contacted Bryce was during the winter break. At that time, he was still working as a model in a foreign country. He dialed the number, and after 2 rings, the call was picked up. A youthful voice came from the other end of the phone. Quinn. Chapter 149, Contacted Bryce. You still know who I am? I've been back from overseas for so long and you still haven't been back to see me. Hearing Bryce's voice, Quinn felt a little more at ease. After returning back home, he had encountered too many strange things. Bryce's unchanging attitude and voice made him feel that this world was still very normal. It's my third year of high school. You have to understand me. The youth's voice was clear and bright. All right, do you think that I didn't know about your grades when I was abroad? If you were really so busy that you couldn't call me, you would have already gotten first place in the entire grade, right? Quinn, you're a pot calling the kettle black. I've seen your past results. Our form teacher still has a file. You're still a few places behind me. Bryce was in the same high school as Franklin and Quinn. Coincidentally, Bryce's form teacher was Quinn's form teacher back then. After learning that Bryce was Quinn's younger brother, the form teacher would dig up Quinn's unglamorous past to share with the class. Heh, this teacher Mr. Davies really won't let me off. Recalling the past, Quinn felt a lot more relaxed. Did you just finish your evening self-study? Yeah, the class just ended at 10:30 p.m. Grade 12 is really tough. I wake up early and end lessons late all the time. I don't even have time to play anymore. Quinn, take me on a trip after I finish my college entrance exam. Seeing that his younger brother was still being a childish brat and relying on him so much, Quinn felt much better. Sure, if you can get into the top 10 of the whole grade, I'll sponsor you to travel around the world. How about it? Top 10 of the whole grade. I'm probably still lacking. Bryce was silent for a while, probably trying to figure out how much he was lacking. I'm still lacking more than 200 places. Thomas Johnson High School was one of the best schools in the area. The students who could get into this high school every year were very outstanding. Therefore, the 3 brothers in the Torres family all went to Thomas Johnson High School. In fact, the 3 of them had pretty good results. There were more than 600 students in the 3rd year of high school that Bryce was currently in. For Bryce to be ranked in the top 200 was considered a pretty good result. However, compared to Franklin, who was ranked first in every year, he was slightly inferior. Our Torres family's genes are so good. If you work hard, you will definitely be able to do it. If you can get into the top 10 of the whole grade, Franklin might even reward you with a car. Quinn knew that Bryce was very interested in sports cars. He always played racing games and read racing magazines. As expected, the mention of sports cars made Bryce excited. Really? If that's the case, then I'll fight for it. I'll get into the top 10 of the whole grade even if I don't eat or drink. Hearing Bryce's ambitious words, Quinn laughed. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Oh right, when are you coming home for the weekend? Bryce remained silent. You little brat, don't pretend you can't hear me. I know you're still listening. Quinn, I don't want to go back. Someone else is at home. Quinn pretended not to understand. Who is it? Bryce was still a minor after all, so he couldn't keep his cool. It's that Lauren. I don't want to see her. Quinn sighed. He and Bryce were indeed alike. When he first returned to the Torres family and saw Lauren, he had the same attitude as Bryce. He did not like Lauren at all. But now, Quinn smiled and shook his head. Don't waste your breath. You're an older brother. How can you be so calculative to a younger sister? You haven't even met her, yet you hate her so much. I hate her. No, judging from your tone, have you switched sides? Have you forgotten that we even ridiculed her together before? How could Quinn forget? It was just that he couldn't bring himself to say those words now. He also didn't want to go against his own wishes and agree with Bryce. Thus, he could only pretend that he had forgotten. How young were we then? I've long forgotten about it. Quinn, that was 2 months ago. Quinn rubbed his nose. Don't worry about it, come back this weekend anyway. That's it, and there's no room for discussion. Goodbye. After saying that, Quinn immediately hung up the phone and pretended not to hear Bryce's protest. After chatting with Bryce for a while, Quinn felt that he was no longer as nervous and anxious. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and a bright crescent moon emerged. Quinn stared at the moon and slowly fell asleep. In Franklin's study room, Franklin's work efficiency was extremely low today. In the afternoon, when he was having a meeting with an overseas branch office, he let his mind drift 2 or 3 times. On top of that, some of the statistics he mentioned were wrong, and he only realized them after being reminded by his secretary. During dinner, Franklin felt that the food was not as fragrant as it used to be without Lauren's chattering beside him. After dinner, in order to divert his attention, he switched on his computer and started working again. It was only when he received the news that Lauren was still safe that he became slightly more focused. Unknowingly, he stayed in the study room until nearly midnight. Before he went to sleep, Franklin read the notebook that Lauren left for Quinn, but there was no information on them. He left a message and forced himself to go to sleep. Chapter 150 Organization. At this moment, Lauren, who was loved by her elder brother and second brother, and despised by her third brother, was starving in a cage. The system could allow the host to make use of the tools available to her, but it could not allow the host to conjure things out of thin air. Just like how Lauren could not conjure chicken wings right now. System Divine 9, I am so hungry. Rich people have so much food that they cannot finish, but poor people on the streets like me don't have anything to eat. Lauren rubbed her small belly. I only ate 1 meat bun for the whole night. I must have lost a few pounds. Tell me, if I go hungry for 2 days, will I die? System Divine 9, host, you're overthinking. You are able to go without food for a week based on the fat in your body. Lauren said, are you indirectly saying that I'm fat? System Divine 9, I'm just stating the facts. HMPH, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. The cage was very uncomfortable, so it was impossible for Lauren to lie on it. She reached into her pocket dimension and searched for a while. She found a thin blanket and placed it on top of the cage. This blanket was specially sewn for her by her nanny when she was in the church. Although it looked thin, it was comfortable to use as a cushion. Lauren curled herself up like a shrimp and lay on the blanket. She had not rested for the entire day. Now that she was lying down, she felt sleepy. Before she went to sleep, she thought that she had to wake up before anyone else arrived, or else she would be discovered. When she woke up the next day, she did not even know what time it was. Of course, that was because this was a basement, so she could not see what was happening outside. I'm so stupid. There are so many watches in my brother's room. I should have brought one over. She got up and folded the small blanket before putting it back into the pocket dimension. When Irene came over yesterday, she was almost discovered because of the lights. So, Lauren did not dare to be so brazen this time. She had more or less understood the situation at the basement, but she was still a little confused. The 5 rooms in the basement were all filled with cages, but each room was only a dozen square meters. The cages could only be stacked on 2 levels at most. Before Irene arrived yesterday, Lauren quickly counted the number of cages in each room. There were only about 30 cages in each room. So in total, there were less than 200 cages in all 5 rooms. This did not tally with the number of missing children that she knew of in the past few years. What was going on? Lauren sat cross-legged in the cage, trying to think as she moved her body. System Divine 9, host, stop moving around. I can't even sleep in here. Lauren was speechless. System Divine 9, you're just a system. It's a form of consciousness. You don't have to sleep, okay? Besides, I am moving my body because of the pain in my butt. System Divine 9, my brothers and sisters have said that before our system transforms into human form, we must take good rests and store our energy. Did your brothers and sisters tell you that you have to complete more missions and store experience points when you transform into human form? System Divine 9, yes. Then why don't you quickly come up with a plan with me? Stop sleeping. System Divine 9, host, you're so fierce. Lauren could actually hear a hint of grievance in its voice. In the next second, System Divine 9 suddenly became serious. System Divine 9, host, focus. I can sense that someone is coming. No matter what, System Divine 9 was still a system, not a human, so its ability to adapt to all kinds of situations was actually above Lauren. It was just that the system did not have a physical body. Its biggest task was to help the host complete missions. System Divine 9 was now equivalent to a human being at the age of 3 or 4. It was still a child and was a little playful. However, once it became serious, its perception and reaction times were faster than Lauren. When Lauren heard what System Divine 9 said, she immediately returned to her original sitting position. Sure enough, the basement door slowly opened. It was the familiar sound of high heels again. Lauren could hear that Irene was not the only one who had come. The other person's footsteps were more steady. Lauren used her spiritual consciousness to check carefully. The person who came with Irene should be a man. It was because she sensed a stronger aura, which was different from Irene's. Master, wait here for a moment. My niece hasn't arrived yet. Alright, I'll make some preparations first. Okay. From the sound of the voice, it was indeed a man. Moreover, this man was a master. However, this voice was also very familiar. Lauren scratched her head. However, she had heard so many people's voices before. She could not tell who was who at once. She would have to remember their voices in the future. Suddenly, the entire basement echoed with the ringtone of a cell phone, giving Lauren a shock. It was Irene's cell phone. Strangely, the screen did not display any information about the caller. Hello? Everything is normal here. Everything is progressing as planned. How is the organization? Yes. Irene's reply was very short and Lauren could not catch much of it. However, organization. Chapter 151, Master. Irene hung up the phone. Following that, Lauren heard Irene and the man outside opening the doors of the other rooms. She had no idea what they were doing. A few minutes later, Lauren heard the sound of moving cages. The cages made a loud, ear-piercing noise as they collided with each other and were dragged to the ground. Lauren remembered that they had said yesterday that they were going to get some things done today. It sounded like they were about to start now. But Lauren did not know how she was going to peek. After all, the door to her room could be opened at any time. If she unlocked the cage now, she would not be able to lock the cage door in time if someone came in. As a result, Lauren could only continue sitting inside the cage. The sound of moving the cage continued for a few minutes before it stopped. Then, the basement door opened again. Aunt Irene. It turned out to be the woman who came yesterday. After that, the woman greeted the master. I've brought all these pendants over. There's a total of 6, right? Yes, there's a total of 6. Wait a minute. Pendants? Is this a drama series? Lauren was a little confused. Over at Pauline's side, the souls of the living dead were placed in the pendants. Could it be that Irene was doing the same thing? Lauren really wanted to know what was going on outside. So, after struggling for a long time, she took out her butterfly mirror from her pocket dimension. Before she released the butterflies, she specifically whispered to the butterflies, telling them not to fly out and to just look under the door. They would definitely attract attention if they flew out. The butterflies were also very obedient. As expected, they only flew under the door. A row of butterflies gathered at the door. The little light that came through the door was blocked by the butterflies. Lauren took out the lighter-like object from the day before. She pressed it and it emitted a weak light. Lauren used the light to look at the scene in the mirror. Since the angle of the butterflies was rather strange, Lauren could not see their faces clearly from this angle. She could only see the position of their thighs downward. After waiting for a while, the so-called ritual began. The man first dragged out one of the cages. There was a child sitting in the cage. Then, the cage was opened and the child was helped out by the man. The child staggered to a place that Lauren could not see. About a minute later, the child was helped back into the cage. Lauren could see blood dripping from the boy's hands onto the floor as he walked back into the cage. Lauren then heard the man begin to chant an incantation. Lauren could not understand what he was chanting. It was not the language of this country. Instead, it sounded like a strange, foreign language. The incantation lasted for a full minute. The moment the man stopped chanting, the basement suddenly burst into a red light. Lauren could only see a limited area, so she could not see where the light came from. However, she guessed that it must have been from the pendant. They then dragged another cage and the man began chanting again. This process was repeated 6 times. That's enough. After this, these pendants can last for another 3 months, the man said. That's good. Many people have told me that they don't have as many resources as before. I think the pendants are not effective enough, the niece said. That's right. If you want to keep them active, you have to nourish them with fresh blood regularly. Oh right, master, there was a new girl yesterday. Please take a look at the auspicious time and perform the ritual for her. Lauren recognized that it was Irene who was talking. Sure, I checked it yesterday. The nearest auspicious time is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you wait any longer, it will be next month. Through the butterfly mirror, Lauren could see that Irene and the master were walking towards them. Lauren quickly called the butterflies back, but before they all flew back, Lauren hurriedly stuffed the mirror back into the pocket dimension. When the people outside opened the door and came in, there were still 2 or 3 butterflies flying. The room was installed with lights, but Lauren did not see the switch when she looked around yesterday. After Irene came in, she used her phone to press a few buttons, and the lights in the room were switched on. So that was how the lights were switched on. Technology really changes life, Lauren thought to herself. Chapter 152, Guessing. Hey, why is it so strange? Why are there a few butterflies flying here? Where did they come from? As usual, Irene was wearing a strong perfume, so the butterflies were all moving closer to her. Irene waved her hand and pushed the butterflies to the side. They did not take the butterflies to heart, as they just assumed that they had accidentally let them in when the door was opened. Lauren used her mind to tell the butterflies to run as far away as possible so that they would not be caught. One by one, the butterflies flew out of the room. After a night of torment, Lauren's hair was a little messy. She lowered her head again. A normal person would not be able to see Lauren's face clearly from a standing position. The master only took a glance at her. She was just a child. To him, she was no different from the others. The aura on this little girl is indeed very good. I'm sure it won't be cheap to buy her. Yes, I spent 2 million on her. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. is a good time. Bring her there on time. I'll go there directly. Yes, master. After saying that, the 2 of them left. Lauren kept her head down the entire time. Lauren was relieved that the 2 of them did not harass her. The people in the basement quickly left. Lauren was the only one who was awake. Then, she took out a notebook and wrote down what she had seen and heard. Lauren knew that this basement would not be so easy to find. Just like the basement floor of Golden Star Agency, they would definitely do something to the basement, so as to prevent others from trespassing. If someone hadn't led the way, the police would not have been able to find this place. She could only wait until 10 o'clock the next day to seize the opportunity to immobilize these people with the immobilizing talisman. Then, she would think of a way to locate this basement and then make a plan. Lauren wrote down her plan for the next day in her notebook and added a sentence at the end. I am very safe now. Don't worry, brothers. Lauren wrote down 2 whole pages and recorded everything she saw on the basement floor. It might be useful in the future. 5 minutes later, a reply came from Franklin. It was written in Franklin's delicate handwriting. Okay, I will contact the police ahead of time and wait for your news. Lauren, how are you doing over there? Everything is fine. It's just that I can't eat or sleep well. I am starving. It was only then that Lauren remembered that she had not even eaten breakfast this morning. Franklin, what time is it now? It's already 10:20 a.m. Oh. Lauren wrote. I am in the basement now, so I can't see what's going on outside and I don't know what time it is. When you come back, I'll prepare a pile of delicious food for you to eat. Okay, thank you, Franklin. According to their plan, Lauren would have to wait until 10 a.m. the next morning. However, there were only 2 meat buns left. Lauren didn't know how to distribute them, so she put on a long face. After telling Franklin about her situation, Lauren put away her notebook. It seemed that no one would come back for a while. Lauren unlocked the cage and walked out again. She stayed in the magic library for the whole day yesterday. She browsed through a lot of ancient books that recorded all kinds of sorcery. Then, she found a talisman, soul-returning talisman. It was actually very difficult for the soul to return to the body. One had to use the blood of a person as a primer to transfer the soul back to the body. This person could not be an ordinary person. It had to be someone who had a pure energy in order to properly guide these souls back. Lauren did not know how the black medicinal liquid Irene drank was concocted. However, it seemed that these children who were locked up in cages in the room were not for Irene. These children looked lifeless, so it was obvious that their souls had been extracted. Wait a minute. The clues in Lauren's mind suddenly seemed to be connected in a single line. Pendant, living dead, soul extraction, Irene and Pauline. Could it be? Lauren had a bold guess in her mind. This guess could easily explain all her doubts, but she was still unsure. The truth of the matter would be revealed tomorrow. Now that there was no one else around, Lauren decided to test if this soul-returning talisman would be effective. Lauren took out a blank talisman paper and wrote a string of spells on it according to the spell she learned yesterday. Wasn't Lauren the person with the purest energy? Chapter 153, Soul-Returning Talisman. Ever since she was a child, Lauren had always been afraid of pain. The hosts were not indestructible, and they would bleed just like a normal person. Because of the pure energy in their bodies, they were more vulnerable to injury and attacks than normal people. Ever since she was a child, Lauren would cry out loud whenever she bumped into something. The entire church would then run over to coax her. However, in order to make this soul-returning talisman work, she had no other choice. Fortunately, their energy was very pure. An ordinary person might need dozens of drops of blood to have an effect, but they were able to do it with just a drop of blood. Lauren took out a needle from her pocket dimension. The needle was hung on her fingertip for a long time, but she did not dare to stab it into herself. She could accept letting someone else do it, but stabbing herself, Lauren was really afraid. She stood in front of the cage and hesitated for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the room. The children in the cage had dull and numb eyes, which made her harden her heart. Isn't it just a drop of blood? I undo it, Lauren thought. So, Lauren stuck the needle on the tip of her index finger, and a small drop of blood soon appeared on her finger. She dripped the drop of blood on the talisman paper, and the talisman paper immediately began to glow. Without delay, Lauren immediately stuck the talisman on the forehead of the little boy wearing Ultraman clothes. After sticking the talisman on, the light from the talisman immediately spread to the little boy's body. The little boy's entire body was now emitting a faint glow. However, what she did not expect was that in the next second, the little boy lay down inside the cage. His face was extremely pale, and the glow from his body was also gone. The talisman also disappeared along with the glow. This was Lauren's first time using this talisman. She did not know if the current situation was a success or a failure, so she could only wait. Lauren waited for more than an hour, but the little boy still lay there motionless with his eyes closed. Lauren was a little scared. She took a closer look and realized that the boy's chest was still moving. Only then did she relax a little. She suspected that something had went wrong with the soul-returning talisman, so she went back to her cage and continued to study it. Lauren did not know how long she stayed in her own library. As she flipped through the ancient books, she suddenly heard a burst of crying. It's so noisy. How am I supposed to study with so much noise? Lauren complained in her heart. Wait a minute. How could there be crying here? Lauren's eyes lit up. She immediately went out of the library, opened the cage and ran quickly into the room. The soul-returning talisman really worked. The little boy was sitting up and crying. Snot and tears were rolling down his face. Lauren had never thought that she would like to hear him cry so much. The little boy must have regained consciousness by now, which was why he was crying. However, it would attract too much attention. Lauren stepped forward to comfort the little boy. Don't cry, Oliver. Lauren remembered that the little boy's name was Oliver Beckham. After listening to Lauren, Oliver did not stop crying. Instead, he cried even harder. He looked really scared. Lauren had no other choice. If Oliver continued to cry in this manner, it would be impossible to hide it if someone else came over. Therefore, Lauren took out a small white pill from her pocket dimension and stuffed it into Oliver's mouth. After a moment, Oliver quieted down. Oliver still wanted to cry, but he could not make a sound. Tears had already gathered in his eyes. His eyes were already red and swollen from crying. Oliver, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue all of you. Now, you must listen to me and stop crying. Do you understand? Oliver could not cry, but he could nod his head. Oliver, you can't move around too much either. You have to maintain in a position. Then, Lauren reached her little hand in and helped the little boy return to the same position as before. Oliver, just sit there and don't move around. Then, lower your head and bear with it. I'll be able to rescue you very soon. The little boy nodded his head. Looking at the little boy's sallow and emaciated face due to malnutrition, Lauren took out a meat bun from the pocket dimension. There was no concept of time and space in the pocket dimension, so the meat bun did not turn bad. It was still as fragrant as before, and it was warm as if it had just been taken out of a pot. Have a meat bun. Lauren handed the meat bun to Oliver. Oliver calmed down a lot after eating the bun. Seeing that Oliver had stopped crying and obediently maintained his posture, Lauren returned to her cage. Although she knew that the soul-returning talisman was effective, Lauren did not dare to use it again. If there were 1 or 2 more children, she would not be able to handle them. However, she was still very happy to be able to retrieve the soul of a child. Chapter 154, Plan. In Quinn's room, Quinn hadn't been assigned any work for the past few days. Since he had nothing to do, he asked Ben to drive him around. He didn't want to let his imagination run wild at home. In the car, Quinn received another message from Pauline. She told him that he had to go to the parking lot of Golden Star Agency before 10 a.m. tomorrow. After a long time, Quinn replied, okay. When he thought about how he had to go alone, he was still a little afraid. However, when he thought about Lauren, he was not so afraid anymore. If even a little brat like Lauren could do it, why couldn't a 20-something-year-old adult like him do it? He touched the inner pocket of his shirt, which was filled with the talismans that Lauren had left for him. Ever since Lauren had given him these talismans, he had carried them with him wherever he went. Although he hadn't used them yet, he felt that these talismans would protect him. After knowing tomorrow's itinerary, Quinn immediately went to look for Franklin at his company. Ever since Franklin found out about the notebook, he took it for himself. Before Quinn could tell Lauren this news, he needed to get the notebook from Franklin. Ben, go to the Torres group immediately. I want to find my brother. Lauren, Pauline just contacted me. She wants me to go to the basement of Golden Star Agency by 10 a.m. tomorrow. She probably wants to get that scary plastic doll for me. Lauren only saw this sentence 2 hours later. At this time, she had just returned from studying in the library and she was so hungry that she felt dizzy. However, when she saw the message from Quinn, she immediately perked up. As expected, her guess was correct. The message received by Quinn was the same message as the one she received here. Both were tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. This meant that the same person was involved in Quinn's incident and the missing children cases. All these clues, including the pendant that she had repeatedly seen and heard of, the living dead and the dripping blood, pointed to one person. At this moment, the only person that popped into Lauren's mind was the woman she had met on the basement floor, Pauline. If Lauren had guessed correctly, Irene's niece was Pauline. She replied to Quinn, okay, I got it. You should be able to see me tomorrow. Quinn, if you see the license plate number that I have mentioned in the parking lot of the Golden Star Agency tomorrow, remember to track it. Follow the car and you will find the place where the missing children are. If Lauren was right, this minivan would take her to Golden Star Agency tomorrow. Quinn was confused. Huh? Why is this minivan parked in Golden Star Agency's parking lot? I don't have time to explain now. We'll talk about it when I am free. By the way, Quinn, no matter what happens tomorrow, you have to be brave. Don't scream or you'll ruin things. At this moment, the two brothers were leaning against the table, staring at the notebook. Looking at Lauren's last reply, Franklin lifted his eyes and stared at Quinn with total contempt. Don't shout. It seems like you've screamed before, otherwise Lauren would not have such an impression of you. Quinn shook his head and retorted, that's because I didn't have any experience the first time. Now that I have experience, I won't be like this. Lauren always tarnishes my reputation. Franklin, you can talk to her. I don't want to talk to her anymore. After saying that, Quinn walked to the sofa in the office and sat down, angry and embarrassed. Franklin shook his head helplessly. Though the two of them were so far apart, they could still quarrel with each other through writing. Franklin picked up a pen and replied to Lauren seriously, okay, I'll get the police to send a car to wait in the parking lot tomorrow. Franklin had a vague idea that the next day would be the critical moment for the entire plan. He repeatedly reminded Lauren to be careful. Although it was a cliché and he knew that it was useless just to say it, he would be more worried if he did not say anything. He did not know when he had also become an old grandmother who liked to nag. In the rest of the time, Lauren continued to study the soul-returning talisman. She felt that the time taken to regain a child's soul was a little too long. She was currently looking for a way to shorten the time it took to regain a child's soul so that the children would not be harmed in the process. As Lauren flipped through the book, she suddenly thought of something. If the soul wanted to float back into its physical body, the speed would be faster if the attraction was greater. Lauren wondered if the soul of the little boy had returned so slowly because it was too far away from the little boy's body, and also the attraction of Lauren's blood was not strong enough, so it took a much longer time. Chapter 155, Kindergarten. In the evening, in order to calm down Oliver, Lauren fed him another meat bun. For the rest of the day, Lauren sat quietly in the cage and tried her best to stay in her spiritual consciousness. This way, her physical body would be able to maintain its strength. Although she was very hungry, her physical body would not consume so much energy. In the dark basement, Lauren could not feel the passage of time. Lauren fell asleep again at an unknown time. It was the sound of the basement door opening that woke her up. Judging from the sound of footsteps, it was not Irene, but the two men who came this time. Were they going to take her away so soon? Lauren quickly pulled down her hair to cover her drowsy face. The two men came over to take Lauren away. Just like before, they grabbed the two ends of the cage and carried Lauren out of the basement before putting her in the minivan. Lauren realized that it was daytime after she was carried out. Lauren had not seen the sunlight for a few days, so the sunlight was extremely dazzling to her. After a while, Lauren finally got used to it. She took the opportunity to look around. This environment, Lauren found it somewhat familiar. Taking advantage of the turn, Lauren took a look at the building above the basement. It was a kindergarten that was being renovated. Suddenly, Lauren realized that the basement was actually located under Irene's newly opened kindergarten. The kindergarten was built by Irene to hide her identity, and she had used it to carry out these nasty deeds. After all, who would suspect a kindergarten? The reason why Irene opened her own kindergarten was not really to teach children. It was just to get closer to these children and make it easier to kidnap them. Lauren recalled that when she first met Irene, she was still worried about those missing children. This was truly a case of self-theft. In the minivan, Lauren tried her best to write down everything she knew in the notebook, in order to give more information to Franklin so that the police could find their destination faster. After that, she told Franklin that they had to follow the criminals in order to find the basement. If they didn't follow them closely, Franklin and the police would be blocked by the ghostly wall formation. Not only would they not be able to save the children, they would also be exposed to danger. They could not fail in this mission. They could only succeed. They arrived at their destination in less than half an hour, before she could receive Franklin's reply. The door of the minivan's trunk was opened. Lauren took a look at the surroundings outside. As she had guessed correctly, this place was the parking lot of Golden Star Agency. Perhaps because it was still early, the parking lot they were in did not have many cars. There were only 2 or 3 cars parked in various corners. Everything looked normal. The two men then carried Lauren out of the minivan with ease. When they carried Lauren out of the minivan, Lauren had already used her unusually good eyesight to see what she wanted to see. There was a black car parked in the southeast corner. The car was covered in a layer of dust. It looked like it had not been driven for a long time. It was no wonder that the two men were not on guard. However, Lauren saw a familiar person, Franklin. He was sitting in the back seat, completely hiding in the darkness. He hid himself very well. The moment Franklin caught sight of Lauren, Lauren could feel Franklin's anxiety. The two men walked quickly while carrying the cage. Lauren shook her head in the direction of Franklin, signaling him not to worry. The two men knew how to break the ghostly wall formation. Unlike the last time when Quinn took her on a day tour, the two men walked on a completely different path. They easily found the entrance to the basement floor. Lauren watched as the two men skillfully found the recesses of the wall and knocked on it according to the rhythm. The stone slab was quickly opened. The basement floor was still as weird and depressing as before. The two men carried Lauren and placed her in a room. Then, the two of them left. Looking at the two of them walking out of the room, Lauren thought to herself, Franklin's mission is about to begin. Those children can be rescued now. After resolving a major issue, Lauren could only wait. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Irene arrived. She did not come empty-handed, she had a white bag with her. There was a long table in this room that looked exactly like the other rooms. It was used to worship the living dead. Chapter 156, Masks. Irene took out the items one by one from the bag and placed them on the table. There was an incense burner, an iron basin and some other items that Lauren did not recognize. No matter what, these items did not look good. She also took out some fruit. Lauren felt her stomach growl again. I'm hungry, I want something to eat, Lauren thought. Then, Irene took out a set of clothes and a mask from the bag. Lauren cursed in her heart. The clothes looked like they were meant for children, but the color of the clothes was very strange. They were all black, pure black. Just looking at them made people think of hell. Which child would like to wear black? They were only using this oppressive color to suppress the children. Lauren's guess was right. Irene held the set of all black clothes and walked towards Lauren. Lauren's heart frantically refused. However, she could not be exposed in real life, so she could only allow Irene to open her cage and help her change her clothes. Fortunately, Lauren's pocket dimension was invisible, so Irene did not notice anything. After taking off her original clothes, Lauren did not have the pocket dimension with her now. Now, Lauren did not feel safe at all. For so many years, the pocket dimension was practically inseparable from her. Without the pocket dimension, she did not even have a talisman with her. After changing her clothes, Irene put the mask on Lauren. This mask was made of paper and there were no strange patterns on it. However, it completely blocked Lauren's face. Lauren's eyes were completely sealed, so she could not see what was happening outside. This was not good at all. When Irene was not paying attention, Lauren reached out her hand and quickly made a hole in her right eye of the mask. Through this small hole, Lauren could just barely see what was happening outside. Irene threw her clothes in the corner. Lauren recalled the children in the basement were still wearing the clothes when they were kidnapped. She assumed that this set of black clothes would be taken off and she would put on her original clothes again. When Lauren thought of this, she felt relieved. If the pocket dimension went missing, she would not be able to live anymore. System Divine 9, Host, I thought I was the one you can't live without. System Divine 9, I don't have time to joke with you now. Have you asked about the things I asked you to ask? Lauren did not find any more information about the soul-returning spell in the ancient books. She thought that the host from other countries might have encountered similar situations, so she had allowed System Divine 9 to go on a trip to find out more. System Divine 9, there's no problem when I'm in charge. I went to ask my elder sister. She said that if you wanted to improve the effect of the soul-returning talisman, first of all, you had to choose those talismans with stronger spiritual power. Because these children's souls have left their physical bodies for too long, they need stronger summoning power to be summoned back. Secondly, the distance between the soul and the physical body also had an effect. So that's how it is. I still need to refine the talismans with stronger spiritual power. Last year, I used up all those talismans to catch that 200-year-old vampire. After Irene had arranged all those things, she went out again. Lauren could sense that the sound of her high heels was getting further and further away. When Irene returned again, she was not alone. Judging from the sound of footsteps, it was likely that the master had also arrived. They had yet to enter the room, but the sound of their conversation had already reached Lauren's ears. Are the preparations done? They're done. I've already changed the child's clothes. We're just waiting for the auspicious time. All right, then I'll do the preparations on my side as well. In the next second, the door to the room was opened. There was no normal lighting in the room. The lighting was the same as in the other rooms. It was red and Lauren could not see the master's face clearly. However, Lauren was able to see the master's robes clearly. He was wearing a black and white robe. The black and white trigram in the middle of the robe, in particular, immediately reminded Lauren of someone. Lauren recalled where she had seen this robe before, the day Master Maverick came to the Torres family. On that day, Master Maverick was wearing exactly the same robe. Lauren used her right eye to take a closer look. As expected, she found a pattern of gold threads on the edge of the man's robe. Lauren finally knew why she felt that this master's voice was very familiar from the beginning. Chapter 157, TLL. The master had been writing and drawing on the altar with his back facing Lauren ever since he entered the room. Lauren surmised that he was drawing a talisman for the ceremony. Since Lauren was wearing a mask, she could roll her eyes openly. After Master Maverick finished writing the talisman, someone brought over a folding screen from outside the room. The folding screen split the room into two. Lauren was moved behind the folding screen, and Master Maverick also stood behind it. The talisman he had just written was now in his hand. At the same time, he was holding a mahogany sword in his hand. The moment she saw the mahogany sword, Lauren was certain that this master was Master Maverick. Although Lauren had yet to see his face, she was certain that this mahogany sword belonged to Master Maverick. The ghost exorcising wooden swords held by priests or mags were not mass-produced, each of them was unique. The patterns and even the colors of each sword were different. There would always be some slight differences. Lauren remembered that when she was at the Torres family that day, there was a peach blossom on the handle of Master Maverick's mahogany sword. There was a red dot on one of the petals of the peach blossom. The wooden sword in this person's hand had the same characteristics. Lauren did not believe that there was such a coincidence in this world. However, she did not expect Master Maverick, who was respectful, humble and upright in the Torres family, to do such a thing. It seemed that the identity and status given to him by the Torres family was a very good form of protection for him. Soon, Lauren heard someone walking towards the room again. This time, the footsteps were very familiar. It was Quinn. Quinn did not sleep well last night. He had been having all sorts of strange dreams. However, he could not remember anything after he woke up. He was just in a daze. He felt like he hadn't slept at all, so he was very listless in the morning. According to Pauline's request, he had specially bought a full red sports suit and put on a thin coat over it. After finishing his breakfast in one gulp, Quinn was brought here by the car that Pauline had sent. When he arrived, Pauline was waiting for him in the parking lot. With Pauline leading the way this time, they smoothly arrived at the basement floor. Quinn followed Pauline through the corridors and finally stopped in front of a room. Quinn saw the sign at the door of the room. This time, it was engraved with the letter TLL. Quinn was no longer as afraid as before when he walked into the room. However, he did not know what he was going to do next. So, he was a little hesitant. Lauren was on one side of the folding screen, while Quinn was on the other side. Pauline said, "There are still about 10 minutes until 10 o'clock. Lauren had been thinking about how to let Quinn know she was there. She needed to create a sense of presence. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to her, Lauren quickly kicked the cage with her foot, then retracted it back to its original state. Since no one was talking, the sound was very obvious in the room. Lauren felt Master Maverick's gaze on her for a while, but he did not notice anything unusual. So, he turned his head back. None of them took the sound to heart. They thought it was just the cage. However, Quinn noticed it. He asked, "Pauline, what is behind this folding screen?" Pauline did not intend to hide it from Quinn. "Behind this folding screen is a child that can help you become famous." When Lauren mentioned the living dead to Quinn previously, Quinn was still a little skeptical. However, after hearing what Pauline said, he could not help but believe it. Such a thing actually existed. Of course, he could not reveal his shock right now. "Pauline, this child is helping me because I want to become famous, so..." Quinn did not continue because he could not find the right words to describe. Pauline nodded. "Yes, this child is your tool to become famous. You don't have to feel guilty. She was bought with money." Quinn recalled the cases of the missing children that Lauren and Franklin had discussed earlier. He seemed to have some idea of what had happened. He suddenly recalled what Lauren had mentioned on the notebook yesterday. She had said that they would meet today. Could it be that she was referring to? He then recalled how Pauline had called him that night and asked him, "How's your sister?" Now, Quinn finally understood why Pauline had asked that question. It was because they had kidnapped Lauren. Chapter 158, Confirmation of Identity. At this moment, it was as if Lauren and Quinn were connected in spirit. "Pauline, May I take a look at the child inside? Pauline was stunned for a moment, but she did not reject Quinn. That's good too. If you talk to her, she won't have so much resentment, and it will help you better on the road to success. However, this child can't talk, and you can't touch her either. Quinn let out a sigh of relief. Things had gone unexpectedly smoothly. Master, please come out for a moment. I have some questions I'd like to consult you about. Perhaps they were confident that nothing would go wrong, so Irene and Pauline allowed Quinn and Lauren to be alone with each other. The master had just walked out from the other side of the folding screen when Quinn walked in from the other side. When Quinn saw the child in the cage, he was shocked beyond words. He did not expect them to put a child in the cage. However, the child was wearing black clothes and a mask. Quinn was not sure if this person was Lauren. There was someone else on the other side of the folding screen. Quinn could not say anything that would expose their identity. He couldn't make any strange noises, or else they would definitely find out. Quinn stood in front of the cage, not knowing what to do. He squatted down, wanting to take a closer look. As he didn't want to make the people on the other side of the folding screen suspicious, Quinn began to talk. I heard that you can help me on my path to fame more smoothly. I hope that you can bless my future star path to be smooth, and I will worship you well. Quinn repeated the same words over and over again. As he spoke, he tried to find an opportunity to confirm the identity of the child in the cage. However, before Quinn could think of a solution, the child in the cage reached out her hand and grabbed Quinn's hand that was holding onto the railing. In that instant, Quinn was able to confirm that the person in the cage was Lauren. He did not know how he was able to confirm it, but his heart told him that it was her. Lauren's small hands were still very warm, but they were stained with dust and were a little dirty. Quinn raised his other hand and placed it on Lauren's hand. In just a few short seconds, both of them had gained a lot of courage from each other. If they dragged on, they would arouse suspicion. Lauren hurriedly touched the lock on the cage and made a motion to turn the key. Quinn immediately understood Lauren's intention. However, before they could continue their conversation, Pauline spoke up. It's almost time. Quinn, come out. The ceremony is about to begin. Quinn looked at Lauren, then he stood up and walked out. Quinn, hurry up and say hello to Master Maverick. This is your future benefactor, Master Maverick. Quinn turned around to face the man at the altar. It was only then that Quinn realized that he knew this man. Master Maverick, that's right, it's me. We meet again, Quinn. Why are you here? Quinn was stunned. Unexpected events happened one after another. Quinn did not know who else he could trust. Master Maverick smiled faintly as he waved the mahogany sword in his hand. I'm just making money while helping others at the same time. Pauline asked, you two know each other? Master Maverick has been hosting our family's sacrificial ceremony. That makes things easier. All right, the auspicious time has come. Let's begin. Master Maverick waved his hand, and all the red candles in the room were lit up. The flickering light from the candles made everyone feel dizzy. Pauline nodded. Quinn, take off your coat. After saying that, Pauline went behind the folding screen and unlocked Lauren's cage. She took Lauren out and pulled her to the altar. Master Maverick put an iron basin on the ground and put some talismans in it. Then he picked up a candle and threw it into the iron basin, where the talismans were instantly lit aflame, crackling in the fire. Then, Master Maverick picked up a piece of paper with something written on it. Lauren identified it as her birth date and chart. Of course, that was fake information. She had made it up. Master Maverick muttered something to himself as he looked at the piece of paper. Then, he placed the piece of paper into the iron basin and burned it. Lauren remained in the same position, waiting for the right moment to strike. It seemed that the masterminds behind these missing children cases were all here. They could be caught in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a sudden ringtone sounded. Master Maverick was interrupted, and he was a little unhappy. Irene apologized profusely and went out to answer the phone. She came back in less than 10 seconds. Not good, something happened. Chapter 159, A Vicious Spell. Seeing the anxious look on Irene's face, Master Maverick and Pauline knew that something serious had happened. However, this kind of ritual could not be stopped midway. Otherwise, the spell would backfire. Of course, Master Maverick did not want such a thing to happen, so he pulled Lauren along and insisted that they had to complete this ritual. Although Irene had an anxious look on her face, she also knew how serious this matter was. Therefore, she stood aside for the time being and did not speak. Master Maverick sped up the progress of the ritual. He pulled Lauren's hand and took out a knife. He was about to cut Lauren's wrist. Lauren would not submit obediently. Her blood was precious. She grabbed Master Maverick's hand. Lauren was very strong, forcing Master Maverick to fall to his knees. The knife in his hand also fell to the ground. Pauline and Irene were stunned, having no idea what had happened. Master Maverick was shocked. He removed Lauren's mask with his free hand. When he saw Lauren's face, he widened his eyes and asked, "Why is it you?" "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Irene and Pauline saw that Lauren could actually talk and that Master Maverick was subdued on the ground. They realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to run away. Lauren quickly shouted, "Quinn, quickly stick the immobilizing talisman on their bodies." Lauren was busy dealing with Master Maverick. She had no time for the two women. Fortunately, Quinn reacted quickly and caught up with Pauline and Irene in just 2 or 3 steps. The moment Lauren made her move, Quinn had already taken out the talismans that Lauren had given him and held them tightly in his hands. He was waiting for the right time to make use of them. These talismans had been with Quinn for so long, and finally, it was time to use them. He felt more than a little excited. After hearing what Lauren said, Quinn immediately pasted 2 pieces of immobilizing talisman on the bodies of Irene and Pauline. Master Maverick was also a person who knew spells, but now that Lauren's pocket dimension was not with her, she could only use brute force to twist Master Maverick's hands to the back and temporarily control him. "Quinn, quickly go and bring me my clothes." Quinn was holding a stack of talismans in his hand. Beside him stood Irene and Pauline, who were still motionless. They were still maintaining their escape posture and it was a little comical. When he heard Lauren's instructions, Quinn was a little hesitant. But this immobilizing talisman can only be used for 1 minute. What if Irene and Pauline ran away? Master Maverick was struggling non-stop. No matter how strong Lauren was, she had not eaten for the past 2 days and her body was already quite weak. Moreover, Master Maverick was a 1.8 meter tall man. Lauren was worried that she would not be able to hold on any longer. If you put a few more immobilizing talismans on their bodies, the time can be increased. This type of immobilizing talisman was modified by Lauren. The effective immobilizing time of an ordinary immobilizing talisman could not be stacked. No matter how many talismans were put on them at the same time, the effect would only last for 1 minute. However, the type of immobilizing talisman that Lauren had modified could stack their duration. Back then, there were even quite a number of people in the church who wanted to buy Lauren's immobilizing talisman. Upon hearing Lauren's words, Quinn nodded his head and quickly added a few more immobilizing talismans to the 2 of them. However, Master Maverick could already feel Lauren's weakness. He could feel that Lauren's control over him was gradually weakening. At this moment, Quinn had already gone to the corner to pick up Lauren's clothes, but it was still too late. Master Maverick had already used brute force to break free from Lauren. Lauren did not have anything on her body at the moment. It was precisely because of this that Master Maverick brandished his mahogany sword, intending to use some unorthodox methods to control Lauren. Previously in the Torres family, he had already discovered that Lauren's energy was very pure. People like her were most afraid of losing her energy. Master Maverick quickly took out a piece of paper from his clothes. He bit his finger and quickly wrote a talisman on it. Lauren recognized the talisman. This kind of talisman was extremely vicious. Once this kind of talisman was awakened by blood, it would quickly suck out a person's vital essence. The person whose vital essence was sucked out would quickly turn into a withered corpse, while the vital essence that was sucked out would be absorbed and used by the caster. This type of charm that could harm lives was extremely evil and dark, so it had been banned for many years. Lauren had only seen it in ancient books, but she had never seen anyone actually use such a spell. Chapter 160, Rescue. The ancient book was already out of print. The only one in the world was in Lauren's magic library. How did Master Maverick know about such a spell? Quinn threw the clothes in his hands to Lauren. But it was impossible for Lauren to write another spell to deal with Master Maverick in time. Moreover, she was so weak right now. No matter what, she would not be able to resist such an evil spell. System Divine 9. Host, calm down. Try using physical attacks. Master Maverick is not indestructible. System Divine 9 spoke quickly and calmly. Master Maverick's talisman was about to be completed. Lauren was brainstorming what was in her pocket dimension that could be of use. Physical attack, got it. Lauren quickly took out the bottle filled with gas that George had given her the other day. She uncapped the bottle and threw it at Master Maverick. Master Maverick was focused on writing the spell. He was caught off guard and did not know what Lauren had thrown at him. He took a deep breath and stood there in a daze. However, what Lauren did not expect was that this kind of physical attack was actually useless against Master Maverick. He was only dazed for 2 to 3 seconds before he recovered. The talisman was almost finished. Just as Master Maverick was about to drip his blood onto it, the door to the room suddenly opened. The entire room was instantly filled with a gust of chilly wind. The candles swayed wildly in the wind. Lauren's eyes widened. In the next second, Master Maverick seemed to have been controlled by something. His hands were waving around in a disobedient manner. The talisman he was writing was also blown to the ground by the wind. Quinn had just made a 911 call to ask for police assistance. He was currently in a corner and was a little confused about the current situation. The sudden gust of wind in the room caused Lauren's hair to fly in all directions. The others might not know what happened, but Lauren saw everything clearly. The moment the door opened, George and his group of ghosts rushed in. They temporarily held Master Maverick back. Unlike Lauren, Master Maverick did not have clairvoyance. He needed a spell to pinpoint the location of the ghost. As a result, Master Maverick was a little flustered. Taking advantage of this moment, Lauren quickly picked up her pocket dimension and hung it on her body. With his many years of experience, Master Maverick quickly realized what was going on. As he fought against the ghosts, he walked to the sacrificial table. He cast the ghost in his right hand aside and used his temporarily free right hand to pick up the mahogany sword on the sacrificial table. He quickly used the blade of the mahogany sword to cut his palm. After it was stained with his blood, the sword was immediately surrounded by a faint black gas. Master Maverick waved the mahogany sword twice, and pushed some of the ghosts holding on his body away. From Lauren's perspective, she could see that Master Maverick's 2 swings had already caused the souls of 2 ghosts to dissipate. Ghosts could not be killed. The only outcome for them was that their souls would dissipate and they would never be able to reincarnate. Master Maverick did not have the time to use a spell to see the exact location of the ghosts. He could only judge based on his senses. These ghosts had bought Lauren time, allowing her to think of a solution. She took out some talismans from the depths of her pocket dimension. These talismans looked like they had not been used for a long time, and the patterns on them were somewhat faded. She threw the pile of talismans to Quinn. "Quinn, stick the invisibility talisman I gave you to yourself. Then, stick this stack of talismans around Master Maverick. You can just stick them on the floor." Quinn caught the talismans accurately and started to move without saying a word. He took out the invisibility talisman that Lauren had given him and stuck it on his forehead. Then he took the talismans and stuck it around Master Maverick on the floor. At the same time, Lauren took out her rosewood sword from her pocket dimension. As she chanted, she brushed her left hand across the blade of the rosewood sword. She had not used this incantation for a long time, but she could still remember the spell and blurt it out. The rosewood sword quickly displayed a line of incantations, according to what Lauren was chanting. Quinn moved very quickly. He had already affixed the talismans on the floor and stood to the side. Master Maverick was swinging his mahogany sword in random directions. Although it was completely out of order, many of the ghosts had already been injured by his mahogany sword. Lauren saw that many ghosts were slowly turning transparent. Chapter 161, Dissipate all his energy. The moment Lauren finished chanting the incantation, the talismans on the ground suddenly emitted a red light and pointed straight at Master Maverick. In that instant, Master Maverick suddenly let out a loud cry. The mahogany sword in his hand fell to the ground. Quinn could see that there was a faint blue glow on Master Maverick's body that was continuously spreading outwards. His hand was originally gripping the neck of a ghost, but now it was slowly relaxing. Master Maverick was twitching on the spot. The blue glow on his body grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared. The red glow emitted by the talismans on the ground also disappeared. Lauren waved her hand, and all the talismans burned at once. In an instant, only ashes were left. However, what puzzled Quinn was that when the light disappeared, Master Maverick was still standing perfectly fine, as if nothing had happened. But Lauren knew that the current Master Maverick no longer knew any sorcery or spell. The spell that she cast just now had already dissipated all his energy. Unlike the vicious spell that Master Maverick cast, Lauren's spell was also an ancient type of spell, but it would not breed evil energy, and it would not harm Master Maverick's body. The current Master Maverick was now just an ordinary person. Those ghosts were still pestering Master Maverick. He picked up his mahogany sword and realized that the black energy surrounding the mahogany sword had disappeared. He closed his eyes and sensed it. He realized that the energy that had once flowed through his body had disappeared. "Lauren, what did you do to me?" Master Maverick pounced on Lauren, but Quinn was even faster. With a flying kick, Master Maverick fell to the ground. Master Maverick was just an ordinary person now. After being kicked by Quinn, he fell to the ground and did not get up for a long time. The two people who were temporarily safe heaved a sigh of relief. "I've already called the police. The police should be here soon." Lauren nodded. "But can the police find us? Didn't you say that they set up some ghostly wall formation in the parking lot?" "They can. Master Maverick must have set up that formation as well. I've already dispelled all of his spells, so that formation will naturally disappear as well." Quinn heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Are you all right? Why do you look so pale?" Lauren simply shook her head. "I'm hungry." There was no food with Quinn that he could give to Lauren. He looked around and saw that there was still some fruit on the table. "Do you want to eat a banana first?" Lauren shook her head. Everything had not been resolved yet, so she was not in the mood to eat. Moreover, she did not tell Quinn that her current weakness could not be made up just by eating. The spell that she cast on Master Maverick just now was very draining on her energy. Moreover, Master Maverick's spiritual power was not weak, so Lauren needed to expend even more energy. The amount of energy that she had to expend could only be replenished by resting or taking energy replenishing pills. Pauline and Irene were still bound by the immobilizing talismans, and they only had one immobilizing talisman left on their bodies. In other words, the immobilizing talismans would disappear in less than a minute. Lauren quickly stuck a few more talismans on their bodies. This mission had consumed too many talismans. She would need to replenish her inventory later on. Quinn was no longer afraid. He walked over to Master Maverick and saw that he was still covering his head. He then stomped on Master Maverick's stomach. "To think that my grandmother trusted you so much, and yet you did all these dirty deeds." After giving Master Maverick a kick, Quinn was still angry, so he went ahead and gave him a few more kicks, bruising him and making him unable to get up from the ground. He had never thought that he would be defeated in such a manner. Quinn raised his foot and wanted to step on Master Maverick again. However, before he could do so, the door to the room opened. A few heavily armed police officers rushed in. Quinn retracted his foot and took a few steps back before handing Master Maverick over to the police officers. Franklin came in behind the police officers. After entering the room, Franklin ignored the situation in the room and looked directly at Lauren. At that moment, Lauren was dressed in a black outfit and her hair was disheveled. The black outfit and her black hair made her look even paler. The police officers had already begun to handcuff the culprits. Franklin quickly walked to Lauren's side and squatted down. He grabbed onto Lauren's shoulder, looking worried as ever. "Lauren, are you okay?" Seeing that Franklin was safe, Lauren felt a huge weight lifted off her heart. Chapter 162, Mysterious Deaths. Lauren shook her head and forced a smile. "I am fine. Did you save the children?" Franklin nodded. "Don't worry, they were rescued without a hitch." Lauren thought that this was probably the bad news that Irene wanted to tell the rest. Before they came, Franklin had already explained the specific situation to the police officers, so the police officers did not ask any more questions. After handcuffing the three people, they brought them to the police station. Franklin, Quinn and Lauren were also going to the police station to make a statement. As the seats inside the police cars were insufficient for everyone and Franklin was also very familiar with the police, they allowed Franklin and his siblings to get to the police station themselves. Lauren and Quinn sat in the back row, while Franklin sat in the passenger seat together with Ben the driver. When Ben saw Lauren, although he had a lot of questions to ask, he kept them to himself for the time being. Ben followed the police car in front. Franklin took out a lunchbox from nowhere and handed it to Lauren. Lauren took the lunchbox. It was still warm. "You must have been hungry for the past 2 days, right?" Lauren pursed her lips. Compared to when she was in the room just now, she was not as determined and tenacious now. Now, she had become a child again. "I'm not just hungry, I'm starving. I feel like I've lost a few pounds." Lauren's words made the other 3 people in the car laugh. They were relieved to see that Lauren was still the same as before. Lauren opened the lunchbox. Inside were 2 large chicken legs with a fragrant aroma. Lauren wiped her hands with a wet towel and picked up a chicken leg. Then, she handed the other chicken leg to Quinn. "What? You're actually giving me the chicken leg?" Quinn asked in disbelief, not daring to accept it. "Didn't I promise you before? Now that you've helped me complete my mission, you'll be my partner in the future. Of course, you'll get to share everything with me." Without realizing it, the few people in the car had already become her partners. Quinn gulped. After the shock of the morning, he had already used up most of his energy. He had finished his breakfast in a rush this morning and had forgotten what he had eaten. He was hungry now. "Then I'll really eat it." Lauren nodded. Quinn unceremoniously picked up the other drumstick, and the 2 people in the back row began to chew on their own drumsticks. Franklin smiled when he saw the 2 people in the back row doing the same thing. After the case of the missing child, the 2 of them seemed to be more familiar with each other, and they were no longer as hostile to each other as before. After eating the chicken drumstick, Lauren recovered some of her strength. After arriving at the police station, Lauren and her brothers were taken to make a statement, while Pauline and Irene were brought to the interrogation room for questioning. Lauren was the first to complete her statement. After that, she sat on a chair at the police station and waited for her brothers to come out. However, Lauren heard a shocking piece of news before the 2 of them came out. Pauline and Irene had actually met with an accident. After hearing the news, Lauren rushed to the interrogation room, but it was already too late. The police officer in the interrogation room stretched out his hand to check the duo's breathing and shook his head. "They're already dead. There are no wounds. We might have to wait for the medical examiner to come over." Lauren stood on tiptoe and looked in through the glass window. She asked, "Can I go in and take a look?" At this moment, Quinn and Franklin had already rushed over after hearing the news. The police officers nodded. They knew how important Lauren was to this case. This young lady was much more capable than them. Maybe Lauren could discover some new clues. "You can go in and take a look, but don't touch the body. The medical examiner will be here soon." Therefore, Quinn and Franklin went in with Lauren. There were still police officers standing guard inside. Irene and Pauline were lying on the chairs with their heads tilted to the side. Apart from the fearful expression on their faces, they had died a clean death. There were no blood stains or wounds on their bodies. Their deaths were quick and strange. Lauren looked around the 2 of them, but she did not see anything unusual. She walked out of the interrogation room. "If the medical examiner has found anything, please inform me." "No problem." After interacting with Lauren for a few times, these police officers were very fond of her. She was smart and polite. She would play when she was supposed to, and when she was supposed to be serious, she would be extremely serious. No one could find any fault with her. After that, Franklin and Quinn went to finish the rest of their statements. Of course, the 3 of them did not tell the police everything. It was best not to reveal Lauren's ability to others so as to avoid any trouble. Therefore, they only claimed that they had accidentally bumped into this criminal gang. On the way back, Lauren was a little tired. She leaned against the car window and did not speak. In her heart, she was still thinking about the mysterious deaths of Irene and Pauline. Chapter 163, Eternal Youth. The sudden deaths of Pauline and Irene had left a lot of things unexplained. For example, where did the other missing children go? The number of cages in the basement definitely did not match the number of missing children. Could it be that the other missing children had really gone missing? And where did Master Maverick's long-lost curse come from? How did Pauline and Irene die? Were they the only culprits? Was there no one else behind the scenes? All the questions were now a mess in Lauren's mind. "Lauren, what are you thinking about? Why are you frowning?" After leaving the police station, Franklin noticed that Lauren's mood was obviously different from before. Hasn't this matter already been resolved? Don't think too much about it. Those children that were rescued have already been sent to the hospital. Lauren smiled and nodded. She did not want Franklin to worry either. I know, Franklin. I just feel that it's very strange that Pauline and Irene suddenly died. She did not tell them about the doubts and guesses in her heart to avoid making them even more worried. Are we going home now? But I want to go to the hospital to see those children first. At this moment, Lauren suddenly remembered something. She turned to Quinn, who was sitting next to her, and said, Quinn, can you do me a favor? Ask those artistes from your company for the pendants. Those children need these pendants in order to wake up. Quinn nodded, indicating that he would take care of it. Pauline is only in charge of a dozen or so artistes, so there are not many pendants. But we have saved so many kids. What happened to the other kids' pendants? Lauren shook her head, indicating that she did not know either. This was also one of the suspicious points that she was thinking about. She did not rule out the possibility that some of the kids were used by Irene to preserve her youth. Lauren had seen some information from the ancient books when she was trapped in the basement these 2 days. Every time she saw Irene was wearing a very strong perfume. If Lauren guessed correctly, she was trying to cover up the stench on her body. It was a method of preserving eternal youth created by evil men. These women made themselves young by eating food made from the placenta and some dead babies that died before the age of 1. However, there were some disadvantages to this method. First, the body would give off a bloody stench. Second, the placenta and the dead babies would also suck blood. If the placenta and the dead babies failed to transcend successfully, they would become very evil things. They would continue to live by eating human blood. They were determined to stay in this world even if they had to attach to another person's body. The stench could be covered with perfume. It was not a big deal. However, in order to prevent their blood from being sucked dry, some people would drink the blood of children while eating the placenta to ensure their safety. This way, they could remain young and their blood would not be sucked dry. Lauren thought that a portion of the children should have been used by Irene as a blood bank. As for the placenta and the dead babies, it was likely that Irene had some connections with some people in the hospital and she had bought them from these people. The souls of these children must have been collectively sealed in a certain place. They could only use soul-returning talismans to summon these souls back one by one. Lauren shared her thoughts on Irene with her brothers and Ben in the car. Ben was driving the car. He could not help but complained, "No way. Irene is actually such a person. It's too disgusting and I actually talked to her." Quinn was also disgusted. Using such a method to maintain her youth is too scary. Isn't her husband afraid to lie beside her every day? When Lauren mentioned eating the placenta, Quinn almost vomited. Franklin was calm and collected as usual. However, Lauren could also see the disgust and conflict in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the pendants." After this incident, Quinn seemed to have become a lot bolder. At this moment, Ben's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was from Yulia Citra. "Miss Torres, Lily's mother is calling." A month ago, if she had not noticed Yulia at the amusement park, she would not have discovered such a big case. Ben connected the Bluetooth to the car, then he pressed the answer button. Following that, Yulia's voice could be heard through the car's stereo. Unlike her usual depressed or calm voice, Yulia's voice was filled with excitement this time. "Hello, everyone. Hello, Auntie Yulia," Lauren called out loudly. "Hey, it's great that you're there, Lauren. I just received a call from the police saying that my daughter has been found. I'm rushing over to her right now." Chapter 164. Doctor was puzzled. "I heard from the police that it was a little girl and a few men who saved the child. I guessed it was you." Lauren smiled happily. Both Franklin and Quinn felt that since it was clearly a 3-person rescue team, why couldn't they have names too? "That's good. Auntie, you can finally reunite with your daughter. I heard from the police that Lily seems to be still unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. But it's already very good that you were able to find her. Thank you so much." Yulia's voice was choked with sobs, and the people in the car were moved by her words. This was the most genuine expression of a mother. "No need to thank me. When Lily wakes up, you have to bring her along to play with me." "Of course. I'll bring Lily along to thank you personally." "Okay, we'll go to the hospital to visit Lily as well." After hanging up the phone, Lauren temporarily threw all her worries to the back of her mind. She was so happy to be able to help someone. Lauren looked at Quinn, who was sitting beside her. He seemed to be in a good mood as well. He had one hand on the car window and the corner of his mouth was curled upwards. "Should we go to the hospital first? I need to help those children summon their souls back." The police must have been making phone calls to the parents of these missing children. If these children were all in a coma, it was hard to guarantee that they would not attract attention. Franklin nodded. "Then let's go to the hospital first." Ben turned a corner and drove toward Mayo Hospital. System Divine 9, "But host, your current condition is not very good. There are so many children. Your body will definitely not be able to take it. It doesn't matter. We will save as many as we can now." System Divine 9 had been with Lauren for more than 3 years. Knowing her personality, it no longer tried to persuade her. It quietly stayed in Lauren's spiritual consciousness to help her recover her energy. Quinn got off the car near Golden Star Agency. Due to this incident, the basement had been sealed up, but the other areas were still open. Quinn did not go to the artistes one by one to get the pendants back. Instead, he went to knock on Isaac Atkinson's office door directly. Isaac did not know what had happened to Pauline until he heard from Quinn. Did such a thing really happen? The police had already arrested Pauline and her aunt, Irene. The two of them were in cahoots. However, when Pauline and Irene arrived at the police station, the two of them died a mysterious death. The police are still investigating the matter. Isaac had no idea. He had always thought of Pauline as a manager with good business skills. He did not know that Pauline had used such methods. Isaac had been in this industry for a long time. He knew that celebrities would resort to unorthodox methods in order to become famous. When he was abroad, he had also seen some religious beliefs in other countries, similar to that of Pauline. "Perhaps the police will come and question you soon. After all, you're Pauline's boss. I'm afraid Golden Star Agency will be thoroughly investigated as well." Isaac was not worried about this. "I've always been frank and honest in my work, so I'm not worried." Of course, Quinn did not reveal too much about Lauren. Back then, when Isaac was saved by Lauren, he knew Lauren had some strange abilities, so he did not ask much about it. Because of Lauren, Isaac was given the task of retrieving the pendants, and he readily agreed to it. "Don't worry, this small matter won't be a problem. Lauren's matter is my matter." "What happened between you and Lauren?" Quinn was a little curious as to why Lauren, who was so young, had so many things in her past. Isaac shook his head mysteriously. "This is a secret between me and Lauren." Quinn rolled his eyes. "Do you think you're filming a drama series? You have so many secrets." "I'm leaving." After sending Quinn off, Isaac immediately got someone to contact Pauline's artistes and invited them over to his office. When Lauren and the others arrived at the hospital, they happened to bump into a doctor who was treating these children. The doctor had a puzzled look on his face as he touched them. "This is really strange. I've been practicing medicine for so many years, but I've never seen this kind of illness. Although the heartbeat of these children is very weak, it's normal. Most of the children are severely malnourished, but it's impossible for them to be unconscious." Chapter 165, From Darkness to Light. As these children were involved in missing cases, the police had specially sent people to guard the door of the ward. Some of the children's parents had already rushed over upon hearing the news. They lay in front of the child's bed and cried. It was unknown whether they were crying because they had finally found their child or because the child was currently unconscious. As expected, more sincere prayers could be heard in the hospital than in the church. As the parents were all in the hospital ward, it was not appropriate for Lauren to enter rashly. Instead, she stood at the door of the ward, looking from one ward to another. "Mom, it was that sister who saved me. She even gave me a meat bun," a young boy's voice sounded from behind. Lauren turned her head and realized that the person who spoke was actually Oliver. Perhaps it was because he had not spoken for a long time. Oliver's voice was very hoarse. Lauren had already summoned Oliver's soul back. Although he still looked sallow and emaciated, his spirit was much better now. There was an IV drip inserted into his hand. Beside him was a woman who was holding the drip bag for him. The woman's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her hair was also very messy. It was obvious that she had left in a hurry. It must be his mother. Oliver and his mother walked towards Lauren. Oliver's mother immediately knelt on the ground as soon as she walked over. "Thank you so much. You saved my son." "Thank you." Lauren quickly went to help Oliver's mother up. "Auntie, please get up." Oliver's mother stubbornly refused to get up. It was Ben who helped her up. The human traffic was busy in the hospital. There was not a moment when it was quiet. After sending Oliver and his mother back to the ward, Franklin then commented, "There are too many people now. It's not convenient for you to save these children. Why don't we do it another day? I'll contact the hospital director and have them seal this area." Lauren's only thought was to save the children. She did not expect this. So, she just nodded her head. Ben went to get the car while Lauren and Franklin waited at the hospital entrance. Lauren felt a little tired, so she squatted down and hugged her knees with both hands. Franklin received a call from work and was currently on the phone. It was noon and the sun was blazing. The sun was directly shining down from above, and the temperature was a little high. However, Lauren felt very cold and her whole body was covered in cold sweat. Ben drove over slowly. Lauren stood up, but she suddenly felt her vision darken, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed her. "Lauren, Miss Torres." Lauren saw Ben and Franklin running towards her at the same time, and their faces were full of surprise and anxiety. Lauren did not know what happened next. She felt like she had a very long dream. In the dream, it was pitch black and she was the only one walking. In the dream, there was no concept of time or space. She did not know how long she had been walking for, so she could only keep walking forward. Just when she was exhausted and wanted to give up, suddenly, there were a few figures in front of her. These figures were tall and big, and they looked very familiar. Lauren ran forward with all her might and realized that they were Franklin, Quinn, Ben and Mr. Hayes. When they saw Lauren, they extended their hands to her. "Lauren," they called out Lauren's name at the same time. Gradually, their voices overlapped with each other again. In her dream, Lauren held their hands and walked forward until they finally reached a bright spot. She suddenly opened her eyes and she was greeted with a familiar room. The pitch-black night outside the window reminded Lauren that it was already nighttime. She felt that she had no strength left in her body now. She felt lazy, and all she wanted to do was to lie down. In the next second, the door to Lauren's room was opened. The footsteps of the person who came were very light. "Franklin," Lauren called out softly. She had already recognized from the footsteps that it was Franklin. When he heard Lauren's voice, Franklin quickly walked to her bedside. "Lauren, you're awake." Franklin turned on the light above Lauren's bed. Lauren nodded. "Franklin, what happened to me? Why is it nighttime now?" Franklin still had lingering fear when he thought about this incident. At that time, he was on the phone talking about work matters. When he turned around, he saw Lauren collapse to the ground. Behind him was the hospital, so he quickly took Lauren to the emergency room with Ben. The doctor said it was because Lauren had not eaten for 2 days, and as a result, she had low blood sugar which caused her to faint. After giving Lauren glucose, she was sent home. Chapter 166, Wanted to eat meat. She had been in coma since noon and had only just woken up. She had slept for 7 to 8 hours in total. During these few hours, Franklin, Quinn and Mr. Hayes would come up every now and then to check on Lauren's condition. "You have no idea how worried Mr. Hayes was when he saw you." Lauren pursed her lips and said guiltily, "I'm sorry to make everyone worry." She had underestimated the difficulty of this mission and thought that it would be as easy as before. It seemed that missions would only get more and more challenging. "I will be more careful in the future." She had to put a lot of meat buns in the pocket dimension. After 2 or 3 days, Lauren's little face had indeed become a little sharper, and she looked weak. "You should take a good rest now and take care of your body. Then, we won't have to worry anymore. Lie down first and I'll get Mr. Hayes to prepare some food for you." Lauren nodded obediently. Everyone knew Lauren had woken up after Franklin went downstairs and told them. They all came up to see her. The first one to come up was Mr. Hayes. "Miss Lauren, you're finally awake. I've already asked the kitchen to prepare some delicious food for you. What happened? Why did your body become so weak after you went to the church?" Lauren reached out from under the blanket and held Mr. Hayes' hand. Mr. Hayes was the first person who brought her warmth in the Torres family. He was just like a grandfather to her. "Mr. Hayes, I'm fine. It's just that I had too much fun these past 2 days. Lauren stuck her tongue out at Mr. Hayes, trying to cover the real reason by acting coquettishly. A maid even came up with a tablet. Miss Torres, you've missed a few episodes of the TV series over the past few days when you're not around, so I brought a tablet up for you to catch up on the episodes. Soon, the bed was filled with people standing in front of Lauren. Although Lauren was still feeling unwell, she felt warm inside. There were so many people who missed her. Where's my second brother? Why don't I see him? Mr. Hayes was shocked when he heard Lauren call Quinn her second brother. Miss Torres, when did your relationship with Master Quinn become so good? Lauren did not know how to explain it. Well, he's actually quite a nice person. I just played with him. Mr. Hayes smiled widely. That's great. Master Quinn received a call half an hour ago. He said that he was going back to the company to get a pendant or something. Lauren nodded, and her attention was immediately drawn to something else. The kitchen staff worked rapidly. In less than 15 minutes, they brought a few dishes to Lauren. Lauren pursed her lips when she saw the dishes. It was not as lavish as what she had imagined. I want to eat meat. A bowl of plain white porridge was placed in front of her. There were also a few side dishes, with bits and pieces of meat mixed in them. It was a pitifully small amount of food. Mr. Hayes looked at the aggrieved look on Lauren's face and quickly comforted her. Miss Torres, your body is still very weak. You can only eat something light. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. Franklin chimed in, that's right. The doctor said that your stomach has not been digesting food properly for the past 2 days. So if you start having a lavish meal now, your stomach will not be able to take it. You can only start with some simple food and let your stomach readjust. Franklin relayed word for word what the doctor said to him to Lauren. Well, it's good to have something to eat anyway. Lauren picked up a spoon and began to eat the porridge in big gulps. Lauren had been hungry for too long. Surprisingly, she was even eating the porridge with relish. She soon finished all the food. Are you full? Lauren nodded with a bright smile, then shook her head. Yes, I'm full, but I don't feel like I've eaten anything. Lauren was right. She was a person who used to enjoy meat, but yet she did not eat any meat this time. Although her stomach was full, her heart was empty. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I'm not going to work. If your body recovers tomorrow, I'll take you out for a big meal. Hearing that there would be a big meal, Lauren's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded her head. After that, Lauren used her tablet to watch another episode of the TV series. Franklin then took the tablet away. The doctor said that you need to rest more and go to bed earlier. Lauren was also a little sleepy after eating her fill. She obediently laid down and allowed Franklin to cover her with the blanket. Perhaps it was because she had slept for too long in the afternoon, but Lauren was in a daze and could not fall asleep for a long time. Just as she was tossing and turning, the door to her room was quietly opened again. Chapter 167, Going Through a Flashback. Lauren snapped out of her daze. From the sound of footsteps, she could tell that it was Quinn. At this moment, Lauren was in a playful mood. She lay on the bed with her eyes closed, pretending that she did not know someone had entered. When the man walked up to the bed, Lauren's eyes widened and she jumped up from the bed. Ah! As expected, Quinn was shocked and took half a step back. I scared you. Lauren laughed out loud. Quinn quickly turned on the lights in the room and patted his chest. You scared me to death. I thought you were just going through a flashback. Lauren was speechless. Was this how a flashback was used? She was not going to die soon. After eating her fill, she had closed her eyes and rested for a while. With this commotion, Lauren no longer felt sleepy, and she was now in high spirits. Seeing that Lauren had recovered a little, Quinn was relieved. Lauren sat cross-legged on the soft bed. Did you get the pendants back? Quinn nodded. I did. I didn't expect Pauline to sign on only with 13 artists, and that included me. 11 of them actually had this pendant. I also heard that Cynthia has been sick recently and has been in the hospital. Lauren was not surprised by this news. The first time she saw Cynthia, she realized that she was ridiculously thin and her face was extremely pale. After learning about the pendant, Lauren guessed that Cynthia must have used her own blood to feed the pendant, which was why she was so weak. Without these pendants, those people will be fine very soon. I really don't understand. In order to become famous, these people actually thought of such a method. It's so immoral. Quinn shook his head as he spoke. Lauren replied, people's desires and greed are limitless. Having desires is a good thing, but if you can't control your desires, not only will these desires not help you grow, but they will lead you astray. Pauline and Irene are the best examples. By the way, are you all right? You don't even know how nervous Franklin and Mr. Hayes were when you fainted. Mr. Hayes looked like he was about to cry. Are Franklin and Mr. Hayes the only ones nervous? Aren't you nervous? Lauren teased. Quinn pretended to cough and looked away before he stood up again. I'm not nervous at all. If you're not nervous, why did you come to visit me in the middle of the night? I just came to see if you're dead. Come on, you're just being stubborn but soft-hearted, aren't you? Lauren thought. Of course, Lauren allowed Quinn to maintain his cold personality and did not expose him. All right, have a good rest. I'll go back first. I'll give you the pendant tomorrow. Lauren returned to her bed. Okay, good night, second brother. It was easy for her to call Quinn second brother now, and Quinn seemed to have gotten used to it. Lauren's door was closed again. She was fighting Master Maverick on the basement floor of Golden Star Agency in the morning, but now she was lying in a comfortable and warm bed. Lauren felt that the past 2 or 3 days were like a dream. It was difficult at that time, but now that she thought about it, it seemed like it was just a moment. She tossed and turned, but she could not fall asleep. Lauren kept thinking about the various scenes that happened today. She thought about how she was almost drained of her energy by the spell that Master Maverick wrote. Fortunately, the group of ghosts suddenly rushed in to help her stalled for time and saved her. At the thought of this, Lauren got up and took out her soul storage device. She knocked on the soul storage device and opened it. 4 ghosts floated out of it. These were the few ghosts that had survived among the dozen or so ghosts. George was still there. George was the one who had been grabbed by the neck. Fortunately, Lauren had chanted the spell in time and George had successfully escaped. Uncle George, we meet again. In the past, when all the ghosts were out of the soul storage device, they would have filled up Lauren's room. However, there were only 3 or 4 of them left now. Lauren instantly felt a little lonely. George seemed a little unhappy as well. George was holding on to a boy in his right hand. Lauren remembered that this boy was also helping to hold Master Maverick's leg back then. George looked at Lauren. Are you okay? Lauren shook her head. I'm fine. I just needed to rest for a while. That's good. Chapter 168, Refused to be Reincarnated. The other 2 ghosts were female ghosts, standing behind George and the little boy. Uncle George, why did you guys go over today? It's nothing. We've been discussing this for a long time. Although we're not the instigators, we're still accomplices. We were deceived back then and did something like this to hurt children, so we thought we could make up for it. George sighed as he spoke. Maybe it's right that we can't be reincarnated. People like us don't deserve to be reincarnated. Lauren pursed her lips and did not speak. George's words were indeed correct. Even if they cooperated with Lauren to save the children, those children who were hurt had already been hurt. There was no way to erase the mistakes they made. Lauren could not help but recall the moment when those ghosts were stabbed to death by Master Maverick's mahogany sword. What were they thinking? Were they willing or unwilling? Lauren had promised to help them reincarnate. Did they regret it at that moment? The little boy next to George suddenly started sobbing. Ghosts did not have tears, but Lauren could tell from the little boy's expression and voice that he was crying. It was already late at night. The moon shone brightly and hung high in the pitch-black night sky. The entire night was cold and quiet, which made the little boy's crying sound even more tragic. What is this little boy crying for? George patted the little boy's shoulder. Today, Liam's mother. George did not finish his sentence, but Lauren already knew the ending of this story. When George mentioned his mother, the little boy cried even louder. He cried while calling for his mother. Lauren did not know how to comfort Liam, because he would never see his mother again. Not in this life, and not in the next either. They would never see each other again. The soul was not reincarnated but dispersed. This meant that this person had disappeared from this world forever. Lauren opened her mouth but did not say a word. In this room, only Liam's low sobs echoed. Today was also a day of joy for some and sorrow for others. Meanwhile, Lauren was sandwiched between the 2 worlds. She felt both happy and sad. However, She could only bear these emotions alone. No one would feel the same way as her. The past was the past. Lauren had no way to change it, so she had no choice but to change the topic. I promised you before, as long as you help me complete my mission, I will think of a way to help all of you reincarnate. Then, you can become human again. Unexpectedly, George and the two female ghosts behind him shook their heads at the same time. Lauren looked at them in confusion. George explained, "We've been thinking about it for a long time. We don't think we deserve to be reincarnated. Many of our family members lost their souls today. It's meaningless for us to reincarnate on our own, so we've decided to be like them. We don't want to be reincarnate." Lauren's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time she had ever met a ghost who made such a request. They had the opportunity to reincarnate, but they rejected it. "We just want to keep things the way they are. We've harmed people before, and now we want to use our own abilities to help others. We hope we can help ourselves and our loved ones to accumulate virtue. Have you thought through it carefully? There's only one such chance. If you miss it, you'll be in this manner forever." The four ghosts nodded at the same time. They were very determined. Lauren did not force them. She believed that these ghosts would be good ghosts in the future, so she was willing to let them go. "Then let's say our goodbyes here. Thank you for everything you've done today to save me." Goodbyes were always sad, but they had no choice but to face it. Although Lauren had not spent much time with these ghosts, she knew that they were once normal people. After becoming ghosts, there were many things that they could not control themselves, but at least they had come to their senses. She hoped that even if they remained as ghosts, they would find meaning in that kind of existence. Watching them float out of the window one by one, Lauren silently waved at them and bid them farewell. That night, Lauren had a good night's rest, recovering her strength. In her spiritual consciousness, she was also constantly restoring her energy. Chapter 169, Divine Nine's Father. System Divine Nine also became more serious. It even went to the main body of the system to ask for 2 pills to restore energy. Divine Nine was descended from the system's main body, and it called the main body Father. Divine Nine and its siblings were Tier 2 systems, which were actually separated from the main body of the system. Lauren did not know much about the main body of the system. After all, even Divine Nine did not know much about it, and Lauren had no way to understand it. The main body of the system did not attach itself to any host, so its power was not sealed or restricted. Lauren often heard from System Divine Nine that an average ghost would disappear as soon as its father lifted a finger. From various aspects of information, the main body of the system should be a male and was extremely capable. The way he handled things was often determined by his mood. For example, System Divine Nine easily obtained 2 pills for Lauren to replenish her energy this time. System Divine Nine, my father is really biased. In the past, when I asked him for 2 pills for rapid growth, not only did he not give it to me, he even reversed my age back by 10 years. But when I told him that your energy was damaged, he generously gave you 2 pills to replenish your energy. Lauren snickered. She was currently lying on the sofa in the room within her spiritual consciousness. System Divine Nine was still in the form of a fox. Its furry tail was twitching gently to express its dissatisfaction. Lauren looked at the 2 green pills on the desk. She picked up one and ate it, then placed the other one into the pocket dimension. System Divine Nine, host, why did you only eat one? I'll keep this one for next time. This time, I was able to succeed because of Uncle George and the others. If I don't have any energy next time, I can rely on this little pill. System Divine Nine was impressed by Lauren's shrewdness and ability to plan ahead. After Lauren ate the pill, she suddenly felt that her body had recovered a lot of strength, but it had not returned to its previous level. Feeling her body getting warmer bit by bit, Lauren stretched herself comfortably, just like a kitten. System Divine Nine, are you able to see your father's appearance when you visit him? Your father is already so old, so he must be able to transform into a human, right? Does your father live in a palace? Is it beautiful? When can I go and play? System Divine Nine was dizzy from Lauren's series of questions, and the little fox collapsed on the desk. System Divine Nine, host, you're thinking too much. There is a nothingness where the parent system is located. How should I put it? It's like empty space. It's a place that you can't see the end of, and there are no other creatures there. Nothingness. Lauren thought about the sky above her head and a rough idea appeared in her mind. Then, is your father handsome? How does he compare to my brothers? System Divine 9. I've never seen the appearance of my father. I can only speak to that nothingness and there will always be a response. Perhaps my father's level is too high and he has already transformed into a living being of a higher dimension. A living being of a higher dimension. Lauren could not imagine what it was. Did it look like a ghost? As for Lauren's last question, System Divine 9. Host, your current tier is not high enough. Just like how we can only transform into human form when we reach a certain tier, the host also has to reach a tier before they can transform into sound waves of the same frequency as us. Only then can they transform into a kind of consciousness, and only then can they enter the world where my father is. Lauren pursed her lips. It was still about upgrading at the end of the day. The next morning, Lauren was awakened by Franklin. When she opened her eyes, her eyelids were no longer as heavy as before. Lauren felt that she had recovered most of her energy. The sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, and motes of dust in the air danced in the golden light. Lauren sat up. It feels so good to wake up at home. I'm so happy. Lauren's voice was as energetic as before, and only then did Franklin feel at ease. Come down and have breakfast. Mr. Hayes has already asked someone to prepare it. Okay, I'll go down after I change into some beautiful clothes. Franklin, come and help me pick some clothes. After Lauren passed out yesterday, the servant had helped her change into her pajamas. Her pajamas were crumpled after a night's sleep. Franklin, are we going out for a big meal today? Lauren asked. Lauren was still thinking about what Franklin had promised her yesterday. I've come back to life today. Look. Then, as if to prove herself, Lauren hopped on the bed, causing all the dolls on the bed to bounce. Her hair danced along with her movements. Seeing that Lauren was in a good condition, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 170. Quinn felt awkward. He had work to do today. The Torres group had recently decided to enter the domestic auto industry, so they had been carrying out various preparations and evaluations recently. As the president, Franklin was obviously very busy. However, in order to free up time to spend with Lauren, he specially got up at 5 in the morning to handle work. It was already past 9 in the morning by the time he was done. It was only then that he came over to wake Lauren up. We'll go out after breakfast. Really? That's great. Where are we going? Lauren did not bother to hide her excitement as she beamed. We'll go wherever you want to go. Then, I need to think about it. Let's pick some clothes first. I need to dress up and go out to play today. Lauren jumped out of bed and walked to the wardrobe. Franklin walked by her side. Lauren pushed open the sliding door of her wardrobe. Wow. Lauren looked at the wardrobe that was filled with dresses. She didn't have that many dresses last time. I am so happy. Franklin, who bought these dresses? Quinn was up late last night, and he just got up. He was lazily walking down the stairs when he heard Lauren's cheers. He turned a corner and leaned against Lauren's door. Lauren's eyes lit up as she stared at the wardrobe full of dresses. Quinn smiled. Quinn bought them specially for you, Franklin confessed. Quinn quickly walked into the room. Franklin, don't talk nonsense. The three siblings gathered once again. I'm not talking nonsense. Didn't you buy it? I remembered that the courier called your name that day, right? Speaking of that day, Quinn felt awkward. The courier carefully held a pile of ironed, colorful dresses as he knocked on the Torres family's door. As he knocked, he said, Quinn Torres, your dresses are here. Quinn shook his head and pushed those unbearable memories to the back of his mind. I bought them, but I didn't buy them on purpose. When I went to buy my clothes, I happened to see a discount on these dresses. A 10% discount. That's why I bought them. I just bought them on the way. Franklin picked up the tag on one of the dresses and looked at it. This brand of children's wear just started selling at the Torres Corporation's Ocean Commercial Building a few days ago. It's targeted at high-end consumer group, and it rarely gives discounts, maybe only once in a few years. You're telling me that they're giving a 10% discount now? Besides, the men's section is on the 5th floor and the children's section is on the 6th floor. The floors are different. How did you see them? Facing Franklin's string of evidence, Quinn was speechless. We come from the same route. Why do you have to make me feel so awkward? Quinn thought. Lauren looked at her two older brothers and smiled. Thanks Quinn for buying so many beautiful dresses for me. I like them very much. Quinn could not deny it now. After all, they had all the evidence and witnesses. Seeing that Lauren was so happy, Quinn did not feel so awkward anymore. After Lauren gave Quinn the talismans and the notebook that day, he went to the mall to buy these dresses. Franklin and Quinn, come and help me pick some clothes. With one hand holding Franklin's and the other holding Quinn's, Lauren pulled the two of them to the front of the wardrobe. This red top looks good. There's even sequins on it. So cool. This light green dress is nice. It looks fresh and very suitable for today's weather. Lauren made a gesture of rejection with her hand in front of her chest. Red with green. I don't want to wear it in that combination. The three siblings argued for a long time before they finally came to a decision. Lauren was dressed in a lovely white dress. She carried a small green bag and had a red hair clip on her head. She looked lively, exquisite and elegant, just like a little princess. Mr. Hayes, how do I look today? Lauren held her dress and walked around in front of Mr. Hayes. The hem of the dress swayed with her movements, just like a flower fairy. Mr. Hayes put down the glass of milk in his hand and praised, "Of course Miss Lauren is beautiful. You look so beautiful today. Where are you going?" "My brothers are going to take me out to play today. Mr. Hayes, you should come too." After saying that, she turned to look at Franklin. "Franklin, can Mr. Hayes come with us?" Franklin ruffled Lauren's hair. "Of course, why not?" In his eyes, Mr. Hayes was like his family. "Woohoo, that's great. We're going out to play today." Everyone finally sat down to have breakfast. As Lauren ate her oatmeal, she suddenly remembered something important. She poked Franklin, who was sitting next to her. "Franklin, what's the situation at the hospital now?" Franklin had already taken care of this matter. "I went to ask the hospital director. They can arrange it tonight. The visiting hours will be over at 8 p.m. We can go there then." Lauren nodded and smiled sweetly. It was so good to have an older brother. Chapter 171, Kite Flying. As they were going out to play today, Franklin gave all the servants at home a day off so that they could go home and spend time with their families. After breakfast, they drove off in a 7-seater car. Ben was the driver, and behind him sat the three siblings and Mr. Hayes. "Miss Torres, where are we going today?" "Master Franklin said you'll make the decision today." "I want to fly a kite. I've never flown a kite in my entire life." The weather was very good today, with sunlight and slight wind. It was indeed a good day to fly a kite. "Let's go to the west side of the city. There's a piece of grassland over there that has just been opened to the public. We can go in and play." "How did you know that, Miss Torres? Do you watch the news?" Lauren pouted. "I am a person with supernatural powers." Of course, the truth was this part of the west side of the city belonged to Lauren. So, Lauren knew about the progress of the project over there. First, they went to buy kites, a picnic cloth and some food. The west side of the city was a newly developed area. There were not many people there yet. The air was very fresh and the environment was also very good. When they walked to the meadow, they realized what Lauren said was true. There were only a few groups of people gathered on the meadow. All of them had set up tents and picnic cloths. They sat there leisurely and basked in the sun. Franklin was not the CEO today, nor was Quinn a famous model. Both of them were menial laborers today, as they took their tents and went to the side to study the instruction manual. Meanwhile, Lauren was sitting in the same spot, fiddling with her own kite. Lauren had picked the kite herself. It was very big and was shaped like a fish. Franklin had asked Lauren why she chose this style. Lauren replied, "A fish will never have the chance to fly in the sky in its entire life. Let it fly in my hand for once." Unfortunately, the kite was too big for her to fly on her own, so she had to hold the kite and wait by the side. Mr. Hayes was too old to play with her. In order to make Mr. Hayes more comfortable, they brought a chair from home. Mr. Hayes sat on the chair and basked in the sun. Ben went to buy some drinks. Both Franklin and Quinn had led a pampered life. Although Franklin was very smart, he rarely went outside to play, so he didn't know anything about tents. As for Quinn, he usually brought his assistant with him wherever he went, so he had never set up tents personally. They bought the most complicated tent with the highest safety factor, so it took them some time to set up the tent. It took them a lot of effort, but the tent was really strong when it was put up. Lauren happily scampered inside the tent, which was like a small castle, and started to roll around in it. Ben brought the drinks back. They laid out the picnic cloth and then topped it with the snacks and drinks they had just bought. Lauren stuffed a lemon-flavored candy into her mouth and waved at Franklin and Quinn with the kite in her hand. "Come and accompany me to fly the kite. I can't fly it alone." Franklin and Quinn each held the kite and the string in their hands, and they worked together to fly the kite. As Lauren was too short, there was nothing she could do during the process. She could only stand beside Mr. Hayes and watched in a huff. The two brothers ran wildly on the grass. As they ran, the wind blew at their hair and messed it up. They had smiles on their faces as they relaxed. Mr. Hayes also smiled. Lauren turned her head in confusion. "Mr. Hayes, why are you smiling?" Mr. Hayes pointed at the two people who were running in the distance. "I've never seen Master Franklin and Master Quinn laugh so happily. Even when Mr. and Mrs. Torres were at home, they were never this happy." Lauren did not know the Franklins and Quinns' past, as the two of them rarely talked about themselves. She was curious to know about them now. She sat down on the ground, not caring if her dress would be dirtied. Since it was spring, the grass was newly grown. It was still soft and did not sting. Why are Franklin and Quinn not happy? In Lauren's memory, those children who had their parents by their side seemed to be very happy. Mr. Hayes looked at Lauren and used his wrinkled hand to gently stroke her hair. Chapter 172, The Past. Mr. and Mrs. Torres have been very strict with Master Franklin since he was young. They were determined to groom him to become the successor of Torres Corporation. That's why Master Franklin never had the chance to play with these things. The two people in the distance did not manage to fly the kite. It was already past 11 o'clock, and the wind was slowly weakening. But they did not give up. They were still trying to fly the kite by running a distance before letting the kite fly. "So Franklin has yet to fly a kite. Looks like I am much luckier than him." Mr. Hayes was surprised by how Lauren viewed things from her perspective. Actually, Lauren was not lucky either. It was just that she was very optimistic about everything. Mr. Hayes coughed and continued, "As for Master Quinn, he is a little more carefree than Master Franklin. He has been rebellious since he was young and always skipped class to play with his classmates. He has done all sorts of things." Lauren nodded. It sounded like what Quinn would do. "In the past, if Master Quinn failed his exams, he would give me his papers and ask me to pretend to be his parent to sign them." Speaking of the past, Mr. Hayes seemed to have traveled back to more than 10 years ago. At that time, Franklin and Quinn were still very young. They surrounded him and asked for food all day long. He did not expect the two of them to grow up so fast in the blink of an eye. After that, Master Quinn refused to listen to Mr. Torres's arrangements to work at Torres Corporation and insisted on working as a model overseas. He even fell out with Mr. Torres. However, Master Quinn managed to break free from his shackles and he was able to do what he liked. Lauren figured out what Mr. Hayes didn't want to say. Unlike Quinn, Franklin was still struggling in the corporate world, or perhaps he was used to it now. "Miss Torres, you've really changed the two of them a lot since you came. If it were in the past, we wouldn't have had the chance to come out and play. The Torres family has always been empty, it had only become livelier after you came." Lauren stuck out her tongue. Not only had the family become livelier, she had also brought a lot of ghosts. "What about my parents?" Lauren felt very uncomfortable when she mentioned them. So far, she had never had the chance to call them Mom and Dad. So many people knew that she had returned to the Torres family, so they must have known about it as well. However, they had never come back to visit her. Lauren also had a vague idea of their attitude. That was why after such a long time, she had never taken the initiative to mention them in the Torres family. She had asked this question carefully today. Mr. Hayes did not struggle to answer. Instead, he thought for a moment and seemed to be considering what to say. "Mr. Torres and Mrs. Torres have not lived here for a long time. As Mrs. Torres is not in good health, they have moved to a quieter place. Usually, they would only come back during the New Year holidays. Master Franklin will visit them every now and then." Mr. Hayes did not say anything more, and Lauren did not continue to ask. Family ties had always been Lauren's weakness. She might have a way to deal with anything else, but, "Lauren, look, The kite is already flying, Franklin's voice came from a distance. Lauren looked up and saw that the fish was already flying. As Quinn continued to let go of the string, the kite flew higher and higher. The kite, which was originally large, became much smaller when it flew into the sky. Mr. Hayes, I'm going to fly the kite now. Mr. Hayes waved at Lauren. Hurry up and go. Have fun, Miss Torres. Okay. Ben, you stay here and accompany Mr. Hayes. Ben nodded, and Lauren left with a sigh of relief. The field was huge, and the two brothers had to run 200 to 300 meters in order to fly the kite. Lauren was already out of breath when she ran to them. Quinn had already set the kite string to a certain length. He squatted down and carefully handed it over to Lauren. Yes, you have to hold this handle with both hands. Lauren did as Quinn said. Look, the kite is flying so high. Lauren pulled the string while Quinn and Franklin watched from the side with smiles on their faces. Watching from afar, Ben felt that this scene was so beautiful that he took out his phone to take a picture of it. The sun was shining, the wind was blowing, the grass was green, the tents were brightly colored, and the three siblings were flying a kite with smiles on their faces. Anyone who saw this scene would be envious. Flying a kite was a tiring job for Lauren. After playing for a while, she did not want to stand up anymore. Franklin and Quinn found 2 stones to weigh down the string of the kite. Come on, let's go back and sit down. Lauren went back to the picnic spot and sat down. Chapter 173, The door is opened. She touched her belly, feeling a little hungry, and decided to get something to eat. Franklin pointed at Lauren's hand. You just flew a kite. There must be a lot of bacteria on your hands, so go wipe your hands first. Franklin handed a wet paper towel to Lauren, who wiped her hands carefully. She then came up to Franklin and said, Franklin, do you think my hands are clean enough now? Lauren opened her 5 fingers wide so that Franklin could see them clearly. Well, eat up. They went to buy some sushi and roast chicken earlier, which were Lauren's favorite foods. Unlike in the past, Quinn managed to eat meat at the table now. Lauren felt sleepy after everyone ate their fill. If you're sleepy, do you want to go home? I don't want to, it's so rare that we come out together. I'll just sleep in the tent. With that, she crawled into the tent. The tent was well shaded, so she didn't have to worry about not being able to sleep. Quinn was also a person who would get sleepy after eating his fill. He also crawled into the tent to sleep. Mr. Hayes was getting older, so he didn't sleep much. He wasn't in the habit of taking an afternoon nap. Seeing that the young people had gone to sleep, he decided to take a walk around the area. Seeing this, Franklin went to hold Mr. Hayes' hand. Mr. Hayes, let me accompany you for a walk. The west side of the city was a newly developed area. Although there were fewer people now, the infrastructure was already very sound. The Torres group had wanted to invest in this piece of land before, but they were one step behind and didn't get this opportunity. Franklin was keen to see how the development here was going. Fortunately, it was only the beginning of April. Even though it was noon, the weather was just warm, and not too hot. The old man and the young man walked slowly around the new district. There was a newly built villa district near this lawn. Presumably, this lawn was also designed for this villa district. The people who could afford these villas were naturally more concerned with quality of life, so it was understandable that there was more greenery. Moreover, this lawn was very suitable for family picnics and other activities. Thinking about it, this design was quite in line with the habits of this group of consumers. Franklin raised his eyebrows. Though the Torres group had lost to such an opponent, it was not a loss at all. The villa district here provided plenty of space for individuals. The distance between villas was quite far, so it could ensure more private space. The asphalt road was very clean and spacious. Tall and big banyan trees were planted on the roadside, creating comfortable shade in the summer. Mr. Hayes had worked for the Torres family almost his whole life, so he rarely came to these places. It was rare for him to come here, so it was full of novelty, and he took the opportunity to look around. The decorations here were also very nice. Unlike the orderly and magnificent yet impersonal Torres mansion, most of the villas here looked compact, warm and welcoming. These properties had not been released for sale yet, so no one was living here. Franklin did not feel anything before, but after today's visit, he decided to buy a few villas here as an investment. He was even considering buying them for himself to live in. After all, the owners had built this place very well and did not put this beautiful place to waste. As the two of them walked, Mr. Hayes suddenly stopped in front of a villa as if he had seen something. Franklin also stopped in front of it. This villa was no different from the other villas. "What's wrong, Mr. Hayes?" "Master Franklin, this house number." Mr. Hayes took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Franklin recognized this piece of paper. It was a note that Lauren had left for Mr. Hayes before she ran away from home for the first time. At that time, she had even given Mr. Hayes a key. She said that this key was the key to a house on the west side of the city. Mr. Hayes opened the note and matched the address and the house number in front of him. He realized that they were exactly the same. Master Franklin, this. In Mr. Hayes' eyes, Lauren was just an ordinary child. He did not know the missions that Lauren was doing. Therefore, when Lauren gave him the key, he thought that she was just playing around. Even so, he still treasured it very much. He kept with him all the things that Lauren had given him at all times, including the key. So, when Franklin used the key to open the door of the villa, Mr. Hayes was shocked beyond words. Chapter 174, A Young Man. Franklin was also surprised. Back then, when Mr. Hayes told him about this matter, he was puzzled. Then, something else occupied his mind, and he had forgotten about it. Now, he suddenly used that key to open the door of this villa. He knew that Lauren was not an ordinary girl. She had some wonderful abilities and connections. For example, she had left home and stayed in the hotel that was the most difficult to book in the country. It was not hard to imagine that Lauren had a lot of connections. However, he did not expect Lauren to own a villa here. How much more was this little girl hiding? Since the key was in their hands and the door was open, Franklin brought Mr. Hayes into the villa. However, what surprised them was that the interior was furnished with a very well-matched style. There were a complete set of large pieces of furniture, as well as a complete set of small pieces of various supplies, including hot pots, electric cookers and many others. Mr. Hayes walked into the living room and saw a piece of paper on the coffee table. He bent down and picked up the paper. When he saw the contents, he quickly called Franklin over. "Master Franklin, come over and take a look." Franklin came forward. As he read the paper's contents, he could tell that those words were written by Lauren. He could already recognize Lauren's handwriting. Looking at these words, he could imagine the expression on Lauren's face when she said these words. "Mr. Hayes, all the furniture here is brand new. I am giving you this house and I hope you will be happy living here." No one knew when Lauren prepared these things. Franklin smiled. However, Mr. Hayes looked fearful. "Master Franklin, does this house really belong to Miss Torres? How did Miss Torres get a house here? This one must be worth tens of millions, right?" "I'm afraid so." Other than the little surprise in the beginning, Franklin was very calm now. He would not be surprised if he found something new about Lauren. Hearing Franklin's affirmation, Mr. Hayes quickly put the key in his hand into Franklin's hand. "Master Franklin, I can't have this house. It's too expensive." Franklin put the key back into the hands of Mr. Hayes. "Mr. Hayes, since Lauren gave this to you, you should take it. Even if you don't, I plan to buy a house for you to retire in." Mr. Hayes, who was just out for a walk, suddenly owned a small villa worth $60 million. When he returned from his walk, he was still in a daze. Lauren and Quinn had already woken up and were playing cards in the tent. "You're cheating. You're the one cheating. How can there be 5 fives in a deck of cards?" Before they even got close to the tent, they could hear the two of them arguing again. Seeing that Franklin and Mr. Hayes had returned, Lauren went out to greet them. "Franklin, what's wrong with Mr. Hayes? Why does he look like he's in shock?" Franklin looked at Lauren with a half smile and nodded. "Millimeter, he's indeed in shock. He's in shock because of you." Lauren opened her eyes wide, indicating she was innocent. "But I haven't done anything bad." Franklin stretched out his hand and knocked Lauren's head. "You didn't do anything wrong. You did a good thing, but you scared Mr. Hayes." Lauren tilted her head and still couldn't figure it out. "What about the villa you gave Mr. Hayes?" Lauren came to a sudden realization. So this was what they were talking about. "How did you get a villa here? Every villa here is worth more than $50 million on average, right?" Franklin said this in an affirmative tone, not as a question. Lauren rolled her eyes and finally managed to squeeze out the words, "It's a secret." This made Franklin very uncomfortable, but he did not pursue the matter further. Lauren would say it when she wanted to. Later, they played cards for a while before driving home. As the maids were on vacation, so no one was cooking at home, they went to the supermarket to buy ingredients for the hot pot tonight. "Meat. I want to eat meat." Quinn pushed the shopping cart and watched as she kept putting beef and mutton into it. "Lauren, you eat so much meat, our family can't afford you." Lauren put a bag of meatballs in the car. "I don't need you to feed me, I have plenty of money." Quinn hummed disdainfully. He thought that Lauren was joking. Walking behind them, Franklin had his hands in his pockets. He thought to himself, Lauren is telling the truth. In the end, Franklin and Quinn each had a big bag in their hands, while Lauren walked in the middle with an ice cream cone in her hand. She licked the ice cream slowly. Mr. Hayes and Ben did not go with them. They waited in the car. Time to go home. However, about 2 blocks away from the Torres mansion, Lauren suddenly asked, "There's a young man squatting in front of our house. Who is he?" Chapter 175, Master Bryce. Perhaps Quinn was being overly suspicious because of the recent events. When he heard Lauren mention that there was a person squatting outside their house, the image of a male ghost floating in front of the Torres mansion immediately popped up in his mind. His lips turned white. Quinn whispered in Franklin's ear, "Franklin, do you think that Lauren is talking about a ghost?" Franklin thought for a moment before he figured out who Lauren was talking about. "Did you contact Bryce?" Then Quinn suddenly remembered that he had called Bryce to come home this weekend. When the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the Torres mansion, they finally realized that the person sitting on the stairs was their third brother, Bryce. He was still wearing his school uniform and his school bag was casually placed on the ground. His head was resting on his knees as if he was asleep. The seat of this 7-seater car was rather high and Lauren could not get down by herself. Therefore, Franklin had to carry Lauren down with him. Bryce raised his head when he heard the sound of footsteps. His face was filled with resentment. "What the hell? It's not easy for me to make a trip home, but there's actually no one at home. I've been ringing the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered." Bryce's expression reminded Lauren of a puppy. Quinn quickly went forward to apologize. "Hey, I really didn't know you were coming back today. You didn't call me in advance." Bryce's eyes widened. "You're blaming me for this?" Franklin walked forward and placed Lauren on the ground safely. He looked at his third brother, Bryce, whom he had not seen for a long time. "Who else can we blame other than you? You don't even have the keys to your own house." At that moment, Mr. Hayes had already gotten off the car with the help of Ben. The moment he saw Bryce, he quickened his pace. "Master Bryce is back. Mr. Hayes, why didn't you tell me that you were going out? I was so miserable waiting here all by myself." Bryce was very different from his 2 older brothers. Franklin was the cold type, Quinn was the flirtatious type, while Bryce was the most handsome guy on campus. Not only was he cool and handsome, he was also cute and lovely. Just a moment ago, he was fierce to Quinn, but now, he was already speaking amicably to Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes quickly walked over and patted Bryce on the shoulder. "You must be exhausted. Master Bryce, come in and have a rest. The 3rd year of high school must be very tiring, right?" Bryce nodded and allowed Mr. Hayes to pull him in. Throughout the entire process, Lauren stood by Franklin's side. However, Bryce did not look at Lauren at all. It was as if she was invisible. It was even worse than when Quinn made a big fuss at her back then. At the very least, it proved that Lauren still had some presence. Franklin was keenly aware the strength of Lauren's grip on his hand had suddenly increased a little. Franklin knew that although Lauren did not say anything, she was very concerned about the attitude of the Torres family. He squatted down and looked at Lauren, who turned around and looked directly at Franklin. "Lauren, you just have to be yourself. There's no need to deliberately curry favor with anyone. They will ultimately find something good in you, just like Quinn." After hearing what Franklin said, Lauren remembered that at the beginning she was also blocked by Quinn at the door, and he had said all those nasty things to her. After that, Lauren ran away from home because of Quinn. But now, hadn't they become very good siblings? When Lauren thought of this, she became full of confidence. However, Franklin spoke again. "You should have a general understanding of that boy just now. He is your third brother, his name is Bryce. As he is the youngest son, our parents doted on him very much. He is also very attached to our mother. Because of this, he may be more resistant to you. Don't take it to heart. Everything will slowly get better with time. Franklin's words did not comfort Lauren. Instead, it made her more worried. She remembered how Bryce acted coquettishly with Mr. Hayes just now. He was the same as Lauren in this aspect. In the living room, Bryce was rummaging for food as he said he was very hungry. So Mr. Hayes quickly asked Ben to help prepare the hot pot in the kitchen. What did you buy from the supermarket? When you eat hot pot, you must rinse the beef. Mr. Hayes started to prepare the ingredients for the hot pot while looking at Bryce lovingly. We bought a lot of meat. You can eat as much as you want today. That's good. I can't eat my fill every day at school. The food in our school canteen is terrible. Really? Then Master Bryce has to come back every weekend. I'll cook for you every time. Okay, Mr. Hayes is the best. Chapter 176, Kindergarten. No matter where Mr. Hayes went, Bryce followed him like a shadow. If it were not for those who knew, they would probably think that Mr. Hayes was Bryce's biological grandfather. Franklin, Quinn and Lauren sat on the sofa and watched as Mr. Hayes and Bryce walked around the living room. Bryce kept walking past the living room, but he turned a blind eye to Lauren. This situation continued for a few more times before Franklin called Bryce over. Bryce, come over and sit down. I don't want to. I want to stay here and help Mr. Hayes. Why are you helping? You're just there to cause trouble. Just ask Ben to help. Come over here first. I have something to tell you. When Franklin became serious, he was very good at manipulating people. Seeing how serious Franklin was, Bryce did not dare to resist. He walked to the sofa unwillingly. There was no space left for Bryce to sit together with the three siblings on the sofa, so Bryce could only sit across from them. As soon as he sat down, he opened his mouth. Why are the three of you my enemies now? Through the phone call, he could tell that Quinn's attitude toward Lauren had actually changed. As for Franklin, his grandmother had called him previously and told him that for some reason, Franklin was obsessed with Lauren and treated her very well. Bryce had grown up under the extreme care of his two older brothers, his parents and Mr. Hayes. In other words, he was pampered in his growing years. In addition, he was very popular in school due to his good looks and his decent grades. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. He was originally pampered, but his mother's health had become very poor due to Lauren. With his other bedridden all year round, he lost a lot of time with his mother. In Bryce's eyes, Lauren was no different from a murderer. Therefore, he planned to ignore this little brat. He had no way to change the attitude of the rest of the family, but at the very least, he had the right to decide how he should treat Lauren. Mr. Hayes, who was washing vegetables, turned around and glanced at the living room. He sighed when he saw Bryce confronting the three of them. Miss Torres had a third target to handle this time. No one is your enemy. We are all one family. Bryce was a young man after all. Whatever he was thinking, he would show it on his face. He gave a disdainful smile and leaned against the back of the sofa. Then, he transformed from a little puppy into a spiky hedgehog. You three are one family. Don't count me in. Since the beginning, Lauren had not said a word. Of course for Bryce, she held the same attitude as before. If Bryce did not take the initiative to accept her, she would not rush to address him as her brother. At most, they would ignore each other. The first meeting between the siblings did not end well. While they were waiting for the hot pot, Quinn dragged Bryce to the third floor to play games. Meanwhile, Franklin was on the sofa talking to Lauren about another topic. Lauren was 4.5 years old now. According to her age, she should be going to kindergarten. Kindergarten? Lauren blinked her eyes. She was familiar with the concept but also unfamiliar with it. Of course, she knew what a kindergarten was. Wasn't Irene running a kindergarten? But it was not a good memory. Franklin nodded his head. You will definitely have to go to school in the future. You can't just keep doing missions, right? Lauren shook her head and crossed her legs like a little adult. I don't know either. Then, she asked the System Divine Nine in her spiritual consciousness. System Divine Nine, do your brothers and sisters go to school? System Divine Nine appeared. System Divine Nine, as far as I know, they go to school just like normal people. But if I go to school, will I have time to do missions? Besides, I already know everything they teach in school. System Divine 9, that's indeed the case, but you don't go to school to learn this knowledge, instead it's to learn how to get along with people. You know that when we do missions, our environment is very isolated, and most of the time, we get along with ghosts. However, we also have to learn how to get along with humans properly, so that's why there's a need to go to school. Is that so? But I feel that I get along quite well with everyone. System Divine 9, your actual age is still very young. Of course, spending more time with people of the same age will be more beneficial to your mental health. There is also one most important problem. Currently, many people place great importance on academic qualifications. Chapter 177, Fighting for Meat. After arguing with System Divine 9 in her mind, Lauren finally returned to reality and had a conversation with Franklin. Franklin, do you think there are ghosts in kindergarten? Franklin could not answer this question, so he shook his head. There shouldn't be any, right? If there are no ghosts, I won't go. If I only go to kindergarten every day, then wouldn't I lose the meaning of my existence? At this moment, Franklin thought of a way to spur her on. He whispered to Lauren, there might be ghosts in kindergarten, but we don't know that. Only with your ability will we be able to catch these ghosts. Lauren thought about it for a moment. Franklin was right. In order to give Lauren a more comprehensive understanding of kindergarten life, Franklin found some videos for Lauren to watch. In the videos, Lauren saw many children around her age eating and playing together in the classroom every day. They attended music class, craft class and many other activities. It looked quite fun. Lauren was watching the movie with great interest when she heard Mr. Hayes call them for hot pot dinner. The preparation time needed for hot pot was not long. Basically, one just had to cook up the hot pot base in advance and wash some vegetables. Lauren hadn't even reached the dining room when she smelled the strong hot pot base. They bought 2 types of hot pot base, and put them into a pot that was separated into halves. One was spicy while the other was clear soup. Mr. Hayes was preparing the seasonings when he loudly asked everyone, who eats spicy food and who doesn't? At this moment, Quinn and Bryce happened to hear Mr. Hayes calling for dinner, so they came down from upstairs. I want spicy food. I also want spicy food. Bryce and Lauren's voices rang out at the same time. The cute female voice and the clear male voice sounded harmonious when they spoke together. However, the two people did not get along well. Mr. Hayes mixed 2 portions of spicy soup, while the rest of the people had clear soup. Franklin often had social engagements, where he was required to drink alcohol. As a result, his stomach was not good and he could not take spicy food. On the other hand, Quinn was complaining that he would get pimples if he ate spicy food, which would affect his future career development. So, he also refused to take spicy food. In the end, only Bryce and Lauren sat face to face, on the side of the spicy hot pot. Of course, this did not bother Lauren. After all, Bryce had always pretended not to see her and continued to eat his food. However, a problem soon arose. Bryce had indeed ignored Lauren, and he had removed every piece of meat in the pot. As Lauren was shorter, she was always one step slower every time she wanted to pick up a piece of meat. The meat was placed in the pot, but it was emptied in less than 10 seconds. Lauren pursed her lips. 3 or 4 rounds had passed, but she had not eaten a single piece of meat. Lauren had carefully selected the meat that was neither fat nor lean. The steam from the hot pot reached her eyes. Lauren's eyes were red, and she was on the verge of tears. It was okay to cheat her of her feelings, it was okay to cheat her of her money, but it was not okay to eat her meat. Fortunately, Franklin noticed it in time. He scooped some meat out of the clear soup pot and put it into the hot pot to rinse it. When he was rinsing it, he kept staring at the meat, not letting Bryce take it away. After that, he scooped up the meat and placed it in Lauren's bowl. Franklin repeated this action 3 to 4 times before Lauren's bowl was finally filled with the meat that she loved to eat. Thank you, Franklin, you're really great. Lauren looked at Franklin with admiration, as if she was looking at her idol. Quinn sat next to Franklin. At this time, he was not willing to be outdone. He rinsed out some beef balls, stretched out his chopsticks and placed them into Lauren's bowl. As if asking for credit, Quinn asked, "How about me? Lauren looked at the big beef balls in her bowl and gave a thumbs up to Quinn. "You are also super good." Then, Lauren buried her head in her food. HMPH, I'll let that Bryce take care of himself. I am still the best. There's a dedicated service for me, Lauren thought. Mr. Hayes asked at the dining table, "Master Bryce, how's your studies in school? It's your third year of high school this year." Studying was a topic that students could never escape from. "It's still the same. There's nothing new, and my grades are pretty stable. I heard that Sir set a goal for you to get into Master Franklin's school." He was about to put a piece of meat into his mouth. He seemed very dissatisfied with this goal. Master Franklin got into the top university in the country back then. How could I possibly get into it? The top university in the country. Lauren looked at Franklin. He was so awesome. Chapter 178, A happy and harmonious scene. Franklin ate slowly, and unlike Lauren who only ate meat, he ate a good balance of meat and vegetables. He picked up a piece of vegetables and placed it into Lauren's bowl. When it comes to learning, as long as you work hard, you can see the results. If you feel that you haven't improved, then you definitely haven't worked hard. Franklin's words had the same effect as that of a class teacher. To students like him, it was nothing more than a bowl of useless chicken soup for the soul. But learning is really difficult. Those physics formulas and German words. He felt a headache coming on as he thought about it. He quickly ate 2 more pieces of meat to calm himself down. Looking at the beef that was quickly being gobbled up, Lauren's heart ached as she thought to herself, is learning really that hard? She used a month's time to learn a foreign language by herself. At that moment, Quinn burst into laughter as if he had just remembered something. "Do you still remember when Bryce was in primary school? He didn't memorize the German words properly and was given detention by the teacher. The teacher informed our parents to pick him up. When I went with Franklin, Bryce was crying like a baby. He was crying and snot was coming out of his nose, but yet he was still reciting words." Speaking of the past, there was a faint smile on Franklin's serious face at this moment. Mr. Hayes recalled and said, "About that incident, I still remember when you guys brought Master Bryce back that night. I thought you guys did something to him that made him cry so miserably." "Yeah, I also remembered that Master Bryce ran away from home because he had to memorize words. We even had to drive around to look for him in the middle of the night." Bryce was not angry when he was remembered of these embarrassing past. He followed everyone and laughed heartily. "I won't be like this now because the teachers no longer give detention." Everyone seemed to have a good time talking about the past. However, in the midst of their laughter, Lauren felt like an outsider. She did not participate in their past, and they seemed to have automatically excluded her. Lauren lowered her head and ate the vegetables that Franklin had placed in her bowl. The vegetables were still as awful as before. After the meal, it was already 7 o'clock. Franklin had made an appointment with the director at 8:30. During this period of time, Lauren had to return to her room to do some preparatory work. She had not finished writing the soul-returning talisman. Therefore, after everyone had finished eating the hot pot and sat around the living room to eat the fruit, Lauren went back to her own room to write the soul-returning talisman. System Divine 9, Host, are you unhappy because of your brother again? Lauren knew that System Divine 9 was referring to Bryce. "I don't know either." In fact, Bryce did not do anything to Lauren. He acted as if he did not know Lauren at all. She originally thought that she could have a good fight, but she did not expect her opponent to completely ignore her. Lauren laid on the bed. This was the first time she had eaten so much meat, but she was not happy at all. She would not think about this for now. She needed to get her spirits up and prepare the soul-returning talisman. She took out a stack of talismans and concentrated on writing a talisman on the desk. Writing a talisman was very simple, but it required full concentration. The more focused one was, the better the effect of the talisman would be. Back then, there was even a test. Lauren had put in a lot of effort to learn how to write the best talisman in the shortest time possible. Lauren had written a total of more than 100 pieces, just in case she needed them in unforeseen circumstances. She stuffed all these talismans into her pocket dimension and put the pendants that Quinn had given her this morning into it. There were a total of 11 pendants. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were letters engraved on the pendants. Lauren now realized that the letters hanging on the door of the room on the Golden Stars basement were actually the initials of the children who had been captured. Therefore, Lauren looked at the initials on the pendants and matched the names of the missing children accordingly. Franklin was aware that Lauren was making preparations, so he did not disturb her. Lauren came downstairs at 8 o'clock. When she came downstairs, she saw Bryce and Franklin leaning against each other. "Franklin, why is this formula wrong?" Both of them had their backs to her, so they didn't notice her approach. Lauren moved closer to take a look and realized that there was an exercise book in front of them. It was filled with all kinds of math problems. Lauren took a few glances and realized that she could not understand it. Chapter 179, New Lover, Old Love. Franklin was holding a black pen in his right hand. He was writing down a bunch of complicated formulas on the draft paper. Lauren did not understand what he was saying, but she was still looking at it carefully with her hand on her chin. After listening to Franklin explain the whole question, Bryce came to a sudden realization. "Franklin, you're the best. It's been so many years since you graduated, yet you still remember it. There's no need to memorize these things. You just need to understand it. I saw that you were listening to it very seriously. Your attitude should be fine, but why can't you get better grades?" Bryce shrugged. "I don't know either. I just forget the questions once I've done them." Franklin raised his hand and tapped his younger brother's head lightly. It was only then that he noticed Lauren. "Are you ready?" Lauren nodded and looked at the two of them as if they were about to leave. Bryce held the exercise book in his hand and asked, "Franklin, it's already so late. Why are you still going out?" "I have to accompany Lauren to a place." "Oh, so now that you have a new lover, you can forget about your old one?" Franklin frowned. What kind of metaphor was this? "So you're my old love?" Bryce nodded his head in agreement. "Of course, am I not?" Franklin shook his head seriously. "Of course not." At this moment, a look of joy appeared in Bryce's eyes. "So, you mean that I'm your new lover?" Franklin shook his head again. "You're neither my new lover nor my old lover. Then what am I in your heart?" For some reason, a sentence suddenly came to Lauren's mind, "You're my melody." Of course, Franklin had never seen this commercial before. He gave it some serious thought before coming up with an answer that would make Bryce vomit blood. "You're a man in my heart. You're alive and you need me to raise you." Bryce temporarily shut his mouth. He felt that he was no different from a dog. Lauren chuckled at the side. Franklin picked up the car keys and turned to Franklin as if he had remembered something. "By the way, has the kindergarten next to your school opened for enrollment?" "Yes, why are you asking this?" After Bryce asked the question, he realized that his question was unnecessary. What else could a kindergarten do? Therefore, Bryce did not say anything. Thomas Johnson High School was one of the best high schools in the country. In recent years, they had been expanding their teaching scope. There had been a middle school and an elementary school in the past few years. The middle school and the elementary school were built next to Thomas Johnson High School, which was just a few minutes' walk away. This year, they had also built a kindergarten, as they planned to provide a one-stop service for 12 years education. Since Franklin wanted to send Lauren to a kindergarten, then he felt more at ease with the teachers of Thomas Johnson. Bryce was also close by. If Lauren has any problems, he could help to take care of her. But Bryce currently was very stubborn and he refused to listen to others. For a moment, Franklin felt troubled. How could he make Bryce treat Lauren better? "Come on, Franklin, if we don't go now, we'll be late." Lauren pulled the hem of Franklin's shirt. Franklin came back to his senses and extended his hand to Lauren, who held his hand. Just then, Lauren felt an unkind gaze cast upon her, and she looked up to find Bryce looking at her and her hand that was holding onto Franklin's. It was as if she was snatching his brother away. It was impossible to tell what emotions were in his eyes. Lauren stuck out her tongue, and pulled Franklin out of the house. HMPH, my brother is mine now, Lauren thought. It was already 8:40 when the two of them arrived at the hospital. As they had previously informed the hospital director, there were no longer any parents in the area where the children were. Only the police were guarding the area. The hospital director was standing at the entrance waiting for Franklin. Tony Graham was the director of the Mayo Hospital. He was already over 60 years old and had a wealth of medical experience. After their mother Maria gave birth to Lauren, Tony was in charge of her recovery, and was her doctor for a few years. After Maria's health improved slightly and she left the hospital to recuperate, Tony returned to the hospital with peace of mind as the director. Therefore, Tony was quite familiar with the Torres family. He respected and had a good impression of Franklin, who was the responsible eldest son of the Torres family. Therefore, when Franklin asked him for assistance, Tony immediately agreed. Franklin parked his car at the entrance of the hospital. "Lauren, wait in the car first. I'll talk to the hospital director first." Lauren nodded obediently. Then, Franklin turned off the engine and got out of the car. Tony saw Franklin and immediately went up to him. Chapter 180, Plan B. The Torres Group donated several pieces of very expensive medical equipment to the hospital last year, so Tony treated Franklin with even more respect. "Director, I'm really sorry for being late. It's okay. As long as we can save those children, I don't mind waiting." After saying that, Tony looked behind Franklin. "Didn't you say that you would bring a doctor here to save these children?" The hospital had endured a lot of pressure today. Ever since the disappearance of these children was announced by the police, many media outlets had blocked the entrance of the hospital today, waiting to interview them. Many parents found their children in coma, so they had gone around asking for help and crying to the media. The hospital had hired the most experienced and senior doctors to examine them, but they were unable to find out what the problem was. The hospital's image was now in imminent danger. Therefore, when Franklin said that he could save all these children, Tony agreed without hesitation. "President Torres, where's the doctor you brought?" "Director, I didn't bring you a doctor. I just brought someone who can save those children." After saying that, Franklin turned around and went back to the car to carry Lauren out. Tony was stunned for a moment. "President Torres, this is..." Before Franklin could introduce her, Lauren took the initiative to speak. "Hello, Mr. Director. I am Lauren, President Torres's sister." Franklin was amused by the self-introduction of Lauren. "Oh okay, Lauren." Tony was a little confused about the current situation. Wait a minute, she was Franklin's younger sister. Tony made a calculation of Lauren's age. Mrs. Torres' poor health back then was because she gave birth to this little girl. Of course, this was not the most important thing right now. Tony continued to look behind him. Lauren asked, "Mr. Director, what are you looking at?" "I'm waiting for a doctor. Didn't you say you were going to find someone for me?" Franklin and Lauren looked at each other. "Director, Lauren is the person I found." Upon hearing this, Tony was waiting for Franklin to continue saying, "I was just joking." However, he did not get to hear it. Franklin was not joking, but Tony didn't want to believe it. Was this the miracle doctor that Franklin was talking about? The person who could save a child? But this little girl was only 4.5 years old. Her height wasn't even as tall as a hospital bed. How could she save a child? Franklin saw through Tony's thoughts with a glance. He said, "Director, I'm not a careless person. Moreover, this matter concerns so many lives. So, I'm definitely not joking." Tony looked calm on the surface, but deep down, he could feel a surge of emotions. Was he really not fooling around by letting a child treat a patient and save a life? "President Torres, this." "Director, since so many of your doctors can't find the root of the problem, why don't you let Lauren give it a try? Maybe she will succeed." What kind of ridiculous thing was this? Tony thought to himself, if Lauren really succeeded, then how embarrassed would these 60-something-year-old medical professionals feel? Tony thought for a moment and decided to reject the proposal. After all, he was the director of this hospital, so he had to be responsible for these children. It would be best if nothing happened. What if it backfired? What should he do? Even if it meant offending the Torres group, he still had to reject the proposal. "President Torres, we really can't do this. It's too risky." At this moment, Franklin felt that Lauren had drawn a B on his palm. They had made an agreement in the car that this B represented Plan B. Since their proposal did not get through, they could only resort to other means. After receiving Lauren's signal, Franklin pulled the director to the side and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. By the way, Director, I'd like to talk to you about the donation of equipment this year." Tony was very happy to hear that. Although he couldn't save these children tonight, it was still a good idea to get a few more high-end equipment for the hospital. Therefore, he invited Franklin to his office. "Franklin, I want to go to the toilet." "Then go ahead. I'll wait for you in the office." Tony said, "You're letting Lauren go to the toilet by herself. Why don't I find a nurse to accompany her?" "It's all right. Lauren can take care of herself, right?" Franklin looked at Lauren, who nodded her head firmly. "Yes, Director, I can take care of myself." Tony smiled and nodded. "Sure, what a sensible girl. President Torres, let's move to my office." Chapter 181, Woke Up. Franklin followed Tony to his office. The office was on the same floor and was only a short walk away. Lauren walked towards the washroom. Lauren saw that there were police officers standing in front of every room. If she had not obtained Tony's permission earlier, they would not have let Lauren in. Lauren did not turn into the toilet. Instead, she walked to a secluded corner and took out a talisman from her pocket dimension. She stuck the talisman on her head and something magical happened. It was an invisibility talisman. Lauren disappeared. Lauren, who was invisible, tiptoed to the middle of the corridor. Although her physical body had disappeared, she could still make a sound, so she had to be careful not to attract attention. She found Lily's room. When she was checking the pendant, she realized that Lily was one of the children who had been turned into a living dead person and had their souls trapped in the pendant. Perhaps it was because it was late at night. The police officers were a little tired. They were leaning against the wall with their eyes slightly closed, as if they were resting. Lauren's invisibility ability could only last for 1 minute, so she had no choice but to speed up her movements. She placed her hand on the door handle and gently opened the door. The door still made a sound, but fortunately, it did not attract any attention. After she entered, she gently closed the door. Since these children were not seriously injured, they did not stay in a single ward. There were a total of 8 people in this ward, and the ward was very clean and tidy. The children were all lying on the bed. Every one of them was very thin, and they occupied less than half of their own bed. Lauren looked at the name in front of the bed and found Lily's bed. Just as Yulia had said, Lily was a very cute girl. However, Lily, who was lying on the bed, looked like a completely different person compared to what she had seen in the photos. Lily was now very skinny, and her face was a little dark. Lauren guessed that this was because Lily's vitality had been sucked out for a long time. 1 minute had already passed, and Lauren Torres had appeared again. She took out the pendant that belonged to Lily from her pocket dimension and then took out the soul-returning talisman. She placed the soul-returning talisman on the table by the bed, then pressed the pendant on it and began to chant. This time, Lauren had already improved the soul-returning talisman. The soul that was summoned through this soul-returning talisman had a color. Just like now, she had just finished reciting the incantation when she saw a wisp of green smoke drifting out from the pendant. As Lauren recited the incantation, the wisp of green smoke drifted to the air above Lily. Then, the wisp of smoke burst out in all directions like fireworks and disappeared. After she finished reciting the incantation, the soul-returning charm on the table also disappeared. The pendant turned back into a very ordinary pendant. The luster on it had disappeared. The reason why Lauren improved the talisman was to be able to see the situation of the soul more directly. Now that Lily's soul had returned to her physical body, Lauren knew that there was no problem. After the soul returned to the physical body needed a period of time to re-accept the soul. Therefore, after waiting for about a minute, Lauren noticed that Lily's blackened face was gradually returning to normal. Although she still looked very weak, her condition was much better. The dark color on her face had slowly faded away. After a few seconds, Lily opened her eyes. She woke up. The failed scenario that Lauren had imagined did not happen, but there was a problem. Why was Lily crying the moment she woke up? And she was crying so loudly. Hadn't she not eaten for a long time? Lauren was at a loss of what to do. Lily's cries were initially hoarse, but they became louder and louder. It was as if she was going to cry out all the tears that she had not cried out for the past 2 years. The security guard outside the door immediately came in upon hearing the cries. Lauren could not hide in time. She could only stand awkwardly by the bed and look at the security guard who had barged in surprise and Lily who was sitting on the bed bawling her eyes out. This incident quickly alerted the director, who was in his office. "What? The child is crying?" Tony quickly put on his white coat and stood up. Franklin saw that things were not looking good, so he followed closely behind. The two of them followed the police to the ward where Lily was. Sure enough, they saw the scene exactly as what the security guard had described. Lily was bawling her eyes out. However, it did not affect the other children. The other children were still lying quietly on the bed with their eyes closed as usual. Chapter 182, Mission completed. When Lauren saw Franklin, she secretly stuck out her tongue. She did not expect to be discovered in this manner. When he saw the child had woken up, Tony ignored the child's cries and first examined her body. Everything was very normal. During the examination process, Lily's cries gradually weakened and her emotions slowly calmed down. The nurse had already informed Yulia that Lily had woken up. Yulia did not go home today. Instead, she rented a room in the hotel next to the hospital, so when she heard the news, she hurriedly rushed over. Looking at Yulia and Lily's happy reunion in the ward, Tony glanced at Lauren, who had her head lowered and did not say a word because she had been caught. Why does this director keep looking at me? Is he going to beat me up? Unexpectedly, Tony actually squat down and grabbed Lauren's hands with both hands. Miracle doctor, you are practically a miracle doctor. Franklin, who was still thinking of saving the situation, silently put his hands back into his pockets. It seemed like he was not needed now. Lauren, how did you wake that little girl up? We tried all sorts of methods today, but none of them worked. What you did was simply too miraculous. Looking at the director's attitude that had changed so quickly, Lauren recovered from her shock. The adults were really a bunch of freaks. They could be angry a second ago, and in the next second, they changed to a completely different attitude. This is my secret. I can't tell anyone. The director felt like his 60+ years of life had been wasted. He couldn't even compare to a 4.5-year-old child. Tony looked up at Franklin and said, President Torres, your family has really produced a miracle doctor. At this moment, Lauren interrupted Tony with a straight face. I am not a miracle doctor. Following Lauren's train of thoughts, Tony asked, then what are you? Lauren shook her head and said, I am a master. Since Lauren said this was a secret, the director could not pry into it. He discussed with Lauren in a gentle voice, Master Lauren, if that's the case, please take a look at the other children. Can you also wake them up? Lauren nodded. Of course I can. I am here to wake these children up. There's hope. There's hope. The director beamed. Then, Master Lauren, what kind of equipment do you need? Our hospital has all kinds of high-end equipment. Lauren shook her head. I don't need anything. I just need a quiet environment. No one else can come in except for me. Then, Lauren tilted her head. No, Franklin can go in with me. After hearing Lauren's request, Franklin smiled and rubbed her head. When the director heard Lauren's strange request, he had no choice but to agree. After all, Lauren was the only savior now. He immediately nodded. No problem. Let's start now. Then, Lauren was let through by the security guards. There were only 6 children in the first ward. Lauren did the same thing as before. As the soul-returning spell was a relatively complicated spell, Lauren could only save one child at a time. If only I was a little more powerful, I would be able to save more children at the same time. She pouted and placed the soul-returning talisman on the bedside table to start chanting. After chanting one incantation, she went straight to the next bed and repeated the same action. As some of the children's souls were quite far away from this place, they could only wait. As expected, when Lauren was chanting in front of the 4th bed, she could see a wisp of green smoke floating in the air above the first bed. Just like before, the wisp of smoke dispersed, it entered the body of the child on the first ward. By the time Lauren finished casting the incantation on the child in the first ward, the souls of the other 3 children in the ward had already returned to their original bodies. Lauren waited for another 5 minutes. The souls of the 6 children in the first ward had already returned to their original bodies. As a result, cries could be heard everywhere. Many doctors and nurses rushed over to check on the bodies of these children. After that, Lauren became more confident. She then went to another ward. As she became more confident and more skillful at chanting incantations, the speed at which the souls of these children returned became faster and faster. By the time Lauren finished chanting the last incantation, almost all of the children had already woken up. The entire floor instantly became like a kindergarten filled with all kinds of cries. There was a ding sound in Lauren's head. System Divine 9, Mission 3 completed. At that moment, Lauren only felt her entire body relax. She had finally completed Mission 3. Chapter 183, Something Out of the Blue. After Lauren had completed everything, she quietly left with Franklin. When they reached the entrance of the hospital, they happened to see Yulia rushing in, her face clearly filled with joy. Lauren pulled Franklin to a corner and allowed Yulia to walk past them. "Aren't you going to say hello to her?" Lauren shook her head. "I'm tired today. I want to go back and rest early." Lauren was telling the truth. Although she was very happy right now, her vitality was a little depleted after casting so many spells consecutively. Even so, on the way back to the Torres residence, Franklin could feel that Lauren was in a very relaxed mood. "Feeling happy? Of course. So many children were saved by me. I feel super happy." Seeing the fatigue on Lauren's face, Franklin did not talk to her anymore. Instead, he drove a little faster. The mansion was supposed to be 30 minutes away, but Franklin shortened it to 20 minutes. When the car stopped at the Torres mansion, Franklin noticed that Lauren had already fallen asleep leaning against the car window. Her face was calm, but her lips were a little pale. Overall, she seemed to be in a good condition. Franklin opened the car door and carefully picked up Lauren, trying not to wake her up. Before Franklin entered the house, he could hear the sound effects of the game. In the living room, Quinn and Bryce were playing games excitedly with their game controllers. "Are you stupid? He's right in front of you. Can't you see him? My button is broken. I don't have any more health. I don't have any more health." Bryce and Quinn's voices could be heard. When Franklin carried Lauren into the living room, Bryce was about to complain to Franklin. Before he could say anything, Franklin stopped him. "Both of you lower your voices. Lauren is already asleep. It's so late, so both of you should go to bed early. Don't make any noise." With that, Franklin carried Lauren upstairs with him. Bryce looked at Franklin's back. Suddenly, he did not want to play the game anymore. He threw the game controller to the sofa. "I'm not playing, it's no fun." How could Quinn not know what his third brother was thinking? He used to behave the same way too, inexplicably jealous of a child. "Quinn, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree to make things difficult for Lauren back then? Why have both of you changed sides now? Am I the only one on the same side as Mom and Dad?" Quinn raised his hand and slapped Bryce on the back of his head. He did not control his strength and Bryce let out a hiss sound. "Who told you that Mom and Dad are on the same side as you?" Mom knew that she was in poor health, but yet she insisted on giving birth to Lauren. "Did you think she didn't like Lauren? But all these years, I haven't seen Mom talk about Lauren. If she didn't hate her, why would she send her away? Our family was so peaceful during those years when she wasn't around." Quinn rarely stayed at home these few years. He was always wandering abroad, but he knew that things were not like what Bryce had said. When Lauren was not around, the Torres family was indeed peaceful, but it was more like it was overly quiet than peaceful. The matriarch of the Torres family liked to pay her respects to gods. She often stayed in the temple for a year or so at a time. Meanwhile, his parents were away from home all year round and he was leading a wandering life. Mr. Hayes and Franklin were usually the only ones in the house. Sometimes, when he returned home, he would spend the entire day cooped up in his room. There was no one to talk to or chat with. It was no different from living alone. However, when he returned home this time, he clearly felt that things were different. Since Lauren returned, though they would argue and fight over a piece of chicken, life was more colorful and not as lifeless as before. "What's wrong, Quinn?" Quinn finally realized that he was in a daze. He could not help but laugh as he patted Bryce on the shoulder. "You have a deep prejudice against Lauren right now. No matter how much I try to persuade you, you won't accept it. You'll understand when you grow up in the future." Bryce felt as if he had heard something out of the blue. "Understand? I'm never going to understand. I'm not going to talk to you now. Both of you had been drugged by this little brat. I'm going to my room." Quinn looked at his exasperated third brother as he walked up the stairs. He raised his eyebrows and planned to go to bed early as well. After Pauline was arrested, Golden Star Agency had also stopped operating. They were now under investigation by the police. Chapter 184, Bewitched. Quinn's contract with the Golden Star Agency had been automatically terminated, but Isaac still thought highly of him. Isaac had asked him if he wanted to continue signing with the agency. If so, he would assign him another agent. However, Quinn didn't agree. Firstly, he didn't want to continue being restrained by the agency. Secondly, the Golden Star Agency had left him with too many terrible memories. Therefore, he decided to open his own studio. There were many things to do and he needed to conserve his energy, so he stopped the game and went upstairs to sleep. The next day, Lauren did not wake up naturally. Perhaps it was because she had consumed too much energy yesterday. Her eyelids had been very heavy ever since she fell asleep. No matter how hard she tried, she felt that she did not have enough sleep. Even when Franklin came in to call her, she did not wake up immediately. This made Franklin nervous for a while. "Franklin, I'm so sleepy." It was already 10 o'clock. Franklin came up to call her, as he was worried that Lauren would be hungry if she did not eat breakfast. "Then, do you want to eat breakfast before you continue sleeping?" When Lauren heard that there was food, she was willing to eat anything, so Franklin arranged for someone to bring the breakfast up. After eating, Lauren went back to sleep. She didn't wake up until 12 o'clock. This time, she was full of energy when she woke up. Lauren knocked on the door of Franklin's study room and found that Franklin was not inside, so she skipped downstairs. Franklin was indeed downstairs. In fact, the three brothers were sitting on the sofa in an order manner. This inexplicably reminded Lauren the story of Three Little Pigs. "Franklin, Quinn," Lauren shouted. Franklin and Quinn raised their heads at the same time and responded. Meanwhile, Bryce turned his face to the other side, only showing the back to Lauren. "You're awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry?" "Yes, I'm awake. I feel very good, and I'm very hungry." "Good for nothing. It's only been less than 2 hours since you've finished your breakfast, and you're already hungry. You obviously didn't do anything." Bryce did not say these words in a whisper. Everyone present heard it clearly. Lauren did not argue with him. She was in a good mood today, so she did not argue. She extended her hands to Franklin. Franklin skillfully carried Lauren on his lap. "I'll braid your hair." Therefore, Franklin took out the braid tool from under the coffee table in front of the sofa and began to braid Lauren's hair. Bryce was stunned by how skillful Franklin was. "Franklin, why are you so feminine now?" Bryce thought for a long time before using this word. Feminine? Actually, it wasn't. Bryce felt that braiding hair was something that girls did. In his heart, his big brother had always been an aloof and noble scholar. Yet, he was actually braiding hair for a little girl. Moreover, judging from his skillful movements, it was obvious that he had done it countless times. If it was before, Franklin might have felt humiliated and angry from embarrassment, but now, he was very calm and accepted the fact. "It's just one more skill. I suggest you give it a try. In the future, if you don't succeed, you can even set up a stall by the roadside and braid hair for little girls to earn some money." Lauren laughed out loud. She was surprised by her brother's sharp business instincts. "Quinn, what are you doing? You're looking so serious." Lauren could see that Quinn had been watching Franklin's movements the whole time. "I'm looking at how this is done." "Franklin, how did this strand of hair wind its way here?" Quinn recalled the last time he failed to braid Lauren's hair, so he decided to learn from his mistakes. The two of them were like the first and last in their class. One was teaching while the other was learning. They were both very serious. Bryce, who was watching from the side, exclaimed that the world had changed. "The Torres family is done for. The Torres family is done for." Bryce shook his head as he walked upstairs. Mr. Hayes, who had just come down, looked at the mumbling Bryce with a confused expression. "Master Bryce, what's wrong?" "Mr. Hayes, Franklin and Quinn have gone crazy." Mr. Hayes went downstairs to take a look and saw the three siblings getting along harmoniously. He was already used to it. However, the impact was quite big for Master Bryce. Looking at the two young masters studying Lauren's hair in detail, Mr. Hayes was certain that these two would definitely love their daughters dearly in the future. After Lauren's hair was braided, she clamored to go out and play. "Look at how beautifully braided my hair is. The clothes I'm wearing today are also so beautiful. Shouldn't I go out and play? Otherwise, it would be a waste of this outfit." Chapter 185. Who's the boss? It was not the first time they had experienced Lauren's glib tongue. But we just went out yesterday. Franklin crossed his arms in front of his chest as he sat on the sofa and looked down at Lauren. He felt as though he was in a business negotiation in the conference room. Lauren pursed her lips. But we ate yesterday. We have to eat today too. We took a shower yesterday and we still have to take a shower today. If we went out to play yesterday, why can't we go out and play today? Lauren's logic was inexplicable. However, coupled with her expression and voice, Franklin was actually convinced for a moment. Fortunately, he quickly steadied his mind and put forward his own conditions. You can go out to play today, but you have to promise me that you will go to kindergarten. Lauren tilted her head and thought for a while. Go to kindergarten? Lauren thought. All right, I promise you. I'll go. Since her brothers had to work from Monday to Friday, she could go to kindergarten and play with her friends. Just like what Franklin said, there might be people or ghosts in the kindergarten who needed her help. Since Lauren agreed so readily, Franklin could not break his promise too. Well, tell me where you want to go. Lauren mentioned a place that Ben would vomit blood after hearing. Star Dream Amusement Park. Miss Torres, why are you going to that amusement park again? I've been to more amusement parks this year than I've ever been in my entire life. And the thought of the ghosts he saw on the security camera made him shudder. Although I have been to the amusement park so many times, I haven't been able to play anything. Every time, it's for a mission. Reality proved that Lauren's coquettishness always had a magical effect. Half an hour later, the Torres family was on their way to Star Dream Amusement Park. Even Bryce, who was in his room studying, was dragged out. I'm in my 3rd year of high school this year, but you guys are still bringing me to the amusement park. Are you going to let me study or not? The people going for this trip were the same as last time, except that Bryce was joining them this time. Mr. Hayes, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, said, "You need to work and rest at the same time, Master Bryce. You haven't been back for so long. Just come out and play with us once." At home, Bryce had always been the most obedient to Mr. Hayes. He still had some respect for his older brother, Franklin. Though there were times when he did not agree with Franklin, he kept the anger to himself, and he did not dare to speak up. However, he sincerely listened to Mr. Hayes. So, after listening to Mr. Hayes, Bryce shut his mouth. Similarly, they also bought a lot of snacks and put them in the car this time. Lauren even secretly stuffed a lot of them into her pocket dimension. When Lauren arrived at the amusement park, the employees were very sharp-eyed and immediately recognized her. After all, she had so many handsome men by her side, it was hard not to notice them. As they looked at the handsome men, they immediately realized that their boss was here, so they quickly called the manager over. The manager opened the back door and let them in. Bryce looked at the people in the queue in the distance, while they leisurely entered through the back door. He whistled, "Franklin, you sure have a lot of connections. You even know someone from the amusement park." Franklin smiled and shook his head. "It isn't because of me this time." "Then who is it?" Bryce didn't believe it. Could it be that Quinn is advertising for this amusement park? Quinn shook his head as well, indicating that he didn't know either. At this moment, the manager who handled the fast lane for the amusement park returned with a few orange bracelets. With these orange bracelets, they could use the fast lane while playing with the amusement park's facilities. In another word, they would have priority and they did not have to queue up like the ordinary passengers. The manager respectfully bent down and handed the orange bracelets to Lauren. "Here you go, boss." The rest of the people, except for Franklin and Ben, did not know about this. When they heard how the manager addressed Lauren, they were stunned. Quinn asked, "Lauren, what's wrong? Do you have another name called boss?" The manager had a good attitude and always answered every question he asked. He smiled at Quinn and said, "You must be joking." The corner of Quinn's mouth twitched. He was not joking. The manager continued, "Miss Torres is the boss of our amusement park. We have specially provided you with VIP services this time. We hope that you will be able to spend a happy day here." "Boss, do you need someone to accompany you?" Lauren shook her head. "There's no need for that. We'll just have some fun by ourselves. You should get back to work." "All right. If you have any questions, you can look for any of the employees in the park. We'll provide you with the best service." Chapter 186, Hit the Rodents Games. With that, the manager left, leaving behind several shocked people in the room. Among them, other than Franklin and Ben, Mr. Hayes was the calmest. After all, he had already received a house from Lauren. Now, he would not be surprised if Lauren took out anything. Although Bryce was shocked, he was embarrassed to ask since he had been giving Lauren a cold shoulder. They put on their orange bracelets and walked into the park. 3 minutes later, Franklin couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and looked at Quinn. "Can you shut your mouth? Do you need to be surprised for so long?" Quinn hadn't recovered from his shock since the beginning. He looked at the huge amusement park, the amusement facilities and the crowd. His mind was filled with red banknotes. "Franklin, our sister is the owner of this amusement park." Franklin lowered his head and looked at Lauren. Lauren also looked at Franklin tacitly. By reading each other's eyes, they knew they shared the same thought. Quinn's brain was damaged. After walking for a few minutes, Quinn finally came back to his senses. He held onto Lauren and said, "It's such a big amusement park. Why don't I be your spokesperson? Just put my poster outside the amusement park. It will definitely attract a lot of people here." Lauren gave a perfunctory laugh. No one knew if she had agreed or not. As Lauren was with them, they could only play in the children's section. The children's section was not very exciting. Most of the activities were short roller coasters, merry-go-rounds and whack-a-mole games. Everyone followed behind Lauren like bodyguards. Lauren walked in front, looking at this and that. "Franklin, I want to play the whack-a-mole game. I want to play the whack-a-mole game too." Both Lauren and Bryce spoke at the same time. There were 2 whack-a-mole game machines, and these 2 machines had online features, which meant that they could be played together. Therefore, the first game between Lauren and Bryce started at the whack-a-mole machines. Bryce was full of confidence. He had loved playing these games since he was young, so his reaction speed was very fast. When he was young, he had always won when he played games with other children. So, this should also be the case with Lauren. The games on both sides started at the same time. Franklin, Quinn, Ben and Mr. Hayes stood behind the 2 of them and watched the battle seriously. After the game started, the 2 of them began to react. Bryce's reaction speed was indeed very fast. He could hit 8 out of 10 moles. On the other hand, Lauren's reaction speed was even faster. It was as if she could sense which hole the rodents would appear from, and hit on every shot. Therefore, Lauren won the first round very smoothly. Bryce was both shocked and unconvinced at the same time when he lost. "That's impossible. My performance was unstable just now. Let's do it again." Therefore, the 2 of them played again. Lauren's skill level was still very stable. This time, Bryce caught up and hit all the rodents. However, Bryce's unyielding character did not allow him to lose a round. "No, 2 out of 3 wins. Let's play again." After playing twice, Lauren felt bored. However, since Bryce said so, Lauren had no choice but to play again. Perhaps Bryce was nervous this time. His results were actually not as good as the first time. Out of 10 moles, he only hit 7, while Lauren hit every single one of them. "Good job, Lauren. You've won our gaming god Bryce." Quinn's voice came from behind. Bryce, who was used to being praised by others, had actually lost to a little brat that he hated. He looked at Lauren and said, "Impossible. How can you possibly win against me? Play again. I want to watch over you. You must have cheated." So, Lauren began to whack the moles for the 4th time. This time, Bryce was sincerely convinced that Lauren had won. The seconds before the rodent appeared, Lauren seemed to be able to predict its location and immediately moved the hammer over. Sometimes, even before the mole's head could pop out, it was already knocked down by Lauren. Thus, in the first gaming battle, Bryce suffered a crushing defeat. Lauren happily took the first prize that Mr. Hayes had given her, which was an ice cream bar. She secretly wondered if she had cheated. Because her hearing was better than other people's, she focused her senses while playing the game. She could hear the sounds of the traps in the machine. Through these sounds, she could determine the location of the rodent that was about to pop out. Lauren licked a mouthful of the taro-flavored ice cream. "Forget it, I'll just cheat. This ice cream bar is really delicious," Lauren thought. Chapter 187, Haunted House. Many of the activities that followed were completed by Lauren alone because the others were willing to play with her on the merry-go-round or train. Even Franklin, who had always doted on Lauren, could not bear to sit on the pink pony. Therefore, Lauren could only play with these activities on her own. It's so boring to play alone. Lauren got off the merry-go-round and couldn't help but complain. You're complaining when you've something to play while we can only watch you play. Quinn grumbled as he patted the mosquito on his hand. I know what we can play together. They looked in the direction Lauren's chubby little finger was pointing at. The word haunted house was written on it. Looking at these two words, Quinn took a deep breath. Hasn't Lauren seen enough ghosts? Quinn thought. Why does she want to go to a haunted house just to see a ghost when she is here at an amusement park? I won't go. Quinn firmly rejected. He tightly held onto a pillar outside the haunted house, completely refusing to let go. Quinn, the ghosts are all fake. Lauren initially thought that after completing this mission with her, Quinn would become bolder. She did not expect that he would not even dare to go to a haunted house. However, Quinn still refused to budge. No way, I'm not going. Therefore, Lauren began to negotiate. Quinn, if you accompany me, I can make you the spokesperson of Star Dream Amusement Park. When that time comes, your posters will be everywhere, and everyone will know how handsome you are. What do you mean everyone will know how handsome I am? Everyone already knows I'm very handsome, okay. Even though he said that, Quinn was tempted when he heard Lauren's suggestion. Alright, it's just some props. What's there to be afraid of? He waved his hand casually, looking extremely proud and confident. Alright, let's go in. Ben had seen the real ghosts, so he was definitely not afraid of these fake ghosts. As for Mr. Hayes, he had already lived for 60 to 70 years, so of course he did not believe in these things. He was a firm materialist. Bryce, on the other hand, felt bored. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly followed behind the group. Hello, since you are our VIP users, we have specially selected the most exciting theme for you. Please put on your 3D glasses and enter in turn. We need to wear 3D glasses. Your haunted house is quite high-end. Lauren fiddled with her 3D glasses and realized that they were not the right size for her. Seeing this, Franklin said, "Why don't you change your glasses with Bryce? His glasses are more suitable for you." They put on their 3D glasses and were led into an entrance by the shop assistant. After entering, they saw a narrow corridor through the 3D glasses. There were many doors on both sides of the corridor, which actually looked a little similar to the basement floor of the Golden Star Agency. These doors were all tightly shut. There were only very dim lights in the corridor, which was enough for them to see the way clearly. Franklin held onto Lauren's hand as they walked in front. Behind them was Quinn, who had been holding onto Bryce the whole time. At the end of the group were Ben and Mr. Hayes. The moment Lauren entered the haunted house, she could hear Quinn starting to wail and scream. Franklin was disgusted. Quinn, if you continue to scream like that, even the ghosts will be scared away by you. The sound effects of the haunted house were terrifying. It was eerie. If one listened carefully, they could hear the cries of children and the voices of people talking. They walked side by side. There were things around the corridor, and they would sometimes step on something. Quinn, I advise you not to look at the floor. The more Lauren said this, the more curious Quinn became. He glanced at the ground. Ah, what the hell is that? It was soft and elastic. It's just a finger. Bryce spoke indifferently and pulled away the hand that was wrapped around Quinn's neck. He almost suffocated. Quinn, you're so timid. Looks like I didn't find the right way to scare you in the past. I'm not a coward, it's just that both of you are too bold. They continued to walk forward. However, there was nothing else at the end of the corridor, but a door. Lauren, don't open that door. Suddenly, Lauren regretted bringing Quinn in. Why not? How are we supposed to go if we don't open it? We're going back. Quinn's voice was trembling all the time. Lauren let out a tsk and placed her small hand on the door handle. Franklin did not help. After all, it was Lauren who wanted to play. He should just let her enjoy it. After all, she was not afraid of it. These fake ghosts were less threatening to her. Chapter 188, Volunteered. Lauren opened the door. There was a room inside, and there was another door at the other end of the room. Therefore, Lauren inferred that when she opened the other door, they would arrive at the next room. Each room should have a different ghost. There was a wardrobe and a bed in this room. On the bed, there was only a blanket. It did not bulge, so it looked like there was nothing in it. They walked to the other door and took a look. There was a note on the door that said, "To open this door, please find the key." Lauren tried to twist the doorknob, but it would not open. She turned around and said, "We should be looking for the key in this room. What kind of haunted house is this? It's obviously an escape room, and we're even playing with ghosts." Ever since Quinn entered the room, he had not stopped talking. He was either screaming or ridiculing the others. "I'll do it," Bryce volunteered. He usually loved escape rooms. Because of the 3D glasses, everything became very realistic. Bryce fumbled his way to the bed and picked up a corner of the blanket. Quinn hid behind Franklin, not daring to look. Bryce did not hesitate at all and directly lifted the blanket. "Ah!" Quinn's scream made Franklin feel like his ears were going deaf. A long-haired woman was on the bed. This woman's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. Her eyes did not have pupils, only left with the white of the eye. Her appearance was indeed quite frightening. After the quilt was lifted, the female ghost bounced up. Lauren had sharp eyes. With one glance, she saw that there was a rope on the female ghost's wrist. On the rope was the key. The key is in the hands of the female ghost. As this female ghost was a 3D image, she could fly and float. With the 3D glasses, they could see that the female ghost was suspended in the air above them, floating straight towards them. Meanwhile, the blood on her face continued to drip down. As she flew, the female ghost was laughing. Her laughter was shrill and ear-piercing. Although it was fake, the scene was very vivid at that moment. Even Bryce could not help but take a step back. As she watched the female ghost fly towards her, for a moment, Lauren subconsciously wanted to take out a talisman. Could this be the legendary occupational disease? In the end, she managed to control herself and repeatedly told herself that this was just a game. Lauren pulled Franklin's pants. "Franklin, carry me." Franklin picked up Lauren. Just as the female ghost flew past her, Lauren quickly grabbed the key. "I have the key." The moment Lauren grabbed the key, the female ghost disappeared. The room returned to silence, leaving behind a strange empty bed. They used the key to open the door and entered the next room. As Bryce did not successfully completed the mission in the previous room, he volunteered to continue the challenge in this room. This room looked like a study. There were many bookshelves and a very wide desk. According to past experience, these ghosts must be hidden in one of the cabinets. So, Bryce went to search through the cabinets. Mr. Hayes and Ben were only here to experience it. During this time, they stood in the corner and watched the group of children playing. "There's nothing. How strange." Bryce did not find anything, so he closed the cabinets. Suddenly, he cried out in pain. Franklin asked, "Bryce, what's wrong?" After putting on the 3D glasses, everyone's appearance was replaced by a virtual character. They only know the other party's location, but they did not know what had happened to the other party. This made the game even more difficult and exciting. If they could not see who their companions were, their fear would definitely increase. Bryce shook his head and realized that the others could not see. "I'm fine. It's just a nail that scratched my hand. It seems to be bleeding a little." Lauren had a sharp nose and she could indeed smell the blood. "Are you all right?" "It's nothing serious. It's just a few drops of blood." Then, Bryce walked to the desk and began to study the things in front of the desk. "Hey, there's a box here." Franklin and Lauren went over to take a look. As Quinn was scared, Ben, Mr. Hayes and he had become the corner trio. "What's in this box?" Bryce opened the box. However, Franklin and Lauren were a little confused. What box was Bryce talking about? They did not see any box on the desk from their 3D glasses. There were only some books and papers. Chapter 189, the pendant appeared again. However, they could clearly hear Bryce fiddling with something. "It's open. Why is it a pendant? Is the key hidden inside this pendant?" Lauren was alarmed. Something was not right. "Don't touch that pendant." Lauren immediately took off her 3D glasses. The room was still quite bright. Lauren saw Bryce holding a wooden box in his hand. Inside the box was a pendant. Bryce did not listen to Lauren. Instead, he picked up the pendant and focused all his attention on getting the key to continue the challenge. However, the moment he touched the pendant, his entire body suddenly twitched and he fainted on the ground. The pendant also fell to the ground and flashed with a red light before it returned to normal. Franklin also realized that something was wrong. After taking off his glasses, he saw Bryce, who was unconscious on the ground. Mr. Hayes, Ben and Quinn were still hiding in a corner. "Don't startle the three of them for now." Lauren squatted down to look at Bryce. Then, she shifted her gaze to the pendant on the ground. This pendant looked very familiar. It was clearly the pendant that Pauline had brought for those artistes. No wonder Bryce had said that his hand had been cut by accident. For a top-notch amusement park like Star Dream Amusement Park, such mistake of exposing a nail would definitely not occur, as this would be dangerous for any customer. Therefore, Bryce was definitely not cut by a nail, but by a deliberate act. Bryce had bled. In addition, he had touched this pendant. So, his soul was sucked into the pendant. Fortunately, Lauren was already familiar with these things. Lauren did not understand why these things would appear in a haunted house, but the most important thing was to rescue Bryce first. She took out the soul-returning talisman from her pocket dimension and recited the talisman with ease. The time for the soul-returning talisman to take effect was getting faster and faster. In less than 10 seconds, Bryce's soul had returned to its original position. Bryce woke up and saw himself lying on the ground. He did not know what had happened. "What happened to me?" At this moment, the three people in the corner also realized that something was wrong. They took off their glasses and saw Bryce sitting on the ground. "Master Bryce, what's wrong with you?" Bryce shook his head in confusion. "I don't know either. I suddenly fainted. When I woke up, I was already lying on the ground." Bryce has low blood sugar. It's not a big deal. Franklin's words had always been very convincing, so everyone nodded. When Bryce got up from the ground, he scratched his head. "But I've never been in a situation like this before. I even ate my portion for lunch during breakfast today. How could I have low blood sugar?" Mr. Hayes was worried about Bryce, so he pulled Bryce to the front while Lauren and Franklin stayed at the back. Lauren picked up the pendant and put it into her pocket dimension. She planned to study it carefully when she got back. Due to this small incident, they did not continue playing. Instead, they went out through the emergency tunnel. After they went out, Lauren found the manager and asked him to close the haunted house for the time being. The manager was a little surprised. "Boss, our haunted house is very famous. A lot of visitors come here just to experience our haunted house. Our haunted house has been open for so long. Has anything strange happened?" "Strange? No, boss. It's been more than 2 years since it opened, and there have never been any accidents. No one has fainted." The manager laughed. "Of course not. Our ghosts aren't scary. It's just that we have 3D glasses, so it's more realistic. Customers are willing to come and experience it." Lauren took out the pendant from her pocket dimension. "Have you seen this pendant?" The manager wanted to reach out and take a closer look, but Lauren stopped him. So, the manager retracted his hand. "Boss, I've never seen this thing before." Lauren agreed, but she insisted that the manager to temporarily close the haunted house. Due to the fainting incident, Lauren was no longer in the mood to play. They set off on their return journey. However, Lauren was still thinking about the previous incident. For the past 2 years, the haunted house had been operating normally, and the pendant was also not a prop inside the haunted house. So everything that happened today was aimed at them. However, Pauline and Irene were already dead, and Master Maverick had already been arrested by the police. So who was the mastermind behind today's incident? That person must have known that they were coming to the amusement park today. Chapter 190, Strange Roses. On the way back, Bryce looked a little listless. "Don't tell me my blood sugar is really low. Why do I feel a little weak right now?" Lauren pursed her lips. This was natural. After all, his soul had left his body for a moment. She took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket dimension and handed it to Bryce. Bryce looked at the chubby hand that suddenly stretched out in front of him. On her chubby hand, she held a gold-wrapped piece of chocolate. For a moment, he was a little surprised, and he did not reach out to take it. He turned his head and looked out of the car window, ignoring Lauren. Lauren wasn't angry. She didn't have the time to care about his attitude toward her. She took her hand back, opened the chocolate and ate it herself. When they got home, they got out of the car and saw a bouquet of bright red roses at the door. "Hey, are these roses from my fans?" Quinn picked up the bouquet of roses and saw a card inside. What? This bouquet is actually for Lauren. You are so young, and you already have a suitor. Lauren took the card, which did not have any patterns and pictures. On it, the following words were written: "See you later, Lauren. See me later." Who's this from? Lauren looked at the card a few times, but she couldn't find any clues. Franklin walked up to her and said, "It's probably from some children's parents. After all, you saved so many children this time." Really? Lauren was a little confused. But how did these people know where she lived? No matter what, Lauren was very happy to receive such a big bouquet of flowers. She carried the bouquet of flowers back to her room and placed the bouquet of flowers on the table intact. She then laid the card flat on the table. She planned to take a photo later to commemorate the first bouquet of roses she received in her life. However, when she took out the camera from her pocket dimension and was about to take a photo, she discovered that there was something different about the card on the table. At the lower right corner of the card, there were a few letters. DRW. Lauren picked up the card and examined it again to confirm. She had not seen these letters before, or else Franklin and Quinn would have also noticed them. This meant that these letters had only appeared after she had entered the room. Then, Lauren shifted her gaze away from the card. An even more surprising thing happened. The petals of the roses on the table had all fallen off and spread all over the table. At first glance, it looked like a shocking scene of fresh blood. The stalk of the roses as well as the paper used to wrap the roses were gone. The petals of the roses that fell on the table darkened, withered and then disappeared. Everything happened in just a few seconds. This bouquet of roses was definitely not given by an ordinary person. Lauren thought about what happened today. Maybe the incident at the amusement park had something to do with the person who gave this bouquet of roses to her. With this thought in mind, Lauren took out today's pendant from her pocket dimension and observed it carefully. This pendant looked exactly the same as the previous one. She then took out the dozens of useless pendants. After the soul left these pendants, the magical power of these pendants completely disappeared. They were just ordinary pendants. Lauren looked at them carefully and discovered that there seemed to be something extra in the previous pendants. There was a small rose on the back of each pendant. It wasn't there before. Lauren flipped to the back of the pendant that she picked up today and discovered that there were actually roses on the back of this pendant as well. There were no roses on the back of the pendant when they were at the haunted house today. In order to confirm whether the roses on the pendants were there in the first place or if they had suddenly appeared, Lauren immediately ran out of the room and found Quinn. She asked Quinn for the pendant that she had imitated. The fake pendant was copied from the real pendant, so it would be exactly the same as the original pendant. If the original pendant didn't have roses, then the one she imitated definitely didn't either. Quinn was standing in front of Franklin's study room at the moment. He was asking for advice on opening the studio. "Quinn, do you still have the pendant I have given you last time?" "Pendant? Why do you still need that thing?" "I think I put it in the drawer in my room." Lauren did not explain. "Hurry up and give it to me." All right. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll go up and get it for you right now." In the study room, only Lauren and Franklin were left. "Lauren, what happened? Didn't you already complete the mission?" Everything was uncertain, and the disappearance of the roses was too bizarre. Therefore, Lauren only shook her head and did not tell Franklin about it. "Nothing, I just want to see it." Franklin did not continue to ask. "By the way, I've talked to the principal of the kindergarten. You can go to the kindergarten tomorrow." Chapter 191, Coincidental or Deliberate. Going to kindergarten tomorrow? So soon? I am not ready for anything yet. You don't need to prepare anything, just go to kindergarten and don't scare the kids. How could I scare those children? I am so cute. When Quinn came back from upstairs with the pendant, he heard what Lauren said and couldn't help but complain. "In what way are you cute? You look so excited when you see a ghost." When he thought about the haunted house this afternoon, Quinn had goosebumps. That was true. Catching ghosts was Lauren's mission. With every ghost she caught, she would bring more peace in this world. After obtaining the pendant, Lauren returned to her room to continue her research. Looking at Lauren's back as she left, Franklin asked Quinn, "Did you feel that Lauren was a little strange just now?" Quinn was a thick-skinned and insensitive man. "What's so strange about it? It's only strange if she isn't strange." Franklin thought for a moment and actually felt that what Quinn said made sense. If Lauren was not strange one day, she would not be Lauren anymore. As Franklin thought about it, he decided to let Lauren be. Lauren returned to her room and immediately picked up the replica pendant she had created. She flipped to the back of the pendant and carefully observed it, but she did not find any rose pattern on the back of the pendant. This meant that those pendants from Pauline, including the one that she had picked up earlier today, were made in the same place, which explained the same rose pattern on the back. Lauren suddenly thought of a detail. When she was about to wear the 3D glasses outside the haunted house, the pair of glasses that was given to Lauren had been passed to Bryce due to incorrect sizes. If she and Bryce hadn't changed their 3D glasses, then the one who encountered those incidents would have been Lauren. Were these coincidences? Did that person just want to continue to absorb the souls of living people, or was that person targeting at Lauren? What do you think, System Divine 9? Even though Pauline and Irene are dead and those children have been rescued, I feel that this matter is not over yet. Due to the completion of Mission 3, System Divine 9 had recently been upgraded. System Divine 9 was at its weakest when the system was being upgraded. Therefore, during this period of time, System Divine 9 had been staying in Lauren's spiritual consciousness to upgrade quietly. Lauren did not wait for a reply from System Divine 9. She dived into her spiritual consciousness and discovered that Divine 9, which had transformed into a little fox, was lying listlessly on the sofa with its eyes closed. System Divine 9, what's wrong? Lauren gently stroked the smooth fur on the little fox's back. The fox slowly opened its eyes. System Divine 9, host, I am leveling up now. After 2 days, I'll be powerful again. You've leveled up before, but you are not in this manner. System Divine 9, this mission is long and difficult, so I can level up 2 levels in a go. It'll take a little longer. Really? That's great. System Divine 9, I won't bother you anymore. You can level up in peace. After saying that, she exited from her spiritual consciousness. Lauren glanced at the pendants on the table. Since there were no more clues to trace, she could only put this case aside for the time being, regardless of whether it had ended or not. Right now, she had to prepare for another thing, going to kindergarten. Although Lauren was 4.5 years old, she rarely interacted with kids of the same age. So, she was a little nervous at the thought of meeting so many children the next day. She jumped off the bed and ran to Franklin's room. Quinn was no longer there. When Franklin heard the noise, he looked up from his pile of documents and saw Lauren standing at the door. What's wrong? Why are you here again? Franklin, I want to borrow your computer to check something. Go ahead. Franklin then gave his seat to Lauren. There was only a desktop computer in his study room and no laptop, so Lauren could only sit in his seat. Meanwhile, Franklin walked to the sofa with the documents in his hands, leaving plenty of space for Lauren. This was why Lauren favored Franklin the most, as Franklin always gave her enough freedom to do a lot of things. After Franklin carried her to the seat, Lauren opened her browser and began to search for some things. She learnt how to code recently. Her typing speed was getting faster and she had become very proficient at using a keyboard. Franklin listened to the crackling sound of Lauren's typing. Your typing speed can even match my secretary's. Really? Then I will be your secretary from now on. Chapter 192, I'll drop you off. Franklin smiled. Really? You can't eat while working as my secretary. Lauren raised her head and half of her head could be seen from behind the computer screen. Oh my God, your secretary is so miserable. She can't even eat. At that moment, Franklin's secretary, who was happily eating at home, suddenly sneezed. Lauren entered a question into the browser and clicked on it. There were a lot of answers. She clicked on them one by one and slowly browsed through them. After Franklin finished reading a document, he pinched the space between his eyebrows. He raised his head and realized that Lauren was still looking at her computer. Franklin glanced at his watch. It had been more than half an hour. Lauren, you need to let your eyes rest properly. What are you looking at? I am preparing for tomorrow. Franklin leaned over to take a look. When he saw the topic Lauren was searching for, he instantly laughed out loud. How to get along with a 4-year-old. How to play with young children. You're a 4.5-year-old yourself. Why are you Googling this topic? I am 4.5 years old on the surface, but I am smarter than an adult, so I'm afraid that I might accidentally outsmart the other children in kindergarten. That would make things very awkward. So I have to see what children of this age are talking about in advance. Franklin pondered for a moment. Lauren was quite considerate to have thought of this. He shook his head with a smile. He was defeated by Lauren's intelligence. And what did you find? Well, I found that children nowadays like to watch cartoons and play phone games. But I don't like either of them. Franklin, what should I do? Franklin recalled the scene where Lauren watched TV with the servants after dinner every night. A 4.5-year-old kid like you should be watching cartoons, instead of those melodramatic dramas. Lauren was about to refute when she heard Mr. Hayes's voice, telling them to go downstairs for food. Come on, let's go for food. Franklin carried Lauren down again and the two of them went downstairs. At the dining table, Bryce, what time are you going to school tomorrow? I have to be at school before 7:30. We start school a little earlier than usual. Franklin estimated the distance between the Torres family and the school. They should leave home at around 7 o'clock. I'll drive both of you there tomorrow. Bryce was eating a piece of rib when he heard what Franklin said. He asked, us? Franklin nodded. Yes, you and Lauren. You'll go to high school while Lauren goes to kindergarten. Your schools are close to each other, so I'll drop you off. Franklin, who are you sending actually? Franklin did not hesitate to reply. My main purpose is to drop off Lauren. Since your school is close by, I am giving you a free ride. Bryce angrily spat the ribs onto the table and ate a big mouthful of rice, trying to turn his grief and indignation into appetite. At this moment, Mr. Hayes spoke. It's good that Miss Torres is going to kindergarten. If she encounters any problems in the kindergarten, she can ask Master Bryce for help. Bryce hurriedly waved his hand. Please don't. Don't look for me if there's nothing. And also don't look for me if you need any help. I'm very busy recently. Besides, why should I help her? I do not need help. I will behave in the kindergarten. Compared to Bryce's attitude, Lauren's attitude was praised by everyone. Following that, there were 5 or 6 more ribs in her bowl, which made Bryce jealous. As she had to attend kindergarten tomorrow, Lauren was put to bed by Franklin early in the night. You need to rest well. You'll have to get up at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. Franklin set his alarm clock and put it on top of Lauren's bedhead. Thomas Johnson Kindergarten was about 20 minutes away from the Torres family. Since it was the first day of kindergarten for Lauren, Franklin would send her there. Ben would be in charge of picking her up and dropping her off after that. It was her first time going to kindergarten. Lauren found it more nerve-wracking than catching a ghost. After lying on the bed, she kept thinking about what kind of food she would eat in kindergarten the next day. Were the children in kindergarten cute? Were the kindergarten teachers very fierce? She fell asleep in a daze as she thought about these questions. The next morning, at 6:30 a.m., the alarm clock on the bedhead rang on time. This time, Lauren did not stay in bed. When the alarm clock rang, she immediately bounced up. She felt extremely energetic. There was no need to wear a school uniform in kindergarten, just one's own clothes was good enough. Therefore, Lauren chose a pink shirt and a pair of white suspenders. Then, she asked Franklin to tie ponytails for her. Chapter 193, Going to Kindergarten. Miss Torres is so cute. The teachers and the children in kindergarten will definitely like you. Mr. Hayes stood beside Lauren with the pink school bag he had bought the day before. He was ready to send Lauren to the car. Bryce liked to laze around in bed. They had to be out of the house at 7 o'clock, but he only came downstairs at around 6:50, leaving him no time to eat his breakfast. He picked up 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of milk before getting into the car. Franklin looked at Bryce's sleepy face and messy hair. He frowned and said, "You're already a senior in high school. Why are you still so listless?" "Franklin, we don't know what's been going on in our senior dormitory recently. There are always strange noises in the middle of the night. We can't sleep well because of that. Since I get to come back this weekend, I've to sleep longer to make up for my loss of sleep. If there's any strange sound, just let the dormitory management know. We've already told them, but the school can't find the reason. Moreover, that strange sound will disappear on its own, so the school doesn't bother about it." Lauren sat quietly in the back seat with her seat belt fastened. Her empty pink school bag was placed beside her, exuding the smell of a new school bag. Lauren glanced at the roadside. There were many children on the road, and they were all carrying their school bags as they prepared to go to school. Franklin, why do those children look unwilling to go to school? There was a little boy on the road. He was carrying his school bag and crying as he walked. Mommy, I'm not going to kindergarten. I'm not going. Was kindergarten that scary? Lauren was shocked. It's because they don't have enough thirst for knowledge. Franklin glanced out of the window and said calmly. Was that so? Then I'm relieved. I love learning new things. Lauren leaned against the car window. It was past 7 p.m. The pedestrians on the road were in a hurry. There were many cars on the street, but it was not crowded. Lauren's first day of kindergarten began. Franklin parked his car at the entrance of the kindergarten. Then, Bryce got out of the car and walked to his school. Franklin accompanied Lauren to the kindergarten. As the kindergarten had already started for a month, Lauren was considered a transfer student. The teacher, who was waiting for Lauren, was already at the entrance. Hello, are you Lauren? This female teacher bent over to look at Lauren. Franklin nodded. Yes, I am Lauren's elder brother. I brought her here today to report for school. Hello, I am Karina Bailey, and I am Lauren's class teacher. Some children came over to say hello to Karina. Pauline patiently squatted down, one by one to say hello to them. Lauren blinked her eyes. This teacher seemed great. Franklin also squatted down and stroked Lauren's hair. He helped her tidy up her clothes and made sure that everything had been arranged properly. Then, he took out a watch and put it on Lauren's hand. This watch can be used to make calls. I've already saved all our numbers in it. If you encounter any problems, just call us directly, okay? Lauren's new watch was white. It looked a little big on Lauren's hand. She pressed the screen of the watch and sure enough, she saw Franklin, Quinn and Ben's numbers in it. Everything was in place. Lauren nodded obediently. Franklin, I'll be a good girl today, and wait for Ben to pick me up after school. Seeing how obedient Lauren was, Franklin felt relieved. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. The company was not in the same direction as Lauren's kindergarten, so he had to leave quickly. There was an important international meeting in the morning. Miss Bailey, I'll leave Lauren in your care. I'll leave first. If there's anything, you can call me directly. Karina Bailey was a young girl. She looked about 23 years old and had a neat ponytail. She was wearing the uniform of a kindergarten teacher. She had known Franklin's identity from the principal, so she also nodded respectfully. Don't worry, Mr. Torres. It was not until 8 o'clock that all the children in the kindergarten began to arrive one after another. Franklin knew that with Lauren's current level, it would be a waste of time to study in a lower level class. Therefore, he contacted the principal directly and arranged for her to study in a higher level class. The kindergarten bell was soft music. After the bell rang, Karina took Lauren's hand and walked into the higher level class that Lauren was going to study in. Lauren was about to meet her future classmates. She was very nervous now. She felt her heart beating faster and faster. System Divine 9, host, what's wrong? Your heart rate is so fast. The table is shaking. Chapter 194, The Silent Girl. Lauren did not have time to answer System Divine 9's question. She was already standing in front of the entire class. The kindergarten table was a large rectangular table. 6 or 7 people were sitting around it. All the children looked up and stared at Lauren. A little boy in the front row raised his hand. Miss Bailey, who is she? We have a new friend today and she will be joining our class. She'll learn and play with everyone. When they heard this, all the children looked at Lauren with curiosity in their eyes. The children in this class were not exactly the same age. It was obvious that some of them were already 6 or 7 years old, while some of them were just like Lauren, only 4 or 5 years old. Lauren, please introduce yourself to everyone. Lauren did not show any signs of stage fright. Instead, she revealed a big, wide smile. Hello, everyone. My name is Lauren. I'm 4.5 years old this year. I hope that I can get along well with all of you. After she spoke, all the children started clapping one after another except for a little girl. This little girl was sitting in the corner. She kept her head lowered throughout the whole process, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with her. Well, it really has nothing to do with her, Lauren thought. Alright, then Lauren will join the 4th group. This class was divided into 4 groups, and there was an empty seat at the table in the 4th group. The empty seat was next to the silent little girl. Lauren walked over and sat down. The first class was music class. The music teacher was a very gentle female teacher with long hair. During the music class, the children had to stand up and line up in several rows to stand in front of the piano and sing with the teacher. Due to her height, Lauren could only stand in the front row. Lauren stood next to the silent girl. She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old and was very skinny. She was so skinny that Lauren felt she could be blown away by a gust of wind. "Come, let's learn a song together today. Let's swing our oars." The first class was quite enjoyable. Lauren had never attended such classes and no one taught her music or singing. Therefore, she was very active in class and caught the teacher's attention. "Why haven't I seen you before?" At this moment, a boy took the initiative to answer. "Miss Lane, she's a new student in our class. Her name is Lauren." Lauren remembered this boy. Miss Bailey had mentioned that this boy was the class monitor and his name was Kian Alston. Kian was a very responsible class monitor. He even helped Lauren pick up her new book and cup. "I see. Everyone should learn from Lauren and actively participate in class activities." "Got it." The children were very obedient and answered loudly. Only the girl next to Lauren remained silent. She did not speak during the entire class and did not sing a single song. After the music class, there was a handicraft class. Today, they were going to learn how to fold origami cranes. Lauren had studied English, Spanish and programming, but she had never been exposed to music or origami. As soon as the class started, the teacher gave everyone 2 pieces of square paper. The teacher folded the paper and the students imitated her. However, Lauren did not seem to have any talent in this area. Her 2 pieces of square paper had been accidentally torn by her during the process. Looking at the 2 broken-armed origami cranes in front of her, Lauren pursed her lips. She looked at the students on her left. They were still folding the paper seriously. Then, Lauren looked at the silent little girl on her right and widened her eyes in surprise. A lifelike origami crane was placed in front of her. "Wow, you're amazing. The teacher only taught you once and you already folded it." Lauren did not hide her praises at all. However, the little girl did not react to it. She did not even thank her. After that, Lauren saw that the little girl only used one of the square papers. The remaining piece was placed under her folded origami crane. "May I have the piece of paper on your desk? Both of mine are torn." That little girl glanced at Lauren. This was the first time Lauren looked directly at the little girl. Lauren was surprised for a moment. That little girl's gaze was not that of a 5-year-old child. It was as though she had gone through a lot. That little girl nodded and pushed the square paper to Lauren. Chapter 195. She had no friends. Lauren thought she would be rejected, but the little girl actually agreed. Lauren took the piece of paper and said thank you with a smile. "I'm Lauren. What's your name?" The little girl didn't say anything at first. She seemed to be hesitating whether to tell Lauren her name, but her lips moved for a few seconds before she opened her mouth. "My name is Ruby Cromwell." Ruby's tone when she spoke was similar to her gaze. It did not sound like the tone that a 5-year-old child should have. Children usually spoke with their last syllables raised, but every word of Ruby's seemed to drop. This inexplicably reminded Lauren of those big villains in family dramas. Lauren looked at the pink square origami paper in her hand and shook her head. What was she thinking? This was a kindergarten. She took the square origami paper and began to frown. This was her last chance. What if she still couldn't fold it properly? So, she turned to Ruby for help. "Ruby, can you teach me how to fold it?" Unexpectedly, Ruby shook her head decisively this time. Then, she lowered her head and reverted back to her usual aloof look. Lauren felt she was being treated unfairly. She did not do anything. Why was Ruby's attitude so indifferent? However, she recalled what Franklin had told her this morning. Everyone had their own personality, and so did children. Therefore, she did not have to force herself to become friends with everyone. Lauren consoled herself that it was not her fault, so she went to the classmate on her left for help. The child on her left was also a little girl. She had a ponytail and it was braided with colorful butterfly clips, making her look very cute. According to the little girl, her name was Joy Donahue. She was 6 years old this year. 1.5 years older than Lauren. Joy was a little surprised when she learned that Lauren was only 4.5 years old. You're already in the kindergarten class at 4.5 years old. You must be very smart. All the children here are 6 years old. Under Joy's guidance, Lauren folded the paper. At the same time, she whispered to Joy, "But isn't Ruby, who is next to me, also 5 years old?" "Yes, Ruby is also 5 years old. She just came to our class this year, 1 month earlier than you. I heard from my mother that she skipped a year and joined our class." Joy's voice matched her character, soft and cuddly. "Lauren, you're making a mistake. This part should be folded forward instead of backward. Also, you have to fold along this diagonal line. This corner has to be aligned with that corner." Lauren quickly amended and followed the steps that Joy instructed. While folding, she continued her conversation with Joy. "Ruby has been in this class for so long. Doesn't she have any friends? I don't see anyone talking to her and she doesn't talk to anyone either." At this moment, the little boy sitting opposite Lauren and Joy also joined in the conversation. This little boy was Milo Barker. He was the one who asked Miss Bailey a question when Lauren first arrived. He came forward to talk, as if he didn't want others to hear him. "It's not that no one wants to be friends with her. It's just that she doesn't want to be friends with us. We took the initiative to talk to her, but she ignored us. So that's how it is," Lauren thought to herself. "Then it's not her problem anymore." She folded her origami and turned her head to look at Ruby. Ruby continued to keep her head down and put her hands on her knees. She looked well behaved, but she was extremely lonely. The green origami crane was placed right in front of her. Under the careful guidance of Joy and Milo, Lauren finally folded the origami crane. However, because she had folded it too many times, the paper was worn out. Nonetheless, it was still a successful origami crane. After class, Lauren carefully put the origami crane into her bag. She planned to take it back and give it to Franklin tonight. The kindergarten classes were all very fun, and everyone was very happy until the last class, math class. When the bell rang, the children all pouted. Lauren looked at the simple 10-digit addition and subtraction on the blackboard and thought, "Finally, there is something that I know." As the kindergarten was affiliated to Thomas Johnson Primary School, junior high and high school, these children had the opportunity to be directly promoted through these affiliated schools. Therefore, the content of their study was a little more advanced than that of the children of other kindergartens, so that they could lay a good foundation from the beginning. Chapter 196, Small Red Flower. The math teacher was a 30-something-year-old female teacher who wore glasses and had a low ponytail. She looked a little dull and serious. We have all learned the most basic content in the last lesson. Everyone should know what addition and subtraction are, right? The children, who were very enthusiastic in the other lessons, remained silent at this time. In that case, let's have a test to see if everyone was paying attention in the last class. The math teacher then wrote a few formulas on the blackboard. Is there anyone who wants to come up and write down their answers? Everyone was afraid to be chosen by the teacher, so they began to count with their fingers. Lauren looked at the formulas on the blackboard and knew the answers in less than a second. She had taught herself when she was in the church. She had already reached the standard of first-year high school mathematics. Therefore, when Franklin was explaining the third-year high school mathematics to Bryce, she did not understand it. "Milo, come up and write the answer." Milo stood up reluctantly and walked to the blackboard. However, he stood in front of the blackboard for a long time and could not write a number. "Teacher, I don't know the answer." Fortunately, the teacher did not lose her temper. She only nodded and let Milo go back to his seat. "Who can come up and give me an answer?" No one in the class raised their hand, so Lauren raised hers. The math teacher quickly noticed Lauren. "Are you the new student who arrived today?" Lauren nodded and repeated her name. "Okay, then you come up here and write down the answer." Lauren took the chalk and wrote down all the answers to the 5 questions without hesitation. After she finished writing the answers, the other children was looking at the blackboard with the same expression as they didn't know what the correct answer was. The math teacher browsed through the answers and said, "Very good, Lauren has done everything correctly. She gets a small red flower sticker." The math teacher took out a small red flower sticker and stuck it on Lauren's forehead. In kindergarten, The children who received this sticker were like celebrities. The rest of the children looked at Lauren enviously. At this moment, an unexpected person suddenly raised her hand. It was Ruby. "Teacher, I want to try the questions too." The children in the class gaped in surprise. This was the first time they heard Ruby speak, and most importantly, she had taken the initiative to speak. The math teacher was also stunned. This was the first time she came across a child who took the initiative to do a math problem. Of course, she would not refuse such a request. So, she wrote down 5 more questions on the blackboard. Ruby was wearing a very beautiful black lace dress today. Her hair should have been carefully tied up by her mother. The patterns of her braids were a little complicated. Lauren thought that Franklin would definitely not tie such a braid. After Ruby went on stage, she wrote down her answer just like Lauren. She did not hesitate at all, as if she did not need to calculate the answer to write it down. Lauren knew that the answer she wrote was correct. The next second, the math teacher announced the good news to the class. "Very good. I'll give Ruby a red flower sticker as a reward too." When the math teacher pasted the small red flower sticker on Ruby's forehead, Ruby glanced at Lauren. For some reason, Lauren actually felt that there was a hint of provocation in Ruby's gaze. Math class was very simple for Lauren, but she listened very carefully to the lesson. After class, it was time to go home. Lauren put all the new books that was distributed today into her school bag. She carefully avoided the space where she had placed the origami crane, in order not to squash it. After school, all the children in the kindergarten had to line up at the entrance and wait for their parents to come and pick them up. Lauren obediently carried her school bag and followed the group to the school gate. At a glance, Lauren spotted Ben, who was holding onto the railing at the entrance. Ben also waved at Lauren. After the teacher confirmed that Ben was there to pick up Lauren, she was allowed to leave. "Ben, look at what's on my forehead." Ben was also very encouraging. "Wow, it's a red flower sticker. Looks like you've performed very well at school today." Lauren said proudly, "That's right. I was very active in answering questions today. All the teachers really like me." Ben took Lauren's bag and was about to leave with her. Chapter 197, A Strange Relationship. At this moment, Karina Bailey and the mathematics teacher walked over. "Lauren, who is he?" "He is my uncle." Ben was a little surprised, as Lauren had acknowledged him as an uncle. After all, his real identity was just a driver from the Torres family. However, what Ben did not know was that in Lauren's eyes, Ben was like her family member. "Uncle, this is my homeroom teacher, Miss Bailey, and my math teacher, Miss Annesley." Ben greeted the 2 teachers. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" "There is indeed something I need to talk to you about. Why don't we go to the office?" With that, Ben held Lauren's hand and followed the 2 teachers to the office. As they walked, Ben bent down to whisper to Lauren, "Miss Torres, it's only your first day of school. What did you get yourself into this time? Why are they meeting your parents?" Lauren felt wronged. She had not done anything. Instead, she had performed so well today that the teacher had even rewarded her with a small red flower sticker. Why did they have to speak ill of her now? Lauren felt a little uneasy. She followed the teachers to the office, only to discover that she was not the only child waiting in the office. There was also the silent little girl Ruby. A middle-aged woman was sitting next to Ruby. She looked friendly and she should Ruby's parent. The homeroom teacher, Miss Bailey, beckoned for Ben and Lauren to sit down. "Miss Bailey, has Lauren done something wrong in the kindergarten?" Karina quickly waved her hand. "No, you misunderstood. I asked your children and you to stay here today because I heard from our math teacher that the progress of your child in math has far surpassed that of the other students in the class. Our kindergarten now has a talent program, which is to train these children who are more talented in advance. Therefore, we've specially invited you here to ask for their opinions." Lauren heaved a sigh of relief. She was asked to stay back not because she did not perform well, instead it was because she had done too well. Hence, Karina began to introduce the talent program to them. However, Lauren did not pay much attention to it, because she noticed that the interaction between Ruby and her mother was a little strange. Though Ruby looked like a very obedient little girl, for some reason, her eyes and actions were full of hostility toward her mother. She was very reluctant, especially when her mother had some physical contact with her. However, looking at Ruby's clothes and braided hair, It was obvious she was treated with great care. What's going on? As Lauren thought about it, Karina had already finished talking. You can think about it when they go back. This talent program will be very helpful to the children's future studies. We will also invite the best teachers in the country to teach these children. Ben nodded. He had listened to what the teacher had said and planned to go back, and discussed it with Master Franklin and the others. Lauren jumped off the sofa. Ben was currently thanking the teacher. Meanwhile, Ruby and her mother had already left a long time ago. To be precise, Ruby was the first to leave. After her mother hurriedly thanked the teacher, she went to chase after Ruby. After Ben and Lauren left the office, Lauren suddenly realized that the red flower sticker on her forehead was gone. She must have dropped it in the office by accident. Ben, please wait here for a moment. I am going back to the office to look for the red flower sticker. I want to show it to my brother tonight. Very well, Miss Torres. Lauren quickly ran back to the office. Karina and the math teacher were still inside. Ruby is a little strange. She seems to be very afraid of her mother. I don't think she is afraid. It's more like she doesn't like her. I don't know what happened. Before Ruby transferred to our class, I even got to know her former form teacher. She said that Ruby's personality suddenly changed during a certain period of time. She used to be very obedient and cute, but now she has become very quiet. She started to dislike her parents and suddenly changed her personality. Do you think it's possible that her parents are abusing her at home? After being a teacher for so many years, naturally this was not the first time they had encountered abuse cases. That was why they had made such a guess. I don't know either. We should pay more attention to Ruby in class in the future. The math teacher nodded and the two of them started to pack their things. Chapter 198, A Waste of Jeans. Hey, Miss Torres, did you get the small red flower sticker? When Lauren came back to her senses, she realized that she had already walked over to Ben's side. She was thinking about what the two teachers had said, and completely forgotten about the red flower sticker. Lauren shook her head. I couldn't find the flower sticker. Forget it. If I perform better in the future, I'll be able to get it again. The kindergarten ended early at 4:30 p.m. Due to the conversation in the office, it was already 5:30 p.m. when Lauren returned home. Ben then drove to the Torres Corporation to pick up Franklin. There was no one in the living room, so Lauren went to Mr. Hayes's room. Mr. Hayes' room was on the first floor. As Mr. Hayes was already old, it was not convenient for him to climb the stairs. Therefore, a room was specially prepared for him on the first floor. Mr. Hayes' room door was not closed tightly. Mr. Hayes, I am back. Mr. Hayes was sitting on the bed at the moment. There was a box, which looked very exquisite, next to him. Miss Lauren is back. Yes. Mr. Hayes, what are you looking at? Before Mr. Hayes closed the box, Lauren only saw some patterns on the lid of the box. Oh, it's nothing. It's just some things that my wife left behind. Lauren nodded. She had never heard Mr. Hayes mention his family before, and neither had Lauren asked before. Mr. Hayes had been working for the Torres family for decades. Since he did not mention it himself, it meant that something bad had happened to his family. Mr. Hayes put the carved wooden box back into the drawer. Perhaps it was because he was reminiscing about the past. Lauren felt that Mr. Hayes was not in high spirits today. Mr. Hayes, I have encountered a lot of interesting things in kindergarten today. Let me tell you about it. Lauren held Mr. Hayes' hand and acted coquettishly. Okay, let's talk in the living room. There's some yogurt in the fridge for you. I'll take it out as well. Lauren nodded and went to sit on the sofa in the living room, while waiting for Mr. Hayes to come over. After chatting with Mr. Hayes for a while, the servants were back from buying ingredients and started to prepare for dinner. At 6:30 p.m., Franklin arrived home on time. A few minutes later, Quinn returned. He had made an appointment with a real estate agent to look at a house today. He was going to find a good place for his studio. After the announcement that he had terminated his contract with Golden Star Agency was posted on Instagram, quite a number of agencies approached him. However, he rejected all of them. Other than that, there were many other brands that offered him business partnerships. However, he did not have an agent yet, so he did not have the time to check them one by one. At the dining table, Lauren began to talk non-stop about the incident that she had encountered in kindergarten today. I've made an origami crane today. It's so beautiful. She put down her chopsticks and took out the origami crane from her bag. Look, Lauren waved the origami crane in front of everyone proudly. I've brought this origami crane back to give to my brother. Which brother should you give it to? There are two here, Franklin smiled and asked. Lauren placed the crane in front of Franklin and said, of course it's for you. Thank you for sending me to kindergarten this morning, Franklin. HMPH, Quinn snorted. He did not even look at the crane and pretended that he did not care about it. Lauren turned to Quinn with a smile and said, if there's a chance in the future, I will also make one for you. Both Mr. Hayes and Ben will have one too. At least you have a conscience. Only then did Quinn forgive Lauren. Then, did Miss Torres make any new friends in kindergarten today? Of course. I got to know quite a few children. One of them is called Joey, and the other one is called Milo. Milo is a very naughty little boy. There's another one, but I don't know if she counts as a friend. Her name is Ruby. No one seems to be friends with her in kindergarten. Everyone at the dining table fell silent after hearing Lauren's description of Ruby. If it's really like what the teacher said, this little girl's temper changed drastically in a short period of time, then something must have happened. Lauren swallowed a mouthful of meat and nodded. Of course, this matter was quickly overshadowed by Lauren's next story. At the dining table, Ben brought up the topic on talent program in school. Quinn gave her a thumbs up. I didn't expect it, Lauren. You're so intelligent. Who knows, you might even surpass Franklin when the time comes. Franklin said, instead of saying that the two of us have high intelligence, it would be better to say that you and Bryce are the oddballs. Both of you have wasted the good genes of the Torres family. Chapter 199, Visiting her parents. Lauren can decide whether or not she wants to participate in the talent program. Franklin had always been a democratic person and respected others' opinions. Am I right to say that if I participate in the talent program, I will have to study for a longer period of time? Ben nodded. Yes, I heard from Miss Bailey that you would have to stay with the other children to continue your lessons after school. Lauren thought for a moment. With her current standard, participating in the talent program would not be of any help to her. However, she found learning in kindergarten was very interesting, so she nodded. I am willing to participate. Learning is so interesting. Franklin praised Lauren for her enthusiasm in learning, while Quinn rolled his eyes. Quinn said, among our siblings, who are the two that are not biological siblings? After dinner, Franklin called Quinn and Lauren into the study room as he had something to tell them. What's wrong, Franklin? Why do we have to come to the study room to talk about it? It's so formal. It looks like a meeting is about to take place. It's indeed quite serious, so we need to discuss it properly. After returning home, Franklin had yet to change out of his suit, so he looked really serious. Many people know that Lauren is back. As Lauren is part of the Torres family and she has returned home after 4 years, well, what I mean is that we need to hold a banquet and invite some important people over to formally introduce Lauren to them. Otherwise, in the future, Quinn understood what Franklin had yet to say. In this era, power and influence were extremely important, especially for families like theirs. The good thing about Lauren's silent return was that she did not have to go through so much trouble. But the bad thing was there were lots of rumors and slander going around. Therefore, it was very important to announce Lauren to the public in a timely manner. Quinn nodded in agreement. I think what you said makes sense. Lauren's last visit to your company caused such a huge commotion, so we should make an official announcement to avoid any misunderstandings. Yes. The Torres Group's 50th anniversary will be held on the 10th of May. I've decided to use this opportunity to announce it to everyone. What do you think? It's a good idea to hold it together with the company's 50th anniversary. However, will they think that we don't value Lauren? I've thought about this before. However, if we hold a welcome home party specifically for Lauren, I'm afraid those people won't come over after they find out. Lauren sat down obediently and didn't interrupt when the two adults were discussing. For the 50th anniversary celebration of Torres Corporation, since most of the important people will be there, it'll best to take this opportunity. What do you think, Lauren? I'll go along with whatever you plan, Franklin. I know you won't harm me. Quinn and Franklin smiled. But don't we need to discuss this with Mom, Dad and Grandma? Yes, we do. That's why I planned to bring Lauren to visit Mom and Dad this weekend. They were going to visit Mom and Dad. Lauren's interest was piqued. She had wanted to visit her mom a long time ago, but she did not know if the timing was right, so she did not bring it up. Franklin could clearly sense Lauren's excitement. Why? Excited to visit Mom? Of course. Lauren nodded her head vigorously. Although she had not spent much time with her parents, they were still her parents. She had witnessed how other parents in the kindergarten doted on their own children, so she thought her parents would be as loving as well. However, Lauren hesitated again. She had been back for so long, but her parents had not called her to ask about it. So, what if her parents did not welcome her after she met them? Lauren shook her head again to get rid of her messy thoughts. Her main purpose of returning to the Torres family was to help her mother recover from her illness. It was okay even if she did not like her. Lauren's mother had been sick after giving birth to Lauren, so she aimed to return her mother a healthy body. This was her biggest goal in coming back to the Torres family. Franklin, are we going back this weekend? Franklin nodded as he looked at the anticipation in Lauren's eyes. Yes, we're going this weekend. Bring a change of clothes. We're going to stay there for 2 days. Lauren nodded. She was both nervous and excited. Chapter 200, Doing Homework. Quinn, push your work aside and clear your schedule for the next 2 days. And inform Bryce. We'll go together as a family. Quinn frowned when he heard that. Franklin, do I have to go too? Of course you're going. How long has it been since you've gone to visit our parents? It's not that I don't want to see them. Every time I visit them, I end up quarreling with Dad. You know it too well. Their father, Sean Torres, had always been angry with Quinn for not studying business, and choosing to become a model instead. Every time Sean saw or talked to Quinn on the phone, he would scold him to vent his anger. As time went by, Quinn started to avoid him. Although Dad says so, he would definitely want us to visit him together. The last time I spoke to him on the phone, he complained that you haven't been over to see him for a long time. Quinn was flustered as he scratched his head. All right, but if I get scolded by Dad, you have to come out and save the day. Franklin smiled but did not say a word. Lauren sat on the high chair that Franklin had custom-made for her. She could clearly see everything on Franklin's desk. The family photo they had taken together was on his desk. The woman in the photo looked kind and gentle. Was this her mother? Lauren thought. When she left the Torres family, Lauren was only half a year old, so she had no memory of her mother. However, when she saw the photo, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Franklin placed both his hands on the desk. He always sounded as if he was in a conference meeting when he spoke. Then it's settled. Franklin made the decision. Meeting adjourned, Lauren said and then patted the table with her hand. Franklin and Quinn burst out laughing. I have to go back to my room to finish my homework. The math teacher left a few questions for us today. Franklin nodded. Go ahead. I also have some work to do. All right, I'll go back and continue with my work in the studio. The 3 siblings disbanded on the spot. After returning to her room, Lauren took out a small exercise book from her school bag. This exercise book contained the mathematics content for the semester. Lauren arrived a month late, so she was already a little behind. She quickly picked up her pencil and started brainstorming. 10 minutes later, Lauren stared blankly at the last question in the exercise book. You're done already? Lauren put down her pencil and scratched her head. It was so simple. It seemed that she would have to ask her teacher for more questions in the future. Otherwise, it would be too boring. System Divine 9, host, don't forget that you're here for missions, not math problems. System Divine 9, are you feeling better? But there's no mission now, so I can only try out these questions. System Divine 9, yeah, I'm feeling better now, but I'll probably need another week to fully recover. Lauren could sense that System Divine 9's voice was not as energetic as before. It was still rather weak. Besides, if you weren't here, I wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Many of Lauren's current abilities, including her acute sense of smell and hearing, as well as her ability to sense the aura around her, were all tied together with System Divine 9. When System Divine 9 was weak, Lauren's abilities were also weakened. During the time when System Divine 9 was being upgraded, Lauren was almost no different from a normal person, except that she was a little smarter. As they spoke, the System Divine 9 went silent. Lauren guessed that it must have fallen asleep again. So, Lauren went into her library to continue learning programming. The next day, Lauren was no longer so nervous when she went to kindergarten. Ben was the one who sent her to school today. Lauren even packed some breakfast at home and placed it in the pocket dimension. The food in kindergarten was too bland. Lauren always felt that she was not full, so she decided to give herself a treat today. As usual, Karina was at the door to welcome the children. Ben walked over with Lauren. "Good morning, Lauren." "Good morning, Miss Bailey." Miss Bailey, after seeking Lauren's opinion and discussing with Lauren's brothers yesterday, "We've decided to let Lauren participate in this talent program." Miss Bailey was very happy to hear that. "Really? That's great. The talent program will officially begin next Monday. By then, Lauren's school hours will be extended by an hour. Within this hour, we'll give Lauren and the other students a separate math class." Chapter 201, Choked. Lauren was elated. Did this mean that she would be able to solve more math problems? For the next few days, life in kindergarten was pretty much the same. Apart from not becoming good friends with Ruby, Lauren had a lot of fun. However, something happened on Friday that made the entire class admire Ruby. Friday afternoon was the happiest time for the children. They could leave school an hour early on Friday, and there would also be no classes in the afternoon. The teachers would take out toys for the children to play among themselves. Lauren asked the teacher for a few pieces of square paper. She planned to fold a few thousand origami cranes and give them to Quinn, Mr. Hayes and Ben as a gift. Lauren quietly folded the paper while Joy looked on to prevent Lauren from making another mistake. Milo was playing with blocks and marbles with a few children not far from them. Suddenly, Milo began to cough. Everyone thought that he was not feeling well all of a sudden. They did not expect his face to turn green. The children, who were playing with Milo, started to get scared and went to look for their teachers. Joy and Lauren were also frightened. They quickly went over to see what was wrong with Milo. They saw Milo standing there coughing non-stop. His face was getting paler and paler as if he could not breathe. A child beside him said, "He had a marble in his mouth just now. I don't know if he swallowed it." Lauren was shocked. Milo must have choked. She had learned first aid before and immediately thought of the Heimlich maneuver. However, it was obvious that she was not the only one who thought of this method because Ruby was faster than her. While the other children were still in shock and fear, Ruby had calmly walked to Milo's side. Ruby was shorter than Milo as she was a girl and also younger than Milo, which made it not conducive to perform the first aid. However, at that moment, Ruby seemed to have exerted a lot of strength. She hugged Milo from behind and used a very professional method to press down on Milo's abdomen. At that moment, Lauren could not understand how Ruby could release such a large amount of strength with her small body. There were a few times when Milo was almost lifted up by her. When Karina and the other teachers rushed over, Milo had already spat out the marble that he had swallowed. His expression had already returned to normal. He was now sitting and panting on the chair, looking a little scared. At this moment, Ruby was also sitting on the chair. As she had used too much strength just now, her little face was now red. Karina quickly contacted the school's infirmary doctor to check on Milo. Fortunately, everything was normal. Due to this small incident, the children did not continue playing with the toys. Karina had already called Milo's parents and asked them to pick him up early. Then, Karina held a meeting in the kindergarten class. First, she scolded Milo for putting the toys in his mouth, and then she praised Ruby. Ruby was excellent just now. She didn't panic in the face of danger and saved Milo. "Ruby, can you tell us what method you have used?" Ruby was pulled to Karina's side. "The method I used is called the Heimlich maneuver. This method can be used to save those who are choked." The children were surprised again. So, Ruby could talk so much in a go. "I think everyone should learn this method, so that in the future, when we encounter similar situation, we will not miss the crucial time." Everyone was silent. It was not that the children did not want to react, but they did not understand what Ruby was saying at all. They had never heard of Heimlich. The first to applaud was Lauren. Lauren knew about this first aid method. She had watched the video when she was studying, but she had never practiced it herself. So, if she was asked to do it, she might not be able to do it better than Ruby. Ruby was very skillful, as if she had done it many times. Lauren was the most popular person in the class recently. When she clapped, the other children around her also clapped along with her. After receiving praises from the teachers and other students, Ruby, who was on stage, suddenly looked a little shy. She lowered her head slightly, and Lauren could see her smile. Chapter 202 Origami Cranes. After school, Milo's parents also stayed behind to thank Ruby for her help. Ben had completely forgotten that today was Friday and school ended an hour earlier. He only recalled when Lauren requested Karina to call Ben. So Lauren had to wait in the classroom for a while. Lauren was not the only one left in the classroom. Milo's mother was repeatedly thanking Ruby's mother, Susan, while holding onto her hand. "Thank you so much for your daughter's help. If it weren't for her, I don't know what would have happened to this brat of mine." Susan said, "It's nothing. As long as the child is fine, it's all right." However, Lauren felt that Susan's expression was a little unnatural. Milo and his mother had already left. The form teacher, Miss Karina Bailey, was still talking to Susan in the classroom. "You really taught your child well. She's good at math and she even knows the Heimlich maneuver. She saved Milo's life today." "Maneuver? What maneuver?" Karina smiled. "It's the first aid method that Ruby used today. If it weren't for you parents teaching the method to Ruby, Milo today, let's not talk about it anymore." "Oh," Susan nodded. It was as if this was the first time she had heard the name of this first aid method. Lauren. Hearing someone calling her, Lauren looked outside. Ben was already waiting at the classroom door. "Miss Bailey, my uncle is here. I'll be leaving first." "Okay, go ahead. Have a good weekend." "You too, Miss Bailey." When she reached the door, Lauren turned around. "Ruby, have a good weekend. I'll see you next Monday." As if she did not expect Lauren to talk to her, Ruby looked up with surprise in her eyes. She quickly came back to her senses and nodded at Lauren. "I'll see you next Monday." After receiving Ruby's response, Lauren skipped toward Ben in satisfaction. She did not listen to the class the entire day. All she could think about was her schedule for the next day. She was going to visit her parents the next day. After Lauren got into the car, she hugged her school bag and looked out the window. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Lauren was in an extremely good mood. "Miss Torres, what kind of treasure is in your school bag? Why are you hugging it so tightly?" "It's not a treasure. It's just that everyone will get an origami crane that I have folded today." Lauren took out a yellow origami crane from her bag and placed it on the dashboard while they were stopped at the red light. "This origami crane was specially folded for you." Lauren was not very skillful with origami. Her origami crane's wings were of different sizes. However, Ben was very happy. "Thank you for remembering me, Miss Torres. How could I not remember you? You have been so good to me." Ben did not go home immediately. Instead, he drove a little further down the road and arrived at the entrance of Thomas Johnson High School. Since they were going to visit their mother, Maria, tomorrow, Bryce had to go home with them tonight. There was no such thing as an early dismissal for the third-year students in the high school. All the teachers were eager to keep their students in the classroom. However, because of the itinerary for the next day, Bryce specifically requested a leave of absence from the teacher. When Bryce walked out of the school gate with his school bag in hand, Lauren was still folding paper. Before Lauren left school, she asked the teacher for a lot of square-shaped paper in a variety of colors. She was getting better with the folding now. "Miss Torres, why did you fold so many origami cranes?" As she folded them, Lauren shook her head mysteriously. "It's a secret, Ben." "Secret? Miss Torres, don't tell me you have a boy you like." Lauren thought about her classmates in the kindergarten. Milo, who ate marbles, Alan, who had a runny nose every day, Peter, who didn't even know what 1 + 1 was. She shook her head. "I'll never like them. I prefer people like my brother, Franklin." Bryce opened the car door and heard what Lauren said. Bryce sat in the passenger seat, while Lauren sat in the back seat. "Master Bryce, school is over." "Yes, then we'll go home. Master Franklin will leave work early today." "All right, let's go home. I haven't packed my clothes yet." Ben looked at Bryce through the mirror. He was wearing headphones and was immersed in his own world. He did not pay any attention to Lauren. On the way back, Lauren was still folding origami cranes. She was folding origami cranes so diligently because Joy had told her that if she could fold 1,000 origami cranes, the sick person would get better. So she wanted to fold 1,000 origami cranes and give them to her mother. Chapter 203, Time to set off. Lauren did some calculations. With her current speed, she still had a long way to go before she could make 1,000 origami cranes. In fact, there was a duplicate talisman. With this talisman, she could quickly make 1,000 origami cranes. However, Joy also said that these things had to be made by herself in order to be effective. Therefore, Lauren decided to fold them slowly. She would give them to her mother after she had folded 1,000 of them. Lauren's school bag was full today. As it was the weekend, every teacher had given her some homework. The teacher of the handicraft class had also given her homework, requesting the children and their parents to work on a handicraft project related to the zoo. The teacher had also given her some colorful cardboard, which filled up Lauren's school bag. After returning home, she hurriedly returned to her room. She pulled out her small suitcase and prepared to pack. Lauren stood in front of the wardrobe and thought for a moment. Then, she took out the 2 sets of clothes that she wore the most and stuffed them into the suitcase. Then, she took 2 dolls from the bedside. She had cast a spell on these 2 dolls last night to make people sleep more soundly. The doll she had given to Franklin was similar to these 2 dolls. She planned to leave them by her mother's side so that she could sleep better. Lauren looked around the room and realized that she did not have anything else to bring. Everything she needed was stored in the pocket dimension. By the time Franklin returned home from the office, Lauren had already packed up her things and was waiting for everyone in the living room. "Aren't we leaving at 5? Why have you packed so quickly?" Lauren raised her head proudly and said, "I always complete my tasks efficiently." Franklin smiled and went upstairs to pack as well. He usually went on business trips, so he had a suitcase specially prepared with some spare clothes. He carried the suitcase and went downstairs. The others were ready too, so they left for their parents' place. Mr. Hayes did not go with them. Firstly, he was old and did not want to take long trips. Secondly, someone needed to stay behind and take care of things in the Torres mansion. On the way, Lauren became nervous again. She was even more nervous than the first time she killed a ghost and the first time she went to kindergarten. System Divine 9 appeared again. System Divine 9, host, your heart rate is increasing again. After a week of recuperation, System Divine 9 had recovered a lot. Lauren could feel that the powers in her body were slowly recovering. When she was upstairs last night, she could smell the food prepared for dinner. She could feel that her sense of smell was better than before. It must be because of the upgrade of System Divine 9 that her ability had improved as well. System Divine 9, I am going to meet my parents soon. System Divine 9, host, you'd better lower your expectations. Otherwise, you might be the one who gets hurt. Lauren sighed in her heart, I know. In the blink of an eye, she held onto Franklin's hand in anticipation and asked him about their parents. Franklin, what kind of person is Dad? What about Mom? What kind of person is Mom? As he had been busy with his work and Lauren, the last time Franklin went to see his parents was in February. It had been almost a month since he last went. Dad is a pretty serious person, but don't worry, he will definitely like you. Quinn and Bryce disagreed at the same time. They were very suspicious of what Franklin had said. Quinn disagreed with the first half of what Franklin had said. His father Sean was not only pretty serious, he was simply a super serious person. In Quinn's memories, Sean had never smiled at him, especially after he became a model. Every time Quinn saw his father, he had an expression that said he wanted to be rid of Quinn. If there was one thing that Quinn envied his elder brother in his life, it would be his father's care and love for him. Perhaps it was because Franklin had truly done what Sean wanted him to do. He had inherited the Torres family's business and developed the Torres group very well. Therefore, Sean favored Franklin. However, he treated Quinn as if he were a stepfather. The more Quinn thought about it, the more bitter he felt. So, Quinn refused to think about it. Meanwhile, Bryce disagreed with Franklin's last part of his sentence. Bryce didn't believe that his father would like Lauren. Even if Lauren was his own flesh and blood, Maria was the woman he loved the most in his life. Chapter 204, Sleep on the Sofa. Sean was in his 50s this year. He could have had a much more prominent career, but due to Maria's health problems, he had groomed Franklin to be his successor in the early years. He was always by Maria's side in her recuperating journey, clearly showing how much he valued Maria. As Maria's health problem was caused by Lauren, so Bryce could anticipate his father's attitude. He bet that if his father would actually like Lauren, he did not mind to be Lauren's brother. Instead, he would not mind to address Lauren as his brother if that happened. Sean and Maria did not live close by. They lived more than 2 hours away from the Torres mansion. As Maria liked to live near the mountains and the oceans, so Sean had built a small villa specifically for her near the mountains and the oceans. As today was Friday, the traffic jam had caused their 2-hour journey to stretch to 4 hours. By the time they arrived, it was almost 10 p.m. Lauren got out of the car and was a little nervous. She immediately saw the villa where her parents were staying. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the villa was brightly lit. However, the light was not bright. There was only a small light at the entrance. It seemed that the light was there for them to see. The environment was excellent. As soon as she got off the car, Lauren felt that the air had become much fresher. There were lush green mountains on both sides of the road. However, it was already nighttime, so she could not see them clearly. Franklin held onto Lauren's hand as they walked towards the villa. They climbed up some stairs to get to the villa. As they went up the stairs, Lauren could still hear the sound of a stream. When they arrived at the front of the villa with their luggage, the door opened from the inside. However, the person who opened the door was neither their father nor their mother. Instead, it was a housekeeper. Before they arrived, Franklin had already told Lauren that she could call the housekeeper Aunt Ricky. Aunt Ricky had been looking after Maria all this while. After Maria moved here, Aunt Ricky had also followed her here. She was very close to Maria, and they had formed a very deep friendship. Mr. and Mrs. Torres are already asleep. They usually go to bed at 9 o'clock. Franklin looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. It was indeed a little late. He nodded and asked the servants inside to help them carry their luggage to their room. Dad and Mom are already asleep. Let's go and see them tomorrow morning. Hurry up now. Go wash up and get some sleep. Lauren nodded. She was tired from sitting in the car just now. This villa was decorated very differently from the Torres mansion. The Torres mansion was a classical and traditional house. The furniture inside was made of noble mahogany. Although it looked very gorgeous, it did not have the aura of life. Moreover, the mahogany furniture was stiff. Lauren did not like it, so she usually just sat on the white sofa in the living room. The Torres mansion also had a collection of all kinds of vases and antiques. When she first went to the Torres mansion, Mr. Hayes specifically instructed Lauren not to touch those things. Those things belonged to her grandmother. If she touched them, she would definitely be scolded. Therefore, she never went near those cabinets. However, this small villa was different. The sofas were soft, and the furniture looked very comfortable and had an aura of life. The decorative paintings hanging on the walls were also very interesting. Lauren fell in love with this place at a glance. The villa was not big, so there were very few guest rooms. Other than the master room that Sean and Maria stayed in, there were also rooms for the housekeeper and servants. There were not many rooms left. Quinn and Bryce had to share a bed now. Bryce protested when he found out about that. What? I have to share a bed with Quinn? I'm already so old. Why do I still have to share a bed with someone else? What's wrong with sharing a bed with me? I'm a famous international model. Do you know how many people want to share a bed with me? I don't know. I only know that you like to move around when you sleep. I'm afraid that you'll kick me off. Franklin felt that his 3 siblings were the best among the crowd. No matter which 2 of them met, they would always quarrel with each other. Franklin was the only one who knew how to deal with this situation. So, he proposed a solution. Bryce, if you don't want to sleep with Quinn, then you can sleep with me. Otherwise, you can sleep on the sofa. Sleep on the sofa? Franklin, you're so heartless. But now it's not a matter of who we sleep with. The problem is that we could each have our own room. If it weren't for someone else in our family, we wouldn't have had this trouble and wouldn't have to suffer. I'll complain to Dad and Mom tomorrow. Chapter 205, Meeting Her Father. You're already an adult, yet you still complain to your parents. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? After saying this, Franklin held onto Lauren's hand and led her to her room. This villa was the same as the Torres mansion. It was 3 stories high. Their parents' room was on the 2nd floor. Apart from that, there was also an empty guest room on the 2nd floor. Franklin let Lauren stay in this empty guest room. He hoped Lauren could have more contact with Sean and Maria. This was also the biggest purpose of this trip. Their parents were not some unreasonable people. Franklin believed that after they spent 2 days with Lauren, their relationship would be better. However, when Franklin led Lauren through the corridor on the 2nd floor, he discovered that the lights in Sean's room had not been switched off. A faint yellow light leaked out from the crack in the door. It was especially obvious in the dark corridor. Maybe he forgot to turn off the light when he was sleeping, Franklin thought. He knew their parents did not have the habit of turning on the light to sleep, so he could only think of this explanation. He held Lauren's hand and the 2 of them walked quietly down the corridor to the room at the end of the corridor. The servants must have been told. The guest room has been cleaned and the bedspread changed to a new one. Franklin turned on the lights. Lauren's luggage had already been placed there. "Do you want me to stay here with you for a while?" Lauren shook her head when she saw the faint tiredness in Franklin's eyes. "I can do it on your own." "Franklin, you should go and rest too." Franklin nodded. "This guest room doesn't have a separate bathroom, so you have to go to the one in the corridor." Franklin pointed to the direction of the bathroom. After remembering the location, Lauren nodded and said, "Okay, I got it." "Okay, I'll go to my room first. If there's anything you need, you can call me with your phone watch." Franklin had shortened his lunch time and break time today, as he had a meeting and also he had to go home early. He was indeed sleepy now, so he didn't stay any longer and went up to the 3rd floor. Lauren stretched her back, then she opened her suitcase and took out her pajamas. This time, she brought a very cute set of pajamas with a few yellow ducklings on it. This set of pajamas was bought by Quinn Torres, and she liked it very much. And Quinn also bought the same set of pajamas for himself and Franklin. She picked up her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. However, she was not familiar with the layout of the bathroom, so when she was hanging her clothes, she accidentally bumped into the rack next to the hook and knocked over some of the things on it, making a loud noise. In fact, the noise was not loud, but it was very abrupt in this quiet environment. The next second, Lauren heard footsteps. She opened the bathroom door to see who it was, only to find a tall and burly man. Lauren could not see his features clearly in the dark corridor, but she could still recognize him. He was the man in the family photo. That was her father, Sean. In fact, he had wanted to reject Franklin when Franklin had mentioned that the siblings would be coming over this week. After all, Maria's health was not stable at the moment, and it was chilly in the spring. It was also the time when she was prone to get sick, so he did not want them to come over. In his heart, the main reason why Maria's health had become like this was because of Lauren. It was as if Lauren was a burden to Maria's body as long as she got close to Maria. However, Maria was very happy to hear this news, so Sean had no choice but to agree. Knowing that they were coming over tonight, Sean did not fall asleep early as usual. Instead, he kept waiting. He did not know what he was waiting for. When he heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from the corridor, he knew that they had already arrived. Then, he heard the sound of something falling. Maria was a light sleeper. She would wake up at the slightest sound. He was worried that the sound would disturb her, so he quickly got up to take a look. He saw Lauren. He was a little surprised that Franklin had arranged for Lauren to be on the 2nd floor. Lauren was at a loss when she saw Sean. This was the first time the father and the daughter had met, but it didn't seem to be very pleasant. Sean turned on the wall lamp in the corridor. Chapter 206, Mother. Lauren had always been a smooth talker, but now she didn't know what to say. She felt like she had made a mistake, so she lowered her head and placed her hands in front of her, and stood there nervously. Even when she first saw her grandmother in the Torres family, she wasn't at a loss. However, she felt like Sean was subconsciously pressuring her, even though he hadn't even said a word to her yet. Lauren wore a skirt to kindergarten today and she looked petite and cute. When Sean saw her, he froze for a moment. Sean didn't know what to say, so he just said stiffly, "Don't make noise, it will disturb others." After saying this, Sean turned around and went back to his room. The light in his room was yellow, giving off a warm atmosphere, but what Sean said to her just now made her feel extremely cold. He spoke to her like a stranger just now. No, even a stranger would greet her. Sean's room door closed again and the warm light disappeared. After the previous experience, Lauren was very quiet this time. She took a long shower and did not dare to increase the volume of the water. She was worried that Sean would come looking for her again due to the noise. When she came out of the bathroom, Lauren's eyes were already red. System Divine 9 could clearly sense Lauren's mood. System Divine 9, host, are you alright? Though the System Divine 9 was just a system, he knew the bitterness of being treated in this manner by one's own father. Lauren actually cared very much about her parents from the bottom of her heart. Lauren changed into her duckling pajamas, but she was not in a good mood. She buried herself in the soft blanket and suddenly missed the Torres family. Although she did not like the furniture and furnishings of the Torres family, at least when she was in the Torres family, everyone treated her very well. Suddenly, the door to Lauren's room opened again. Lauren sat up immediately. She thought that Sean had come to teach her a lesson because she had done something bad again. However, the person standing outside the door was someone she had never expected, Maria Julian. The lights in Lauren's room were on, and Maria's face was clearly visible. Her facial features were still as gentle and beautiful as in the photo. It was as if the years had never left any traces on her body. However, due to her illness, Lauren could clearly see Maria Julian's thin figure. She was wearing a set of pajamas. She looked very kind and approachable. Lauren sat on the bed, stunned. She did not know why Maria had come so late, nor did she know how to address the woman in front of her. Maria was the first to speak. Lauren, may I come in? Maria's voice matched her appearance. It was very gentle. For the first time, Lauren felt that her name was called out so nicely. She nodded and quickly got out of bed. She stood by the bed with some restraint. Maria closed the door behind her as she entered, blocking the chill outside. After she entered, Maria took the opportunity to sit by the bed. She waved at Lauren and said, "Come and sit down. Why are you standing there?" Upon hearing what Maria said, Lauren took small steps towards Maria. During this period of time, Lauren noticed that Maria's eyes were turning red. She walked over to Maria and sat down beside her. Lauren did not know what to say. She just opened her eyes and looked at Maria. Maria hugged Lauren the next second. Then, Lauren heard Maria's sobbing voice. She kept calling out Lauren's name, Lauren. Hearing Maria's voice and feeling her mother's embrace, Lauren could not help but shed tears. At that moment, the two of them did not speak, but they seemed to have said a lot. After a while, Maria calmed down and let go of Lauren. There were already 2 lines of tears on Maria's face. Lauren was a little hesitant, but in the end, she reached out to help Maria wipe away her tears. "You are such a sensible child. You even know how to help me wipe away my tears." After helping Maria wipe away her tears, Lauren finally realized where she got her beautiful eyes from. "Mom, Mom." Lauren softly said these words from her mouth. Chapter 207, Reprimanded. However, before they could even speak further, Sean appeared at the door. He woke up groggily and realized his wife was gone. He quickly put on his shoes and went out to look for her. He saw that this room was lit, so he came over. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the tears on Maria's face. He quickly rushed in. "Maria, are you all right? Why are you crying?" Sean glanced at Lauren as he spoke. Lauren could tell that his glance was a reprimand. It was as if he thought that Maria was crying because Lauren had done something bad to her. In front of Sean, the ease that Lauren felt earlier was gone. Maria shook her head gently. "No, I'm just happy to see Lauren." Only then did Sean let out a sigh of relief. "It's already very late. No matter how happy you are, you have to take care of your own health. Let's go to bed first." Sean placed both of his hands on Maria's shoulders. Maria knew that her husband cared for her, so she went along with his wishes and stood up. "Lauren, you should rest early too. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning." Lauren sat on the bed and nodded. "Good night, Lauren." After that, they left, leaving only Lauren and the rejuvenated System Divine 9 in the room. System Divine 9, host, your mother seems to treat you quite well. She's very gentle. Lauren nodded silently in her heart. That's right. Her first meeting with Maria went very smoothly. She initially thought that Maria would hate her because of her effect on her health, but judging from her attitude just now, she probably did not hate her. Of course, all mothers loved their children. Lauren confirmed this thought once again. Lauren was still immersed in the memory of what had just happened. Suddenly, the white phone watch that was placed on the bed rang. She crawled over to pick it up. It was a video call from Franklin. She answered the call. Franklin should have just finished showering. His hair was dripping wet and he was wearing the same duckling pajamas as Lauren. His face was dark. "Lauren, when did you change my pajamas?" Lauren covered her mouth and giggled. "We have to wear them since we have them." While Franklin was packing this afternoon, Lauren secretly put the duckling pajamas into his suitcase and took out the pajamas that he normally wore. So now Franklin had no other pajamas to wear, only this set of childish pajamas. The next second, Quinn appeared on the screen. He wore the same duckling pajamas, and his face was also dark. "Lauren, why are you also making fun of me?" Lauren couldn't help laughing as she watched the two handsome men on the opposite side of the screen wearing the same yellow duckling pajamas as her. The feelings she had felt earlier had disappeared. "I am also wearing the same pajamas, and I'm not angry." "What's there to be angry about? You're a little brat. You look so cute in these pajamas, but we're already so old. People will laugh at us if we wear these," Quinn complained fiercely. "Both of you are so handsome. You two still look very handsome in these pajamas." Franklin and Quinn sighed and face-palmed. "All right, go to bed early." Lauren nodded. "Go to bed early too, my dear brothers. Good night, I am going to bed now." After that, Lauren hung up the phone and lay on the bed. All she could think about was what Maria had said to her and the way she hugged her. Following that, she fell asleep unknowingly, in Franklin's room on the 3rd floor. "Are you really going to sleep with me tonight?" Quinn nodded. "Bryce is so annoying. I don't want to sleep with him. He's been nagging the whole night. It's so noisy." The two brothers sat on the bed. "Franklin, I think we should do something this weekend. Let's get Bryce and Lauren familiar with each other." "What should we do?" Quinn had a lot of ideas. He thought about it for a moment and snapped his fingers. "Remember how Lauren get familiar with you? That was when Lauren saved you as a vase was about to hit you. As for me, I was about to have an accident when I was doing the wire stunt technique, and then she saved me. We can just let the same thing happen to Bryce. Then, Lauren can be a hero and save Bryce. In this way, Bryce will change his attitude toward her." Franklin was speechless. Chapter 208, Mom is so gentle. No matter how one looked at it, this plan didn't sound like a good idea. However, if one thought about it carefully, it sounded quite feasible. Lauren's ability was to save people, right? Therefore, Franklin patted Quinn on the shoulder, in a very CEO-like gesture. "All right, then write a proposal for me. I'll take a look at it tomorrow." Quinn was furious. "What do you think we're doing? Why do I have to write a proposal? Why don't we just ask Lauren over and discuss it?" Franklin got into the blanket and yawned. "All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow then. Let's go to bed first." Soon, Quinn could hear Franklin's rhythmic breathing. He placed his hands behind his head as he continued to think about his plan. Perhaps it was because Lauren was in a strange environment and she was feeling nervous. She did not sleep well and even had a dream. In the dream, she didn't dream of Maria's gentleness to her, but she kept dreaming of Sean's resisting and disliking eyes. By the time she woke up, she couldn't remember what had happened in the dream, but she could remember the look in Sean's eyes. Lauren woke up at 6 a.m. The sky outside the window was just beginning to brighten up. The temperature in the mountains was always lower than in the city. Lauren opened the window and felt a gust of fresh air blowing into her nostrils. She shivered and quickly closed the window to isolate the cold air outside. However, she soon heard voices coming from downstairs. Lauren opened the window and saw two people supporting each other in the front yard of the small villa. They were walking slowly. Lauren took a closer look. Weren't they Sean and Maria? They looked like they had just returned from outside. They were talking and laughing. They must have gone out for morning exercises. She saw that Maria's face was still slightly red. It was a natural luster that came out after exercise. She did not know if it was telepathy or something else, but Maria suddenly raised her head and looked at Lauren. Lauren immediately met Maria's gentle gaze. When she saw her, Maria smiled. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only smile. A few minutes later, she heard footsteps approaching her room. Lauren stood in front of the door and waited. It was indeed Maria who came to her room. There was a faint fragrance on Maria's body. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to smell it at a normal social distance. But Lauren was able to smell it as she had a keen sense of smell. "Why are you up so early?" Lauren moved her lips. She wanted to say something, but it seemed like she could no longer say Mom, so she could only continue nodding her head. If this continues, will Mom think that I'm mute? Lauren thought to herself. Since you're awake, then wash up and come down for breakfast. Your older brothers won't wake up so early. If you wait for them, you'll probably starve to death. Facing Lauren, Maria's emotions did not fluctuate as much as last night. She spoke to Lauren very naturally, as if there was no separation gap between them for the past 4 years. Lauren continued to nod, and then Maria led her to the bathroom. Under the gaze of Maria, Lauren brushed her teeth and washed her face. Then she led her downstairs. The villa looked even more beautiful in the early morning. The first rays of sunlight had already shone in, and the warm light made people feel incomparably beautiful. In the kitchen, Aunt Ricky was busy preparing breakfast. Lauren sat in the seat that Maria had pointed out to her, then Maria sat next to her. Not long after, Aunt Ricky came out with breakfast. The breakfast was very simple. There was a pot of white porridge and some radish dishes. Maria said apologetically to Lauren, "Because of my health, I can only eat some light food. I'm sorry that you have to eat these things with me. Mom is so gentle." Lauren quickly shook her head. "It's fine, I like to eat these things too." Actually, she preferred to eat the meat buns prepared by Mr. Hayes. When Maria heard Lauren's reply, she smiled and personally scooped a bowl of porridge for her. She placed it in front of Lauren. "Your pajamas are so cute. They look great on you." Lauren blinked her big eyes. "Really? Quinn bought these pajamas for me. I like them too." "This is the first time I heard of Quinn buying clothes for others," Maria said as she placed some food on Lauren's plate. "Both Franklin and Quinn treat me very well." Maria nodded her head in relief. "That's good, I was worried." Chapter 209 CEO's image collapsed. Before she could finish her sentence, Sean had already changed his clothes and came downstairs. When she saw Sean again, Lauren was no longer so nervous. However, she still did not know how to get along with him, so she kept quiet. She only looked at him carefully from time to time. Lauren glanced at the clock in the living room. It was only 6:30 a.m. It seemed that the two of them had a very healthy schedule. Sean sat across from the two of them. As the head of the family and her father, he felt that he should say something to her now. However, when Lauren left, she was still a baby girl in swaddling clothes. Now that she had grown up into a young girl, Sean did not know what to say to Lauren. However, Maria kept winking at him, so he coughed and cleared his throat. "You're up so early?" There were only 4 people in the living room. It was impossible for Sean to say this to Maria or Aunt Ricky. He could only say it to Lauren. Lauren raised her head. "I'm not used to the bed, so I didn't sleep very well." Sean nodded. He was not a person who was good at small talk. So, he thought hard for a while. "Have some more porridge." "Oh, so." Lauren obediently lowered her head and drank the porridge again. Lauren felt very happy as she wasn't rejected as she had expected. She drank the porridge with relish. Throughout the whole breakfast, Maria kept talking to Lauren and asking her about her recent situation. Meanwhile, Sean was listening attentively by the side. After breakfast, Lauren felt that she had got closer to Maria. "You are in kindergarten now, right?" "Yeah, I've only been in kindergarten for a week." "Is kindergarten fun?" "It's fun. We can have music lessons and origami lessons." Speaking of origami, Lauren was a little excited. She remembered the origami cranes she had specially folded in her school bag. "Can you wait here for a while? I need to go and get some things." "Of course, go ahead." So, Lauren went upstairs and took her school bag down. They had already finished breakfast and were now sitting on the carpet in front of the coffee table. The carpet was very soft and warm. Lauren stepped on it barefooted. Lauren's school bag was bought by Mr. Hayes. There were many beautiful princesses on it, and Lauren liked it very much. She took out 2 sets of 1,000 origami cranes from her school bag and handed the purple origami crane to Maria. "I folded this for you." "For me?" Maria held the origami crane with both hands happily. She looked left and right and kept nodding. It's beautiful. Then, Maria put the origami crane on the cabinet in front of the TV. Lauren was very happy to see her work treated so preciously by Maria. Then, she looked at Sean, who was sitting on the sofa. After hesitating for a while, she picked up another origami crane and walked toward Sean with small steps. She did not speak to Sean. Instead, she quietly placed the origami crane on the sofa beside Sean. Sean was reading today's newspaper. When he noticed Lauren's movements, he put down the newspaper. As a man in his 50s, Sean had no interest in origami cranes at all, but he still thanked Lauren in a stiff tone. Lauren also replied with a stiff tone, "You're welcome." The third conversation between them ended awkwardly once again. This was the scene that Franklin saw when he came downstairs. Although it was not a perfect scene, it was still a harmonious one. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a half-smile and hesitation in the eyes of the people in the living room. He suddenly realized that he had not changed his clothes and had gone downstairs after washing up in a daze. He was still wearing the same pajamas as Lauren's. Oh no! His image as an overbearing CEO was about to collapse. He was about to turn around and go upstairs to change into his pajamas when he was stopped by Lauren. "Franklin, come over quickly." He had no choice but to brace himself and go downstairs to greet everyone. Maria had always felt a little guilty for her eldest son. Her eldest son had taken on the responsibility too early, causing him to become very taciturn. He was very sensible, but he had lost some of the vigor and willfulness that a young person should have. He always did things step by step without making any mistakes. He might be a perfect child in the eyes of others, but she just wanted her son to be happy. However, when Maria saw Franklin walking down the stairs in his yellow duckling pajamas today, she felt as if she had suddenly traveled back in time to more than 10 years ago. Underneath this 23-year-old Franklin, she could see the innocent 13-year-old Franklin. As a mother, she loved to see it. Chapter 210, Gave in. Maria smiled and teased, "The pajamas that my son wore today are really cute." Franklin was a little shy, so he immediately shirked the responsibility. "Quinn bought it, and Lauren stuffed it into my suitcase. I don't know why they are so childish." Lauren stuck out her tongue. Speaking of the devil, the sound of footsteps could be heard on the stairs in the next second. Quinn was walking down the stairs with his head in the shape of a bird's nest. He was wearing the same yellow duckling pajamas as Franklin. On the sofa, the three siblings were sitting in a row in the same pajamas. Maria's smile did not disappear. Seeing his wife so happy, Sean's mood improved a lot. With Franklin and Quinn by her side, Lauren was more relaxed. When Maria asked Lauren about the funny things that happened in the kindergarten, Lauren started talking about how Milo choked on Friday afternoon. Her performance was so lifelike that everyone was fascinated by her story. Just when she shared how Ruby saved Milo, Bryce came downstairs. Obviously, he saw his siblings wearing the same type of pajamas. He was stunned for a moment, then directly sat next to Maria and held her hand. "Mom, I miss you so much." Maria patted Bryce's head. "Mom misses you too." Sean rolled up the newspaper in his hand and knocked Bryce on the head. "Since you miss your mom, why don't you visit us? I heard from your brother that you haven't been home for a month." Lauren was still telling her story when she was suddenly interrupted, and she stopped at a comical action. Looking at the interaction between Bryce and their parents, Lauren retracted her action and sat back down on the sofa dejectedly. "Dad, there's a reason why I'm not going home." "You brat, you always have an excuse. There's always a reason for everything you do. What happened this time? Did Franklin deduct your allowance or did Quinn prank you again?" Bryce shook his head. "It's neither." Before Bryce could finish his sentence, Franklin spoke up. "Mom, I'm hungry." Quinn also chimed in. "Mom, I'm hungry too." "If you're hungry, then hurry up and eat your breakfast. The porridge is still in the pot. Aunt Ricky, bring the porridge out." "Yes, madam." Lauren heaved a sigh of relief that Bryce did not finish his sentence. She wouldn't have been afraid if they were at the Torres mansion, but now that her parents were here, her relationship with them had eased up a little. She didn't want to mess up so quickly. She looked gratefully at Franklin and Quinn. She knew they had interrupted them on purpose. After breakfast, everyone agreed to have something different for lunch, an open-air barbecue. Sean was more familiar with this place, so he was responsible for going to the supermarket to buy the required food. "Dad, why don't you bring Lauren along too? Lauren likes to shop at the supermarket," Franklin suggested. Sean originally wanted to refuse as he would definitely have to carry all their things while in the supermarket, while Lauren was so small, and wouldn't be of much help. However, when he saw the look of anticipation in Lauren's eyes, his heart softened. "Sure, if you want to go, let's go together." Lauren nodded happily and went upstairs to change. When Bryce saw this, he raised his hand. "I want to go too." He would never allow his father to be alone with Lauren. Who knew if Lauren would try to hypnotize Sean? Franklin said, "You're not allowed to go." "On what grounds?" "On no grounds, you're not allowed to go." "Do you think I will submit to your tyranny?" Bryce stood up from the sofa with an imposing manner. "I will buy you a mountain bike," Franklin said as he browsed the morning news. Upon hearing this, Bryce sat down. "Deal." Quinn and Maria were speechless. Bryce believed that his father would not be so easily bewitched. After changing her clothes, Lauren followed behind Sean and walked out the door. They had to walk some distance to reach the parking area and pass by a flight of stairs. The stairs were steep, so it was difficult to walk down them. Lauren was afraid that she would fall down, so she walked step by step at a rather slow speed. Sean took a few steps and realized that there was no one beside him, so he turned around to look. He saw Lauren moving slowly. She was wearing a jacket today as it was cold on the mountain. She was all wrapped up, making her look even cuter and smaller. Sean thought for a moment, then turned around and took 2 more steps. Then, a large hand appeared in front of Lauren. The hand was very broad, making Lauren feel safe. Chapter 211, Shopping Cart. Lauren looked up at the hand in disbelief. Sean cleared his throat. "The stairs here are steep. I'm afraid you'll fall." Then he shook his hand and gestured for Lauren to hold it. Lauren's hand was very small and chubby. Her hand looked very cute in Sean's large and thick palm. The moment he held Lauren's hand, Sean could feel the warmth coming from Lauren's palm. At that moment, he really felt that the 4.5-year-old girl in front of him was his daughter. Even though they had not seen each other for 4 years, it did not change the relationship between them. It was as if Sean had returned to the day Lauren was born. That day, the nurse placed Lauren, who was still a baby, in his arms. Being held by her father, Lauren felt very safe. When she went down the stairs, she was a lot bolder. When she went down the last step, she originally wanted to jump down. But in the end, she miscalculated the length of her legs. She took a wrong step and was about to fall head first. Fortunately, Sean reacted quickly. He immediately picked up Lauren and placed her on the ground. "You almost fell just now," Sean said with a serious expression. "Don't do such a dangerous thing in the future." "What should I do if something happens?" Lauren lowered her head and obediently received the scolding. However, she didn't feel unhappy. Instead, she felt slightly happy. Did Dad speak to her in this manner because he cared about her? With this thought in mind, Lauren raised her head and smiled at Sean before nodding. "Okay, I won't be like this next time." She was sincerely admitting her mistake. Seeing how obedient Lauren was, Sean did not say anything else. His expression softened a little and he continued walking forward. Lauren hurriedly took small steps to catch up. The Torres family's long legs were inherited. Sean's legs were also very long, and Lauren hopped behind Sean. Her legs would definitely be very long in the future. Lauren could only sit in the back row. After Sean made sure that Lauren had fastened her seatbelt, he drove to the supermarket. Although this place was in the mountains, it was very convenient. The supermarket was only 10 minutes away from home. Next to the supermarket was a high-class residential area. As it was the weekend, many parents brought their children to the supermarket. Sean pushed a shopping cart, and Lauren followed closely behind him. Lauren was curious. She looked left and right, and saw a child being pushed by his parents in the shopping cart. "It's so comfortable," Lauren thought to herself. When Sean was shopping with the shopping list that Maria had made for him, he saw that Lauren was staring at someone else's shopping cart without moving. He saw the little boy sitting in the shopping cart and understood. "You want to sit in the cart as well?" Lauren raised her head and blinked. Then, she nodded her head. Maria was the one who braided her hair today. Initially, this job had already become Franklin's daily schedule. However, Maria had taken the responsibility to braid Lauren's hair today. Maria was very skillful, and she braided 2 braids for Lauren. As Lauren had a lot of hair, her braids could not be braided in the same way as others. Maria braided her hair in a unique way, making her look even cuter. Moreover, Lauren's facial features were very similar to Maria. Sean could see his wife's image on Lauren. Seeing that Sean was not speaking, Lauren thought that Sean was unhappy, so she quickly said, "Actually, I am not." In the next second, Sean had already wrapped his arm around Lauren's waist, picked her up and placed her in the shopping cart. "Wow, Dad is so nice." Although the metal mesh under the shopping cart hurt her butt, just like how she felt when she was sitting in the cage, Lauren was much happier now than she was then. She sat cross-legged inside. Her hands were placed on the side of the shopping cart with her chin resting on it. She felt very comfortable as she watched the rows of shelves slide past her eyes. Green peppers, potatoes, cumin powder. Sean looked at the list on the shopping cart and placed the items he wanted into the shopping cart one by one. "Do you want to buy pepper powder?" He looked down and saw that there was no pepper powder on the list. Lauren shook her head. "You can't buy pepper powder. Franklin is allergic to pepper. Once he smells pepper powder, he will sneeze and his face will turn red. It's very scary." Chapter 212, Conflict. Is that so? Sean placed the pepper powder in his hand back onto the shelf. He didn't know that Franklin was allergic to pepper powder. Then, he pushed Lauren to the frozen ingredients section. Chicken wings, chicken drumsticks. Sean liked to mumble as he shopped. His voice was very soft, but Lauren could hear it clearly. "We can make hot pot at night when the weather is cold, so let's buy some beef rolls and mutton rolls." As Sean spoke to himself, he walked to the freezer to pick out the ingredients. "If you want to buy mutton rolls and beef rolls, you have to choose the thin ones instead of the fat ones. Quinn wants to maintain his figure, so he never eats anything fat." Lauren's words stunned Sean. "Who cares if that guy eats fat or not? I'm not the one who asked him to become a model." Although he said that, he still put back the fat beef rolls in his hand and picked out a box of lean beef rolls. During the shopping trip, he realized that he really did not know much about his family. For example, Bryce did not like to eat fermented black soybeans, Franklin did not like to eat corn, and Quinn liked to eat spicy food, but he was afraid of getting acne and so on. Sean, who was their father of more than 20 years, did not know their habits. "Get a Coke Zero," Lauren reminded Sean again when he went to buy beverage. Sean couldn't help but look at Lauren, who was already half buried by various food inside the shopping cart. "Lauren, aren't you only been back for a month or so? How did you get to know their habits so quickly?" "I always eat with them, so I remembered it." Sean was ashamed of himself. He had eaten with them many times, but he never noticed it. On the way back, Sean carried 4 shopping bags. "I can help you. I am very strong." "It's not necessary. What strength do you have? If you carry the shopping bags, I'm afraid the shopping bags will be dragged to the ground." As a result, Lauren could only carry a bottle of drink and walk slowly behind Sean. Actually, she was really strong. Ever since the system Divine 9 was restored, her abilities in all aspects had improved quite a bit. However, on second thought, it was better not to show off her abilities to Sean for the time being. Otherwise, she would be treated as a monster, right? On the way back, Lauren noticed that Sean had become much friendlier. The two of them did not communicate on the way here. However, on the way back, Sean would ask a few questions about what happened at home. "How's Mr. Hayes? I haven't had time to go home to take a look recently." Mr. Hayes is in good health. However, he seemed to have a cough a while ago, but he's fine now. Seeing that it was a good time to talk, Lauren continued asking. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. "Has Mr. Hayes been working here for many years?" "Based on my calculations, this year should be his 30th year working here." Lauren nodded in surprise. It seemed like Mr. Hayes was indeed an important member of the Torres family. "What about Mr. Hayes' family? I have never heard him mention them." Sean shook his head. "I've never heard of him either. He was brought here by your grandmother and he hasn't left the Torres family since then. In my memory, he has never mentioned anything about his family." "Oh," Lauren nodded. Sean mentioned your grandmother. Had he already acknowledged Lauren's identity? As they chatted, they soon arrived home. Lauren called Franklin with her phone watch, asking them to come down to help with the grocery. Franklin had already changed into a new set of clothes, while Quinn was still wearing his pajamas. I realized that even though I'm wearing such a childish set of pajamas, I'm still as dashing as before. I just took a photo and posted it on Instagram. Everyone is praising me, so I have decided this will be my outfit for today, Quinn bragged as he walked with the bags in his hands. Sean, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. Can you be a little more normal? Do you think that when others praise you for being good-looking, it's because you're really good-looking? Besides, which normal guy only pays attention to his appearance all day long? The originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Quinn did not show any signs of weakness and even snorted coldly. Yes, I've always been a vase in your eyes. A vase can hold flowers, but you're useless. Lauren held her drink in her arms as she followed behind, not daring to speak. Chapter 213. Set up a plan. In fact, it was not difficult to understand why Sean held such prejudice against Quinn. When he was overseas, he was only a model. On the other days, he would take studio photos and participate in some model shows. From Sean's point of view, all these were simple things that could be easily achieved with one's appearance. However, Sean did not know how hard Quinn had worked to become a model, and this made Quinn very angry. It was not a good feeling to be misunderstood, especially since this person was his father. After carrying the grocery bags into the villa, Quinn returned to his room. In an instant, Lauren felt that the tension had subsided. She sighed. It was not easy for them to become closer, but now it seemed as though the distance between them had been pulled back. Looking at the expressions on her husband and son's faces, Maria knew what had happened between them. However, the estrangement between them had been going on for a long time. It was not something that could be resolved with just a few words. No matter what they talked about, the two of them always ended up talking about models, and then they would part on bad terms. Maria patted Lauren on the head. They're always like this. Don't worry. Lauren was deep in thought as she looked at Sean standing at the door. Following that, Lauren, Franklin and Maria started preparing for the barbecue at noon. After all the ingredients were skewered and all the sauces were prepared, Franklin set up the barbecue grill and started to burn the charcoal outside. They set up a table in the small courtyard. The table was filled with food and a few bamboo stools were placed around the table. As noon approached, the temperature in the courtyard slowly rose. The bright sunlight shone into the courtyard, but it was not hot. Instead, it felt very warm. Lauren looked at the family members whom she had never met before 1 month ago. Now, they were working together to prepare for lunch, and she suddenly felt as if she was dreaming. Quinn had waited until lunchtime before he appeared. His expression had already returned to normal, but he did not say much. Even when Lauren took the initiative to provoke him, he was not in the mood to refute her. Based on this, Lauren knew that his mood had definitely not recovered. Everyone was sitting around the grill, and as the big brother, Franklin took the responsibility of tending to the barbecue. After eating a few skewers, Quinn said he was full and went upstairs. Lauren and Franklin looked at each other, both shrugging helplessly. Sean's face was normal. He seemed to be used to such an argument. In the afternoon, Quinn recovered his vitality and called Lauren and Franklin to his room in a mysterious way. Lauren, do you want to have a good relationship with Bryce? Quinn felt better after waking up from a nap. Every time he quarreled with his father and every time he was denied by others, he needed some personal time to find himself. Recalling the purpose of his career back then, he was filled with energy once again. Initially, Lauren wanted to give a no answer. Relationships were not something that could work out just because one wanted to. However, looking at Quinn's mood, which was restored, she did not want to spoil his mood. So, she had no choice but to follow his wishes and nod her head. Quinn clapped his hands. Franklin, looks like we can carry out yesterday's plan. Look, Lauren also wants to build a good relationship with Bryce. Lauren smiled and nodded. Yes, I really want to. But what plan are you guys talking about? Quinn sat cross-legged on the bed, and talked enthusiastically. Previously, you used your strange abilities to save our lives. That's when I, reluctantly became your brother. Wouldn't it be great if we can repeat similar incident that happened between us with Bryce? Lauren tilted her head in confusion. What did this mean? Quinn raised his finger and knocked on Lauren's forehead. He looked as if he was disappointed in her. Are you stupid? I mean, why don't you use your strange abilities to save Bryce? What do you mean by strange abilities? My abilities are all very powerful. It's not strange at all. Both Franklin and Quinn thought to themselves. I was extremely scared at that time, but I didn't dare to say it. In any case, you were able to sense our danger ahead of time and come to save us. But, if I were to sense these dangers ahead of time, then these dangers would have to be real. Then how would we know if he would be in danger this afternoon? Lauren was once again unable to find a suitable name for Bryce, so she could only use he instead. This caused Quinn to sigh. What a lucky turn of events. He's not in danger right now, but if we design it, won't we be able to create danger? Chapter 214, Backfired. Lauren started to suspect. Was Quinn really Bryce's biological brother? Why would a biological brother want to set up his own brother and put him in danger? Lauren was worried about her own safety. Lauren looked at Franklin. He didn't say anything throughout the whole process. It was as if he had tacitly agreed to this ridiculous plan. Franklin, do you agree to this plan? Franklin nodded. In any case, there's no other way now. Although this plan looks pretty bad, it's still worth a try. All right then, since both of you said so, then I'll just do it. What's the specific plan? It's simple. We can imitate it based on previous experience. Franklin was almost hit by a vase last time. Let's use something to hit Bryce this time. But what if something really happens? Lauren asked. She could not guarantee that her profitability would be effective at a time like this. Quinn rubbed his chin. That's true. After all, the vases and handicrafts here are probably quite valuable. If I accidentally smash them, I might even get scolded. Lauren was speechless. When she talked about accidents, she was obviously not referring to the vases. She was referring to Bryce. Fortunately, Quinn was still rational. However, I'm afraid I'll get scolded for smashing Bryce's head. He looked around. Is there anything that can be used to smash people without hurting them? I got it. With that, he put on his slippers and went downstairs in a hurry. Lauren had never seen Quinn so enthusiastic. Franklin calmly explained, Quinn has always spared no effort in tricking Bryce. He'll put in his best effort. Soon after, Quinn came upstairs again with a yellow object in his hand. A balloon. Let's fill it with water and make it into a water balloon. What do you think? This seems like a good idea. Quinn was very efficient in handling this matter, so he immediately assigned the task. Franklin was responsible for keeping a lookout in the garden. As soon as Bryce stepped out of the house, he would notify Quinn, who was holding a water balloon on the second floor. After that, Lauren would use her profitability to save Bryce. So I will do whatever I want? Lauren asked. That's right. When you see Bryce coming out, it's about time for you to get ready. Lauren nodded. Their plan had begun. Franklin stood in the garden and pretended to be on the phone. Quinn was already standing on the balcony on the second floor, with a red water balloon. Lauren was sitting on a single sofa near the main door. The three of them waited for a long time before Bryce finally came downstairs. As he was already in his third year of high school, he would stay in his room to do his revision whenever he was free. However, he would come out to relax every few hours. At this moment, Maria and Sean were resting in their room. Just as Quinn had predicted, because Lauren was in the living room, Bryce would not stay in the living room. Lauren's heart was thumping wildly. She felt as if she was about to do something bad. However, other than nervousness, there was also an inexplicable excitement. She felt as if she was playing a prank with her brothers. Bryce stretched as he went downstairs. He originally wanted to sit on the sofa in the living room for a while, but when he saw Lauren, he changed his direction and headed towards the small garden. Franklin's expression changed slightly. However, the strange thing was that Lauren did not feel anything. She tried to open her spiritual consciousness, but she was still unable to sense anything dangerous happening. Then she could only react accordingly to the situation. At this moment, Bryce had already walked out of the door. Lauren did not know when Quinn would throw the water balloon. In order to avoid missing it, she could only shout, "Be careful." Bryce was very obedient and he stopped moving. Then he looked back at Lauren, his eyes filled with doubt. Lauren didn't know what to say and was stunned. Franklin saw there was a change in the situation, so he hurriedly signaled to Quinn, who received the signal and suspended the water balloon in the air, ready to let go. However, at this time, Bryce has lost patience with Lauren. He turned around and continued to walk out. Splash! The water balloon landed spot on Bryce's head. Bryce was stunned. The other three were also stunned. Bryce looked up angrily. Quinn immediately retracted his head and looked up at the sky. At that moment, Franklin continued to pretend to be on the phone with someone. As a result, this was the first time Lauren heard her name being called out by Bryce. "Lauren, did you do this? You deliberately told me to be careful so that I would stop. That was the secret signal. Then, you joined forces with Quinn to hit me with the water balloon." Lauren sat motionlessly on the chair and placed her hands on her knees. The whole incident had backfired. Chapter 215, Life Coach. Bryce's wailing woke up Sean and Maria. Bryce took the opportunity to complain and act coquettishly to the two of them. "Dad, look at how Quinn make my hair wet." Maria quickly took a large towel and draped it over Bryce's head, helping him dry his hair. "What's going on? You'll catch a cold if you don't dry yourself. It's all because of Quinn and Lauren. Both of them set me up together." "Mom, this is just a small fight between us," Quinn quickly refuted. "A small fight? Alright, Quinn, don't move." Then, Bryce found the leftover balloons from last year's New Year decoration. They were all filled with water. So, he and Quinn had a water balloon battle in the small garden. Bryce spent his time studying every day, so he treasured this rare opportunity to come out for some fresh air. So, Quinn was beaten to a pulp and completely drenched. His plan had also ended in failure. In the evening, the weather started to turn cold and the wind started to blow. The doors and windows of the small villa had to be tightly shut to keep out the cold. Due to the temperature, they planned to have a hot pot tonight. As the main culprit of this afternoon's water balloon incident, Quinn was sent to the kitchen to wash the vegetables and prepare the ingredients for the hot pot. On the other hand, the rest of them huddled comfortably on the sofa watching television. Looking at Quinn in the kitchen, Lauren suddenly felt a little touched and ashamed. This time, Quinn's plan was to get her and Bryce on good terms, but now, he was the only one being punished. It didn't seem fair. Therefore, Lauren slowly moved down the sofa. "Where are you going?" Franklin held onto her hand. "I want to help Quinn. I pity him. He's washing the vegetables all by himself." Franklin let go of Lauren's hand. "Alright, go ahead. Lauren is really empathetic," Maria said with a smile. Lauren carried a small stool to the kitchen and stepped on it. Quinn turned to look at Lauren, who suddenly appeared beside him. "Why are you here?" The water in the villa was warm, so their hands would not freeze when washing the vegetables. Lauren took a piece of cabbage and broke it into small pieces. "I'm here to help you. I had a part in this afternoon's plan. If the plan fails, I can't let you be punished alone." Quinn laughed when he heard this. There were still water droplets on his hands when he washed the vegetables. He flicked a few drops of water onto Lauren's face. Lauren did not show any signs of weakness. She picked up the water from the basin and splashed it onto Quinn's face. Quinn immediately begged for mercy. Alright. Thanks to today, I've already become scared of her." Lauren then withdrew her hand. Because of this little fight, Quinn felt that washing the vegetables was no longer so boring. Lauren and Quinn chatted about almost everything under the sky. Suddenly, Lauren said, "Quinn, when Dad went to buy vegetables today, he bought beef and mutton that weren't fat. He knows that you pay attention to your figure, so he specially didn't buy fat meat." When Lauren said the word dad, her voice was very soft and a little unnatural. However, Quinn was too busy paying attention to the content of this sentence and didn't notice Lauren's reaction. When he heard Lauren's words, he stopped washing the vegetables and froze for a moment. How could it be for me? He hates my job so much that he won't care about me. Of course not. He doesn't hate you at all. He actually loves you very much. It's just that he doesn't know how to express it. Speaking of which, Quinn seemed a little angry. Even when he was washing the vegetables, he used too much strength and splashed the water all over the place. Lauren silently raised her hand to wipe the water droplets off her face. She knew that Quinn was a paper tiger. Although he looked very angry on the surface, he wouldn't actually do anything. Therefore, she continued to persuade him. "Look, when you first saw me, you hated me too. But after you got along with me, you must have realized that I am good in every aspect, which me a perfect child. That's why you changed your opinion and start playing with me, right?" When Lauren said this, she praised herself from head to toe, and this made Quinn chuckle. "You praise yourself along the way even while trying to enlighten me. You're really something." Chapter 216, Felt Guilty. The truth hurts. I am the best example. You and Dad are the same. The two of you have never communicated properly, and your understanding of each other is only superficial. He doesn't know how much you love this line of work. You have worked so hard to become a model, and you don't know why he treated you this way. All parents love their kids. I think the only problem between you and Dad is both of you do not understand each other. Lauren split the cabbage while saying these words in a calm manner. Quinn felt like Lauren was like an old woman who had gone through a lot in life, and was now teaching her children and grandchildren about life. "When did you become a life coach?" I thought. Quinn did not finish his sentence. What he wanted to say was, he originally thought that Lauren would hold a grudge against the Torres family. After all, the Torres family had abandoned her for 4 years. During these 4 years, no one had cared about Lauren. They had excluded Lauren from the family and had never thought about her feelings. While they were worried about Maria's health, Lauren, who was only a baby then, had to grow up far away from her family in a strange place. They had never considered all of this. This sudden realization made Quinn feel a lot of guilt towards Lauren. Although he was the second brother, he did not seem to have fulfilled his responsibility as a brother. On the contrary, he had created a lot of unpleasantness for Lauren in the beginning. A cold drop of water splashed onto Quinn's face, snapping him back to reality. Lauren had dipped a piece of cabbage in the water and thrown it onto Quinn's face. "What's wrong, Quinn? What did you think? Why did you stop halfway?" "It's nothing." Lauren just shrugged and continued to be a life coach. "Family is meant to be harmonious. Life is short. If we can't cherish it when we're together, then there's no way to redeem it." Lauren knew this point the best. During the course of her mission, she had encountered many ghosts who regretted their deaths. When they were alive, they did not cherish the time they spent with their wives and parents. However, after they died, they realized that they would never have the chance to do so again. However, by that time, there would be no way for them to redeem themselves. After they reincarnated, they would lose all their memories, leaving them with a depressing dilemma. Seeing that Lauren was silent now, Quinn thought that she was recalling the past, so he spoke up quickly. "All right, I got it. I'll do my best during dinner later." "Yes." Lauren nodded and smiled. She thought that her counseling played a role in changing his attitude, and had no idea of the complex thoughts that went through Quinn's mind. Then she went back to preparing the ingredients with Quinn. Although Lauren looked plump and very clumsy, she was still very efficient when she worked. With her help, Quinn quickly prepared the dishes. Even though Aunt Ricky was excused from the kitchen today, she could not sit still, and began to prepare the base of the hot pot. As Bryce and Lauren liked spicy food, she prepared a double-flavor hot pot. After washing all the side dishes and putting them on the table, Lauren shouted, "It's time to eat." Everyone stood up from the sofa and sat around the table. The hot steam from the hot pot chased away the coldness in their body. Smelling the strong fragrance of the hot pot, Lauren was very satisfied and narrowed her eyes. It was so nice to eat hot pot with her family in the cold weather. "Lauren, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat soon, your food will be snatched by your brothers." Maria picked up a meatball and put it into Lauren's bowl. It had only been a day, so Lauren and Maria were still very unfamiliar with each other. Although she knew that the person in front of her was her mother and that Maria loved her very much, Lauren was unable to behave naturally like other children when they were with their mothers. Lauren was always at a loss when it came to Maria. After all, 4 years had passed since they last met. It was just like how Lauren was now looking at the meatball in her bowl. After struggling for a long time, she could only thank Maria dryly. On Lauren's left sat Maria, on her right sat Franklin, and on the other side sat Quinn. On both sides of Quinn sat Sean and Bryce respectively. This seat arrangement was carefully planned by Lauren. She wanted to place Sean and Quinn next to each other. Chapter 217, Reconciled. Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat. Sigh, my brain cells are all dead from doing the math test this afternoon. Now I have to make up for it. Bryce picked up the beef and mutton rolls that he bought today and poured some into the spicy pot. Dad, put more in. Aren't we all eating spicy food? Perhaps it was because of the cold weather. Franklin also ate a lot of spicy food today. Sean ignored Bryce and poured half of the meat in the non-spicy pot. Quinn took a look. Just as Lauren said, all the meat they bought was lean. As the beef roll was very thin, it took about 10 seconds to be ready. Just as Quinn was about to reach with his chopsticks, Sean placed a spoonful of beef roll into his bowl. Sean's tone was firm and sounded angry, but his actions showed that he was concerned. Eat more meat. Look at how thin you are. Through the steam, Lauren could see the change in Quinn's expression. After the initial shock, he was moved by Sean's words. Quinn placed a piece of meat into his mouth. The meat was very fragrant and tender, and it was very delicious. With Franklin and Maria sitting on both sides of Lauren, Lauren was not afraid of having nothing to eat. On the contrary, her bowl was full. Bryce felt jealous when he saw how well Lauren and Quinn were being treated. Why doesn't anyone give me anything to eat? I'm the one who needs the most care in this family. I'm a high school student. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was eating happily. Bryce glared at Lauren. As expected, this person bewitched everyone everywhere she went. Maria rarely ate meat. She was a vegetarian, so after they finished eating the beef and lamb rolls, they put in the vegetables. Quinn picked up a mouthful of vegetables. After hesitating for a while, he put the vegetables into Sean's bowl. As soon as he finished, he immediately withdrew his hand and looked away, as if he wanted to pretend he didn't do it. Eat more vegetables, he whispered. Didn't the medical report say that you have a mild fatty liver? Sean didn't say anything, but he ate all the vegetables that Quinn had given him. The three people on the other side of the table saw this and Lauren nodded in satisfaction. It seemed like he had listened to what she had said to him in the kitchen. He was indeed a good student. Franklin was initially puzzled. The two of them had confronted each other like enemies in the afternoon, but they had actually reconciled during dinner this time. However, when he turned around and saw the mysterious expression on Lauren's face, he knew that it was Lauren who had acted as the peacemaker in the kitchen. Lauren always had a strange ability. Lauren was small, but she had such great energy. It was as if she could always turn any big issue into a small matter. Perhaps because he had eaten his fill, or perhaps because his relationship with his father had eased up, Quinn was in the mood again after he finished the dinner. So, he pulled Lauren and Franklin together to carry out Plan B. Lauren looked at Franklin and was a little stunned. When are we going to carry out Plan B? Franklin shook his head. Quinn waved his hand. That's not important. What's important is that this plan is foolproof. The reason why our plan failed this afternoon was because there were too many uncertainties. It was uncertain when Bryce would appear. The speed at which the water balloon fell was also uncertain. Lauren raised her hand and interrupted. Actually, the speed at which the water balloon fell can be calculated. As long as we know the speed of the wind, the quality of the water balloon, and... Quinn stopped in his tracks. Who told you to say that? Lauren shut her mouth. Quinn continued. That's why we must find a fixed item for our next plan. When it came to these items, Quinn was always very clear-headed. Lauren could not help but wonder how many times Quinn had pranked Bryce when he was young to make him so proficient. Suddenly, she felt a little sorry for Bryce. This time, the prop that Quinn found was a thread. This thread was very thin and could not be seen, but it was especially tenacious. Lauren used the strength of a normal person to try and pull it, but she could not break it. What can this thread do? Just follow me. Then, Quinn brought Lauren and Franklin to the corridor. This corridor was the only way from the living room to the stairs. Quinn then thought of a way to hang the thread on both sides of the corridor so that the thread would be suspended in the air. Both Franklin and Lauren crossed their arms in front of their chests at this moment. They leaned against the wall of the corridor and watched as Quinn busied himself with the arrangement. Chapter 218. Plan B failed. You see, when Bryce goes up the stairs, he will definitely pass by this place. Then, he will trip over this thread. So, Lauren would have a chance to show her ability by stopping him the moment he is about to touch this thread. Lauren did not believe it. Trip him. Isn't this method too childish? What do you know? It doesn't matter if the method is childish, as long as someone is willing to fall for it. Bryce never looks where he's going when he walks. He'll definitely fall for it. Looking at how Franklin and Lauren were still looking at Quinn as if he was stupid, Quinn said, "Forget it. If you guys don't believe me, I'll give it a try." Therefore, Quinn walked at his normal speed. Sure enough, he tripped when he passed by the thread. He was already prepared to balance himself and stand up, but he could not control himself and looked as if he was about to fall to the ground. "It's over," Quinn wailed in his heart. "This is going to be the real show. My image is going to be ruined." Fortunately, Lauren moved quickly and grabbed onto Quinn's leg. After Quinn stood up, he felt grateful that he had survived the disaster. At the same time, he was also surprised by Lauren's great strength. "You're not even half as tall as me, yet you're able to pull me. You're so strong." The next second, Quinn's surprise turned into joy. "That's great. In the future, we won't need to hire people to move or deliver packages. Lauren alone can hold up to 10 people. Seeing Quinn's attitude, Lauren smiled and shook her head. Quinn was indeed different. If it was anyone else, they would have been surprised by her strength for a long time. Quinn had good adaptability. This small episode also fully proved the rescue ability of Lauren and the feasibility of this plan, so they began their plan B for Bryce. In order to prevent accidental injury to others, Franklin and Quinn sat on the sofa with their parents to watch TV together. After studying for a day, Bryce lay on the spacious sofa playing mobile phone games. Meanwhile, Lauren was sitting beside Franklin. Since Bryce had yet to make a move, the three siblings did not pay too much attention to him. Instead, they watched the television attentively. When they saw something funny, they even laughed out loud together. It was very heartwarming. More than half an hour later, everyone was still sitting on the sofa and doing their own stuff. Quinn finally could not help but ask, "Bryce, aren't you already in your third year of high school? Don't you need to revise?" "Quinn, third-year students are also human. You need to combine work and rest." "All right, we'll play water polo together this afternoon. Don't you feel like you need to combine work and rest?" "All right, I'll go." "Okay. I didn't see you working so hard when you were studying, but now you're here to urge me to study." Bryce picked up his phone and headed upstairs. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Lauren to save him. "Be care." Lauren's word was still on the tip of her tongue, but nothing happened. Bryce walked up the stairs without a hitch. What was going on? Quinn quickly got up and walked towards the corridor. Franklin and Lauren followed closely behind Quinn. Sean and Maria looked at the children's movements. They looked at each other and smiled warmly. Although they didn't know what the children were planning behind the scenes, they could feel the warmth of watching TV together as a family. Although it was quiet in this place, it was too lonely sometimes. Occasionally, the children would come to see them, but they always came alone. It was never as lively as it was today. What happened? Where's that thread? Why is it gone? Quinn was squatting on the ground now. His hand was waving at the spot where the thread had been placed, but he did not touch anything. It was clearly here. Why is it gone? Quinn stood up. Franklin and Lauren were also confused. All of a sudden, Aunt Ricky walked out of the bathroom with a mop in her hand. She mumbled, "That's weird. Why is there a thread in this corridor?" "Luckily, I cut it off in time. Otherwise, it would have tripped someone over." The few of them sighed. They did not expect Aunt Ricky to spoil their plan. After failing their plan B again, they returned to Quinn's room. Lauren sighed. "Forget it. Let's not do it anymore." After 2 failed plans, Quinn was no longer confident. He couldn't help but feel down about it. Chapter 219, Fell ill suddenly. Franklin Torres said, "Everyone has their own fate. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Wasn't it all because of a series of coincidences that you and Lauren got to know each other?" Quinn Torres nodded. That was true. If not for the Golden Star Agency's banquet where Lauren Torres was coincidentally invited, there would not have been a series of events subsequently. Since that was the case, then he would leave it to fate. Lauren Torres nodded as well. She would leave it to fate. Other than the tense relationship between Bryce Torres and Lauren Torres, everything else seemed to be improving. However, things just didn't go according to what they had wished. The next day, on Sunday, after breakfast, Lauren Torres planned to do her handiwork. She took out all the things from her bag and sat on the carpet in the living room, concentrating on drawing and cutting. When Maria Julian saw this, she helped her with the handiwork. In fact, This handcraft work was originally meant to be done with her parents. Now that her mother was involved, Lauren Torres was very happy. The other 4 men each had their respective things to do. Franklin Torres and Sean Torres were discussing work in the study room upstairs. Although Sean Torres no longer interfered with the work of the Torres group, Franklin Torres would still report the progress of the work to Sean Torres regularly. At this time, Quinn Torres was making phone calls everywhere in the room preparing for his studio. Bryce Torres continued to brush up on the questions while Wendy went out to buy groceries. Therefore, only Maria Julian and Lauren Torres were in the living room. As the theme of the handiwork project this time was the zoo, they needed to use cardboard to draw a lot of small animals and cut them out. This was a big project, so they divided the work and worked together. Lauren Torres was in charge of drawing while Maria Julian was in charge of paper cutting. The 2 of them worked very well together. "Look, the rabbit that Lauren drew looks so nice." Lauren Torres raised and showed the white paper in her hand to Maria Julian. The rabbit on the white paper indeed looked very nice. It was vivid and agile. "It's really nice. Lauren is really good at drawing. This little rabbit's eyes are round, just like Lauren's eyes." Upon hearing Maria Julian's praise, Lauren Torres happily clapped her hands. However, this heartwarming scene did not last long. While Maria Julian was cutting, something happened to her body. Lauren Torres saw that her face was pale, and her lips were pale, too. She was panting heavily as if she could not breathe and was feeling very uncomfortable. Lauren Torres immediately put down her pen and squatted down beside Maria Julian. "Mom, what's wrong?" Maria Julian put down her scissors and leaned back against the sofa. She was gasping for air, unable to speak. She raised her hand as if she wanted to stroke Lauren Torres' hair and comfort her. Lauren Torres was about to diagnose Maria Julian. She had studied medicine for a long time previously, and her biggest goal was to treat Maria Julian's illness. However, before she could act, she heard Sean Torres's anxious voice and hurried footsteps. "Maria, what's wrong with you?" Franklin Torres was equally anxious behind Sean Torres. Sean Torres pushed away Lauren Torres, who was standing beside Maria Julian. Lauren Torres staggered and stepped back. Then Sean Torres carried Maria Julian in his arms and told Franklin Torres to call Maria Julian's family doctor. The family doctor lived nearby them. His house was right behind theirs. He rushed over with the medical kit in less than 2 minutes. The doctor was a young man who looked less than 30 years old. After entering the house, he greeted Franklin Torres and others with familiarity and walked upstairs right away. Franklin Torres followed the doctor upstairs and explained the situation to him as they were walking. "I'm not sure. She's been panting since we came down. She doesn't seem to have any symptoms like this before. It seems like this is the first time she is panting." Franklin Torres and the doctor disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Only Lauren Torres was left standing alone in the living room. She was at a loss and did not know what to do. She could still feel the anger and impatience in Sean Torres's eyes when he pushed her away. Since the incident took place, no one said a single word to her. It made Lauren Torres feel like she was the culprit. She was the one who made her mother sick. However, she didn't do anything at all. After sorting out her emotions, she went up to the 2nd floor. Maria Julian's room was full of tall and strong men. Lauren Torres stood in the corner and listened quietly. The few men were standing in front of Maria Julian's bed, so Lauren Torres could not see her face clearly. She could only see the doctor hold the stethoscope and begin to diagnose Maria Julian. Chapter 220: An Ominous Person. Maria Julian's breathing was still very loud. She sounded very uncomfortable as if she couldn't breathe. The doctor looked around and frowned. "I'm not sure what happened. I've never encountered such an illness before. The attack was so sudden, but there was no cause for it. What should we do now?" Sean Torres asked anxiously. "The illness isn't serious, and it won't endanger her life. Now, I'll prescribe a medicine for the patient. I'll also give her an oxygen mask." Sean Torres took out the necessary medical equipment from a cabinet next to them. He had used all these things before when Maria Julian was seriously ill. He had been keeping them for emergency use. Franklin Torres, Quinn Torres, and Bryce Torres were very quiet throughout the incident. They just stood quietly in front of Maria Julian's bed. They were very nervous. Especially Sean Torres. He was so nervous that he was trembling. After inserting the oxygen tube, Maria Julian's breathing was not so loud anymore. The doctor had also arranged some sedative drip for her. This small cozy room suddenly became a ward. After taking care of everything and prescribing the medicine, the doctor bade goodbye to the few of them. "Franklin, please see Dr. Wentworth off." Franklin Torres acknowledged and saw Dr. Wentworth off. Lauren Torres was still standing in the corner. She did not dare to move. She was like an invisible person. The medicine in the drip slowly flowed into Maria Julian's body. Slowly, the sound of Maria Julian's breathing subsided. Sean Torres, who had been leaning against the headboard the whole time, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and said to Quinn Torres and Bryce Torres, "You guys go out first. Let your mother rest for a while." He then looked at Lauren Torres, who was in the corner. There was no longer the warmth and gentleness in his eyes when they were shopping in the supermarket. "You two go out first." Lauren Torres bit her lip and followed behind Quinn Torres and Bryce Torres. A few of them were still in the hallway. Bryce Torres couldn't wait to turn his head and question Lauren Torres. "Only you and Mom were downstairs just now. What did you do to make her turn out this way?" Quinn Torres grabbed Bryce Torres's wrist, signaling him not to be so worked up. Bryce Torres shook off Quinn Torres's hands. "You guys don't cover up for her anymore. You guys know very well, too. Mom has not had any attack for more than a year now. Although she is weak, she has never been in such a state before. However, after the return of this jinx, Mom has become like this. Don't tell me you guys still want to speak up for her." Bryce Torres seemed to be unable to suppress his anger. The more he spoke, the louder he became, causing Sean Torres to open the door. "What are you guys doing here? Are you going to let your mother rest or not? Hurry up and leave." Sean Torres was anxious, too. He was not in a good mood right now. After saying these words, he closed the door again. Thus, the few of them in the hallway went to the living room downstairs. The atmosphere was very cold. Just then, Wendy had returned from buying vegetables. She was carrying large and small bags of meat and vegetables in her hands. Seeing that the few of them did not look good, she hurriedly asked what had happened. After learning that Maria Julian was sick, the anxiety in her eyes was very obvious. Wendy had been with Maria Julian for many years, and she was treating Maria Julian as her own daughter. "What's going on? She has already recovered, hasn't she? Why did she become like this all of a sudden?" Knowing that Maria Julian was resting at the moment, Wendy did not rashly go up and disturb her. "What else could it be? It's all because of a jinx. An ominous person has returned." "Bryce," Quinn Torres reminded again. This time, he sounded very serious. It somehow resembled Franklin Torres' voice. "This is what's happening now. I don't know why all of you are taking her side. She was the one who caused Mom's health to be in such a terrible state from the very beginning. Now that you have seen it, it's true. What do you guys choose now? Mom's health or her?" After he finished yelling, Bryce Torres went upstairs angrily. Wendy sighed in her heart. "What's going on? Everything was fine before I went out. But after I came back, it turned out to be like this." She placed all the vegetables in the refrigerator accordingly. She had originally wanted to cook something delicious, but now it seemed that no one was in the mood to eat. After seeing Dr. Wentworth off, Franklin Torres happened to receive a phone call. He answered the call for a while in the small garden. When he came in, he saw Quinn Torres and Lauren Torres sitting on the chairs quietly, especially Lauren Torres. She lowered her little head so low that he couldn't even see her face. Franklin Torres knew what Lauren Torres was thinking. He walked over and sat down beside her. Chapter 221, I Want to See Mom. Feeling the sofa next to her sinking in, she still lowered her head. Franklin Torres let out a soft sigh and raised his hand to touch the back of Lauren Torres's head. "Don't be sad." Franklin Torres said that, and tears began to fall from Lauren Torres's eyes. People were strange. If no one asked, they would be very strong. It was as if they could hold on to everything. However, once someone asked about it, they would feel extremely wronged. This was exactly what happened to Lauren Torres now. Tears of the size of bins dripped down one by one. Very quickly, they dyed Lauren Torres's light blue jeans into dark blue. Franklin Torres kept patting Tanglan's back gently, but he did not say much. Seeing this, Quinn Torres also stood up and sat down beside Lauren Torres. Feeling the warmth coming from both sides, Lauren Torres cried even harder. After a while, Lauren Torres asked with a sobbing tone, "Do you guys think that Mom's illness is really because of me?" Originally, Lauren Torres did not believe it either. But today's incident was simply too coincidental. Just like what they said, Maria Julian had not been ill for more than a year. However, when she was alone with Lauren Torres today, something like this happened. Moreover, the doctor just now had also said that Maria Julian's illness came out of the blue, and there was no cause for it. This had made it even stranger. Hearing Lauren Torres's question, Franklin Torres and Quinn Torres looked at each other. They did not know how to answer. After getting along with Lauren Torres for more than a month, and going through some stuff, they knew Lauren Torres's character. So, Franklin Torres had no choice but to say, "Mom is fine now. Don't let your imagination run wild. It's good that she's fine." Lauren Torres nodded while sobbing. However, she still couldn't let go of this matter easily. They finished lunch very quickly. Wendy still made lunch. However, only Lauren Torres, Franklin Torres, and Quinn Torres were eating in the dining room. Bryce Torres did not come out of his room. Sean Torres stayed in the room with Maria Julian and refused to go downstairs. Wendy had to bring the food upstairs. Maria Julian's condition had stabilized tremendously. However, she still needed to finish the drip. Due to the drip, Maria Julian was sleeping and did not wake up. However, she was no longer panting and had returned to normal. Just that her face was a little pale. Sean Torres felt a lingering fear, so he kept Maria Julian company. He was worried that something would happen to her again. No one fought for meat with Lauren Torres during lunch, but Lauren Torres was not happy either. This was the first time she had the experience of losing appetite. She looked at the untouched meat on the plate and thought, "If I continue to be like this, I'll definitely lose weight." After dinner, Wendy washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lauren Torres tugged at Franklin Torres's sleeve. "What's the matter, brother? I want to go and see Mom." After saying this, Lauren Torres looked at the stairs. Ever since Maria Julian was carried into the room, Sean Torres had never come out from the room. He was still in the room. Thus Lauren Torres did not dare to go in. Although she had seen or even been lectured by a fiercer person, Sean Torres had the dignity of a parent. Even so, she still had to go in to see Maria Julian. Mission 3 had been completed, and one of the rewards of Mission 3 was a revival pill. She wanted to keep this life-saving pill by Maria Julian's side. She also wanted to give the doll she had brought over to Maria Julian as well. She would also want to see what kind of illness Maria Julian had, and maybe she could help. Franklin Torres did not know what Lauren Torres was thinking. He only thought that Lauren Torres wanted to see their mother. Looking at Lauren Torres's dejected look, Franklin Torres pinched her face. "Of course, I'll arrange." Lauren Torres nodded. "That's good. Thank you, brother. But will Mom refuse to see me?" Franklin Torres felt sorry for Lauren Torres. Regardless of whose fault it was, he did not want a 4.5-year-old child to bear such blame. "Of course not. Why would Mom dislike you?" In fact, when he came back to visit his parents previously, he had occasionally seen Maria Julian holding a photo in her room and crying secretly. He recognized the photo. He had seen it once before. It was the first photo taken by the nurse as requested by Maria Julian when she had just given birth to Lauren Torres. At that time, Lauren Torres had crepey skin on her body and didn't look like the current Lauren Torres at all. She was very small in size. Chapter 222, Superstition. After that, Maria Julian was in poor health and could not take care of Lauren Torres. Therefore, Lauren Torres was brought up by a nanny hired by the Torres family. And then, grandmother felt that Lauren Torres was a jinx to the Torres family. Thus she did not allow Lauren Torres to get close to Maria Julian. When Lauren Torres was half a year old, she was sent away. Therefore, the first time Maria Julian saw Lauren Torres was when she was born. This weekend was the second time she saw Lauren Torres. Judging from Maria Julian's attitude towards Lauren Torres, she still missed Lauren Torres very much. "I'll talk to Dad. You don't have to worry." Lauren Torres nodded. She only hoped that everything would go smoothly. Franklin Torres brought Lauren Torres to the second floor and let her rest in her room for a while. Then, he gently knocked on the door of his parents' bedroom. Sean Torres came out very quickly. The tension and anxiety in between his eyebrows and eyes just now were gone. When he saw his eldest son, he softly asked him what had gone wrong, closed the door, and took Franklin Torres to the corridor to talk. He was worried that they might disturb Maria Julian from resting. "Dad, is Mom okay?" Sean Torres sighed. "She's all right now. I've just called Dr. Wentworth and told him about your mom's condition. Now I just have to wait for her to wake up." Franklin Torres nodded. "That's good, Dad. Lauren said she wants to see Mom." Sean Torres didn't answer immediately, as if he was struggling with his thoughts. Thus Franklin Torres continued, "I know what you're thinking. You're just like Grandma, thinking that it's Lauren who caused Mom's health to deteriorate. It's not just what I think. It's just that everything is too coincidental. It's so coincidental that I don't believe it's a coincidence. Your mom is the person I love the most in my life. I don't want anything to happen to her. Thus if Lauren really was the cause for her current condition, there's nothing I can do. Even if I have to force the two of them to separate, I will do it." At this moment, Lauren Torres was lying on the bed. Just like what Franklin Torres had told her to do, she was resting for a while. However, she could still hear every single word of their conversation from 2 meters away. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to have good hearing. She had to listen to everything, including those she did not want to hear. "Dad, I know you love Mom, but don't you think this is only your decision? It should be Mom's decision whether to let Lauren see her or not." Franklin Torres put his hands into his pockets and paced 2 steps in the corridor. "Since you love Mom, you should respect her wishes. Lauren is her biological daughter. Maybe Mom wants to see her very much. Don't you want Mom to be happy?" Franklin Torres was indeed an expert negotiator in the business world. Since Sean Torres loved Maria Julian, he would use Maria Julian as a bargaining chip. Sean Torres seemed to be stumped by this matter as well. He leaned against the wall and pinched the space between his eyebrows. How could he not know what his wife was thinking? He knew very well how much she missed Lauren Torres. Sometimes, when she fell asleep at night, he would notice she was crying. However, she was not awake. She was only crying in her dreams. He would hear her call out Lauren Torres's name. At times like this, there was nothing he could do. After learning that Lauren Torres would return, Maria Julian had actually proposed to visit her countless times. However, both Sean Torres and his mother had stopped her. The Torres family had been able to stand firm in the country for so many years, so they naturally had their strength. However, they were also very superstitious. Every year, they would invite a master to perform a ritual to ensure that the Torres family would be safe and successful throughout the year. However, ever since Tamlan was born, everything had become terrible. That was why they had no choice but to conclude that Lauren Torres was a jinx to the Torres family. Lauren Torres was his daughter, so he naturally loved her, too. However, he had no choice but to give up on these petty love affairs in the face of the big picture. Now that he heard his eldest son say this and recalled how Maria Julian cried countless times during the night, he felt that he had let her down too much by doing this. Therefore, he nodded his head. "All right, when your mother wakes up later, let Lauren go in and see her." He then returned to his room. Franklin Torres opened the door to Lauren Torres's room and saw her lying straight on the bed with her eyes closed. She looked like a zombie and it was a little funny. "Dad has already agreed. You can go and see her when Mom wakes up." Lauren Torres opened her eyes and nodded. Chapter 223, Life-Saving Pill. Then, Franklin Torres glanced at his watch and said, "But we have to hurry. We can't stay for dinner tonight. It'll take more than 2 hours to go back. We still have to go to work and school tomorrow." Lauren Torres nodded again. Knowing that Lauren Torres was feeling down, Franklin Torres didn't say much and let her rest alone. It took more than an hour for Maria Julian to wake up. Sean Torres fed her some medicine and talked to her for a while before he told Franklin Torres to bring Lauren Torres over. When they went to Maria Julian's room, Sean Torres was gone. Lauren Torres was a little depressed. Didn't Dad want to see her anymore? "Lauren, come over quickly." Maria Julian's weak voice rang out, calling out to Lauren Torres. Lauren Torres hurriedly ran over. Maria Julian had recovered, but Lauren Torres still felt a lingering fear when she recalled Maria Julian had suddenly felt suffocated in the living room. At that moment, Lauren Torres was really frightened. Maria Julian's lips were still pale, But when she saw Lauren Torres, she revealed a smile. "I scared me just now, didn't I?" Maria Julian reached out her left hand and caressed Lauren Torres's cheek. Lauren Torres also held Maria Julian's hand in her fleshy hands. Maria Julian's hand was very cold, probably because she had just received an IV drip. Lauren Torres held her hand tightly, trying to convey some warmth. "Are you okay now, Mom?" "I'm fine." Maria Julian coughed slightly before she continued. "Mom's health isn't that good, to begin with. Don't overthink about it. I'll be fine after I rest well." Despite her condition, Maria Julian still comforted her. Tears that had stopped started to roll down again. Lauren Torres did not expect she could cry so quickly. "You said it. Then you have to rest well and get well soon. I'm still waiting for you to do my homework with me." Maria Julian nodded. "Yes, of course. Mom still wants to do a lot of homework with you." Maria Julian raised her hand to wipe away Lauren Torres's tears. "Don't cry. A girl's tears are pearls. They are very precious. You can't drop pearls so easily." Maria Julian held onto Maria Julian's hand tightly. It was as if she had just survived a disaster. "For Mom's sake, I can drop as many pearls as you want." "You silly child." Maria Julian smiled. Lauren Torres smiled as well. Then Lauren Torres took out a small red box from her pocket dimension. The box was not big, only about the size of a ring box. She placed the box in front of Maria Julian. Maria Julian asked curiously, "What's this?" "This is my treasure." Lauren Torres opened the small red box and there was a small golden pill. Upon closer inspection, the pill seemed to glow with a golden light. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary pill. Maria Julian looked at Lauren Torres and asked, "This is?" Lauren Torres did not answer Maria Julian's question first. Instead, she asked, "Mom, do you believe in me?" Maria Julian did not know why Lauren Torres suddenly asked this question, but she still nodded. "Of course I do. You're my daughter. How could I not believe in you?" After receiving a satisfactory answer, Lauren Torres said, "This small golden pill is a small pill that can save lives. A life-saving pill." Maria Julian did not think what Tang Lanlan said was something out of the ordinary. Instead, she gently picked up the small pill with her fingers. She did not know if it was an illusion or something else, but she really felt that the pill was glowing. Of course, Lauren Torres nodded and continued to explain to Maria Julian, "If anything happens to Mom in the future, no matter what it is, as long as you take this small pill, you will immediately recover. Therefore, Mom, you must take this small pill with you at all times." Maria Julian nodded seriously when she saw the serious expression on Lauren Torres's face. She then stuffed the small box under her pillow. "Mom will definitely treasure this pill. You must. Let's do a pinky swear." After the two of them did the pinky swear, Lauren Torres finally felt relieved. She lay in front of Maria Julian's bed and told her what she was thinking. "I thought Mom wouldn't want to see me again. How could that be? You silly girl." Maria Julian's heart ached as she looked at Lauren Torres's head. How could she not miss her child all these years? However, after marrying into the Torres family, there were many things that she could not choose for herself. The children that she gave birth to were not only her children, they were also descendants of the Torres family. Chapter 224 Allergic. Maria Julian raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Before this, she was not even allowed to meet with Lauren Torres. Now that she was able to meet with her, she was satisfied now. Mom has always missed Lauren Torres. "If you're available, come visit Mom often, okay?" Lauren Torres nodded in agreement. "Of course, I like Mom's place." After this conversation, the mother-daughter relationship finally became closer. Knowing that her mother actually liked and missed her, Lauren Torres was very happy. The two chatted for a while more before they heard a soft knock on the door. Franklin Torres pushed the door open and asked about Maria Julian's condition. After knowing that she was fine, he said, "We have to go back first. If we stay any longer, we may get stuck in traffic." Lauren Torres was a little reluctant to part with her mother so soon. However, there was nothing she could do about it. "Mom, you have a good rest. I'll come to visit you again." Maria Julian, who was lying on the bed, was also reluctant to part with Lauren Torres. She touched Lauren Torres's face and nodded. "Okay, Mom will wait here." Then, Lauren Torres walked out of the room and kept turning her head to look behind her. She went back to her room to pack her things. When she was packing her things, she saw the little bunny doll that she wanted to give to Maria Julian. She quickly ran back to Maria Julian's room with the bunny doll in her arms. "Mommy!" As Lauren Torres thought that Maria Julian was in the room alone, she just barged in. She didn't expect that Sean Torres was inside the room. Lauren Torres quickly held back her steps as she was worried that Sean Torres would say that she was noisy. When Maria Julian saw Lauren Torres, she asked gently, "What's the matter, Lauren?" Seeing the back of Sean Torres, Lauren Torres had thought of running away. However, when she thought that the doll would help Maria Julian sleep well, she plucked up the courage to say to her mom, "This is the doll that I specially brought for you." Of course, Lauren would not tell about the spell that she cast on the doll. They definitely would not believe it. Probably Sean Torres would think that she was a monster. "When I sleep with this doll, I will be able to sleep well. So, I want to leave this doll to Mommy so that Mommy can sleep well." Lauren Torres did not walk near to the headboard. It was because Sean Torres was sitting on a chair near to the headboard with his back facing her. She did not dare to go over. Therefore, she gently placed the doll at the end of the bed. "I'm leaving now. Bye, Lauren." Lauren Torres nodded and left the room. After getting in the car, Lauren Torres turned around to look at the small villa. She was nervous when she came and was feeling a bit sad when she left. Lauren Torres and Quinn Torres were sitting in the back seat. Ever since Bryce Torres got into the passenger seat, he had put on his earphones, closed his eyes, and not talked to anyone. Lauren Torres did not speak either. She was thinking about something. In the room just now, she took the opportunity to check Maria Julian's pulse because Dr. Wentworth was a Western doctor. Since he could not find the cause of Maria Julian's illness from a Western doctor's point of view, Lauren Torres had to check Maria Julian's pulse. It looked like Maria Julian had an allergic reaction. Some people were allergic to peanuts or mangoes. After eating these, their tongues would swell up, affecting their breathing. "Brother, is Mom allergic to any food?" Franklin Torres replied while driving, "I don't think so. I have never heard of it for so many years. Why did you suddenly ask about it?" Lauren Torres gave a random excuse and continued to immerse herself in her thoughts. Since she was not allergic to food, it was possible that she had encountered something or smelled something. Lauren Torres recalled that everything was normal this morning. There was nothing special about it. She leaned her head against the car window. Franklin Torres drove very smoothly and she did not feel any bumps. Was it really because of her physique? Was she a jinx to her mother? With this idea all the way back, Lauren Torres was a little sad. She must have a good ask after going back. She would check whether there was a problem with her physique. But Little Nine had said before that she was born with an emperor birth chart. It was supposed to be pure yang energy which would bring good luck and good health to people. Sigh, I really couldn't figure it out. When they got off the highway, Bryce Torres finally spoke. "I'm not going back. Just send me straight to school." Thomas Johnson High School was a boarding school. Normally students would go home on Sunday nights for self-study. However, if Bryce Torres went home, he would usually only go on Monday mornings. Chapter 225, Play with the Swing. Everyone knew that Bryce Torres said this because he was angry. Therefore, Franklin Torres did not say anything else and drove in the direction of Thomas Johnson High School. Thomas Johnson High School was very close to the highway junction. It was only about 10 minutes away. After dropping Bryce Torres at the entrance, they left right away. When they passed by the kindergarten, Lauren Torres tilted her head and looked. She seemed to have noticed a person in the kindergarten. However, it was late at night and the lights in the kindergarten were not on. Who would be there? The car was going very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had flashed past. Lauren Torres did not delve into it. She just assumed that it was the staff of the kindergarten. That night, Lauren Torres went to bed very late. As she had not finished her handiwork homework, Franklin Torres and Quinn Torres stayed up late with her to finish the homework. The next day, Lauren Torres woke up feeling like she was in mortal world hell. Her washing and eating breakfast were done without consciousness until Ben Carson drove her to the gate of the kindergarten. Then only she woke up completely. Lauren Torres perked up at the thought of meeting the children. She walked with a spring in her steps to the gate of the kindergarten, where Karina Bailey stood as usual to greet the students. "Miss Torres, from today onwards, You will be participating in the talent program. I will pick you up from school 1 hour later every day. Lauren Torres nodded. Okay, Uncle Carson, drive safe. Then, without looking back, Lauren Torres followed Joy Donahue, who had just arrived at the school gate, into the kindergarten. Looking at Lauren Torres's light-hearted back view, Ben Carson thought to himself, Miss Torres is indeed different from other children. She has only been in kindergarten for a week and she is already so used to it. When his daughter went to kindergarten, she cried for a whole month, clawing at his legs, refusing to let him go. Now, the novelty of the kindergarten lessons for Lauren Torres was over. Moreover, she had a good memory and learned things very quickly. Therefore, often, she remembered everything the teacher taught her, but the teacher would repeat it several times. So, during the music class, when the music teacher repeated a sentence for the 5th time, Lauren Torres wondered why the children's memory was so bad. They had already sung it so many times, but they couldn't even remember the key. After the class was over, Lauren Torres quickly pulled Joy Donahue to tell her about her trip over the weekend. She and Joy Donahue had become very good friends, and so had she and Milo Barker. However, he was punished by his teacher and parents for the incident with the marbles last Friday. He was asked to copy the sentence "I will never simply swallow things anymore" 100 times. Now, he was scribbling away with a pencil in his hand. The other biggest change in the class was that everyone's attitude towards Ruby Cromwell had become better. After class, some would ask Ruby Cromwell if she wanted to go to the toilet together, or if she wanted to fetch water together. Some even took the initiative to give her candy. Ruby Cromwell still had that cold and indifferent look on her face, but it could be seen that she did not do it on purpose. It was as if her personality was that of a loner. At the end of the day, Ruby Cromwell rejected all sorts of invitations from the kids in class too. However, Lauren Torres still remembered how she said goodbye to Ruby Cromwell on Friday afternoon. Ruby Cromwell probably didn't dislike her. Therefore, she took out a piece of chocolate and placed it on Ruby Cromwell's desk during the handicraft class. "My brother bought this chocolate for me. It's very delicious. You should try it, too." Ruby Cromwell shook her head and rejected. "I'm allergic to chocolate. I can't eat chocolate." "Oh, okay." Lauren Torres nodded and put the chocolate away. She placed a packet of biscuits on the desk and said, "You can have the biscuits then." Ruby Cromwell nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." Seeing that Ruby Cromwell had accepted her gift, Lauren Torres was satisfied and continued to fold the little rabbits. The last class in the afternoon was gym class. After gym class, Lauren Torres and the others still had to attend the math class planned for the talent program. Although it was called gym class, it was just for kindergarten children to have fun. There were slides, swings, and seesaws on the playground. At the same time, there were 2 classes in the gym class. One was Lauren Torres' second-year class, and the other was a class for those who were younger. After the teacher called for free exercise, Lauren Torres waited for 3 full rounds before she could finally sit on the swing. There were only 2 swings in total, so the children had to line up to play. Each child could only play for 2 minutes. Chapter 226, Outstanding Graduates. There was a swing for the children in Lauren Torres's class and another for the children in the other class. Just as Lauren Torres sat on the swing, a little girl from the other class also sat on the other swing. As Lauren Torres had skipped a grade, she looked the same age as the child next to her. Joy Donahue was behind Lauren Torres. She was pushing Lauren Torres lightly. "Wow, the swing is so fun." While playing with the swing, Lauren Torres was looking left and right. Every child was playing. Therefore, Ruby Cromwell, who was sitting quietly and reading, was particularly eye-catching. Lauren Torres waved at Ruby Cromwell and called out her name. Ever since Ruby Cromwell accepted her biscuits, the 2 of them had become closer. When Lauren Torres greeted Ruby Cromwell, she would respond as well. Just like this time, Ruby Cromwell also waved back, though she quickly lowered her head and continued reading. Even so, it's enough to make Lauren Torres so happy. "Let's take it slow." Suddenly, the girl from the other class sitting on the swing next to her spoke. "Do you know Ruby Cromwell?" Lauren Torres turned her head around and nodded. "Ruby Cromwell is from our class." "Of course, I know her." "Oh, she's in your class now." "She used to be a classmate of ours." But after the semester started, the teacher said that she had skipped to the upper class and stopped going to the middle class. So these children were from the middle class. Does Ruby Cromwell have many friends in your class now? I just greeted her but she has already forgotten about me. Huh? Lauren Torres was a little confused. Ruby Cromwell doesn't have many friends in our class. She rarely talks. She's always alone. How could it be? When she was in the lower class in the past, she was a very lively person. All the students in the class were her good friends. Soon, Lauren Torres's 2 minutes were up. Joy Donahue urged her to come down. Lauren Torres had no choice but to jump off. Many children were running around in the playground. The little girl might have just casually struck up a conversation with Lauren Torres. Soon, Lauren Torres could no longer find the little girl on the swing just now. Lauren Torres recalled what she overheard in the teacher's office the other day. The teacher said that Ruby Cromwell's character and temper had changed drastically. Could she be referring to this? Ruby Cromwell used to be a lively person, but she had become what she was at present. She looked at Ruby Cromwell that was reading seriously in the corner. She was a little lost in thought. Soon, the pay teacher blew her whistle, and Lauren Torres ran to the class. This was not her task, and it was not her responsibility. Since Ruby Cromwell refused to tell, she would not meddle in other people's business. After pay class, the other children had already carried their school bags and were happily waiting for their parents to pick them up after school. Meanwhile, Lauren Torres and Ruby Cromwell were waiting in the classroom for Karina Bailey to bring them to class. Karina Bailey came over with a bag on her back. It looked like she was leaving the kindergarten. Miss Bailey, where are we going now? Oh yes, we will be attending the talent class at Thomas Johnson High School. There's not enough space in the kindergarten. Lauren Torres blinked her eyes. Thomas Johnson High School. Wasn't that the school Bryce Torres was attending? She carried her school bag and followed Karina Bailey together with Ruby Cromwell. Lauren Torres had passed Thomas Johnson High School many times, but this was the first time she had entered. The class was not over yet, so the school was empty. Lauren Torres was curious about everything and was looking around. The moment she entered the school, she saw a bulletin board with some photos posted on it. Lauren Torres had excellent eyesight. With just a glance, she could see that there was someone she knew on the board. She shook Karina Bailey's hand and pointed at the bulletin board with her other hand. Miss Bailey, I'd like to take a look over there. Karina Bailey glanced at her watch. Seeing that there was still time, she agreed to Lauren Torres's request. When she walked over to take a look, Lauren Torres realized that the person in the photo was none other than her eldest brother, Franklin Torres. The Franklin Torres then looked only 16 or 17 years old. He looked young and inexperienced and not as sharp as he was now. The bright and cheerful temperament of a young man filled in between his eyes and brows. Eldest brother must have many secret admirers during school, Lauren Torres thought. It was written below the photo, Franklin Torres, an outstanding graduate of Thomas Johnson High School. Lauren Torres was excited. My brother is so brilliant. She glanced at the bulletin board. It was full of photos of the outstanding graduates in the past. Samuel Sullivan, Tina Carl, John Manson. Lauren Torres glanced through the faces and photos of these people. When she turned around to leave, she saw Ruby Cromwell's face full of tears. Chapter 227, Math Class. Lauren Torres was stunned. She did not know why Ruby Cromwell suddenly acted in such a manner. Karina Bailey was chatting with another teacher behind her. Ruby Cromwell raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but her eyes were still red, and so was her nose. After Karina Bailey said goodbye to the other teacher, she turned around and saw Ruby Cromwell. She bent down and asked her what had gone wrong. Ruby Cromwell shook her head. Nothing. It's just that some sand suddenly blew into my eyes just now. Karina Bailey nodded. Although she looked a little suspicious, she did not say much. She held their hands and continued to walk towards the classroom. Lauren Torres knew that Ruby Cromwell was lying. There was neither sand nor wind in this place. It was a poor excuse. It was obvious that Karina Bailey did not believe her either. After she brought the two of them to the classroom, she let Ruby Cromwell enter the classroom first, leaving Lauren Torres behind. Lauren, did you see what made Ruby cry just now? Lauren Torres shook her head. Miss Bailey, I don't know either. The moment I turned my head, I hear crying. It's fine then. Ruby is lonely in class. Please spend more time with her. If anything happens to her, please inform the teacher immediately. Lauren Torres nodded. She could tell that Karina Bailey was a very responsible class teacher. Hurry up and go in. Class is about to start. Okay. When Lauren Torres went in, the classroom was almost full. The classroom was much larger than the one in the kindergarten. The seats were like the seats that Lauren Torres had seen in a TV series. 2 persons would be sitting together. The class was divided into several big groups. There was an empty seat next to Ruby Cromwell. Recalling what Karina Bailey had said to her, Lauren Torres sat next to Ruby Cromwell. The teacher had not arrived yet, so Lauren Torres was looking around in a carefree manner. There were about 40 students in the class. Some of them looked like they were 3 or 4 years older than Lauren Torres. Lauren Torres was probably the youngest child in the class. She took out a new pencil and notebook from her bag and placed them neatly on the desk. She was ready to attend the class. Soon, a teacher entered the classroom with a book in his hands. The teacher was a male teacher. He was wearing glasses and looked like he was in his 50s. He was a little bald, but he looked very amiable. Karina Bailey also walked up to the podium and introduced the teacher to the children. Children, this is our math teacher for this semester's talent program. The teacher's name is John Zander. Everyone can just call him Mr. Zander. These children had already formed a good habit when they were in kindergarten. They put their hands neatly and called out in unison, "Hello, Mr. Zander." John Zander smiled and replied, "Hello, children. Mr. Zander is an excellent teacher in our Thomas Johnson High School. He is currently teaching mathematics to the students of the 3rd year of high school. We have specially invited Mr. Zander to be your math teacher. He can lay a good foundation for all of you and cultivate correct mathematical thinking in you from a young age." From what Karina Bailey had said, Lauren Torres realized that the talent program was not just for the kindergarten affiliated to Thomas Johnson High School. All the children in the country could participate in the program. All they needed to do was to register and pass the exam. Lauren Torres looked around. It seemed that only she and Ruby Cromwell were from the affiliated kindergarten. After the introduction by Karina Bailey, she left the class to John Zander. "All right, students, let's start learning." As the introduction of the class had already taken up more than 10 minutes, and John Zander Zheng Dao was an efficient teacher, he immediately opened the book and began to teach. He gave each of the children a book with a detailed explanation and practice questions. Lauren Torres was able to solve the usual math questions quickly, but in John Zander's class, many Math Olympiad questions required thinking outside the box. Lauren Torres had yet to come into contact with this aspect. In the past, her self-learning was all self-learned from textbooks. For those were beyond the scope of the textbooks, Lauren Torres had never learned them before. Therefore, these classes were new and novel to her. She was learning them with great enthusiasm. After John Zander finished giving a new knowledge point, he would ask the students to do a few questions. After they finished doing it, the students could raise their hands and let John Zander verify their answers. As this was something that Lauren Torres had never come into contact with, she would take some time before she could think outside the box. Chapter 228, Ruby Cromwell was really amazing. However, Ruby Cromwell, who was sitting beside her, was different. She was the first to raise her hand all the time, and John Zander would praise her all the time. Good. This time, our Ruby Cromwell got it right again. Lauren Torres was always one step behind Ruby Cromwell. Although her answers were also correct, her speed was always one beat slower. This had undoubtedly aroused Lauren Torres's competitive spirit. However, Lauren Torres realized that she could not catch up with Ruby Cromwell. She was far more ahead as if she had learned all the contents in advance. Lauren Torres was stunned. As expected, there was always someone better than you out there. She thought she was intelligent enough. She did not expect Ruby Cromwell, who was only 5 years old, to have already learned so much in advance. Ruby Cromwell's mother must have been very strict. When one was serious about doing something, time always passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the class was over. The bell for the end of class rang at the same time as the bell for the high school. Lauren Torres used her watch phone to call Ben Carson. She told him to pick her up directly at the entrance of Thomas Johnson High School. Karina Bailey led Lauren Torres and Ruby Cromwell to the entrance of Thomas Johnson High School. Ben Carson had been waiting at the entrance. Thus, as soon as Lauren Torres walked out of the school, she saw Ben Carson's car. She ran over cheerfully, turned around, said goodbye to Karina Bailey and Ruby Cromwell, and got into the car. "Bryce, what are you looking at? There are drumsticks in the cafeteria today. If you don't run fast enough, others may have snatched them all." Bryce Torres stood downstairs of the high school third year's teaching building and looked at the school entrance. It was only when his classmate pulled his clothes that he finally reacted. Strange, did he see wrongly just now? Why did he feel like he saw the jinx? Forget it, how could it be? This was Thomas Johnson High School, not a kindergarten. How could the jinx come in? Let's go to the cafeteria. However, just as they were about to run to the cafeteria, they were stopped again. "Hello, Mr. Zander." John Zander was the math teacher of their class. Perhaps the more outstanding a teacher was, the stranger his character would be. This teacher stood out by his relaxed teaching style and problem-solving via a unique way of thinking. He had been teaching the third year of high school for a long time. Every year, many students in the class that he taught could score more than 140 points in math. He was a national treasure of Thomas Johnson High School. "Why are you guys running so fast? We're rushing for our me. I didn't see you guys being so enthusiastic when you were doing the math questions, but you're running so fast when comes to eating." Then, he changed the topic. "Bryce, what happened to your math test last time? How could you make a mistake on the first multiple-choice question that could give you points?" Bryce Torres did not know how to answer. Mathematics had always been the subject he was weak in. Okay, hurry up and go. Don't stand in my way." His classmate pulled him and quickly ran away. As they were running, he kept muttering, "Something will be wrong with your mind if you don't eat actively." Nothing seemed to be special in the following few days except Lauren Torres admired Ruby Cromwell more and more with each passing day. During the past few nights, Lauren Torres had been working on the Math Olympiad questions that John Zander had assigned. When she encountered problems that she could not solve, she would even pull Franklin Torres along to work on them. However, she had seen Ruby Cromwell finish the entire exercise book in class. If she had the chance, she would definitely ask Ruby Cromwell's mother when Ruby Cromwell had finished learning all these. On Friday, when Lauren Torres got home after school, Mr. Hayes told her that Franklin Torres would not be coming home for dinner. Lauren Torres was a bit disappointed. She had initially planned to ask Franklin Torres a few math questions at night. Forget it. She would ask him the following day. After all, the following day was Saturday. After dinner, Lauren Torres lay on her bed early in the evening. She wanted to study her birth chart. "Little Nine, didn't you say before that my birth chart is a pure birth chart like an emperor? What does that mean?" She had not been doing any missions recently. Divine Nine had been running around in her spiritual consciousness every day. It had been either sleeping all day or sometimes when Lauren Torres was brainstorming and doing her math questions, it would be sleeping soundly. The snoring was so loud that it had almost disturbed Lauren doing her homework. System Divine 9, birth chart like an emperor is very prominent. It means that you were an emperor in your previous life. After absorbing the extreme yang energy, your vitality has become extremely pure, and your yang energy is extremely vigorous. Basically, evil and filthy things wouldn't dare to face you in their real bodies. This was one of the reasons why you were chosen as the host. But if my birth chart is so good, why would I still make Mom sick? Chapter 229, A Good Friend Who Passed Away. System Divine 9, there is still no evidence that your mother's illness is due to you. However, since her condition has deteriorated after you were born, it should be related to you. If it's related to me, then I'm the one who has harmed my mother. System Divine 9, what I mean is perhaps your birth has attracted the attention of certain things. They are the ones that have harmed your mother. You are just an inducer. In fact, with your birth chart, if you spend more time accompanying your mother, it will improve her health conditions over time. It is because your aura will affect the people around you. At the same time, you'll also help them drive the evil aura away. Lauren Torres nodded. Was that so? This time, she was in a dilemma. Little Nine said she was beneficial to her mother's illness, but the people around her thought that she was the culprit. So, should she stay by her mother's side or not? It was better to conclude after she visited her mother a few more times. However, she must find out the reason. For Maria Julian to have become so weak, there must be a reason behind it. To find out the answer, she would probably have to investigate way back 4 years ago. At that time, it was Grandma who took charge of everything. Grandma was the one who said she was a jinx to the Torres family. It was also her idea to send her away. Her relationship with Grandma was still bad. Therefore, there was no such thing as therefore. There was nothing she could do. Lauren Torres rolled on the bed. It looked like this matter could only be put aside for the time being. For now, it was better to pay more attention to Maria Julian's health condition. Lauren Torres, who was shocked by Ruby Cromwell's IQ during the Olympiad math class, began to study Olympiad math in her magic library. Why was she not aware of such a thing called Olympiad math during her class in the past? Now she had to work very hard and study very hard. When Lauren Torres woke up the following morning, the sun was already high up in the sky. She went downstairs after her change and saw Franklin Torres reading the newspapers while eating breakfast. It was porridge with fried dough sticks for breakfast. She ran over to sit on the chair and asked Franklin Torres, who was sitting opposite her, "Brother, where did you go last night?" "I went for a high school gathering." "High school gathering?" Lauren Torres's eyes lit up. "Brother, I saw your photo when I was at Thomas Johnson High School the other day. Your photo was posted on the bulletin board and you were so handsome. It also mentioned that you were an outstanding graduate." Bringing up the past, Franklin Torres seemed to be missing those days. He put down the newspapers. "Yeah, I was really happy when I was in high school. All I needed to do every day was to study. I didn't have to think about anything else." When Franklin Torres mentioned study, Lauren Torres suddenly remembered the Olympiad math question that she hadn't done. It was clear that studying was also very difficult. Thinking of just studying every day, Lauren Torres shivered. She wouldn't do that. She would end up doing math until all her hair fell out. Seeing Franklin Torres suddenly reminisce about his past, Lauren Torres was excited. She had never heard him talk about his life in the past. "Brother, when I was at Thomas Johnson High School the other day, I saw the photos of many brothers and sisters together with yours. Do you know them all?" Franklin Torres shook his head. "I know some of them, but I don't for some. Some of them were a few years my junior. I graduated a long time ago, so naturally, I don't know them." Franklin Torres wanted to say something but then stopped. Lauren Torres could instantly feel the change in his mood. "What's wrong, brother?" Franklin Torres signed. He had actually wanted to talk to a 4.5-year-old little brat. But the truth was he didn't have anyone else to talk to either. "Actually, our high school gathering last night was for a very close classmate who passed away yesterday a year ago. We gathered together to reminisce him." "Passed away?" Lauren Torres's eyes widened. "Brother, this classmate of yours, what had happened to him?" Franklin Torres put down the spoon in his hand. "That day, his house was on fire. He ran into the fire to save his sister, but he and his sister didn't come out in the end." Lauren Torres's eyes continued to widen. "It was actually because of a fire. And he had a sister." Franklin Torres patted Lauren Torres's head. "Yes, he had a sister. She was so cute. I saw her once. If she were alive, she should be about your age." If she were alive. Lauren Torres's heart sank when she heard what Franklin Torres said. Chapter 230, Missed Class. There was a long way to go in the future, and there were many dreams to achieve. However, natural catastrophe and misfortune had caused her to die young. Suddenly Franklin Torres's phone rang. He seemed to have received many messages. Franklin Torres looked at the phone and saw some photos his high school classmate chat group had sent. He clicked to see them and Lauren Torres leaned over. The photos that the group had sent were taken at the gathering yesterday. It had only been 6 or 7 years since they graduated from high school. The appearance of everybody did not change much, except they had grown up and become more mature. Franklin Torres continued to scroll down the photos until he saw the one everyone took together when they graduated from high school. Lauren Torres had sharp eyes. She immediately spotted Franklin Torres in the photo and the boy standing next to him. This big brother. Lauren Torres felt familiar. She thought about it and realized he was one of the boys she saw in the photos on the bulletin board. Lauren Torres pointed to the boy and asked, "Brother, Is this big brother the one who died to save his sister that you have just mentioned? Franklin Torres nodded. They used to be in the same dorm, and they had a very good relationship. Although they didn't go to the same university, they kept in touch with each other. Occasionally they came out to play sports and chit-chat. But now, they no longer had the opportunity to do so anymore. Is his name Samuel Sullivan? Lauren Torres asked. She had some impression of him and she could match his face to his name. Franklin Torres was a little surprised. However, when he thought about Lauren Torres's various strange abilities, he understood. He nodded. Yes, his name is Samuel Sullivan. His sister used to study in Thomas Johnson Kindergarten. Her name is Renee Sullivan. I see. Lauren Torres nodded, feeling even more sorry. If Renee Sullivan was still alive, they would have become good friends like their brothers. Lauren Torres patted on Franklin Torres's shoulder and comforted him. Eventually everyone will die, but death does not mean that he has disappeared from this world. Only when he is forgotten that he truly disappears. Now that he has brother and your classmates to remember him, he will forever live in our hearts. After thinking about it, Franklin Torres realized what Lauren Torres had said did make sense. Over the past year, he had thought of Samuel Sullivan countless times, and their dazzling days in the past as well. As long as he did not forget, Samuel Sullivan would not disappear. He closed off the picture and off his phone. Then, he scooped a bowl of porridge for Lauren Torres. Quickly eat, or it will get cold. Okay, brother, let's eat together. The weekend passed quickly. The days were dull and uneventful. The Torres group's anniversary celebration was coming up soon, so many things needed to be prepared. In the following 2 months, the company's turnover would need to be raised to a higher level. Only then would the anniversary celebration have a better performance. Therefore, even on weekends, Franklin Torres would stay in the study room and work overtime. Quinn Torres had been running around due to his job. He would leave early and return late. Thus Lauren Torres couldn't see him at all and could only play alone in the room. Finally, it was Monday. Lauren Torres filled her bag with snacks to give to her classmates. Ruby Cromwell didn't come to class today. Lauren Torres asked Karina Bailey after class and was told that she was sick. After hearing the news, even her favorite handicraft class, Lauren Torres couldn't attend with peace of mind. Without Ruby Cromwell by her side, no one would give her extra paper to fold. Lauren Torres thought since she and Ruby Cromwell were good friends, and now that she was sick, she should go and see her. After class, she ran to the teacher's office to ask where Lingia lived. But before she entered the office, she heard Karina Bailey talking on the phone. Tan Lan had no intention of eavesdropping and had wanted to leave, but she was attracted by the content of the phone call. Hello, is this Ruby Cromwell's mother? This is Miss Bailey. I'm calling to ask about Ruby's condition. It's not serious, right? That's good. However, children's allergies can be serious. We have to be careful in the future. Okay, we'll be waiting for Ruby to come back. So Ruby Cromwell actually had an allergy, Lauren Torres thought to herself as she was standing at the door. When Karina Bailey hung up the phone, she knocked on the office door. What's the matter, Lauren? Chapter 231, Chocolate Allergy. Ever since Milo Barker's incident, Karina Bailey had been on tenterhooks. She had wished she could split herself to be in 2 places at the same time so that she could keep a close watch on these rascals. Miss Bailey, I'm thinking of visiting Ruby after school this afternoon. Lauren Torres hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. I accidentally overheard your phone conversation just now. Ruby is having an allergy, right? Karina Bailey had noticed that Lauren Torres and Ruby Cromwell had been getting along well. There was nothing to hide from her. Thus she nodded. Yes, Ruby is having an allergic reaction after eating chocolate. She's receiving an 4 at the hospital now. Her condition is much better now. Don't worry. Lauren Torres patted her chest. Good to hear this. So can I visit Ruby this afternoon? Karina Bailey thought for a moment and did not have the heart to reject Lauren Torres. She also hoped to have someone as passionate and lively as Lauren Torres by Ruby Cromwell's side. Perhaps Ruby Cromwell's personality would also become lively. Lauren, how about this? I'll ask Ruby's mother if it's convenient. If it's convenient, I'll tell you. Okay. Lauren Torres nodded. When school was about to end, Karina Bailey told Lauren Torres that Ruby Cromwell's mother was happy with Lauren Torres's visit. Really? That's great. Then I can help Ruby bring over the things that the teacher distributed today. When the class ended, Lauren Torres brought the address given by the teacher and went to Ruby Cromwell's house with Ben Carson. Susan Harding should have been aware of the visit in advance. So the moment they rang the doorbell, someone opened the door instantly. Susan Harding looked the same as the last time Lauren Torres saw her. She looked kind and friendly, but she looked haggard. There seemed to be a few strands of white hair on her head. As it was her first time visiting someone else's house, Lauren Torres was a little nervous. Before the visit, Ben Carson had bought a fruit basket from a fruit store. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Ruby's classmate. My name is Lauren Torres." "Hi, Lauren. You're the classmate who went to the math class with Ruby, right?" Lauren Torres nodded. "Please come in." Lauren Torres put on the slippers that Susan Harding had specially prepared for her and went in. Susan Harding's house looked very warm and cozy. Everything was neatly arranged. It was obvious that Susan Harding was very diligent in taking care of the house. There were 3 rooms and a living room. One of the doors was tightly closed. Lauren Torres thought that Ruby Cromwell must be in this room. "Auntie, Ruby should be fine now, right?" "She's fine now. Last night, she suddenly had an allergic reaction. We quickly took her to the hospital and stayed there for a night. She's basically fine now." "Oh, can I go in and see Ruby?" "Sure." Bringing Lauren Torres with her, Susan Harding knocked on the tightly shut door. Lingia was not lying down to rest. Instead, she was sitting upright in front of the desk. "Ruby, your classmate, Lauren, is here." Ruby Cromwell moved her body to the side but did not turn around. "Lauren, you can go in. I'll cut some fruits for you." After washing the grapes and sending them to Ruby Cromwell's room, Susan Harding went out. Ben Carson stayed in the living room chatting with Susan Harding casually. Lauren Torres sat on the chair next to Ruby Cromwell and took out the things handed out by the teacher for today's class. "Ruby, look. These are the things we learned today." As she didn't leave the house, Ruby Cromwell's hair was disheveled today. It made her look a little dispirited. Ruby Cromwell nodded. "Thank you." Lauren Torres shook her head, indicating that there was no need to thank her. In the next instant, she was at a loss for words. "Ruby, how did you get the allergy?" Ruby Cromwell lowered her head. Her right hand gripped the pencil tightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Can I tell?" Lauren Torres was a little confused and nodded. "Of course you can, why not?" Ruby Cromwell bit her lip as if she was a little scared. "Lauren, I'm allergic to chocolate, but my mom bought me a chocolate cake. I was allergic to it after eating it." Lauren Torres was stunned. This was the first time Ruby Cromwell called her by her name. "What do you mean? Doesn't your mother know that you're allergic to chocolate?" "She knows. She knows that I'm allergic to chocolate, but she still gave it to me. I'm very scared of my mother now." Lauren Torres did not shake her wobbly legs anymore. She seemed to have sensed that there was indeed something wrong between the mother and daughter. Chapter 232, Afraid of her mother. "But your mother clearly knew that you are allergic to chocolate. So why did she give it to you?" At that moment, Ruby Cromwell put down the pencil in her right hand. She suddenly shook her head and hugged her head with both hands. I don't know. Ruby Cromwell looked very scared. "Don't ask me, I don't know." Lauren Torres was stunned by Ruby Cromwell's sudden change of mood. She quickly patted Ruby Cromwell on the shoulder. "Ruby, are you all right?" Ruby Cromwell was in this posture and muttered to herself for a long time before she slowly calmed down. Her eyes were red as if she had experienced a battle in her heart. Lauren Torres did not dare to bring up the matter anymore. She was afraid that it would agitate Ruby Cromwell again. After she calmed down, Ruby Cromwell picked up her pencil and started working on her math problem. It was as if what had just happened had never happened at all and she was not the one who had a sudden emotional breakdown. Lauren Torres did not say anything else. Instead, she quietly sized up Ruby Cromwell's room. This room was no different from an ordinary little girl's room. On the right side was a bookshelf full of fairy tales, like The Daughter of the Sea, Snow White, and so on. There were also 2 or 3 dolls on the bed. Everything looked very normal. However, what Ruby Cromwell said just now was filled with strangeness. After that, there was a knock on Ruby Cromwell's room door. It was Susan Harding who walked in with 2 glasses of fruit juice. Lauren noticed that the moment Susan Harding walked in, Ruby Cromwell shrunk her shoulders as if she was frightened. Recalling what Ruby Cromwell had said to her, Lauren Torres looked at Susan Harding carefully. Susan Harding did not notice anything and acted as usual. "Come, have some fruit juice. Ruby only hides in her room to study. If you have time, take her out to play." "Oh, okay, Auntie." Susan Harding brought in grape juice. Lauren Torres took a sip and found it very delicious. She finished it in just 2 to 3 gulps. However, she realized that the glass in front of Ruby Cromwell was untouched. "Ruby, don't you like grape juice?" I like it, but I don't dare to drink it." "Huh? Don't dare to drink it? Could there be poison in it?" Lauren Torres looked at her empty glass and quickly refuted her guess. "How is that possible? She came to visit Ruby Cromwell today." But in reality, Lauren Torres did not talk much to her. After staying in the room for another 5 minutes, Ben Carson urged Lauren Torres to leave. Lauren Torres jumped down from her chair. "Ruby, will you go back to kindergarten tomorrow?" Ruby Cromwell nodded. "I will." After that, Lauren Torres left with Ben Carson. On the way back home, Lauren Torres hesitated for a moment before telling Ben Carson what Ruby Cromwell had said to her. "Was that what Ruby had told you? I was chatting with her mother in the living room just now. She said Ruby had accidentally eaten the cake. Her mother bought the cake to celebrate the birthday of the child next door, but Ruby ate it herself." Lauren Torres was confused. Why did these 2 people say different things? Ruby Cromwell said that her mother bought the cake for her to eat, but Susan Harding said that the cake was for the child next door. Who was lying? Then, Ben Carson heard the part where Ruby Cromwell broke down. Children usually don't lie. Could it be that Ruby's mother really did something to her? Lauren Torres tried to recall, but "I think Ruby's mother's behavior was normal." Ben Carson agreed. "I also think that her mother is normal. Maybe there's just some misunderstanding between the 2 of them. Children sometimes don't express themselves clearly." However, Lauren Torres did not think that it was a misunderstanding. Allergies could be a big or small matter. If a mother knew that her child was allergic to something, she would definitely take good care of it. Moreover, Ruby Cromwell herself knew that she was allergic to chocolate. That day, Lauren Torres gave her chocolate, but she refused. Therefore, Ruby Cromwell definitely would not initiate to eat that chocolate cake. There was only one possibility, and that was Susan Harding was lying. Moreover, Ruby Cromwell had said that she was very scared. It seemed that Susan Harding had intentionally made Ruby Cromwell eat the chocolate cake. But why? How could a mother do such a thing to her daughter? Before Lauren could think of a reason, Lauren Torres had reached home. Chapter 233, Little Idol. During dinner that night, Lauren Torres told Franklin Torres, Quinn Torres, and Mr. Hayes about the matter. She wanted to hear them out. It is indeed strange. From Ruby Cromwell's reaction, it seems like she was really forced to eat that cake. Also, you mentioned that she seemed to be very afraid of her mother." Lauren Torres nodded. "Yes. When her mother came to the office previously, Ruby Cromwell behaved the same. She was very resistant to physical contact with her mother." Quinn Torres said, "It's really strange. Most girls like their mothers. At Ruby Cromwell's age, if nothing serious had happened, there wouldn't be such a big gap between her and her mother." Lauren Torres agreed. "Then what should I do? Ruby is my friend. I want to help her." Franklin Torres scooped up some vegetables and placed them in Lauren Torres's bowl. "Of course, you can help her. If you find out that this little friend named Ruby Cromwell was really hurt on purpose by her mother, then you can help her. However, don't act rashly. After all, it's difficult to settle a family matter. You need to have evidence first." Lauren Torres placed a mouthful of vegetables from her bowl into her mouth and chewed it until it made a crunching sound. "I will definitely protect my friend." The following day, when Lauren Torres arrived at the kindergarten, she realized that Ruby Cromwell was already there. She was still sitting in her usual seat, but many children were surrounding her asking about her health. However, this time, contrary to her usual silence, she had carefully answered the children's questions. "I was allergic to chocolate after I ate chocolate cake. That's why I didn't come to school yesterday." The children were very happy when Ruby Cromwell answered their questions. Ever since she saved Milo Barker, Ruby Cromwell had been the little idol in everyone's hearts. Of course, they were very happy to be able to talk to the little idol. Ruby, then why did you eat that cake? These children were all in the senior class, so they naturally knew what to eat and what not to. Of course, they shouldn't eat things that they were not supposed to eat. Oh, it was a chocolate cake that my mother bought. My mother said that there was no chocolate in that cake, so I ate it. In the end, there was, so I was sent to the hospital due to allergy. Was it scary in the hospital? Did you get an injection? Did it hurt? The children's attention was all over the place, except for Lauren Torres, who was still struggling and confused by Susan Harding. Who was telling the truth? What Susan Harding said to Ben Carson yesterday was that she bought the chocolate cake to celebrate the birthday of the child next door. However, Ruby Cromwell said Susan Harding had said that there was no chocolate in the cake. It was very strange. Perhaps it was because Lauren Torres visited Ruby Cromwell that the relationship between them had become even closer. After getting along with her, Lauren Torres realized that Ruby Cromwell was indeed a very cute girl. It was just that she usually closed herself up so that no one could see her. As such, she believed Ruby Cromwell even more. She even introduced Joy Donahue and Milo Barker to Ruby Cromwell. The four of them became very good friends. It was another day after school. Lauren Torres and Ruby Cromwell could now walk to the math class by themselves. When Ruby Cromwell got all her answers right and was praised by John Zander again, Lauren Torres nudged Ruby Cromwell's elbow. "Ruby, you're amazing. I heard from Mr. Zander that these questions are all junior and senior high school questions. And you actually know how to do." Apart from the elementary school's Olympiad math, Lauren Torres also knew how to solve the other questions. It was just that Franklin Torres had warned her not to stand out too much, or else she would be targeted. Therefore, Lauren Torres had restrained herself a little. Every time she did the questions, she would deliberately make one or two mistakes. During the class when she was called out to answer questions, she would also deliberately make mistakes. Sometimes, she found that Ruby Cromwell's problem-solving speed was a little slow, and her train of thought was also stuck sometimes. However, compared to the other children, she was considered very good. In particular, she was only at this age, but she had already reached this level. This made Lauren Torres wonder if there was a system inside Ruby Cromwell's body. Of course, this suspicion was quickly denied by the appearance of System Divine 9. System Divine 9, impossible. Every country can only have one system. Alright, since this was the case, Lauren Torres had no choice but to admit that Ruby Cromwell's ability to learn so well was probably due to her talent. Chapter 234, Who Was Lying? As the relationship between Lauren Torres and Ruby Cromwell was getting better, Lauren Torres even invited her to watch a musical performance at the Children's Palace this weekend. This was the first time Lauren Torres went out with someone of her age. So she got up early in the morning on the weekend and began to dress herself up. She then hurriedly pulled Ben Carson out of the house. When they reached Ruby Cromwell's apartment, Lauren Torres bumped into another family on the same floor as Ruby Cromwell when she got out from the lift. Ruby Cromwell's apartment was located in a relatively high-end residential area. There were only 2 households on each floor. One of them was Ruby Cromwell and the other should be the auntie and her son in front of her. The 2 of them looked like they were going out to buy groceries. They were holding an empty shopping bag in their hands. As they looked unfamiliar, the woman asked, "Did you guys come to the wrong floor?" Lauren Torres quickly explained, "We're here to look for Ruby Cromwell." "That door." Lauren Torres pointed to the door of Ruby Cromwell. The woman nodded. "Oh, I remember now. You guys came here once before, right? I think I've seen you before." Yes. Your memory is really good, Auntie. What's so good about it? You're so cute and it's normal to remember you. You're probably 2 years younger than my son." Lauren Torres looked at the little boy next to the woman. This little boy was considerably taller than her, and he had a pleasant look. "I was born in September 2015. The woman also smiled. "He's really 2 years older. My son was born in September 2013. When she asked in detail, the 2 children were even born on the same day. Therefore, the 2 parties chatted happily for a while before they said goodbye. They even agreed to celebrate their birthdays together in the future. Although Lauren Torres knew that they were merely being polite, she was still quite happy. She had made another good friend. Moreover, he was a handsome little brother. After saying goodbye, Lauren Torres walked to Ruby Cromwell's door and was about to knock on it. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something terrifying. She put down her hand that was about to knock on the door and tugged at Ben Carson's sleeve. "Miss Torres, what's wrong?" "Mr. Carson, do you remember what date that Auntie said about her son's birthday?" "How could I not remember? Didn't she say it just now?" "It was the 23rd of September, the day of the autumnal equinox." "What's wrong, Miss Torres? Are you afraid that I'll forget your birthday?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely prepare a present for you." Lauren Torres was not excited about her birthday at all. Instead, she frowned. "I'm not talking about this. At that time, Ruby's mother told you that the chocolate cake she bought was to celebrate the birthday of the child next door. Do you still remember?" "Yes, I do." Ben Carson nodded. "It was only a few days ago. How could he forget so easily?" "Wait a minute. Miss Torres, are you saying but that little brother's birthday wasn't in April? How could she have bought that chocolate cake to celebrate his birthday?" There was indeed someone who was lying about the chocolate cake. Moreover, the person who was lying was obviously Susan Harding. Therefore, Susan Harding bought that chocolate cake on purpose. Lauren Torres instantly felt a little scared. Suddenly, Ruby Cromwell's door opened. "You're here, Lauren. Why didn't you knock? Why are you standing at the door?" "Ruby is still changing. Come in and have a seat." The person who opened the door was Susan Harding. She was very enthusiastic when she saw Lauren Torres, but Lauren Torres only felt cold. However, there was no other evidence at the moment. Lauren Torres could only pretend to be her usual self. After entering the living room, Lauren Torres was a little reserved. She sat on the sofa with Ben Carson. Lauren Torres saw many photos of Ruby Cromwell in the living room. They were carefully framed and placed on various cabinets and in front of the television. Lauren Torres had good eyesight. She could see that these photos were taken when Ruby Cromwell and her parents went for outings. At that time, Ruby Cromwell seemed to be a little younger than Lauren Torres. She looked like she was only 3 years old, and she smiled very sweetly. Lauren Torres tilted her head. At that time, Ruby Cromwell still seemed to have a good relationship with her mother. Their intimate physical contact was very natural. What exactly had happened that had caused Ruby Cromwell and her mother's relationship to turn sour? Susan Harding poured a glass of water for each of them and placed it on the table. Chapter 235, Knew Everything. Just as Lauren was about to grab the glass of water, she saw a math exercise book on the table in the living room. It was only then that she remembered the question she wanted to ask Susan Harding. "Auntie, when did Ruby learn about math? She's so amazing. She's ranked first in our class." To Lauren's surprise, Susan Harding shook her head. "I don't know when my child learned it either. When the math teacher told me about it, I was also surprised." "Huh?" Lauren Torres could not help but ask. "Ruby's math has already reached the level of junior and senior high school. She's so amazing." "Auntie, you actually don't know?" Susan Harding frowned and shook her head. "I don't know. Last year, she couldn't even do addition for a single digit. This year, she inexplicably stopped reading those storybooks and became much quieter." Susan Harding sighed. "So, Lauren, if you're free, come visit her more often. It's not good for her to stay in her room reading all day." Just as Susan Harding finished speaking, Ruby Cromwell's room door opened. Ruby Cromwell was wearing a grey dress today, which made her look even paler. Seeing Ruby Cromwell come out, Lauren Torres jumped off the sofa. "Ruby, are you ready? If you're ready, we'll be leaving. Otherwise, we'll be late and there'll always be traffic on weekends." Ruby Cromwell nodded. "I'm ready, Auntie. Ruby and I are leaving now." "Okay, you guys go ahead. Have fun." Before leaving, Susan Harding helped Ruby Cromwell adjust her collar and tied her hair into a braid. On the way, Ruby Cromwell did not talk much as usual. If Lauren Torres asked her questions, she would answer, but she would never take the initiative to speak. She kept looking out of the window. Lauren Torres kept thinking about the chocolate cake. She licked her lips and then asked, "Ruby, you and your mother?" Upon hearing this, Ruby Cromwell immediately turned her head. She was so fast that it surprised Lauren Torres. "What's wrong?" Ruby Cromwell asked. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you and your mother have a good relationship. My mother and I, we're not that close. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Ruby Cromwell's gaze suddenly sharpened. Lauren Torres quickly found an excuse. I asked this because I'm not staying with my mother. So I want to know how it's like when a child lives with his mother. Oh, okay. Ruby Cromwell seemed not to have heard the answer she was looking for and was a little disappointed. She shrugged and said, "It's normal. There's no difference." Upon hearing this, Ben Carson could not help but raise his head to look at Ruby Cromwell's expression in the mirror. She looked very indifferent, as if she was talking about something unimportant. This was indeed not the expression as well as the evaluation she should have for her mother as a 5-year-old girl. When they arrived at the concert hall, they found their seats by the seat numbers on the tickets. "This is a symphony concert." Franklin Torres gave Lauren Torres the tickets. Since he was busy lately, he did not have time to accompany Lauren Torres. Thus he gave her the tickets to go out with her friends. Lauren Torres didn't know anything about symphonies. She had thought it was some children's play. She was surrounded by adults in formal attire. A woman and a man were sitting beside Lauren Torres. The woman was wearing a red dress and looked like in her 20s. The man was wearing a suit and looked quite old. The two of them were chattering at the side. "Miss Torres, do you know anything about this?" Ben Carson had been driving for decades and knew nothing about music, let alone this kind of music. Lauren Torres shook her head, indicating that she did not know either. Soon, the concert began. Although Lauren Torres did not understand it, she was still very shocked. The only flaw was that the woman next to her kept talking to the man, and she was talking quite loudly. Not only did Lauren Torres hear it, but Ruby Cromwell as well. Lauren Torres glanced at the persons beside her. However, the two of them seemed to be in their own home. The more they talked, the more excited they became. The woman held the man's hand and said, "Dear, is this a concert of Tchaikovsky's works? His German, right? If I'm not wrong, this should be his first symphony." The woman seemed to be deliberately flaunting her knowledge and spoke very loudly. Fortunately, someone reminded her, so the woman did not speak anymore. After listening to the symphony for a few hours, they stood up and prepared to leave. After Ruby Cromwell stood up, she walked past Lauren Torres and Ben Carson and walked towards the woman in red. "Auntie, what you said just now was wrong. First of all, this is indeed a concert of Tchaikovsky's works. But Tchaikovsky is a Russian, and what was performed just now was his Fifth Symphony." Chapter 236, Bloody Handprint. When the woman in red heard someone call her auntie, she seemed to be angry. She was obviously very young. Her facial expression changed. "You little girl, who are you calling auntie?" Ruby Cromwell ignored her. "It doesn't matter if you don't know music. Music is created for everyone. You can enjoy it. But please don't flaunt the little knowledge you know in your ignorance. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing." After saying that, Ruby Cromwell left. Lauren Torres and Ben Carson were left behind, looking at each other in astonishment. The audience, who had not yet dispersed, all burst into laughter. The woman in red felt very embarrassed after being commented on by a child. She said in exasperation, "Hey, whose child is this? You are so ill-mannered." However, Ruby Cromwell had already walked quite a distance away. Lauren Torres quickly grabbed Ben Carson's hand and chased after her. At this moment, Ruby Cromwell was standing quietly with her hands crossed in front of her body. Her back looked thin but was straight. When Ruby Cromwell said those words just now, Lauren Torres felt that she was not a child at all. She was more like a guardian of music. Moreover, she did not have any stage fright when facing an adult. This really made Lauren Torres look at her in a new light. Lauren Torres ran faster and caught up with Ruby Cromwell. "Ruby, you were so awesome just now. How do you know about those things?" Lauren Torres knew nothing about symphonies. In the past few years, Lauren Torres had always been learning whatever she was interested in. However, she had never touched symphonies. "Oh, I just happen to know something about it." Ruby Cromwell's eyes seemed to flicker. "All right." Lauren Torres shrugged and accepted the perfunctory answer. She did not ask further. Ruby Cromwell always seemed to have many secrets. Lauren Torres pulled Ben Carson along and asked him to bring them to McDonald's. Lauren Torres liked McDonald's hamburgers the most. She directly ordered 2 children's meals. Ben Carson did not like to eat these things, so he went next door and packed a box lunch. While Lauren Torres was eating a hamburger with big bites, Ruby Cromwell was just staring at her meal in a daze. She had no intention to eat it. "Ruby, why aren't you eating?" "I don't like hamburgers and French fries." Lauren Torres was shocked once again. There was actually a child who did not like hamburgers and French fries. Ruby Cromwell was really the strangest child she ever knew. After the meal, Lauren Torres did not want to return to the Torres mansion so soon. After all, there was no one at home to play with her. Therefore, Lauren Torres dragged the two of them to Stardream Amusement Park. "Miss Torres, why are you going again? Didn't we accompany you to the park on the weekend 2 weeks ago? But none of you played with me. With Ruby around, I'll have a playmate. We can play the carousel together." Of course, this time, Lauren Torres was also disappointed again. Ruby Cromwell was just like those adults. She just watched Lauren Torres play by the side as if she had no interest at all. Thus Lauren Torres played the carousel again by herself. She was not sure if it was a happy day. After sending Ruby Cromwell home, Lauren Torres and Ben Carson drove back home. They spent a lot of time on the road. It was almost 6 o'clock when they reached home. During weekends, Franklin Torres would not work late when working overtime. Thus when Lauren Torres saw Franklin Torres at home, she was not surprised. What surprised her was Bryce Torres was also home. At this moment, Bryce Torres was telling Franklin Torres about the strange things that happened in the school. When Lauren Torres changed her shoes and walked into the living room, Bryce Torres glanced at her and continued to talk to Franklin Torres. Lauren Torres ignored him and sat down by Franklin Torres's side. Franklin Torres reached out his hand and touched the back of her head as a gesture of greeting. "Brother, didn't I tell you last time that strange noises were coming from our dormitory? It's getting more and more mysterious these few days. We were in class when the power suddenly went out. After a few seconds, the power came back again, and then the power went out again. We sent an electrician to check it, but we didn't find anything wrong." Franklin Torres asked, "Your class was suspended for such a small matter?" "Of course not. When we were all preparing to go to self-study this morning, a girl found a red handprint at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. She was scared to death. After the investigation by the school, they found out the handprint was not painted on. It was a real blood handprint. They then called the police, who had surrounded the school for investigation. Therefore the class was suspended. Bryce Torres had nowhere to go, so he could only come home. Nowadays, there are several versions of ghost stories circulating in the girls' dorm," Bryce Torres said in a serious tone. Chapter 237, New Mission. Upon hearing the words ghost story, the system's voice rang in Lauren Torres's head. The voice was familiar. It was for the mission. Mission 4, please find the owner of the bloody handprint. Mission time, 1 month. Mission difficulty, 2 stars. Mission rewards, 3 memory pills. Memory pills, what were they for? System Divine 9, memory pills, as the name suggests, are used to enhance memory. Those who take the memory pills can quickly remember the things they want to remember. Why are you giving this to me? My memory is already very good. System Divine 9, you will use it eventually. Alright, but little 9, you can now use the phrase as the name suggests. Not bad. As expected, you're following the owner. System Divine 9, host, who are you looking down on? I've been hanging out in your library all this time. Lauren Torres thought for a moment. So when the little fox was leaning on the book, it was actually reading. Lauren Torres left her spiritual consciousness and returned to reality. Bloody handprint. When Lauren Torres heard these words, she thought there might have been a murder in the school, and the injured person had supported herself against the wall while she was escaping. So naturally, there was a bloody handprint. This matter was within the scope of the police. What did it have to do with her? Could it be that a ghost was involved in this? No matter what the story was, Lauren Torres had to complete the mission. Otherwise, all the rewards or abilities that she had received would be taken back. Of course, this was also what she heard from Divine 9. She had never completed a mission behind time, so she had never received these punishments. This mission will take 1 month, but the difficulty is only 2 stars. Little 9, why does the mission take so long this time? Previously, Only 3 days were given for the 2-star missions. System Divine 9. Host, aren't you going to school nowadays? You don't have much time. Thus I have specially asked my parent system to help you apply for a longer time. Really? Thank you so much, little 9. System Divine 9. But this matter concerns all the students of Thomas Johnson High School. If there is a ghost causing trouble, then it's best to resolve it as soon as possible. Lauren Torres nodded. She agreed that what little 9 had said made sense. Thomas Johnson High School was an important high school. They probably wouldn't suspend classes for too long. Moreover, it should not be too difficult to find the owner of the bloody handprint. The following day was Sunday, and Lauren Torres happened to be free. The students of Thomas Johnson High School had already left. Thus it would be the best time for an investigation. However, she would definitely not be able to complete it on her own. She had too many restrictions in the mortal world. Not only did she have to complete the mission, but she also had to complete it without disrupting the rules and order of the mortal world. Hence, Lauren Torres thought of the almighty Franklin Torres. She tugged at Franklin Torres and gestured for him to move his ears closer. "What's the matter?" Franklin Torres looked at the crafty look in her eyes and knew that she was up to something. "Brother, I've received a mission. I'm going to investigate the bloody handprint." Franklin Torres frowned. "Bloody handprint? Is this also related to a ghost?" Franklin Torres directly asked this question, forgetting Bryce Torres was around. "Brother, what is it related to?" Then only did Franklin Torres react and wave his hand. "Nothing." Then he pulled Lauren Torres to the other side of the sofa. The two of them began to conspire. Bryce Torres looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Tell me in detail. What happened?" Lauren Torres blinked. "Usually, the mission I received had to be related to a ghost. When elder brother mentioned the bloody handprint, I already had a mission in my mind. The school has already lodged a police report. They will definitely be able to find out who did it." Even though Lauren Torres was safe from the danger in her previous mission, Franklin Torres still hoped Lauren Torres would grow up as a normal child, and not get involved in this matter. But there are things that the police can't solve. If it weren't for me, none of the previous cases could be solved. This case will definitely be the same. It must be a case that the people of the mortal world can't solve, that it's handed over to me. As a person who coexisted in the underworld and the mortal world, this was her mission. Then what should we do? I have been very busy with my company lately. I can't even go off. Franklin Torres furrowed his brows. Quinn Torres had also been very busy lately. He was not comfortable letting Lauren Torres complete the mission by herself. "Don't worry, eldest brother. Let's first go to the police station to take a look. Maybe we can find some direct clues there. Mr. Carson and I have been to the police station many times before. This time, the two of us can go by ourselves. Eldest brother, you just do your things." Lauren Torres was very sensible, and Franklin Torres could not refuse her. Only then did Franklin Torres feel relieved. Chapter 238. Was he the biological brother? He was alright with the police station. He had many acquaintances there. "Alright, you can go to the police station tomorrow to take a look. If there's any progress, report to me immediately. Don't act alone, understand?" Lauren Torres nodded. She knew her eldest brother cared about her, so she never acted rashly. "Don't worry, eldest brother. I'll report to you like what I did previously." The following day, when Ben Carson and Lauren Torres were at the entrance of the police station, Ben Carson was still in a trance. In the past, he had been busy running around in between the Torres group and the Torres mansion. However, this year, he had been to the police station and the amusement park many times. It was really a wonderful experience. Franklin Torres must have informed the police beforehand. As soon as the two of them walked in, the police officer who had brought them to check the surveillance cameras greeted them with familiarity and brought them directly to the recording studio. As the police officer pulled up the surveillance footage from that morning, he was mumbling, "It's so weird. It's really so weird. I feel like I've seen a ghost." "Huh? What did you say, officer?" Ben Carson asked. The police officer pointed at the screen. "You'll know when you see it yourself." The surveillance footage showed that it was past 5 o'clock in the morning. The corridor of the girls' dormitory was still empty, and the students were still asleep. Lauren Torres looked at the footage with rapt attention. Suddenly, a row of clothes hanging on the corridor moved, as if someone had stirred up a gust of wind when passing by. Then, a bloody handprint appeared on the wall near the stairs. "Huh? What's going on?" Lauren Torres was a person with the heavenly eye, but she did not see anything. Therefore, the police replayed the scene 2 or 3 times, but the situation was still the same. Lauren Torres narrowed her eyes and looked carefully, but she did not find anything out of the ordinary. The police then put down the mouse. "Look, isn't it very weird? What exactly was going on?" Lauren Torres bit her lip. She could be sure that it was a ghost causing trouble, but what method did it use? So, she asked the police officers to let her go to the girls' dormitory to take a look. Of course, the police officers agreed. With Lauren Torres, the investigation would be much easier. However, Lauren Torres still had to go through the final hurdle, which was reporting to Franklin Torres. There was nothing on the surveillance footage. Lauren Torres shook her head and realized Franklin Torres could not see her. "No, I didn't see anything on the surveillance footage, so I have to go on a field trip." "Okay." Franklin Torres buried his head in a pile of documents and pinched the space in between his eyebrows. Although he knew that it would not be of much help if they followed Lauren Torres over, he still felt more comfortable doing so. However, he had an important shareholder meeting in 5 minutes. "Lauren, wait for a while. I'll call you later." Lauren Torres nodded and obediently waited in the police office with Ben Carson. The police seemed to have received Franklin Torres's instructions and prepared a lot of snacks and drinks for Lauren Torres. Speaking of Lauren Torres, she was now a minor celebrity in the entire police station. The last time she helped the police solve the missing child case, many police officers were promoted due to their meritorious service in solving the case. Originally, the news about Lauren Torres was widely publicized. However, Franklin Torres did not want Lauren Torres to receive too much attention, so he suppressed all the news about Lauren Torres. As a result, everyone gave all the credits to this police station and sent them many award banners. Now that Lauren Torres was finally here, the police were trying to express their gratitude. While Lauren Torres was happily eating the snacks under the protection of a group of police officers, Franklin Torres was finding time to call up Quinn Torres. "Where are you, brother?" "I'm viewing a house right now. I found a very nice house. And this place is not bad. Now is not the time to talk about this. Lauren has a mission and is going to Thomas Johnson High School. Do you have time to accompany her?" "I have a meeting right now and I can't leave." "I can't. I'm in the south of the city. It'll take me more than 2 hours to get there." "What can we do now?" "That's easy. You can look for Bryce. He doesn't have to go to class today, and he's much more familiar with Thomas Johnson High School. I've even forgotten where the teaching building of the 3rd year of high school is located," Bryce Torres said. Franklin thought about it and decided that this was a good idea. First of all, Bryce Torres was more familiar with Thomas Johnson High School. It would be of great help. Secondly, weren't they finding opportunities for Bryce Torres and Lauren Torres to get along with each other? This was also a great opportunity. "Sure, that's a good idea." "Oh yes, brother, this house." Before Quinn Torres finished speaking, Franklin Torres had already hung up the phone. Quinn Torres could only hear the beeping of the phone from the other end. He felt that he really wasn't Franklin Torres's biological brother. How could he not care about him? Chapter 239, Bodyguard with a Bad Temper. Therefore, Franklin Torres immediately made a call to Torres Mansion. It was Mr. Hayes who answered the call. Hearing Franklin Torres's instructions, Mr. Hayes immediately brought the phone to Bryce Torres on the 3rd floor. "Hello, eldest brother, what's the matter?" Bryce Torres asked. Recently, no one knew what had gone wrong with Bryce Torres. He told Franklin Torres that he had to study hard and did not need his cell phone anymore. Every day, he would carry an old man's phone that he could only send text messages and set the alarm clock. The signal was also very poor. Sometimes, Franklin Torres could not reach him on the phone. "I have a mission for you today." "What mission?" "Accompany Lauren to Thomas Johnson High School." "Huh?" Bryce Torres was not sure which message had surprised him. Was it accompanying Lauren Torres or going to Thomas Johnson High School? He was even more surprised by the combination of both. "No. What's the point of going to Thomas Johnson High School? The school is closed now. Moreover, to accompany Lauren there, what's the point of her going to that place?" Bryce Torres's questions made Franklin Torres feel dizzy. You don't have to care so much. Just bring her along. No, I don't want to go. You can go as you please. Going to Thomas Johnson High School was not a problem, but accompanying Lauren Torres, he did not want to go. He had yet to forgive her for making their mother sick the last time. Sigh. Franklin sighed. He felt that it was really tough being the eldest brother. He had to worry about every younger brother and sister. Then what do I do to make you go? If it weren't for the fact that I and your second brother couldn't go, we wouldn't have made you go with her. What would make him agree to go? Bryce Torres raised his eyebrows. Franklin Torres was asking him to set a condition. If he could do what he had wanted him to do, it wouldn't be a problem to sacrifice a day to accompany this annoying fellow. Eldest brother, take me to a car race this summer vacation. Bryce Torres had always been a fan of car racing, but until now, he had only seen it in videos. He had never experienced it himself. However, he knew his priorities, so he only wanted to give it a try during the summer vacation. If he wanted to learn, he would have to wait until he became an adult. Franklin Torres readily agreed. He had many friends from the racing club, so it was not difficult for him to take Bryce Torres for a ride. Okay, then it's a deal. But you have to be a good elder brother today. If Lauren comes back and complains about you, you're done for. Don't worry. Bryce Torres gritted his teeth and replied, enduring the humiliation. For the sake of his dream, he would be a lackey for once. Then hurry up and go out. Wait for Lauren at Thomas Johnson High School. Franklin Torres said, all right, I'll get Mr. Carson to bring me there. I've assigned Mr. Carson to Lauren. You go there yourself. Bryce Torres was speechless. Isn't Mr. Carson your chauffeur? Why did you assign him to Lauren? Why don't you just leave the entire Torres family to Lauren? Yeah, maybe. Then, Franklin Torres hung up the phone, leaving Bryce Torres gritting his teeth. What? Eldest brother actually had this idea in mind. He must report to Grandma. Even so, since he had committed to Franklin Torres, he packed up and then took a taxi to the entrance of Thomas Johnson High School. It took 10 minutes for Ben Carson's car to arrive. However, Lauren Torres was not in the car. She got out of the police car that was following behind. She was even carried out of the car by a police officer. The police officer seemed to have become a very good friend with Lauren Torres, and the two of them chatted happily. Lauren Torres walked up to Bryce Torres, followed by Ben Carson and three tall, young-looking police officers. Bryce Torres's expression turned sour when he saw Lauren Torres. He opened his mouth and said, "Hey, what are you doing here? You brought the police officers with you. Did you cause any trouble?" Before Lauren Torres could answer, the police officer who had just carried her out of the car asked, "Who is this boy? Do you want us to help you chase him away?" The police officer looked at Bryce Torres suspiciously. Lauren Torres waved her hand. "It's okay. This is the bodyguard my eldest brother sent for me. This bodyguard's temper is a little bad, but it's okay." "Oh." The policeman nodded his head. Even so, the policeman still gave Bryce Torres a warning look. As Bryce Torres was the third son of the Torres family, he was still in school and rarely appeared in public. Therefore, it was very normal for the public not to know about him. Hearing Lauren Torres's introduction, Bryce Torres widened his eyes and roared in his heart. As expected, everyone was infatuated with her, including the police. While following behind Lauren Torres and the police, Bryce Torres took out his old-fashioned Nokia phone and texted Franklin Torres. "Brother, what exactly has Lauren done? Why are there police officers with her? Did she commit a crime? Don't drag me down with her. I'm a legitimate successor." Bryce Torres sent the message to Franklin Torres and Quinn Torres. Soon, he received their replies. Chapter 240, Field Trip. Franklin Torres replied with "You're sick," while Quinn Torres replied with "You're crazy." Bryce Torres was furious and put his phone back into his pocket. How could he be sick? How could he be crazy? He was sending short messages and following the person walking in front of him. Without realizing it, he was heading towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. When he looked up, he was shocked. He quickly ran to the front to stop the crowd. "Hey, where are you guys going?" The police officer behind glanced at the shocked Bryce Torres and seemed to despise him. "We're heading in the direction of the girls' dormitory. Aren't you Miss Torres's bodyguard? And you didn't know anything about it? You're completely incompetent." Bryce Torres was furious. "I'm not a bodyguard at all. If not a bodyguard, then who are you?" Bryce Torres struggled to answer, but he couldn't figure out who he was. "You don't have to care who I am. Anyway, if you guys are going to the girls' dormitory, you guys go yourselves. I will not go. Didn't you guys know that place is haunted? You're going to die there." Lauren Torres looked at Bryce Torres, who faced them with his back, and sighed. Did her eldest brother really send this person over to take care of her? Why did she feel that Bryce Torres was even more childish than her? "Don't bother about him. Let's go quickly. Hurry up." Lauren Torres was waiting to go home and watch the animation. The show would start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and she did not want to miss it. Otherwise, she would not be able to talk to Joy Donahue about the animation the next day. The police also wanted to solve this case as soon as possible, thus they nodded and left with Lauren Torres. Seeing that these people did not take his advice, Bryce Torres sighed. He looked around and realized he was the only one left. Although he had previously said in the haunted house that he was not afraid of ghosts, that was because they were not real ghosts. But now, he was really scared. So, after thinking for 3 seconds, he ran forward and followed them. "Hey, Mr. Torres, didn't you say you weren't coming?" Ben Carson looked at Bryce Torres, who was gasping for breath as he ran to his side. I was instructed by my eldest brother to keep an eye on Lauren. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come." He would never admit that he followed them because he was scared. The bloody handprint appeared near the staircase on the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory. The place had already been cordoned off by the police. The police and Ben Carson bent down and slipped through the cordon. Lauren had wanted to do the same, but she realized that with her height, she did not even need to bend down to avoid touching the cordon. She could not touch the cordon even if she tiptoed. Bryce Torres noticed Lauren Torres' actions and sneered. He also bent down and entered the cordoned-off area. It was definitely intentional. HMPH. When the bloody handprint was imprinted on the wall, it was heavy and thick. It seemed a lot of blood had been used. A lot of blood even slid down the wall, and it did look a little scary. However, what surprised the police officers and Lauren Torres was that the blood had not dried up yet. This was the first time the police officers had encountered such a thing. "What's going on? A day has already passed, and how could the blood still not dry up?" Lauren Torres asked. Lauren Torres leaned forward and could smell the blood. It was real blood. It was not a mistake. "Did you investigate who the owner of the blood is?" The police officer nodded. "We're still matching the DNA. Yes, it's probably someone from this school. Thus we can narrow down the search area. But the information in our DNA database is limited. The records are mainly those who have committed crimes." Lauren Torres bent down to observe the blood and the situation around the corridor. She said casually, "The school should have physical examinations every year. You can ask the hospital for their information." The young policeman clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Why didn't we think of that? Hurry up and call the people in the police station." Bryce did not expect they were actually here to investigate the matter of the bloody handprint. However, what did this matter have to do with Lauren Torres? Why was she looking around like an expert? Moreover, these policemen seemed to be obeying her orders. However, Lauren Torres's focused expression made Bryce Torres not dare to disturb her. System Divine 9, host, the blood is still dripping. This means that this is not ordinary blood. This blood hasn't dried up yet. Something must have mixed in it. It seems like this ghost has wanted to attract our attention so much. After that, Lauren Torres straightened up her body and walked along the corridor of the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory of Thomas Johnson High School was last renovated more than 10 years ago. Thus it was very old now. As she walked, she could see the mottled walls. At the end of the corridor was a room without a room number. It looked different from the other rooms. "Who uses this room?" Bryce Torres said. "Oh, there's such a room on every floor of the dormitory. It's where the cleaning lady keeps her stuff." Lauren Torres nodded. These were the places where ghosts would easily hide. Chapter 241, Unable to see. But the door to the utility room. The students had never opened the door. Moreover, the floor was haunted now. Bryce Torres looked at the door and felt even more scared. Lauren Torres did not feel anything. It was good if the ghost was inside. Otherwise, they really had no idea where to find the ghost. Thomas Johnson High School was so big. Lauren Torres could not use her spiritual consciousness to cover such a large area at the moment. It would be easier if it was in an enclosed space. Lauren Torres tried to open the door, but she could not. It seemed that the cleaning lady had locked the door. Seeing the door could not be opened, Bryce Torres heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Lauren Torres took out a key from a pocket out of nowhere. She inserted the key, turned it, and the door was unlocked. Lauren Torres happily put the master key back into her pocket dimension. This master key was really a good tool. However, Bryce Torres did not think so. He only felt that Lauren Torres was such a scary person. Why did she have everything? Wasn't she supposed to be just a little brat? This utility room was unexpectedly big. Lauren Torres led the way and went in first. 3 police officers and Ben Carson followed behind her. As he did not want to be left alone, Bryce Torres followed them into the utility room. From the outside, the structure of this utility room looked the same as the other rooms in the dormitory, but in reality, it was twice as big as the other rooms. It was full of all kinds of cleaning tools, such as buckets, rags, brooms, and mops. There were also some tables and chairs that had not been used for a long time. They were covered with a layer of dust. Lauren Torres had her heavenly eye open the whole time, but she did not see anything that she wanted to see. This is really strange. Why can't I see the ghost? What did you say? A policeman asked. He seemed to have vaguely heard the word ghost. They did not believe in ghosts. They had encountered many strange cases. Although they seemed very mysterious in the beginning, there were always explanations in the end. Lauren Torres shook her head. I didn't say anything. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. These police officers would not believe in the ghosts and spirits that Lauren Torres had mentioned. Lauren Torres carefully looked around the place again. She indeed could not see any trace of ghost. Since she could not see it using an intuitive method, she could only use the traditional method, just like what Master Maverick had done at the Torres family back then. She had to use a talisman and human blood to lure the ghost out. Lauren Torres hesitated for a moment. There were still too many people around, thus it was not convenient for her. Therefore, she turned around and said to the several tall men, "Police officers, can you guys go out for a moment? I need to take a look at the inside by myself." "Take a look at what?" a police officer asked. After all, Franklin Torres had instructed to take care of Lauren Torres. There was no way they would allow Lauren Torres to be in danger by herself. However, Lauren Torres could not tell the truth. She also could not come up with any excuses either. It would be too difficult for her to lie. So, she could only wave her hand and say, "Well, this is my secret. I can't tell you guys. You guys go out first. I'll be fine." As she spoke in a kittenish manner, Lauren Torres pushed the few of them out. After the police officers stood outside the door, then only did they realize that they seemed to have been pushed out of the door. They did not walk out by themselves. Lauren Torres, who was so young, did have that much strength. Of course, they had no time to care about this matter at the moment. "Lauren, this won't do." When Lauren Torres was at the police station, she had told the officers that they could call her Lauren directly. So they just called out her name directly. "If you're alone in there, we won't be able to bear the consequences if something happens. Mr. Franklin Torres will hold us accountable." Besides, these few men were outside. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if they told the others that a 4.5-year-old girl was alone in there? Although they needed Lauren Torres to help them solve the case, they could at least bear the danger themselves. The policemen kept their hands on the door to prevent Lauren Torres from closing it. The few of them were in a stalemate. Ben Carson naturally knew what Lauren Torres was going to do inside. He knew Lauren Torres's ability. She would not have any problems. "Why don't I go in with Miss Torres? You guys wait outside." Upon hearing Ben Carson's suggestion, Lauren Torres nodded her head instantly. "That's right. Let Mr. Carson go in with me. Don't tell me you guys are still worried." The police officers looked at Ben Carson suspiciously as if they were still worried. Ben Carson was just a driver of the Torres family. He looked in his 40s or 50s and did not have much strength. If the two of them were in danger, he might not be able to help. No way. Chapter 242, Swaying. Suddenly, the police officer looked at Bryce Torres and pointed at him. "Lauren, isn't this man your bodyguard? Let him accompany you inside." Although he doesn't look fleshy, he can at least stand in front of you when you're in danger." Bryce Torres was standing in the corner when he was suddenly called out. He pointed at his own nose. "Me?" The police officer nodded. "Yes, I'm talking about you. Aren't you a bodyguard? Your master is in danger. Aren't you going to protect her?" "I've said that I'm not a bodyguard." Before Bryce Torres could finish his sentence, he was pushed into the utility room by the 3 police officers. Ben Carson was the last to enter. After entering, he closed the door behind him. When the door was closed, it made a loud noise as if someone had pushed it from behind. Bryce Torres was startled by the sound of the door being closed. Lauren Torres shook her head. It seemed that Bryce Torres's courage was about the same as Quinn Torres's. These 2 people were quite good at talking, but when it came to actions, they were like cowardly turtles. To seek a sense of security, Bryce Torres leaned against the wall. Even if there was a ghost, it would not be able to attack him from behind. He leaned against the wall and asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" Although he was very scared, he still sounded very steady. He was unlike Quinn Torres, whose voice was trembling even when he was on the 2nd floor of the basement. Lauren Torres did not answer him. Instead, she was looking carefully around the room. She groped and found the position of the light and asked Ben Carson to turn it on. The light had probably not been switched on for a long time. When it was switched on, it was flickering. It felt like the opening scene of a ghost movie, making the room seem even stranger. Fortunately, the light soon stabilized. Before taking out the talisman from the pocket dimension, Lauren Torres hesitantly glanced at Bryce Torres. Should I let him know?" Lauren Torres was worried that this would cause great harm to Bryce Torres's young mind, so she asked Ben Carson to cover Bryce Torres's eyes with his hands. "Hey, what are you guys trying to do? Mr. Carson, why are you accompanying Lauren to cause trouble here?" "Hey, why are you covering my eyes?" Bryce Torres asked. Ben Carson replied, "Mr. Torres, Master, I'm covering your eyes for your own good. Don't struggle anymore." Although Ben Carson meant good for Bryce Torres, he sounded similar to those of the bad guys in the movies. You guys aren't trying to silence me, are you? Is there a need for that? I just threw a tantrum." Seeing Bryce Torres's train of thought was getting more and more off track and he was so imaginative, Lauren Torres sighed. "It was so noisy." "Forget it, Mr. Carson. If he wants to see it, let him. We won't have to bear the consequences." Although Lauren Torres said so, Ben Carson still had a lingering fear. He had borne the consequences before. At that time in the surveillance room, he used the heavenly eye that had not been closed to see the lady ghost inside. He had nightmares for several nights before he recovered from it. Ben Carson looked at Bryce Torres with sympathy in his eyes. This was probably something that everyone who came into contact with Lauren Torres had to go through. Bryce Torres was able to see the world again. Even though the world in front of him was a mess, Bryce Torres felt safe again. The darkness was too easy to breed fear. It could even magnify fear, especially for people like Bryce Torres who had watched many horror movies in the past. As soon as he closed his eyes, those scenes would attack Bryce Torres. He continued to stand close to the wall. At that moment, Lauren Torres had already taken out a talisman from her pocket dimension. She used her fingers to draw on the talisman while complaining. It was a very simple matter, but it had been delayed by Bryce Torres for such a long time. When she returned home, she had to properly explain it to her eldest brother. It would be better to replace the bodyguard. Bryce Torres was no stranger to the talisman. Every year, the Torres family would have such a thing during the ceremony of their worship. However, why did it seem so out of place when it appeared in Lauren Torres's hands? Perhaps it was because this talisman was bigger than Lauren Torres's hands. Or perhaps it was because Lauren Torres had used her own blood to draw on the talisman. Lauren Torres made a small cut on her index finger. After she wrote on the talisman, it began to glow. Ben Carson had seen this scene many times. He quietly stood in the corner and watched Lauren Torres's performance. He treated it as if he was watching a movie at close range. The only difference was that the ghost in the movie was fake. But the ghost they were about to see was a real ghost. The talisman began to glow and burn. Normally, during this process, the ghost would reveal its true form, but it did not. Lauren Torres still did not see anything. This was really a strange thing, but the strange thing was not over yet. Just as the talisman was completely burnt, the entire room suddenly began to shake. Tables, chairs, mops, everything was swaying slightly from side to side. Chapter 243 Failed. Even the light bulb on top of the head had become disobedient. It flickered again, and the frequency had become even higher. The light bulb looked as if it was going to explode at any moment. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Bryce Torres then shook his head and refuted his guess. The country they were in was not at the boundary of plate tectonics, so there would not be an earthquake at all. There had never been any earthquakes for so many years. The only possible explanation was it was due to Lauren Torres's actions just now. Bryce Torres did not believe in talismans or spirits. However, since the Torres family had been holding these ceremonies since they were young, even if he did not believe in them, he still held them in awe. He did not care what Lauren Torres had done just now. He quickly ran to the door, turned around, and yelled at Lauren Torres and Ben Carson, "Hurry up and leave. Why are you two still standing there?" Lauren Torres had never encountered such a situation before. "Hey, why can't this door open?" Bryce Torres pressed on the door handle and shook it hard, but he could not open the door no matter how hard he tried. On the contrary, Lauren Torres did not panic in the face of danger. "Little Nine, can you sense anything?" "System Divine 9, host, I can sense a very weak trace of yin energy, but logically speaking, the yin energy of a ghost could not be so weak. Perhaps the effect of the talisman had already worn off." The shaking had slowly stopped, the room had returned to normal, and the light bulb was on again. Divine Ninth's sensitivity to these things was many times greater than Lauren Torres's, so if Divine Nine couldn't sense it, there was nothing much that Lauren Torres could do. If that's the case, we can only go back to do research and see what's going on. There were thousands of different kinds of people, so naturally, ghosts were the same. Their forms and methods of existence were also different. Lauren Torres had not been a host long enough, so she had not encountered enough things yet. Lauren Torres sighed. Her shoulders drooped. She was a little dejected as she had thought it would be a simple task. Lauren Torres walked to the door with her head drooping. At this moment, Bryce Torres was calling for help from the police officers outside. He asked them to open the door from the outside. The people outside thought there was danger inside, so they were also banging on the door with all their might. At this moment, Lauren Torres was feeling a fit of unknown anger in her heart. She was worried that she had nowhere to vent it. This was a good opportunity. "Police officers, step aside," Lauren Torres yelled at the people outside the door. The police officers outside the door did not know what Lauren Torres was going to do. No matter what this young girl did, she was very mysterious to them. However, she somehow managed to convince them, so they obediently stepped aside. After that, Bryce Torres watched with his own eyes as Lauren Torres grabbed the handle of the door and forcefully turned it. The door then opened. Of course, the door did not open in a usual way. Lauren Torres directly broke the lock. Although the door had opened, everyone inside and outside the room remained silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wasn't this too much of a fantasy? Bryce Torres did not know how he walked out of the school gate and how he got into Ben Carson's car. When he returned home and sat on the sofa, Bryce Torres was still confused about what had just happened. Was this just a dream? He had just had a dream. He had just woken up. Yes, that was it. Bryce Torres was in a state of self-hypnosis. Bryce Torres was still in a daze even when it was lunchtime. What has happened to Mr. Bryce Torres? Mr. Hayes was shocked to see Lauren Torres and Bryce Torres alighting from the same car. Weren't the two of them always on bad terms? And they actually came back together. Could it be that they had patched back? However, very soon Bryce Torres's expression refuted the speculation of Mr. Hayes. He hadn't said a word since he stepped into the house. He sat on the sofa like a fool. Lauren Torres shook her head. "I don't know what happened to him. He suddenly became like this." Lauren Torres took a bite of the food guiltily. Being the eldest brother, Franklin Torres accepted the fact easily as expected. However, the other two brothers reacted exactly the same. So under Bryce Torres's confused look, Lauren Torres finished all the meat on the table. After that, Lauren Torres finished watching the animation at 2 o'clock and took a nap while Bryce Torres continued staring blankly at the side. When Lauren Torres woke up, Franklin Torres was back. As it was Sunday, he did not work overtime until around 5 o'clock as usual. He came back around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The moment Franklin Torres reached home, Bryce Torres was like he had just woken up and mysteriously pulled Franklin Torres aside. "Brother, let's talk in your study room." When Lauren Torres woke up and opened the door, what she saw was the scene of Bryce Torres dragging Franklin Torres into the study room. Before closing the door of the study room, Bryce Torres saw Lauren Torres. He quickly closed the door as if Lauren Torres was some kind of ferocious beast. Even without thinking, Bryce Torres must have been telling Franklin Torres about what happened this morning. But what he didn't know was that Franklin Torres was already on Lauren Torres's side. Chapter 244, Do Not Harm Her. Lauren Torres went downstairs happily, humming a nursery rhyme she learned last week in her kindergarten music class. Franklin Torres finished his work early. He had thought of accompanying Lauren Torres and asking her about the progress of the mission. Seeing Bryce Torres was anxious, and Lauren Torres was not in the living room, Franklin Torres thought something had happened to Lauren Torres. "What's the matter? Has something happened to Lauren?" Franklin Torres asked anxiously. Bryce Torres was about to say something but was interrupted by Franklin Torres. He shook his head and said, "What could possibly happen to Lauren? It's me that something has happened, okay." Hearing this, Franklin was relieved and sat leaning against the chair. "Something has happened to you." He looked at Bryce Torres up and down. "It seems that your limbs are intact. No arms and legs are missing. You look quite healthy." Bryce Torres covered the area where his heart was and said, "Your brother was injured here." Bryce Torres was speaking the truth. His heart was still beating very fast when he recalled the scene in the utility room in the morning. Franklin Torres then urged Bryce Torres, "All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's get down to business." Even though they were in the private study room, Bryce Torres felt as though the walls had ears. He leaned over to Franklin Torres's ear and said, "Brother, do you know what I saw Lauren do today?" Franklin Torres's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Previously it was the second younger brother who was frightened, and now it looked like the youngest brother was frightened, too. "Okay, tell me what you saw." "Lauren took out a talisman today, just like what Master Maverick did during our worship ceremony." How could a child like her?" While Bryce Torres was speaking nervously, he saw Franklin Torres was actually smiling. "Something is not right, brother. Why do you have this expression?" "What expression should I have? Your second brother and I already knew about it." Franklin Torres patted Bryce Torres's shoulder, opened the study room door, and left. Bryce Torres was left in the study room by himself. He knew about it long ago. What does it mean? If he already knew about it, why didn't he treat Lauren immediately? Lauren must have gone crazy. After that, Bryce Torres quickly ran downstairs. He saw Franklin Torres was holding a pen and paper together with Lauren Torres. He did not know what they were doing. After hearing what he had just said, Franklin Torres actually did not say anything at all. It was strange. It was really too strange. The point was the police actually followed Lauren Torres messing around and let her do whatever she wanted. Bryce Torres walked up to them and vaguely heard Lagrange theorem and some formulas in their conversation. What the hell was that? What's the point of talking those to Lauren Torres? Before dinner, Franklin Torres and Bryce Torres happened to wash their hands in the kitchen together. Bryce Torres seemed to have wanted to mention what happened in the morning again, but Franklin Torres glanced at him. "Lauren is indeed a little different from us. However, her abilities won't harm us. It's fine if you can't understand, as long as you don't harm her." Franklin Torres still remembered at that time, Quinn Torres had impulsively told his grandmother about it. His grandmother had even invited Master Maverick to come over. What if Master Maverick really did something to Lauren Torres at that time? After saying this, Franklin Torres wiped his wet hands on the towel and walked out, leaving Bryce Torres thinking by himself. As expected, Bryce Torres did not bring up the matter again during dinner. Lauren Torres looked at Bryce Torres, who was unusually quiet, and then Franklin Torres, who was helping her with the dishes. She knew what had happened. It seemed that her eldest brother had already convinced him. Quinn Torres had some good news to announce today. He had finally decided on a floor in the south of the city to be used as his studio. The lighting on that floor isn't very good, but the good thing about it is that it's cheap. Moreover, the place is spacious enough. It'll be very convenient for us to set up a studio or something in the future." Everyone seemed to just agree with it. Now that everyone had their own things to think about, how would they have the time to pay attention to Quinn Torres's studio? The following day, Lauren Torres put on her clothes, as usual, packed her homework, and headed to the kindergarten. When she went downstairs to the living room, Bryce Torres was already working on a question on the table in the living room. There was a large desk near the window in the living room. It was perfect when the morning sunlight shone in. Lauren Torres also liked to do her homework on this desk. The police had not announced to uplift the lockdown of Thomas Johnson High School, so they were still unable to return to school. Bryce Torres woke up according to his routine at school and started his morning self-study. Lauren Torres was swaying her small school bag. Before she left, Bryce Torres glanced at her and continued to write with the black pen in his hand. When she arrived at the kindergarten, Lauren Torres was very excited. She was waiting to discuss yesterday's latest animation with Joy Donahue. In yesterday's animation, the princess was finally rescued by the prince. Lauren Torres was very excited for a long time. Indeed, in all the stories, the bad guys deserve to be punished. Although the good guys would go through hardships, they would eventually get what they wanted. This should be the so-called good deeds result in good karma. Chapter 245, Renee Sullivan. However, today, Lauren Torres found out that Ruby Cromwell didn't show up for class. She had been suspicious of Susan Harding, and now that Ruby Cromwell didn't show up for class, she hurriedly ran to the office after class and asked Karina Bailey what had happened. However, Karina Bailey didn't know either. Ruby's mother just called to ask for a leave of absence. She didn't say what happened, but Ruby should be coming to class tomorrow. Alright, Lauren Torres was a little worried. Therefore, on the day Ruby Cromwell was absent, Lauren Torres helped Ruby Cromwell collect all the things the teacher had given to her. She placed them in the drawer. Due to the closure of Thomas Johnson High School, the math class under the talent program had relocated to the kindergarten. They found the largest classroom and put all the desks together. This was the first time Lauren Torres entered this classroom. This classroom was supposed to be used to store trophies and photos. There were many cabinets with photo frames and trophies on them. The photos were all group photos of children. When Lauren Torres arrived, it was still very noisy in the classroom. When the children went to a new place, they would feel fresh. The children, who were usually engrossed in studying and solving problems, were now chattering with each other. Since Ruby Cromwell did not come today, Lauren Torres had no choice but to be alone. She felt a little bored, so she looked around in front of these cabinets. There were many group photos taken during some competitions in the kindergarten. They were the photos of the top 10 young singers, the top 3 in the origami competition, and so on. The children in the photos were all beaming with sunny smiles. They were like the rising sun, reminding one of endless hope. However, one of the photos caught Lauren Torres's attention. It was taken during the awards ceremony of the oral calculation competition held by the kindergarten affiliated with Thomas Johnson High School. The little girl who won first place in the oral calculation competition was a girl with short hair and bangs. She looked very smart. She was petite and looked very lively and cute with a good temperament. 2 boys were standing next to the little girl. The certificate in the little girl's hand showed that it was the first prize. Behind the top 3 children stood their parents. Behind the little girl was her mother. She had long hair and looked very dignified and elegant. She should be an intellectual. What actually attracted Lauren Torres's attention was not the little girl's appearance, but the name written on the photo. Renee Sullivan. Renee Sullivan. Wasn't this the name of Franklin Torres's good friend, Samuel Sullivan's younger sister, whom Franklin Torres had mentioned at home the other day? Looking at the date, the photo was taken more than a year ago. At that time, Renee Sullivan was only around 3 years old, but she was able to get first place in the oral math competition. It was evident that she was highly talented in math. Renee Sullivan was indeed an outstanding child. When Lauren Torres looked further at the photos, she noticed that Renee Sullivan had also appeared in various performances at the kindergarten. In one of the photos, she was wearing a pure white muslin dress. She was sitting on a piano chair and playing the piano. The lights from the stage shone on her face, giving her a childlike yet incomparably holy feeling. She was like a little angel. The photo frame should have been cleaned by someone regularly. It was very clean and did not have any dust on it. Renee Sullivan's face was very clear. Lauren Torres could not help but feel that it was such a pity. A photo could retain a person, but it was just a photo. They had started learning the mathematics content of middle and senior high school. According to John Zander, the elementary school's Olympiad math was only used to expand their mathematical thinking. They still had to learn the necessary content step by step. Lauren Torres had already acquired the knowledge of middle and senior high school, so she had finished the exercises that John Zander had assigned within 10 minutes. She had even more important things to do later on, which was to go to her library and find out what happened yesterday. This was the first time Lauren Torres had encountered such a situation. She could not see the ghost with her heavenly eye. Even with the most traditional method, she could not lure the ghost out. There were also those objects that were shaking non-stop in the room yesterday. Everything really puzzled her. So, after she finished doing the math questions, she entered her spiritual consciousness and prepared to do the research. She finally understood why she had been given such a long time for this mission. It was due to something she had never understood before. After the completion of Mission 3, Divine 9 had also leveled up. However, after the level up, its physical appearance was still that of a fox. The only difference was that the color of its fur had turned completely white. It now looked like a flying fox on a snowy mountain. It looked so noble. It made Lauren Torres feel that she was looking at a noble woman when looking at it. Chapter 246, Hosts Meet Up. When Lauren Torres entered the library of her spiritual consciousness, Divine 9 was lying on a pillow. Its hair was loose and shiny, like a noble pet. Divine 9's eyes were half squinting, looking like it was dozing off. Lauren Torres ran over and gently patted Divine 9's head. "Little 9, get up to work. We need to see how the mission can be completed." Divine 9's fox-like tail swayed left and right and it looked extremely lazy. It said, "I've already searched the library this afternoon, but I still haven't found anything related to it. What should we do then? Why not I contact my brothers and sisters and see if they've encountered anything similar?" Lauren Torres's eyes lit up. "Wow, really? I've never seen any other host before." Lauren Torres rubbed Divine 9's fur. "Little 9, hurry up. Let me see other hosts." Divine 9 lost its sleepiness after being rubbed by her. It stood up and paced on the sofa as if it was calculating something. "Little 9, what are you doing?" "I'm calculating the time difference. The hosts are all over in different countries, and some are still sleeping. I can't disturb my brothers and sisters' sleep, right?" Lauren Torres nodded. That's right. She did not like people disturbing her sleep. If it happened to her, she would lose her temper. "Let's make it 10 o'clock tonight. The time is just right. My second sister and fourth brother will be just waking up then, and everyone else is either in their afternoon or in the same time zone as us. So, 10 p.m. is the best time." "All right," Lauren Torres nodded. "It's a deal. 10 o'clock tonight." Suddenly, Lauren Torres heard her name being called out in the real world. Just as she quickly came out from her spiritual consciousness, she saw John Zander had already picked up her exercise book and praised her. "Good. This time, Lauren Torres is the first one to finish it. She did it all correctly. Not bad at all." The children around her applauded. Lauren Torres smiled. She actually felt very good being praised. She didn't have to be modest in the future anymore. She had to do it quickly and well. After taking dinner, it was not even 10 o'clock yet, but Lauren Torres couldn't wait to go back to her room. She stayed in her spiritual consciousness and kept urging Divine 9. When it was finally 10 o'clock, Lauren Torres was already seated on the sofa. 5 minutes later, the first person finally appeared. 10 minutes later, 2 other persons appeared. Divine 9 was leisurely swaying its tail at the side. It looked like it was used to it. People from some countries tend to be late." Well, that did not matter. Lauren Torres greeted the other 3 hosts first. For the first time they met, they were still a little reserved. However, when they found out that they were the only people selected from the boundless universe, they felt very familiar with each other. After a short chat, they felt a sense of familiarity. Half an hour later, the 9 hosts finally gathered together. Among the 9 hosts, 2 of them had the same look as Lauren Torres. The other 6 had high noses and deep contours. They looked exactly like dolls. The oldest host was only 22 years old. He was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who looked very handsome. He looked as if he had just woken up. The youngest person was Lauren Torres, who was only 4.5 years old. Among the 9 hosts, there were 3 girls and 6 boys. For the first time they met, these 9 people took turns to introduce themselves. After they introduced themselves, their systems introduced them again. As they came from different countries, they chose a language that everyone could understand: English. It was a good thing that Lauren Torres had already mastered English. When she first came into contact with System Divine 9, Divine 9 spoke in English. It was similar to the machine's factory recovery settings. Divine 9 had only learned English when it was created. Therefore, Lauren Torres also learned English at that time. After that, Divine 9 slowly learned the local language. After the self-introduction, Lauren Torres described in English the scene she saw in the utility room in distress. The 22-year-old host was called David. Hearing Lauren Torres's doubts, he first asked a question: is it the problem of the paper talisman? Chapter 247, Sharing Resources. The handsome blonde boy spread his hands and looked puzzled. What is a paper talisman? We have never used this thing here. We also have never seen it before. He hesitated for a while when he said the words paper talisman, as if he suspected what he said was wrong. Hearing David's words, the other hosts echoed, "Yeah, we've never seen it before either." After some discussion, it turned out that everyone in every country was using different things. Lauren Torres used a paper talisman. A sword or a cross was probably used in other countries. In other words, the tools they used were different, but the effects were the same. Lauren Torres shook her head. "That can't be. I've used this paper talisman many times before. There was no problem in the past." After eliminating this factor, everyone started discussing again. At this moment, a little boy wearing round-rimmed glasses who was about the same age as Lauren Torres spoke up. He was 1.5 years older than Lauren Torres and had the same Eastern face as Lauren Torres. Little 9 had mentioned that he was the host of the neighboring country. It had also mentioned that they were going to travel to that country together. The young boy's name was Pam. The tool that Pam used was similar to Lauren Torres's. It was something similar to the paper talisman, but it was a little wider. Through the video, Lauren Torres could see the language of his country on the wall behind him. She could not recognize them at all. They were like worms, twisted and crooked. His voice was also very cute, similar to that of Divine 9. "Did you say that blood was still dripping from the bloody handprint?" Lauren Torres nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time, but the blood still hasn't dried up." Pam frowned. "I've seen something like this before. It was last year, at the scene of a murder. There was no strange character in the surveillance cameras, but the bloodstains left at the scene didn't dry up even after 3 days and 3 nights. After that, I received a mission." "What was going on then?" "In general, it's because the ghost's obsession is too strong. The energy gathered in the blood is so strong that the blood won't dry up." Lauren Torres was enlightened. "So it's not because of something added. We can't rule out that possibility," Pam said seriously. "What happened after that? How did you complete your mission?" "I found out the same thing as you. When I was about to look for the ghost, a knife suddenly started shaking violently. I brought the knife home. After studying it for 3 days and 3 nights, I found out that the ghost's soul was sealed inside the knife. It needed us to free it. It was sealed inside an object." Lauren Torres recalled the scene back then. "But everything in the utility room was shaking. Which object would the ghost be in?" Pam shook his head. "I've never encountered such a situation. You may need to recite an incantation to each of the objects to find out." Lauren Torres's heart skipped a beat. How big of a project is this? There must be at least 100 if not 1,000 objects in the utility room. What's that incantation? When they first became the hosts, they would learn some basic incantations. These incantations could be broken down into many pieces. Basically, all the incantations could be arranged in different ways using these basic incantations. And they also had their own logic in the arrangement. It was just like solving mathematical problems. Therefore, when they encountered a higher level incantation, they would need to research it on their own. If they were lucky, they might be able to find some information from ancient books. Lauren Torres's eyes were darting around. If there was a ready-made incantation, she would certainly use it. Fortunately, Pam was very easy to talk to. He nodded and was about to write the incantation for Lauren Torres. However, another host spoke up. It was a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She looked heroic and cold. If not because of her long hair, Lauren Torres would almost think she was a boy. How can we casually share things like talismans? This is all our own work. If Lauren Torres remembered correctly, this girl's name was No. She did not seem to agree with Lauren Torres for being opportunistic, but Pam did not mind. Our mission is the same. It will make the world a better place. Sharing resources is not a big deal. Chapter 248, 5 in the morning. Therefore, he wrote the incantation on a piece of paper and showed it to Lauren Torres. Lauren Torres took out a piece of paper and copied it down seriously. She smiled at Pam and sincerely said, "Thank you." To Lauren Torres's surprise, Pam actually replied in the local language of Lauren Torres, "You're welcome." This surprised Lauren Torres for a long time. As expected, the closer the distance, the closer the hearts would be. The other hosts did not think much of it. Other than the girl named No, the others also took out their pens and copied down the incantation. They had been chatting about this for almost half an hour. Lauren Torres held the incantation in her hands, thinking that finally, she could complete her mission. However, at this moment, Pam added, "The best time to summon these souls is when the soul last appeared. At this time, they will be more vulnerable. The success rate will also be higher." Lauren Torres nodded and took note of it seriously. As it was not a weekend, all the hosts had to go to work or school. It was almost time, so everyone was ready to bid goodbye. Before turning off the virtual video, Lauren Torres saw a painting hanging on the wall behind David. There seemed to be something familiar in the lower right corner of the painting. Just as Lauren Torres was about to squint her eyes to take a good look at it, the video had already been turned off. Lauren Torres scratched her head. She was not sure. It would be better to ask about it when there was an opportunity later. Having obtained the solution, Lauren Torres lay on the bed with peace of mind. She was ready to have a good sleep and tackle the task the next day. Suddenly, she thought of Pam's last suggestion. It was most effective to summon a ghost the last time it appeared. Lauren Torres thought about it for a moment. Wasn't the last time this ghost appeared in the surveillance footage around 5 in the morning? She then looked at the white watch on the bed. It was almost 11 at night, but Lauren Torres did not like to drag things out. She rolled on the bed unwillingly. Although she really wanted to sleep, it was still more important to complete the mission. She decided to set off in the early hours of the morning, but she couldn't do it alone. Not to mention she had forgotten how to get to the girls' dormitory. Franklin Torres wouldn't let her leave early in the morning. She couldn't sneak out in the morning, could she? When she thought of Franklin Torres's expression when he was angry, she shook her head. Forget it. You could mess with anyone else but not the eldest brother. So Lauren Torres got out of her bed, and once again knocked on the door of Franklin Torres's study room. Her little round head poked inside the room. "Brother, I have something to discuss with you." Normally, if she wanted an ice cream or candy, she would approach Franklin Torres and tell him directly in a kittenish manner. However, this kind of opening speech was usually something that Franklin Torres would not easily agree to. Franklin Torres closed the black folder in his hands and narrowed his eyes. "What's the matter now?" Seeing her brother seemed to be in a good mood, Lauren Torres boldly went forward and announced her plan. "Brother, I need to go to Thomas Johnson High School again tomorrow." Franklin Torres raised his eyebrows. This was within his expectations. As the mission had not been completed yet, Lauren Torres would definitely be going to the school again. Okay. Franklin Torres then thought about his work schedule for the next day. Other than having an internal meeting, nothing else was considered important. He could push it to a later date. He nodded and said, "Sure. What time tomorrow?" "I'll go with you." The last time he asked Bryce Torres to go with Lauren Torres was out of no choice. He honestly felt uneasy at all. It would be better for him to go with her and keep an eye on her. Lauren Torres hemmed and hawed for a while, and her small hands entangled together. 5 o'clock. Franklin Torres was thinking of the work arrangement for the next day, so he did not notice Lauren Torres's hesitation. 5 o'clock. Okay, I'll end work early and see you after work. Lauren Torres cleared her throat tactically. Brother, it's not 5 in the afternoon, it's 5 in the morning. Franklin Torres glanced at Lauren Torres. Lauren Torres could see clearly the few big words on Franklin Torres's face. Are you kidding me? Lauren Torres pretended to look away and said helplessly, I can't help it. This is the best time for a ghost to appear. It's out of my control. Franklin Torres sighed softly and pinched the space between his eyebrows. He had agreed too easily just now. He should have asked further. This little girl, Lauren Torres, really surprised him every moment. Seeing that Franklin Torres did not reject her instantly, Lauren Torres knew that the matter was settled. She quickly seized the opportunity and took advantage of it. Brother, it will certainly be fun. Have you forgotten the incident in which we went to catch a ghost together with second brother and Mr. Ben Carson? Chapter 249, The Sky. While he was concerned about his image being a chairman, Franklin Torres couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Lauren Torres actually called that night fun. That night scared the hell out of Quinn Torres. Although Franklin Torres looked calm, it was his first time using a paper talisman and catching a ghost. He was very nervous. Regardless of what kind of mood he was in then, at least it could not be described as happy or fun. Of course, Franklin Torres knew that Lauren Torres would give in on everything except mission. So, Franklin Torres had no choice but to agree. He nodded. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, which means that it will be less than 6 hours from now. Lauren Torres nodded again. That's right. Then why aren't you going to bed? Lauren Torres opened her eyes wide in delight. You've agreed to it, brother. What else can I do? Will you just let it go? Franklin Torres gave Lauren Torres a gentle nudge on her nose with his index finger. Without realizing it, he was already so familiar with Lauren Torres. Time passed by so quickly. At this moment, Lauren Torres also signed for Franklin Torres's understanding of her. She bit her finger. Indeed, if Franklin Torres didn't agree, she would definitely sneak out by herself. Eldest brother really knew her well. Lauren Torres calculated the time. We have to be there at 5 in the morning, which means we have to leave at 4:30 a.m. Franklin Torres sighed and nodded. Okay. At least he could sleep for 5 hours. Just the two of us. Lauren Torres, yeah, the fewer the merrier. The more people, the more trouble we'll have. When Lauren Torres recalled the whining voices of Quinn Torres and Bryce Torres, she had a headache by just thinking of it. It was better to forget about it. So, after Lauren Torres went back to her room to sleep, Franklin Torres also quickly went to bed to rest. Although he was hardworking, he had never tried to get up at 4:30 in the morning, except for catching a flight or failing to sleep due to differences in time zone. When she was back in her room, Lauren Torres did not rest first but took out the paper talisman. She then practiced writing the incantation. There would always be mistakes when writing the incantation for the first time. For the incantation to display the best effect, the first thing was it had to be coherent. Secondly, while writing it, one must recite it silently in the heart to reach the point of unity. The more familiar and confident she was with the incantation in her mind, the more effective the incantation would be. Therefore, Lauren kept on practicing. She tore off one paper talisman after another until she finally got it right. When she was able to write the incantation smoothly and skillfully, she saw that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Little Nine, have you ever seen the sky at 1 o'clock in the morning? Lauren Torres was moved by herself. System Divine 9, host, go to sleep, stop making so much noise. Lauren Torres. At 4:30 a.m., the alarm clock at the bedside rang on time. Lauren Torres's hand automatically located the alarm clock and pressed it. However, her eyelids were very heavy. It was as if someone had glued them together. She could not open her eyes. Nonetheless, with the conviction to complete the mission, Lauren Torres still got up with a thud. She quickly ran to the bathroom and scooped up some cold water to wash her face to wake herself up. It was a morning in late spring, and it was still very cold. A handful of cold water splashed on her face, and she could feel a chill run down her spine. When Lauren Torres opened her room door, she saw a faint yellow light from the crack of Franklin Torres's door in the dark corridor. Eldest brother is also a very punctual person. Lauren Torres thought in relief. She changed her clothes and carried her kindergarten bag on her back. She would go to the kindergarten from Thomas Johnson High School. She was going to be the first child to go to kindergarten today. Karina Bailey would be so surprised to see her. After waiting for a while at Franklin Torres's door, he opened the door and came out. He was wearing black sportswear, and he did not comb up his hair as usual. He looked very young. He was more composed in his suit. Now he was more like a young man who had just graduated. Lauren Torres gave Franklin Torres a thumbs up and said softly, "My eldest brother is so handsome." Franklin Torres smiled and patted her on the head. As they were going to catch a ghost today, Franklin Torres was wearing clothes that allowed him to move around easily. Anyway, there was a spare suit for him in the office. In the past, Lauren Torres would always go on missions alone. She felt a little lonely. Now that she was always accompanied by someone when she went on a mission, she felt it had become much more interesting. Chapter 250, Familiar Scene. The old and young took their belongings and headed downstairs. As they were heading downstairs, they heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Then, a flashlight shone on their faces. It was like a policeman catching a criminal in the middle of the night. Why did Lauren Torres feel that this scene was familiar? The person who came down was Bryce Torres. He was holding a pile of books in his left hand and looked like he was going to study. "Brother, what are the two of you doing here so early in the morning?" Franklin Torres did not expect to see Bryce Torres at this hour. He asked Bryce Torres in return, "Then what are you doing here so early in the morning?" Bryce Torres waved the books in his hand and said, "I'm going to study. I'm already in my 3rd year of high school." "At 4:30, study at 4:30 in the morning?" Bryce Torres nodded. "Yes. Brother, you told me last time that as long as I can get into the top 3, you'll buy me a sports car." Franklin Torres was silent for a few seconds. Why didn't he remember saying this? However, if his younger brother could really get into the top 3, a sports car was nothing. His grandmother would probably give him a house as a reward. "Don't talk about me now. What are you two going to do early in the morning?" "Going for breakfast." The corner of Lauren Torres's eyes twitched. She recalled the incident when Quinn Torres mentioned that they were going to have supper in the middle of the night. Both of them were good-for-nothings. Good-for-nothings. They woke up at 4:30 a.m. to have breakfast. Did they have no better things to do? However, to Lauren Torres's surprise, Franklin Torres didn't hide anything from Bryce Torres. Instead, he directly told him where they were heading. "We're going to Thomas Johnson High School now." Bryce Torres was stunned for 3 seconds on upstairs. Then, he used his flashlight to flash Franklin Torres's and Lauren Torres's eyes. "Are the two of you sick? You're fully aware that there are ghosts there and you're still going there." Lauren Torres pouted her lips and replied, "It's because I know that there are ghosts there that I want to go. Otherwise, the ghosts will never be caught, and you will have to study at home forever. Little brat like you can catch ghosts. Of course. Don't underestimate me." Then, Lauren Torres pulled Franklin Torres's hand. "Brother, we should go now. Otherwise, we won't make it in time for 5 o'clock. Now was not the time to explain to Bryce Torres. Franklin Torres nodded and was about to leave with Lauren Torres. Suddenly, Franklin Torres thought of something. It was still early in the morning. Thomas Johnson High School would have been locked up everywhere. As it was so sudden, he didn't have time to contact the police. How were they going to get in? It was impossible to call them now and disturb their sleep. This was a good question. The moment Franklin Torres raised his head, he saw Bryce Torres. He waved at Bryce Torres. Looking from Bryce Torres's angle, it was like a demon waving at him from hell. "Bryce, come here. I have a mission for you." When Bryce Torres heard the word mission, his scalp went numb. He quickly shook his hand and said, "Forget it. The missions you assign me are all not good. Don't scare me to death." Bryce Torres quickly stepped backward. Franklin Torres pursed his lips. As a capitalist who was said to be unforgivable by others, he was very good at negotiating. "If you don't come over, I'll tell Mom and Dad about you skipping class." How did you know I skipped class?" He had left through a secret passage. No one knew about it. Thinking that Franklin Torres might be bluffing, Bryce Torres was not easily frightened. "So what if I skipped class? I just got tired of studying and went to play video games." He knew that his parents doted on him very much. It was just going out to play video games. It was a boy's favorite after-school activity, thus he would probably be fine after a scolding. However, Franklin Torres knew that the truth was not that simple. If you really went out to play video games, then I won't say anything. But as far as I know, you went out to watch the car races, right? Every year, the country would hold two very grand car races. The location of the race was on a very rugged mountain. It was dangerous even for the people watching the race. That was why Bryce Torres didn't dare to tell his family that he was skipping class to do such a dangerous thing. His family doted on him very much, but if it was something that was life-threatening, they would never agree to it. "Brother, how do you know all this?" Franklin Torres sneered. It was obvious that he was not going to reveal the identity of his informant. What else could Bryce Torres do when this information was in the hands of Franklin Torres? He had no choice but to take a few steps down. He knew that it was going to be hell, but he still had to go down. "What's the matter? What's the mission this time?" "It's very simple. Take us to Thomas Johnson High School. You've skipped classes so many times, you must know where else you can enter other than the main entrance." Chapter 251, Passed Through the Dog Hole. Bryce Torres felt a little heart attack. His brother really knew all about him. "Do you guys really want to go to Thomas Johnson High School at this time? Do you have to go now? Can't you go during the day? You two are just like the protagonists in those horror movies who seek death. You know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but you choose to go to the Tiger Mountain." Time was very tight. Lauren Torres did not want to listen to Bryce Torres's nonsense. She pulled Franklin Torres's hand again. Franklin Torres understood what she meant. "Come on, stop it. If you don't want me to tell Mom and Dad, you'll have to come along." As it was so sudden, Lauren Torres did not inform Ben Carson. Franklin Torres drove this time. Bryce Torres, who was forced to leave the house last minute, was in his pajama. It was just like previously when Franklin Torres and Quinn Torres went ghost hunting the first time. Bryce Torres sat in the passenger seat and fastened the seat belts. The sky outside the window was still very dark. Other than the cleaners who got up early to clean up the streets, there was no one else on the street. It looked very eerie. The road was empty. Franklin Torres accelerated and shortened the 20-minute journey to 15 minutes. After getting out of the car, a gust of wind blew over. As it was cold in the morning, and Bryce Torres was only wearing a thin pajama, he instantly felt that the wind was chilly. Without any students, Thomas Johnson High School seemed lifeless. There were two lights at the entrance that shone on the signboard of Thomas Johnson High School. However, to Bryce Torres, it was even eerier. It was deathly pale. Of course, the eeriness that Bryce Torres felt was not groundless. From Lauren Torres's point of view, there were indeed many ghosts wandering around the streets at this time. However, Lauren Torres did not sense any evil aura from these ghosts. They were probably just homeless. To such ghosts, Lauren Torres treated them as though they were invisible. "Hurry up and lead the way. Where do we go in?" Bryce Torres led Franklin Torres and Lauren Torres to the right side of the main entrance. There was a row of wall fences. The wall fence was very high as more than 2 meters. It was impossible to climb over, especially for Lauren Torres, whose height was not even a third of the wall fence. This wall fence was indeed like a ceiling. However, Bryce Torres did not intend to climb over. He led the two of them to the middle section of the wall fence. There was a row of trees planted along the wall fence with a lot of weeds below. Bryce Torres found a crooked tree. Right behind the tree, Bryce Torres pushed open the weeds. There was a hole in the wall fence here. The hole was not small. It was big enough for an adult to crawl through. It was just that the posture was not nice to see. Franklin Torres looked at Bryce Torres and pointed at the hole. "Are we going to pass through a dog hole?" "Brother, what are you talking? This is not a dog hole." "If it's not a dog hole, then what is it?" "Don't worry about what it's. As long as we can reach our destination, it's fine. You have no idea how grateful my friends and I are to this hole. We've always protected it well. You're the first person I've disclosed it to." It was nothing to Lauren Torres. With her height, she bent her waist slightly and went in. She did not feel like she was going through a dog hole at all. Franklin Torres followed her. With a height of 1.8 meters, he felt a little sullen. Fortunately, he was handsome, and the act of passing through a dog hole was pleasing to the eyes. However, what he was planning in his heart was that once this mission was completed, he would immediately tell the principal about this hole and get him to seal this place up. He would also seal up this shameful memory of his. After Franklin Torres and Lauren Torres went in, they waited for a long time but did not see Bryce Torres. "Bryce, what are you doing outside there?" "Brother, you only asked me to bring you in, but you didn't ask me to go in with you. You dare to stay outside alone. Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bryce Torres immediately came in. His movements were swift as if he had already passed through the hole thousands of times. Lauren Torres was speechless. After spending so much time with these three brothers, she could roughly sense their birth charts and aura. Undoubtedly, Franklin Torres was with the most young energy among them all. Quinn Torres and Bryce Torres were not too bad either. After all, they were born in the Tang family and grew up in the geomantic treasure land. However, they were indeed too timid. As Bryce Torres had never seen Thomas Johnson High School early in the morning, he felt that it was very unfamiliar to him. However, since they had already come in, he still brought the two of them to the girls' dormitory. Anyway, with his eldest brother around, he felt much more at ease. The corridor was pitch black. The three of them turned on the lights along the way and finally arrived at the place where the bloody handprint was found. Chapter 252 Saw a female ghost. Lauren Torres walked over to take a look and realized that the bloody handprint was still wet. She recalled Pam's words. It seemed that this ghost had a deep obsession. What exactly was going on? Lauren Torres's curiosity piqued. With her previous experience, Lauren Torres headed straight for the utility room at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, Bryce Torres also had his previous experience and grabbed onto Franklin Torres tightly. "Brother, this is the room. Did you know that previously everything here was shaking like an earthquake?" Lauren Torres turned a deaf ear to these things. She took out a talisman that she had already written an incantation from her pocket dimension. It was almost 5 o'clock. There were still a few more minutes to go. Lauren Torres tried chanting the incantation first. When the talisman took effect, it did not burn like the others. It rose into the air and began to sway left and right while the whole room began to sway together. Lauren Torres frowned. It was exactly the same as last time. Franklin Torres turned off his heavenly eye. Thus he did not know the progress of what Lauren Torres was doing. He also did not know if there was a ghost in the room. He had to endure the pinch from Bryce Torres from time to time while he carefully observed the situation in the room. It was like what Bryce Torres had said. Everything was shaking. He glanced at Lauren Torres. He noticed that although she furrowed her eyebrows, she was not afraid but was thinking. Thus he was relieved. The current situation did not seem life-threatening. A minute later, the shaking stopped. The talisman this time lasted longer than the previous one. Franklin Torres walked towards Lauren Torres. As Bryce Torres did not want to let go of Franklin Torres's hand, he followed Franklin Torres. "Lauren, what's going on? Is it resolved now?" Lauren Torres shook her head. "Not yet. Let's try again at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock sharp, Lauren Torres tossed the enchanted talisman into the air again. She then chanted the incantation in her mind. This time, it worked. The talisman was still shaking, but there was only one thing that was shaking in the entire room. It was the mop in the corner. The frequency of the mop shaking was very intense, but Lauren Torres still did not see a ghost. Therefore, she continued to chant the incantation in her heart, and the speed of her chanting became faster and faster. When she chanted the incantation for the 6th time, the mop finally stopped shaking. Using her heavenly eye, Lauren Torres finally saw the ghost that she had summoned for a long time. It was a young and beautiful ghost wearing the uniform of Thomas Johnson High School. Thomas Johnson High School's uniform looked very nice. Other than the usual sportswear, the girls also had ceremonial attire, which was a blouse with a pleated skirt. This female ghost was wearing a white blouse, a khaki-colored jacket, a pleated skirt of the same color, and a pair of leather shoes. She had long, grayish-brown hair with wavy curls. She was probably wearing makeup. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her facial features were not particularly beautiful, but with the help of the clothes and makeup, she was quite eye-catching. However, Lauren Torres felt that something was not right, but she could not pinpoint what it was. The female ghost was a little frightened after being summoned, but she quickly regained her composure. "Who are you?" Lauren Torres asked. The girl had her arms crossed and was leaning against the wall. One of her legs was straight and the other was slightly bent. She looked very relaxed. "Who are you? You can see me?" Lauren Torres nodded. "Of course I can see you. I was the one who found you. In the corner." "Brother, what is Lauren doing right now? Who is she talking to?" From the angles of Franklin Torres and Bryce Torres, Lauren Torres was facing a wall, raising her head and talking. Franklin Torres knew that Lauren Torres must have already seen the ghost. He placed his index finger on his lips and motioned for Bryce Torres to shut up and not speak. Bryce Torres swallowed his saliva and stood quietly next to Franklin Torres like a chicken. "Why did you call me out? I've been trapped here for 10 years, and you're the first person who can see me." Being trapped here for 10 years, no wonder her obsession was so deep. She must have encountered something bad. Generally speaking, the clothes a person wore when he died would be the clothes the person wore when he became a ghost. From the looks of it, this girl must be a student at Thomas Johnson High School when she died. Lauren Torres did not say much and directly stated her purpose. "Was the bloody handprint on the corridor your work?" This female ghost also admitted it candidly. "That's right, I did it." "Why did you do that?" "You scared the students. I'm just trying to get their attention. Look, that's why you're here now." Chapter 253, Time's Up. Lauren Torres pursed her lips. "Why are you trying to attract their attention?" "Well," Lauren Torres saw the female ghost frown. "I'll tell you next time. Time is up." What did she mean? Before she could react, the ghost flashed and returned to the mop. The mop quivered slightly before it stopped in the corner. What was going on? Lauren Torres paused for a moment and immediately took out another talisman. However, this time, it was a collective shake. Lauren Torres sighed. It seemed that Lauren Torres could only summon this ghost at 5 o'clock sharp. When Franklin Torres saw Lauren Torres suddenly stop talking and looking at the wall, he knew that the ghost had probably left. Just as he was about to ask her, Lauren Torres turned around. "Brother, let's go." Upon hearing this, Bryce Torres heaved a sigh of relief and urged the two of them to leave. "Quick, quick, quick. Let's go back quickly." After getting into the car, Bryce Torres finally relaxed. He fastened his seatbelt and heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not want to talk to Lauren Torres, he still had a lot of questions about what had just happened. He turned around. "Lauren, what were you talking to just now?" After leaving that place, Bryce Torres spoke with much more confidence. His tone was now that of an interrogator. Lauren Torres was in a bad mood because she had not solved the problem. When she was questioned by Bryce Torres in such a tone, she replied in a bad mood, "I was talking to a ghost." Bryce Torres was speechless. It seemed this answer was not wrong. "No. What I mean is, can you really see a ghost, or are you sick?" "You're the one who's sick." Lauren Torres rolled her eyes. Seeing Lauren Torres's attitude, Bryce Torres was furious. He turned his head to look at Franklin Torres, who was driving. "Brother, look at her." As usual, Franklin Torres ignored his younger brother and asked Lauren Torres, "What happened just now?" Lauren Torres lowered her head and answered, "I managed to summon the female ghost just now, but she disappeared in less than 2 minutes." "Then what should we do now?" "I don't know. She didn't reveal any information just now. She only said she had imprinted the bloody handprint to attract our attention. But she had disappeared before I could find out the reason. I can only come back another day." Franklin Torres was in no hurry on the way back, so he didn't run the red light. When he encountered a red light on the way back, he slowly stopped the car. While waiting, his index finger tapped the steering wheel rhythmically. "Lauren, open the heavenly eye for me." Franklin Torres's voice sounded in the car. "Open your heavenly eye? Why, brother?" Franklin Torres sighed lightly. Bryce Torres could clearly hear them. "I was standing in the room just now, but I didn't even know what happened." "Wait a minute, brother, what's the heavenly eye that you guys are talking about?" Franklin glanced at him. "After opening the heavenly eye, you'll be able to see ghosts. Do you want to open it?" Bryce Torres widened his eyes and reached out his left hand to touch his brother's forehead. Then, he muttered to himself, "Brother, you're not sick, but why are you talking nonsense?" Franklin Torres brushed off Bryce Torres's hand. "Heavenly eye?" This was getting more and more mysterious. Bryce Torres then patted his head and said, "Now I know what's going on. You guys have ganged up to play a prank on me, right? You want to trick me into thinking that there are ghosts in this world." In Bryce Torres's heart, his eldest brother, who had received so many years of compulsory education, would not believe that there was such a thing as ghosts, let alone opening the heavenly eye. He thought about it carefully. It must be so. The two of you are just trying to prank me. Lauren Torres shrugged. If he wanted to think this way, there was nothing she could do about it. On the other hand, Bryce Torres looked as if he had discovered the truth and was no longer afraid. Come on, open the heavenly eye for me, too. Let me see if ghosts really exist. His blind confidence was completely different from his earlier cowardice in the utility room. The red light had turned green. Franklin Torres stepped on the accelerator, and the black car flew out with a whoosh. It was like a black wind. Franklin Torres cleared his throat. All right, I'll show you the heavenly eye. What if you see a ghost? Franklin Torres began to use his usual tactic on his younger brother, which was to provoke him. Bryce Torres scoffed in disdain as if he did not believe he would lose. And he said, if I see a ghost, I'll play together with you guys every day. Playing with us means you'll catch that female ghost with us? Lauren Torres asked. Sure, no problem. Chapter 254 Extras. Bryce Torres agreed with it lightheartedly. He did not have the slightest idea what he would see next. Opening the heavenly eye was an easy process. Lauren Torres asked Bryce Torres to close his eyes. Then, she placed her palm on his eyelids and chanted an incantation. Bryce Torres felt his eyelids heat up and Lauren Torres's small hand moved away. Bryce Torres then opened his eyes. That's it. Lauren Torres nodded. That's it. Franklin Torres found a parking spot and parked the car first. After Lauren Torres opened the heavenly eye for him, they set off again. It was still early, so they had to make a trip back to the Torres mansion. Otherwise, Lauren Torres would have to wait for a few hours at the kindergarten. After opening his heavenly eye, Bryce Torres blinked his eyes. You're lying, right? I don't feel any change. Then, he looked out of the window. It was past 5 in the morning, and the streets were still very dark. There was only a faint light on the roadside. Bryce Torres asked curiously, Brother, these people are all so hardworking. They're walking around here so early in the morning. What are they doing? Franklin Torres glanced at Bryce Torres, looked out of the window, and then looked at Bryce Torres again. He was hesitating, but then he said, Those are not people. Brother, are you kidding me? Those aren't people. Then what can those be? Bryce Torres shut his mouth right after he said that. His looked horrid and then relieved. You guys have made this prank so real. You even found so many extras to act and made them walk around in the wee hours of the morning. Isn't it hard? You have to pay more for the hard work. Lauren Torres shook her head. This person really knew how to deceive himself. Did you see their shadows? After being reminded by Lauren Torres, Bryce Torres looked outside again. There were street lights outside. So if these people were humans, there would definitely be shadows. However, they did not have any shadows. Moreover, upon closer look, they were not even walking. The long hems of their skirts were directly dragging on the ground. They moved without any undulation as if they were floating. Bryce Torres widened his eyes and began to realize that something was not right. However, in the next second, something that made him even more panicked happened. A ghost flew straight over from the sidewalk like a bat and stuck to the window of the car next to Bryce Torres. Bryce Torres's scream instantly echoed throughout the entire car. Lauren Torres almost turned deaf. The ghost looked extremely terrifying. Its mouth was wide open, and its teeth were long and sharp. Its eyes were also very big. At first glance, it looked like a clown. Franklin Torres, even such a composed man, dodged to the side when he saw the ghost. The appearance of this ghost was really frightening. Lauren Torres quickly took out a talisman from her pocket dimension and stuck it on the window. The ghost dodged quickly. Lauren Torres heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this ghost was not a malicious spirit. After a long while, Bryce Torres regained his ability to speak. What was that just now? There was still a lingering fear in his voice. That was a ghost. It was a real ghost. At this moment, Bryce Torres no longer cared if he was on bad terms with Lauren Torres. Of course it was. We're not that lame to spend money to prank you. Bryce Torres pointed at Lauren Torres and asked, Then you know how to exorcise ghosts? Lauren Torres, eldest brother, your brother is stuttering. Of course. Lauren Torres has been a professional exorcist for 100 years, but she has never received a bad review. She gave herself a thumbs up. Then, Bryce Torres unbuckled his seatbelt and went straight to the back seat to sit next to Lauren Torres. Both Franklin Torres and Lauren Torres were speechless. "What are you doing?" the two of them asked at the same time. "What else can I do? I'm protecting myself. I'm so handsome, and my blood tastes so good. What if the ghost comes looking for me? If I sit next to her, she'll be able to protect me faster." Lauren Torres thought to herself, that doesn't seem unreasonable. If the ghost just now was malicious, Lauren Torres's talisman actually would not affect it. Therefore, the closer he was to her, the safer he was. Perhaps it was because Bryce Torres had a backing now. He was much quieter on the second half of the journey. He even looked out of the window with interest. Are they really ghosts? Why do they look exactly like humans? It's because they turned from humans into ghosts. Then why did that ghost look so scary? That ghost might have been affected by the evil energy and gone mad. How do you know about all these things? I just know. Where did you learn it from? Help! You talked so much. Chapter 255 Eagle and Chicks. For the past many days, this was the first time the two of them had talked so much to each other. As they were talking, they have reached the Torres mansion. Bryce Torres sat in the car rubbing his eyes and looking around the surrounding. "Hey, why aren't ghosts around our house?" Bryce Torres asked. He looked at Lauren Torres waiting for her answer. He had taken her as a ghost world encyclopedia. Ghosts do not dare to approach places with strong yang energy. The Torres mansion is a geomantic treasure land with strong yang energy. Therefore, other than they obtain help from others or have a high cultivation level, ghosts are unable to get close to this place. That is good. After saying that, Bryce Torres quickly got out of the car. As he ran back to the Torres family home, he said, "I do not want to go out anymore for the rest of my life." Lauren Torres was speechless. Of course, Bryce Torres's wish would not come true as he still had to find the female ghost together with them. Lauren Torres suddenly felt looking forward to it. Although Bryce Torres was usually quite noisy, it should be fun to accomplish the mission with him. After returning home, Lauren Torres immediately went back to her room to catch up on her sleep. Franklin Torres did not have the habit of going back to sleep, so he went straight to the study room and started working. Since they were not in a hurry today, Franklin Torres sent Lauren Torres to the kindergarten. When they walked out of the courtyard of Torres Mansion, they saw Bryce Torres standing on the balcony of the third floor, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. Franklin Torres looked up and shook the keys in his hand, making a bell-ringing sound. "Bryce, what are you doing up there?" "Brother, I'm looking for a ghost." "He's really looking for a ghost," thought Lauren Torres. Who would look for ghosts? Bryce Torres had gone crazy. This was the conclusion by Franklin Torres and Lauren Torres after their collective validation. Franklin Torres parked his car at the entrance of the kindergarten. Even before she got off the car, Lauren Torres had seen Ruby Cromwell walking towards the entrance. She quickly said goodbye to Franklin Torres, jumped out of the car, and ran toward Ruby Cromwell without looking back. Now only Franklin Torres understood what Ben Carson meant when he said that Lauren Torres had a strong ability to adapt. She did not miss him at all. Lauren Torres ran happily and caught up with Ruby Cromwell. Today, Ruby Cromwell only had a simple ponytail. She did not look so well. She greeted Ruby Cromwell and asked, "Ruby, why didn't you come to class yesterday?" "I have already put everything the teacher gave you in your drawer." Ruby Cromwell nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." The two of them followed the crowd and walked to their class. The morning class was nothing new, but the last class was physical education. The children were like birds being released from their cages as they ran around the playground. Lauren Torres ran so fast that her face turned red. She took off her clothes and was only wearing short sleeves. She was playing the eagle and chicken game with the children. Ruby Cromwell also joined in. She was one of the chicks on the team. As the physical education teacher said that the class was for then children to train the body, the children were not allowed to read. Thus Ruby Cromwell was forced to join in the game. Lauren Torres, who played the role of an eagle in the game, did not manage to catch a single chick. During the break, she gulped down a mouthful of water as she walked to Ruby Cromwell's side. "Ruby, are you not hot? I can see that you are sweating. You can take off your coat, said Lauren Torres. It was almost noon, and the temperature was rising. The sun was shining directly on them. Most of the children were only wearing short sleeves. Only Ruby Cromwell was still wearing a long-sleeved jacket wrapping around her tightly. It made one feel hot just by looking at her. Ruby Cromwell shook her head. It doesn't matter. It's fine not to take it off. The group of chicks behind her came to provoke the eagle again. Lauren Torres put down her glass of water and said, "Let's go, Ruby. Let's continue playing the game." The two of them ran over to continue their PE class. During lunch, the children lined up together to get soup. Ruby Cromwell stood behind Lauren Torres. Joy Donahue and Milo Barker were behind them. The two of them had an argument during the PE class and they now ignored each other. However, they are still together. After Ruby Cromwell took the soup, the two fought to be the next person to take the soup. They pushed away from each other and spilled the soup in Ruby Cromwell's hands. The entire bowl of seaweed and egg soup was spilled on Ruby Cromwell's clothes. Fortunately, the soup was lukewarm and she did not have a burn. Joy Donahue and Milo Barker knew that they were in trouble, so they lowered their heads and stood there. "Ruby, I am sorry." Ruby Cromwell was not bothered. She shook her head and said, "It's okay." Then, she turned to the teacher and said, "Teacher, I am heading to the toilet to clean myself up." Chapter 256, Wounds. The teacher on duty nodded. She felt that Ruby Cromwell really knew how to care for herself. She didn't cry or make a fuss even though someone had spilled soup all over her. If it were any other child, they would have cried and looked for their mothers. Lauren Torres helped Ruby Cromwell take another bowl of soup and put it at their seats. As she was also worried that Ruby Cromwell didn't have any clothes to change, she took out a spare set of clothes from her school bag. Mr. Hayes stuffed this into her school bag. He said that he was afraid that Lauren Torres would catch a cold if she did not change after sweating. Thus he specially brought her a spare set of clothes. Now it came in handy. Lauren Torres ran to the girls' bathroom with a set of clothes printed with pink piglets. She saw that Ruby Cromwell was taking off her jacket and washing it in the sink. Lauren Torres hurriedly ran to Ruby Cromwell's side. When Ruby Cromwell heard the footsteps, she seemed to be startled and stepped backward. "Ruby Cromwell, this is a new set of clothes I brought from home. You can change into it. Don't catch a cold." Ruby Cromwell's clothes were also a little wet. She took over the clothes from Lauren Torres, but she seemed to be hiding something. Lauren Torres felt that it was a little strange. When she handed over her clothes, she noticed that there were some strange wounds on Ruby Cromwell's arm. They were blue-black. The wounds were not many but 3 or 4 of them, but they were very eye-catching on the child's delicate skin. "Ruby, what happened to your hand?" Lauren Torres took a step forward and wanted to take a closer look at Ruby Cromwell's hand. However, Ruby Cromwell took a step back and ignored the clothes in the sink. "I'm fine." Ruby Cromwell then ran away. Back in class, Ruby Cromwell was sitting in the corner the whole time. She crossed and put her hands under the desk as if she didn't want anyone to see her wounds. Lauren Torres didn't say anything, but she asked Ruby Cromwell again during class break. Ruby Cromwell shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just accidentally had a bump at home." "So you didn't come to class yesterday because of this?" Ruby Cromwell nodded. "All right, if this is the case." Lauren Torres did not continue asking. It was normal for children to have bumps, though it was very difficult to have a bump on the arms. After school, Lauren Torres went home with Ben Carson. She still had not figured out how to complete the mission. Every time, the female ghost would only come out for a short while. Something was not right. Lauren Torres suddenly found a blind spot. Wasn't the purpose of mission 4 to find the owner of the bloody handprint? She had already found it. The bloody handprint was done by the female ghost. If that was the case, shouldn't the mission have already been completed? In the car on the way back, Lauren Torres pulled out Divine 9. "Little 9, did your system make a mistake? Look, I've already found that female ghost. Why haven't I completed the mission yet?" "System Divine 9, it's impossible. Our system has never made a mistake. Since it says that you haven't completed the mission, it means that you haven't completed the mission. But, was the female ghost yesterday lying?" But there was no need for her to lie and take the blame for this incident. Lauren Torres was confused. Forget it. Since that was the case, she would dig deep into this female ghost and find out what exactly had happened to her. After returning home, Lauren Torres did her homework in the living room for a while. Then, Franklin Torres came back with a piece of news. The police had already matched the DNA of the bloody handprint. The blood belonged to a girl who had passed away at Thomas Johnson High School 10 years ago. Lauren Torres's guess was right. This girl had passed away at Thomas Johnson High School. Do you have any more information about her? Franklin Torres shook his head. There was an incident of data leakage at the police station 5 years ago. All the information and the backup on the computer were missing. Therefore, all the information about the case before that was gone. There wasn't even a photo left. I got this information from the hospital's database. Lauren Torres nodded. The photo did not matter. It was not that she had never seen her before. Do they still remember how this girl died? The previous batch of police officers had already retired. These police officers were all newly recruited in recent years, so they have no impression of this case. I see. The corners of Lauren Torres's mouth drooped. It seemed like she still had to personally ask that female ghost. So, in the wee hours of the morning, Lauren Torres pulled Franklin Torres and Bryce Torres along to revisit the old place. Chapter 257, Her Name. It was much more comfortable for Franklin Torres to pass through the dog hole this time, though he was still cursing and swearing when he was passing through it. That's not right, eldest brother, why didn't you get the key from the police? That's right. It's indeed true that great man tends to forget things often. On the other hand, Bryce Torres was a man of his word. He could not go back on his word, so he had no choice but to brace himself and come over. Along the way, he even saw a lot of ghosts swinging around. Lauren Torres had learned not to waste a single talisman. At 5 o'clock sharp, she chanted the spell and the ghost came out. This time she came out of a rag. Holy shit *T. Where did this guy come from? She scared the shit out of me. Bryce Torres was frightened to death. Lauren Torres knew that she had limited time. She did not talk nonsense. She continued with yesterday's topic directly. I knew that you passed away 10 years ago, right? You were framed by someone at Thomas Johnson High School and you passed away. Lauren Torres saw the female ghost's eyes flicker but she didn't say anything. Lauren Torres continued to speak based on her own guess. Since you want to get our attention, you must have wanted us to know something. How can I help you if you don't tell me anything? At least tell me your name. She slowly lured the female ghost to speak. Time was running and Lauren Torres was worried that the female ghost's soul would disappear again. Fortunately, the female ghost spoke in the end. My name is Fiona Carl. After saying this, she disappeared again. Fiona Carl. Lauren Torres silently recited this name. Lauren, how did you know that this female ghost was framed? The police clearly didn't have any information other than the fact that the owner of this blood was a girl who died 10 years ago. Lauren Torres rubbed her eyes. She was still not used to getting up early. This ghost has already existed for 10 years. She hasn't reincarnated for 10 years. This means that she definitely has some feelings that she can't let go of. If she died of natural causes, then she definitely wouldn't have become a ghost and lived on in this mortal world for 10 years. Lauren Torres had just briefly analyzed before luring this female ghost to speak. After the few of them left the girls' dormitory, Lauren Torres didn't want to leave immediately. The information that she had now was this girl's name was Fiona Carl, and she could also recognize her appearance. Thomas Johnson High School was a century-old school, so it must have kept a lot of information about its students. If she went to the information room, she might be able to find some information about that girl. Lauren Torres recalled the photo of Renee Sullivan that she had seen in the kindergarten classroom at that time. Perhaps Fiona Carl would be included in the photo as well. Therefore, Bryce Torres brought the two of them to the information room at the administrative block. Naturally, the door was locked, but Lauren Torres used the master key to open it easily. The information room was several times bigger than the one in the kindergarten. It was full of cabinets. All kinds of trophies and medals, as well as photos, were on the cabinets. Franklin Torres turned on the lights and the three of them split up to look out for the name, Fiona Carl. They also tried to look for some useful information based on the female ghost's look. Due to her height, Lauren Torres could only look out from the bottom two rows. Many of the trophies and medals in the bottom 2 rows were covered with a thin layer of dust. However, she could still see many wordings of first place, second place, outstanding award, special award, and so on. Eldest brother, I could see your trophy of the high school physics competition here. Franklin Torres also squatted down beside Lauren Torres. When he saw the trophy, he smiled. I won this trophy when I was in senior high school grade 3. Our class put together a 4-person team to compete in the National High School Physics Competition. In the end, we didn't know who to give the championship trophy to, so we put it here. I didn't expect the school to still keep it. Franklin Torres's name was the first. Samuel Sullivan was second. He was a friend who had passed away unexpectedly. As she was worried that she would bring up Franklin Torres's unhappy memories, Lauren Torres quickly changed the topic. Look, brother, there is another trophy of yours. First prize in the calligraphy competition. Brother, you even know how to write calligraphy. Of course. Eldest brother is an all-rounder. He knows everything. Bryce Torres spoke from the other side of the bookshelf. Such an outstanding Franklin Torres had really put a lot of pressure on them. After these few interludes, they continued with their search. Chapter 258, Found the Photo. All of a sudden, Franklin Torres and Lauren Torres heard Bryce Torres scream, "Oh my God, who is this?" Franklin Torres and Lauren Torres quickly ran to Bryce Torres's side. They saw that Bryce Torres was leaning in a corner, staring at another corner. Lauren Torres looked over and realized that it was a teenage boy. Strictly speaking, it was the ghost of a teenage boy. This should be a ghost. Bryce Torres pointed at him. Lauren Torres nodded. However, compared to Bryce Torres, the little boy was even more frightened. He was wearing a white tank top, black shorts, and a pair of sandals. He looked fair and clean. Lauren Torres did not sense any harmful aura from him. You guys can talk to him. He won't hurt you guys. Franklin Torres's young energy was very strong. Perhaps it was due to this that the ghost had been hiding in a corner and did not dare to get close to them. However, a ghost that was harmless to humans did not need to be afraid of. At the same time, he would not pose any threat to Franklin Torres. Little boy, why are you here all by yourself? Franklin Torres squatted down to make eye contact with the little boy. I was an orphan. I was crossing the street and was hit by a car. No one came to claim my body, so I became a soul wandering around. But I wanted to continue my studies, so I came here. Perhaps it was because he had become a ghost. The little boy's skin was very fair, so fair that it was almost transparent. His eyes were very sincere, and it did not seem like he was lying. Seeing that the little boy would not cause them any harm, Bryce Torres felt a little relieved, but he still stared at the little boy curiously. After all, this was the first ghost he had come into contact with at such a close distance, other than the scary-looking ghost from the last time. Do you know how to walk through walls? Like in the movies? Bryce Torres suddenly asked. Everyone was silent. The little boy shook his head honestly. No. Then do you know how to crawl into the television? The boy continued to shake his head. Then what do you know? I don't know anything. I only know how to float around. Then you're quite a failure as a ghost, said Bryce Torres. Franklin Torres pulled Bryce Torres over and said to the little boy, I'm sorry, this is my younger brother. He has some problem, so you don't have to care about him. Bryce Torres, who was sick. Hearing what the little boy had said, Lauren Torres knew that this little boy must not have done anything bad during his time as a ghost. Otherwise, he would definitely have cultivated some skills. What are you guys doing here? Maybe I can help you. I'm usually here at night. I'm very familiar with everything here. Really? That's great. What's your name? I'm John. Brother John, we're looking for a girl named Fiona Carl. Have you seen her name on the information in this room? John tilted his head and thought for a moment. Yes, I know. I've seen her before. He led the group to a few rows of cabinets at the back and quickly found what they were looking for. It was a photo. In the photo were a few young boys and girls. They were all wearing the uniforms of Thomas Johnson High School and standing at the school entrance. Their faces were full of youthful smiles. Lauren Torres saw the female ghost at a glance. She looked exactly the same in the photo. Lauren Torres took down the photo frame and flipped it to the back. There were a lot of signatures on the back of the photo frame. One of them was Fiona Carl. The handwriting was delicate. How did you know that Fiona Carl must be in this photo? Franklin Torres asked the little boy. I also got to know when I flipped to the back of this photo frame and saw the name. Franklin Torres stopped gazing at the little boy. However, he was still puzzled. There's nothing else? Lauren Torres asked. John nodded. No, it's only this photo. Lauren Torres took out her phone and took a photo before putting it back in its original position. Before leaving Thomas Johnson High School, Lauren Torres asked John, I can help you reincarnate. Do you want to reincarnate? Previously, John could not reincarnate because he was an orphan. His body and soul were unclaimed. Now that John had helped Lauren Torres, and Lauren Torres could help Xiao Yun reincarnate in return, unexpectedly, John shook his head. No, thanks, there's no need. Why? If you reincarnate, you'll be able to go to a new family and have your own parents. John suddenly stuttered. I still have some things that I haven't completed. Alright, if you want to reincarnate, you can look for me anytime. I will help you. When the time comes, you just look for him in senior high school grade 3. Chapter 259. What's the name? As she spoke, she pointed at Bryce Torres. Look for me in senior high school grade 3. What if others find out? Bryce Torres immediately realized how foolish his words were. Other than him, no one else would have found out. After all, not everyone had the honor of having their heavenly eye opened. When the time comes, if you complete your task, you can look for Bryce Torres in senior high school grade 3. He will inform me and I will come and help you. John nodded. Okay, I will remember that. Thus they bade farewell to John and walked down the stairs. As they were walking down, Bryce Torres said, It seems that not all ghosts are very scary. The little boy just now was quite cute. The female ghost that we saw in the storeroom just now wasn't scary either. She even put on makeup. Of course, all your stereotypical impressions come from those movies, but the people who make the movies have never seen a real ghost. The things they make are not real at all. Lauren, you have a choice for your future, said Bryce Torres. In the future, you can just make horror movies. I think a lot of people will watch it. Huh? Lauren Torres thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like it was possible. She had seen so many ghosts, she had heard so many stories, she could make many movies. They got in the car. It was still Franklin Torres who was driving. Bryce Torres was sitting in the back seat. Lauren Torres looked at the photo she took with the phone just now. Fiona Carl was smiling sweetly in the photo. She looked so carefree. However, Lauren Torres also noticed the girl next to her. Speaking of which, the standing positions of the few of them were strange. The one standing in the middle was a handsome boy. Fiona Carl stood on the right side of the boy while the other girl with long hair looked quiet and refined. She had long hair and a ponytail. She did not wear makeup on her face and she looked well-mannered. It was a stark contrast to Fiona Carl's big waves of her hair and the makeup on her face. She stood on the left side of the boy. The rest kept their distance from these three people. These three people looked very familiar with each other and intimate. This Fiona Carl seemed to be quite happy in the photo. Why did she die unexpectedly in the end? What exactly had happened? At this moment, Bryce Torres, who was sitting next to Lauren Torres, spoke up. Ever since he found out that Lauren Torres could get rid of ghosts, Bryce Torres would always stick to Lauren Torres whenever he had a mission. Fiona Carl, I think I've heard that name before. How could it be? You've only been here for 3 years, but the girl died 10 years ago. I heard about it from the girls in my class. In recent years, Thomas Johnson High School has been strictly forbidding school violence and has opened a special department for this purpose, that is, to strictly control school bullying. This is because a few years ago, a girl died due to school bullying. If I'm not mistaken, the girl who was bullied to death is called Fiona Carl. Lauren Torres's brows twitched slightly. She still had a childish look on her face, but when she was thinking, she was very quiet and serious, just like an adult. Bryce Torres felt that he was inferior to Lauren Torres in terms of being focused. If only he could be focused like Lauren Torres when he was doing math problems, then Mr. John Zander would not have to stare at him every day. After hearing what Bryce Torres had said, Lauren Torres had some hope in her heart. No matter what, she knew the girl's name and the girl was a student of Thomas Johnson High School. She would be able to find some information. If what Bryce Torres said was true, then Fiona Carl's actions would have a basis. She died due to school bullying. No matter how you looked at it, she was unwilling to die in such a manner. Perhaps it was because of this that Fiona Carl's soul had been wandering around the school because she was unwilling to reincarnate in this manner. She had been bullied, so she wanted to stay and take revenge. The reason why she had been trapped in that storeroom was very likely that she might have been bullied in that storeroom back then. She might have even died in that storeroom. Thus, her soul was trapped in that storeroom and could not come out. Her spirit had been cultivating for 10 years and finally had some ability. Therefore, she had recently come out to stir up trouble in order to attract everyone's attention. Of course, all of this was just Lauren Torres's guess. She still needed to investigate further. What's the name? Can you go and ask your classmates what specifically had happened? Lauren Torres asked. For a moment, Franklin Torres and Bryce Torres could not figure out who Lauren Torres was talking to. However, they figured it out after some thought. Chapter 260, Pending Reward. Lauren Torres did not bicker with Franklin Torres, so she naturally would not speak to Franklin Torres in such a manner. Therefore, she was speaking to Bryce Torres. Bryce Torres pointed to his nose and said, "Who's that? Are you calling me?" Lauren Torres nodded and said, "Yes, I am calling you, but it's not that I am impolite. It's just that if I call you elder brother, will you dare to answer me?" Bryce Torres hesitated for a moment. He indeed didn't dare. He hadn't accepted Lauren Torres as his younger sister yet. This time, it was just a strategic partnership. So, he had no choice but to accept his second nameless identity after the identity of bodyguard. Who's that? Since he had promised Lauren Torres to complete this mission together, he would definitely do it well. Thus early in the morning that day, the female students of Class 2, senior high school grade found themselves inexplicably being pulled into a group chat. There was a guy among the girls, Bryce Torres. Bryce Torres was the man of the hour here. He was good-looking, his study was not bad, and he just hung out with guys. Countless girls had written love letters to him and he had politely rejected them. Thus everyone was even more impressed by him. Therefore, when Bryce Torres raised his question in the group, every girl started to activate their gossip cell and sent all the versions of the stories they knew to Bryce Torres. Of course, some versions looked ridiculous which Bryce Torres automatically ignored. These girls even brought along their best friends from other classes to dig up the story together. Bryce Torres's WhatsApp kept ringing. When they were having dinner at home, Mr. Hayes even teased him if he was dating. Therefore, in one morning, Bryce Torres had roughly understood the whole story. When the family was having dinner, Bryce Torres brought up the incident. 10 years ago, Fiona Carl was a senior high school grade 2 student. At that time, a boy in her class liked her. However, one of Fiona Carl's good friends also liked the boy. After that, her relationship with Fiona Carl went sour. This good friend's name is Danica. After Danica found out that her good friend was her love rival, she kept bullying Fiona Carl in school. In the end, Fiona Carl died. The few people who heard the story could not help but sigh. A young girl actually died because of her companion's jealousy. No wonder her soul had been wandering around Thomas Johnson High School for so long. She could not rest in peace for a long time. Lauren Torres bit her chopsticks. Then, has there been any news about that Danica? Bryce Torres shook his head. No, she withdrew from the school at that time. Danica's family was rich and powerful, while Fiona Carl was just a child from an ordinary family. Danica's family quickly suppressed this matter. Thus Danica did not receive any punishment because of this. She seemed to have left the country. Therefore, Fiona Carl wanted to attract everyone's attention because of this incident. She probably wanted to seek justice as well. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Lauren Torres's mind again. Ding! There was a new mission for Lauren Torres. Mission 5, investigate the truth about Fiona Carl's incident and recover the female ghost. Mission duration, 1 month. Mission level, 3 stars. Mission reward, pending. Lauren Torres. Little 9, why is the mission reward pending? System Divine 9, this. Host, I'm also a newbie in this aspect. Maybe it's just to surprise you. Just don't scare me. System Divine 9, it's hard to say. There are still a lot of things to explore. Lauren Torres did not want to explore at all. Once, the mission reward was a dress. Lauren Torres was looking forward to the reward, but the dress was only the size of Lauren Torres's palm. Lauren Torres had no choice but to give it to her Barbie doll. However, if she wanted to investigate the truth of the matter, she had to let the female ghost stay longer so that she could get more information out of her. At the thought of this, Lauren Torres started thinking about who she should ask for help from. After dinner, she excused herself and went back to her room to do her homework. She then entered her spiritual consciousness. Little 9, I want to meet Pam again. Previously Lauren Torres was able to find a solution to this matter was all because of Pam's experience. Chapter 261, Pass Out. Fortunately, there was only an hour's time difference between Pam and Lauren Torres, so Divine 9 quickly contacted her brother. Divine 8 immediately arranged a meeting for them. In the video, Pam was wearing a school uniform. It looked like she went to school today. After hearing Lauren Torres's doubts, Pam told her everything she knew. These ghosts were trapped in those objects after they died was not caused by the outside world, but by their own thoughts. A person's willpower is very strong. These ghosts were trapped in these things, which means that these things had a great impact on them when they were alive. They can only rely on themselves to break free from these things. Rely on themselves. Then what can we do? Actually, as long as we can find something that they care about, we can make them stay. For example, the ghost that I caught. He has always been worried about his wife and son, so I talked to him about these things. Compared to hatred, he valued this relationship with his family more. In this manner, he just walked out from that knife. You will still need to analyze the case specifically. You have to think hard about what this female ghost named Fiona Carl cares about, and what is important to her. What was important? Lauren Torres was still thinking about this question even when she was in the car to the kindergarten the following morning. She had to think of it as soon as possible so that she could complete this mission. Today, Ruby Cromwell was still wearing a long-sleeve jacket. However, when they went to the bathroom to wash their hands, Lauren Torres noticed a few more wounds on Ruby Cromwell's hand when she rolled up her sleeves. This time, it did not look like a bump, but a cut by something sharp. Some were deep and some were shallow, and some of the wounds had faint dried blood. After washing her hands, Ruby Cromwell quickly put down her sleeves as if she didn't want others to know. Lauren Torres then pretended not to see, but she knew that something was wrong. She thought of the drastic change in Ruby Cromwell's personality that she had heard about previously, and now that she had these wounds on her hands. Regardless of where these wounds came from, Ruby Cromwell might be living a poor life now. After school, the children took their school bags and left immediately. Lauren Torres and Ruby Cromwell walked to the classroom of the talent program with their books in their hands. Thomas Johnson High School was not reopened yet, so the class of the talent program was still held in the kindergarten. Since the classroom was in the kindergarten, Karina Bailey did not need to bring them over. They could walk there on their own. On the way, Lauren Torres kept looking for an opportunity to speak to Ruby Cromwell. Ruby Cromwell noticed that Lauren Torres was hesitant to speak. Lauren, what's wrong? Lauren Torres asked hesitantly. She didn't know if she should intervene. Ruby, when I washed my hands today, I saw the wounds on your hand. There were a few more scratches compared with yesterday. What's going on? You couldn't have accidentally cut yourself this time, right? Lauren Torres asked. It was fine if there was only one scratch, but there were a few scratches. Ruby Cromwell was a very careful and cautious person. She knew it when she saw how she folded the paper. How could she accidentally hurt herself again and again? It must have been from the outsiders. When Ruby Cromwell heard Lauren Torres's words, she bit her lip and subconsciously grabbed her arm. She shook her head. Lauren Torres did not wait for her to finish speaking before she continued. She wanted to give Ruby Cromwell some courage. Ruby, don't be afraid. If someone hurts you, you can tell me, you can tell the teacher and we will all help you. We will all stand on your side. In the past 2 days, Lauren Torres had noticed that Ruby Cromwell was particularly weak. Her lips were pale and she looked even thinner than before. It was as if a gust of wind would blow her down. However, in the next second, what Lauren Torres feared most happened. Ruby Cromwell suddenly stepped back and fell straight onto the ground. The mathematics materials in her hand were scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, Lauren Torres's spiritual consciousness also sensed an evil spirit. Divine 9 sensed faster than Lauren Torres. System Divine 9, host has evil aura, but that evil aura was only for a moment. Before Lauren Torres could catch the direction of the evil aura in time, it had disappeared. But that was not the most important thing right now. The most important thing is to save Ruby Cromwell. Lauren Torres immediately ran to the office to call Karina Bailey, who quickly called for an ambulance and sent her to the hospital. Lauren Torres also got into the ambulance. Chapter 262, Not Eating. Fortunately, the doctor's examination showed that Ruby Cromwell was fine. She had fainted due to low blood sugar. What's going on? How many days has she not been eating? She looks so weak. The doctor in the white coat frowned and said in a serious tone, "The child is growing up right now. She has consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. She needs to keep up with the nutrition. She didn't eat this." Lauren, how was Ruby's lunch at school? Ruby ate very little. She kept saying that she couldn't eat much, said Lauren Torres. She was embarrassed to say that Ruby Cromwell would always give the meat on her plate to her. Lauren Torres had thought that Ruby Cromwell was really full, so she didn't eat. As the class teacher of the second senior class, Karina Bailey felt a little guilty that she didn't notice Ruby Cromwell's problems in time. "Doctor, other than low blood sugar, is there anything else?" "Not at the moment. The fainting this time was caused by low blood sugar. Just give her some glucose and have a good rest." "That's good." The nurse was at the side, preparing to give Ruby Cromwell an 4-drip. Lauren Torres looked at Ruby Cromwell, who was lying on the bed. The zipper of her jacket had been unzipped because the doctor had wanted to check on her earlier. She tugged at Karina Bailey's hand. "Miss Bailey, you take a look at Ruby's arm." Karina Bailey lowered her head and looked at Lauren Torres with a puzzle. "Ruby's arm? What happened to her arm?" Lauren Torres pursed her lips and said, "I found a lot of wounds on Ruby's arm these 2 days." "Wounds?" Lauren Torres frowned and walked to the bedside. The doctor also followed closely behind. "Was it caused by other children?" Lauren Torres shook her head. "No. Every time Ruby came from her home in the morning, I saw a wound on her arm. I was with Ruby all the time during class. The other children didn't touch her." The school was very serious about wounds on the children. The doctor and Karina Bailey quickly took off Ruby Cromwell's jacket and found that there were indeed many wounds on her arm. The wounds were big and small, deep and shallow. It was very shocking. "How can this be?" "Lauren, you are usually close to Ruby. Do you know how these wounds came about? Did Ruby tell you?" "No, Ruby didn't tell me." Lauren Torres hesitated for a while and told Karina Bailey about Ruby Cromwell's chocolate allergy incident. "So you're saying that Ruby's mother clearly knew that she was allergic to chocolate, yet she still wanted Ruby to eat chocolate." At this moment, the doctor and nurse were disinfecting and nursing Ruby Cromwell's wounds. Karina Bailey shook her head slightly and said, "That's impossible. Ruby's mother loves her very much. Why would she do such a thing?" Lauren Torres shook their head. She was not sure. "That's what Ruby Cromwell said." Karina Bailey was not as kind and gentle as usual now. She was very serious. "We can't simply say anything. We still have to investigate." Lauren Torres nodded in agreement. System Divine 9, host, evil aura appears. Lauren Torres immediately closed her eyes to feel it, but the evil aura disappeared instantly. "Miss Bailey, is Ruby all right?" Hearing Susan Harding's voice, Lauren Torres and Karina Bailey looked up. They saw Susan Harding run over with her hair disheveled, and she was still wearing the slippers that she wore at home. Her eyes filled with anxiety. Lauren Torres could not bear to suspect that she was the one who caused the wounds on Ruby Cromwell's body. Perhaps she really was not, Lauren Torres thought to herself. When Ruby Cromwell was sent to the hospital, Karina Bailey had already called Ruby Cromwell's mother. "Miss Bailey, how is Ruby?" Karina Bailey quickly held onto Susan Harding, who was tottering. "Mrs. Cromwell, don't worry. Ruby is fine now. She just fainted due to low blood sugar. The doctor has already given her glucose. She will wake up very soon," said Karina Bailey. "That's good. Can I go and see her?" "Of course." Karina Bailey nodded and brought Susan Harding to the ward. Ruby Cromwell's hand was already covered with gauze of various sizes. Susan Harding walked to the bed and turned to look at Karina Bailey. "Miss Bailey, what's the matter with Ruby's wounds?" Karina Bailey looked at Susan Harding and asked, "Mrs. Cromwell, You don't know how these wounds came about, do you? Susan Harding shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. As they were worried that it would affect Ruby Cromwell's rest, a few of them went out to the corridor to talk. Carina Bailey didn't want to make a conclusion first, so she began to ask carefully, Mrs. Cromwell, did anything unusual happen to Ruby at home in the past 2 days? Chapter 263 Identify. Abnormal. This child ran into her room as soon as she reached home. She only came out when she was eating. After speaking, Susan Harding quickly said again, I've never seen her wounds before. Did any kids bully her in the kindergarten? Susan Harding asked. Lauren Torres quickly explained, no, the kids in the kindergarten played very well. We didn't bully Ruby. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance cameras. I didn't lie. A few years ago, some parents complained that their children were wounded in the kindergarten. Thus the kindergarten installed surveillance cameras. By doing so, they could see everything clearly. Carina Bailey patted Susan Harding's hand. Mrs. Cromwell, calm down. Our school will take a look at the surveillance cameras first. If it's not the school's fault, then we might have to talk to you in person. At this moment, a nurse walked over. The child inside has already woken up. Susan Harding was very fast. She immediately stood up and ran toward the ward in small steps. Lauren Torres Lan and Carina Bailey reacted and quickly followed after her. Susan Harding ran nervously to Ruby Cromwell's bed. She wanted to reach out and touch Ruby Cromwell. However, Ruby Cromwell struggled to move to the other side of the bed. The foredrip almost dropped. Ruby, what's wrong? Are you all right? Susan Harding didn't seem to notice Ruby Cromwell's rejection of her. She touched Ruby Cromwell's arm, which was full of wounds. Ruby, how did you get your wounds? Tell your mother, don't be afraid. Carina Bailey also walked up to the other side of the bed and said gently, yes, Ruby, don't be afraid. Your teacher, friends, and mother are here. If you encounter any difficulties, tell us and we will help you. Who did this to your hand? Ruby Cromwell, who had just woken up, did not look very well. She stammered as she spoke. Seeing her daughter's condition, Susan Harding's heart ached. She stepped forward and wanted to hug her. However, Ruby Cromwell quickly moved in the direction of Carina Bailey. It's her who did this to me. It's her, Ruby Cromwell suddenly shouted. Then, Ruby Cromwell hugged her head with both her hands, just like what Lauren Torres had seen in her room the other day. She was murmuring something as she held her head in her hands. The needle had dropped out from the back of her hand. Now there was a trickle of blood on the back of her hand. Ruby Cromwell seemed to be very afraid. She moved forcefully towards the arms of Carina Bailey. Ruby, don't be afraid. Tell your teacher again who hurt you. Ruby Cromwell pointed at Susan Harding with her right index finger. Carina Bailey raised her head to look at Susan Harding. Lauren Torres did the same. Susan Harding hurriedly raised her head and waved her hand. What? It wasn't me. What are you talking about, Ruby? I'm your mother. I've never hurt you. Why would I hurt you? Susan Harding tried to hug Ruby Cromwell as she spoke. Carina Bailey hugged Ruby Cromwell tightly. Mrs. Cromwell, Ruby's emotion is a little unstable right now. Why don't you go out first and let me have a good chat with her? But our kindergarten will also lodge a police report. After all, this could already be a case of child abuse. Moreover, the child had personally identified her. There was no way to solve this privately in the kindergarten. The police had to intervene. The hospital has helped call the police. Soon, the police came up to understand the situation. They then took Susan Harding back for interrogation. Initially, they needed to take a statement from Ruby Cromwell. Since she was not in a stable condition, they could only wait for another day. Lauren Torres had called Ben Carson to come and pick her up. Before Ben Carson arrived, she accompanied Carina Bailey and Ruby Cromwell in the ward for a while. With Carina Bailey and Lauren Torres's soft words of comfort, Ruby Cromwell was much calmer now. The nurse had helped her hang the drip again. Carina Bailey pulled on Ruby Cromwell's blanket tenderly. One could still see the fear in Ruby Cromwell's eyes. Ruby, it's all right now. Why didn't you tell the teachers earlier? I didn't dare. I was afraid that Mom would beat me up even more if she found out. Carina Bailey felt bitter in her heart when she heard this. Where's your dad? I'll tell him to come over. Ruby Cromwell shook her head. I don't know where my dad is either. He has not come home for a long time. Ruby Cromwell shook her head. Huh? Lauren Torres was a little surprised. It had been a long time that Ruby Cromwell did not come home. However, it was true that she had only been to Ruby Cromwell's house a few times, and she had never seen her dad either. Chapter 264, Sneaking. Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren Torres heard someone calling her name. She looked up and realized Franklin Torres had come to pick her up. She quickly ran to Franklin Torres's side. Brother, why are you here? Franklin Torres hugged Lauren Torres and said, Ben told me about it. The hospital is quite close to the company, so I came to pick you up. After saying that, he looked at the other two people in the ward and nodded at them. Brother, this is Ruby Cromwell, my good friend from kindergarten. Franklin Torres greeted Ruby Cromwell and Karina Bailey. Then we'll make a move now. There are still people waiting for us to eat at home. If there's anything you need help with here, feel free to let me know. Lauren Torres nodded as well. Yes, Ruby, Miss Bailey, if there's anything you need help with, I'll always be available. Karina Bailey also stood up and walked over to Lauren Torres's side to praise her. It's all thanks to Lauren that Ruby was able to come to the hospital in time. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to discover this. Ruby is my good friend. It's only right for me to do so. Ruby, I'm going back now. On the way back, Lauren Torres told Franklin Torres about what had happened in the ward. The police took her mother away. Yes, brother, why do you think mothers would beat their children? Is it because they are not their biological children? What puzzled Lauren Torres the most was if Susan Harding had been beating Ruby Cromwell, then her acting skill was too good. She was simply a perfectly good mother in the normal days, including just now when she rushed to the hospital. She looked very anxious. Franklin Torres didn't know much about it, so he didn't simply comment. There are all kinds of people in the world, but beating children is definitely wrong. What about Ruby's father? Didn't her father stop it? I just heard from Ruby that her father hasn't been home for a long time. If it had been a long time since he last came home, he shouldn't have been dead. It could be a divorce or something. But if their children were injured and he didn't even come to visit, probably the parents had some relationship problems. However, the last time Lauren Torres visited Ruby Cromwell, she saw the photo frames in the living room were full of photos of the three of them. Moreover, Susan Harding did not have a job and was a full-time housewife. Therefore, Ruby Cromwell's father was definitely responsible for the expenses of Ruby Cromwell's family. This meant that her father must still be in contact with them. By the way, Lauren, how is the matter with the female ghost? Do you have any clues? At the mention of this, Lauren Torres recalled what Pam had told her the previous night. She truthfully relayed these words to Franklin Torres. So right now, I'm thinking about what to say to prevent Fiona Carl's ghost from being trapped by herself. Although Bryce Torres had gathered some information about Fiona Carl, she couldn't verify the information. However, she could use the information to coax Fiona Carl into telling her what had happened that year. Therefore, this morning, Lauren Torres and her team of 3 prepared to set off again. However, the action of the 3 of them today was not as successful as it usually was. This was because they happened to bump into Quinn Torres, who had rushed back from in the early hours of the morning. There was a gathering in another city over the past 2 days. Quinn Torres had been invited to the gathering. He rushed back in the early hours of the morning to find his elder brother, younger brother, and younger sister. Franklin Torres was locking the door quietly. He was very careful, probably because he did not want to make any noise. Quinn Torres quietly walked over and patted Bryce Torres on the shoulder. Bryce Torres immediately jumped up high and hid behind Lauren Torres. Ghost! Ghost! Lauren Torres's hand had already reached into the pocket dimension when she heard Quinn Torres's familiar laughter. What ghost? It's me. Bryce Torres couldn't laugh. When he saw that it was really his second brother, he jumped out from behind Lauren Torres and gave Quinn Torres a roundhouse kick. Second brother, you really scared me to death. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. What are you doing? What have you done wrong? You're the one who has done something wrong. Suddenly, the lights in the Torres mansion lit up. The door that had just been closed by Franklin Torres opened again. The person who opened the door was Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes did not sleep well due to his age. He would wake up very early in the morning. Furthermore, he had heard some movements today, and he thought the Torres family had been burglarized. When he got up to take a look, he realized that they were the members of the family sneaking at the door. "Mr. and Miss Torres, what are you doing here at 4 something in the morning?" Chapter 265. We are going for breakfast. How should they explain this? It didn't seem to make sense for them to wake up at 4 in the morning. The siblings looked at each other. Even though they were in the dark, Lauren Torres was sure that she saw the helplessness in their eyes. "Mr. Hayes, we're going for breakfast." Breakfast? Mr. Hayes turned his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall again to confirm the time. "It's 4 something in the morning. And you're going for breakfast?" Lauren Torres nodded. Then, she quietly tugged at Franklin Torres's clothes. Franklin Torres nodded as well. Seeing that their older brother agreed, the other two also nodded. "That's right. We're going for breakfast." Lauren Torres thought that Mr. Hayes should no longer be suspicious. However, what Mr. Hayes said next made it even more difficult for Lauren Torres to keep up this good intention lie. "Which place's breakfast is so delicious? Bring me along." Mr. Hayes grinned as he pulled his nightgown. Lauren Torres and the other four instantly froze. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient?" "Sigh, I'm getting old. Young people don't even want to bring me along when they go out." Was Mr. Hayes trying to act pitiful? Lauren Torres quickly shook her head. "Why would it be inconvenient? It's convenient." Thus the three-person team that was supposed to go to Thomas Johnson High School set off for breakfast. And Quinn Torres, who was planning to go home to rest, was inexplicably pulled into the car. Mr. Hayes was wearing a nightgown and sat in the passenger seat. Lauren Torres wondered if one of them would always wear a nightgown every time they went out in the middle of the night. However, that was not the issue at hand. The issue at hand was where would they go for breakfast? Not to mention Lauren Torres did not know which place served delicious breakfast. No breakfast shops would open in the early hours of the morning. How was she going to keep up the lie? Franklin Torres was driving aimlessly. He usually did not pay much attention to food, and he did not even know what breakfast was delicious. Got it. Lauren Torres suddenly remembered that she indeed owned a famous restaurant. "Brother, is this the way to go to Everlasting Legacy?" "Don't go the wrong way." Everlasting Legacy. Franklin Torres looked at the mirror in the car and saw that Lauren Torres was winking at him. The tacit understanding between the brother and sister was getting better and better. "Oh, then I'd better check the navigation. It's too dark today. I don't want to take the wrong way." "Are we going to Everlasting Legacy for breakfast?" Mr. Hayes asked. He had often read the news about this restaurant in newspapers, and he had been lucky enough to eat there once. "But isn't Everlasting Legacy for eating roast duck? Do they serve breakfast? Moreover, it's so early." Facing Mr. Hayes's question, it was the first time Franklin Torres was flustered. He didn't know either. Although he had connections in all walks of life, he really hardly knew the people in Everlasting Legacy. Everlasting Legacy's boss was very mysterious. Even his employees didn't care about personal relationships at all. It was all business. Even if he went to eat, he had to queue up in advance. This is Everlasting Legacy's new service. Every morning at 5, there's a limited edition breakfast. "Oh, is that so? I watch the news at home every day, but I haven't seen this." Lauren Torres, it's because I just made it up. "What breakfast do they have?" She didn't know if it was because she had been eating too much meat bun. The words meat bun came to her mind now. "Any breakfast is fine. As long as you order, the chef will make it." "Sorry, Chef McDonald." "Really? That would be great." Quinn Torres also applauded. "That's not bad. I can't go back to sleep, but I can have a good breakfast." Lauren Torres smiled awkwardly. Then, she quickly used her watch phone to inform Chef McDonald to get up and get ready. Usually, Lauren Torres never cared about Everlasting Legacy or Dream Villa. She gave them a lot of freedom, so these employees liked Lauren Torres very much. This time, when Lauren Torres was in trouble and she asked for help, the employees agreed to help enthusiastically. Everlasting Legacy was some distance away from the Torres family. "It's 5:05 a.m. now. We will definitely miss it when we arrive, right?" Everlasting Legacy is such a popular restaurant, Mr. Hayes said with some concern. "No, it won't happen. We've already made a reservation," said Lauren Torres. "Have we?" Already made a reservation? Franklin Torres asked. That's right. Lauren Torres nodded. Oh yes, I have forgotten. Did Mr. Torres not rest well? You have forgotten everything, asked Mr. Hayes. Franklin Torres. At 5:10 p.m., Franklin Torres parked his car at the entrance of Everlasting Legacy. The people in the car were all very surprised. Chapter 266, The Best Boss. What surprised Franklin was that Everlasting Legacy was actually open. The banner on the entrance door said, Everlasting Legacy will serve breakfast for a limited time. However, this banner seemed to be a little shoddy, since the yellow words on it were crooked. At the entrance stood a lot of people. However, these people were not customers. Instead, they were the employees of Everlasting Legacy. They were all dressed in neat uniforms, standing at the door. Franklin raised his eyebrows. Is Everlasting Legacy really planning to serve breakfast? Mr. Hayes felt that the food and service provided by Everlasting Legacy were very good, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, looking to the left and then looking to the right, he found that seemingly, there were no other customers except them. In this parking spot stood only their car. What's going on? No one came here to have the meal except us. Lauren continued to make up stories. Franklin is a VIP customer, so Everlasting Legacy is only treating us today. Franklin nodded his head, approving of her words with a guilty conscience. VIP customer. Mr. Hayes didn't know enough about these things, so he could deceive him easily. Everyone knew that Everlasting Legacy didn't have a membership system. However, it was no wonder that everyone was so surprised. Today, Everlasting Legacy's service was really good. There was actually someone who came over to open the car door for them. Franklin handed the keys to the man who was parking the car. Then they saw a person wearing a tall chef's hat walking toward them. Quinn recognized this person. He had seen this person's photo many times in the gourmet magazine. Isn't this Chef McDonald, who won first place in the global chef competition last year? Why is he here? Chef McDonald was heading straight to Lauren and wanted to call her boss. But he stopped himself when he saw her winking at him. He also recalled the exhortation written in her text message that he should never reveal the fact that she was his boss. Welcome to Everlasting Legacy. Please come in. And so, the few of them entered Everlasting Legacy. Lauren was in charge of the decoration of Everlasting Legacy. It was of classic beauty. They found a private room and sat down. Someone came up to make tea. Chef McDonald was still standing by the side. What would you like to eat? Wanting to enjoy the dishes of Everlasting Legacy so much, Quinn no longer felt sleepy. He rubbed his hands together, preparing to have a good meal. Raising his head, he looked at Chef McDonald. His eyes seemed to be shining. I can order all the things I want to eat. Chef McDonald's lips twitched. Theoretically, yes. However, he was not sure if he had the ingredients. That's great. Then, we'll have breakfasts of different parts of the country today. Chef McDonald was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had learned a little about the dishes of different parts of the country, but he could not make food without ingredients. One could not make bricks without straw. In the end, Quinn ordered more than a dozen types of breakfast. After saying that, he clapped his hands and looked at the other 4 people. Is there anything else you want to eat? The other 4 people shook their heads in unison. Franklin said, You've already ordered so many dishes. How can we eat them all? It is enough. All right, then that's it. Thank you so much, Chef McDonald. Chef McDonald's lips twitched once again as he nodded. Okay, I'll go prepare it right away. It was a good thing that the breakfasts that Quinn ordered were not considered too out of the ordinary. They had already prepared the basic ingredients for those dishes. Lauren patted her chest, thinking that luckily they did not encounter any big problem this morning. Moving her eyes, she said, I want to wash my hands. Putting down his teacup, Franklin said, Then I'll go with you. There's no need for that. The waitress here will accompany me. Every room was equipped with a regular waitress who would provide service at any time. Before Franklin opened the mouth, Lauren had already jumped down from the chair, taking the initiative to hold the hands of the waitress. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Franklin nodded his head. That was fine. It wasn't convenient for him to enter the ladies' room anyway, so it was better to let the waitress accompany her. Then, holding the waitress' hands, Lauren walked out. As soon as she left the room, the other employees all stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Miss Torres. Miss Torres, you seem to have grown a little taller. Miss Torres, you're still as cute as before." She had made such a request, but the employees did not throw a tantrum. They still treated her so well. Waving her small hand, she said, "Thank you for your hard work today. From this month, everyone's salary will be doubled." The employees started clapping softly. "That's great. Thank you, Miss Torres. You are the best boss." Lauren also smiled, narrowing her eyes. "I need to go wash my hands quickly, otherwise, my brothers will be worried about me." "Okay, Miss Torres. I'll take you there." After washing her hands, Lauren returned to her chair. Mr. Hayes asked, "What happened outside just now? I think I heard cheers." Chapter 267, What Have I Done? Cheers. Those employees must have been too happy to hear about the pay increase. Oh, they were just rehearsing the welcome dance outside. Welcome dance? What's that? Quinn asked. They choreographed a dance to welcome the guests. Is that so? We'll have to take a good look at it when we go out later. Lauren cursed inwardly. Oh no, what have I done? Quickly lowering her head, she sent them a message, telling them to quickly rehearse a dance. She would double their salary again. Quinn didn't know what Lauren was up to. As he looked at the decoration of the private room, he said, "Everlasting Legacy is indeed the best restaurant in the country. Although it uses hunger marketing, its service is really good." Quinn gave a thumbs-up sign. "The owner of this restaurant is really smart in doing business." Lauren agreed. "That's right. The owner of this restaurant is too intelligent. She must be a smart and beautiful girl." "A girl? How do you know the owner is a girl?" "Ha ha, I am just guessing." Chef McDonald cooked at express speed. With the help of other chefs, breakfasts were served very quickly. The dishes were not only brought to the table fast, but also were excellent in color, aroma and taste. Just as everyone was about to pick up their forks and knives enjoying the meal, Quinn took out his phone and stopped them. "Wait a minute. Don't eat the food. Take a few photos first." Quinn started taking pictures with his phone eagerly. Lauren's saliva almost dripped to the ground. "Quinn, are you done yet? Let me take another photo from a different angle. The lighting here is good." "Oh, finally," a few minutes later. All right, let's enjoy the food." Lauren forked a dumpling first. It was a shrimp dumpling, the delicacy of the southern part of the country. The dumpling wrapper was very thin, and the shrimp inside was crystal clear and plump. Lauren took a bite, and then she felt that the fragrance lingered on the lips and teeth. In addition to the southern breakfast, there was also the northern breakfast. Compared to the southern breakfast, the northern breakfast had a more intense taste, constantly stimulating the taste buds of the people present. Even Franklin, who had no interest in eating, and Bryce, who was very picky, ate a lot of food during breakfast. Seeing that all the people present were satisfied with the dishes, Lauren nodded her head. Although today she did not complete the task that should be completed, she was still very happy. Chef McDonald deserved better pay. "By the way, I received a call from Madame Torres yesterday afternoon. She said that she wanted you to go to the church in 2 weeks. Madame Torres' given name was Tina. Having a high reputation, she was the matriarch of the Torres family, so no one dared to call her by her name. They all addressed her respectfully as Madame Torres." Quinn forked a small dumpling into his mouth. As he was chewing it, he asked, "Why did she suddenly ask us to go over?" "It wasn't a sudden move. You didn't know about it since you were overseas. The church that Madame Torres visited would hold an event where everyone should practice abstinence from meat. Mr. Franklin and Mr. Bryce had joined in the event before." Bryce said, "That's right. One year, the event was held on a Thursday. Grandma even insisted that I ask for leave from school. Madame Torres has always been a devout believer. You should understand her." Nodding his head, Franklin said, "I will tell the secretary to purchase the items when the time comes. It will be the same as we did 2 years ago, right?" Mr. Hayes nodded. "Yes, it will be the same." "All right, I will arrange my work at that time." Having finished the sentence, Franklin turned his gaze to Lauren. Pondering for a moment, Franklin said, "Lauren would also join us. I think she had better stay." In the Torres family, Grandma was the one who held the biggest hostility towards Lauren. Franklin wanted to guide his grandma to like her after Lauren had built a bond with the others. "I'm afraid not. Madame Torres clearly said that Lady Lauren should join in the event as well. She specifically mentioned her. Hearing his words, Franklin thought that there was nothing he could do about it. Madame Torres mentioned her name either for praising or for criticizing. Madame Torres would definitely not praise her. Probably she just wanted to find her fault. After the meal, the few of them even expressed their gratitude to Chef McDonald. Chef McDonald was a man of rich experience. He responded politely. When he was about to send them off, Quinn suddenly remembered something. "Oh, you guys rehearsed a welcome dance, right? We didn't see it just now. Could you dance for us now?" Lowering his head, Chef McDonald looked at Lauren. Lauren gave a dry laugh. Chapter 268, Photo. The employees had no choice but to pick up the pink ribbons that had been sealed in the storeroom for a long time and began to dance. The background music was the shouts from the lobby manager. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was simply too horrible to look at. Seeing this, Lauren and the others were lost for words. Quinn said, it seems that Everlasting Legacy is not proficient in everything, at least in the area of dancing." Putting down the pink ribbons, Chef McDonald sent them off to the car. Bryce said, "The service here is really good. This famous chef actually personally picked us up, and after the meal, he even sent us off to the car. You're really a VIP here." Waving goodbye to the staff outside the window, Lauren said inwardly, "It's a good thing that I didn't expose myself today. She somehow came here for breakfast, so she definitely didn't have to do any missions this morning." After returning to the Torres mansion, Lauren grabbed her school bag and headed to school. Ruby was still in the hospital. After school, Lauren planned to visit her. In the afternoon, Karina found Lauren, telling her that she was going to Ruby's home to pack some clothes and daily necessities. She asked Lauren to go with her. Lauren agreed very quickly. She would try her best to help Ruby. On the way to Ruby's home, Lauren suddenly thought of Susan Harding, who was taken away by the police that night. "Miss Bailey, how's Ruby's mother?" Lauren asked. Karina put her hand on Lauren's little head. "The police said that Ruby's mother denied everything. Only when Ruby's condition is better could they ask her about what really happened. Ruby's mother gave me this key and this piece of paper. She asked me to bring Ruby everything she needed." Lauren opened that piece of paper on which were written the items that Ruby needed in her daily life, as well as the places where she put them. One could even see in which drawer she kept her socks. She was really a dedicated mom. Did she really hit Ruby? Lauren wondered again. Entering Ruby's home, Lauren helped Karina pack up the things written on the note. She went to Ruby's room, seeing the jumble on her desk. There was a ruler, a box cutter, and a half-cut paper jam. Lauren pulled open the second drawer of her desk. When she was taking out the folder where Ruby usually kept her workbooks, a photo was accidentally pulled out. Lauren picked up the photo from the ground. There were two little girls, who seemed to be good friends. They were holding hands, sitting together on a park bench. One was Ruby, and the other was Renee Sullivan, whom Lauren was actually acquainted with. Lauren was a little surprised. Ruby also knew Renee Sullivan. It seemed that the two of them were very close. Lauren flipped over the photo. There was a date written on the back, which showed that this picture was taken 1.5 years ago. There was also a sentence written at the back of the photo: "Renee Sullivan and Ruby Cromwell were good friends for life." The sentence was written in a crooked way. It was obvious that it was written by a child. However, someone had used a red pen to mark the sentence with a big X. Lauren placed the photo back into Ruby's drawer and was surprised to see another photo. It was a young and handsome boy, Samuel Sullivan. Lauren felt that it was a little strange. Renee and Ruby were good friends, so it was not unusual for Ruby to have a photo of her. However, Samuel was Renee's older brother. Why did Ruby have a photo of him as well? And it was so well preserved. Then Lauren recalled the day when she and Ruby went to Thomas Johnson High School for math class. Ruby burst into tears when she saw the bulletin board. Lauren didn't know what had happened to Ruby, but now, she looked at the photo of Samuel Sullivan in her hand. Could it be that Ruby saw the photo of Samuel Sullivan so she cried? Because Samuel had passed away. But Ruby and Samuel were not that close, right? Why did she cry so bitterly? It was really strange. It was better to ask her brothers when she went home. Perhaps her brothers would know more about the situation of the Sullivans. Lauren quickly took the rest of her things. She followed Karina to the hospital. No one in Ruby's home could look after her, so the community and the hospital had to hire social workers to take care of her. Fortunately, Ruby's body recovered quite well, and her face became florid. Lauren felt that Ruby's face seemed to have become a little rounder after staying in the hospital for 2 days, but it still took some time to heal the wound on her hand. Chapter 269, Live with Us. When Lauren and Karina entered the ward with big bags in their hands, Ruby was painting. Compared to Ruby's mathematics and her other abilities, the painting was one of the few things that made Lauren feel that Ruby was like a child. Her paintings were very childlike and bright in color. Lauren went up to see what Ruby had drawn. In the background was a house. There was an apple tree planted in the courtyard. The apple tree was heavy with mellow fruit. In the small courtyard was a family. They were holding hands together as they stood there. From the characters drawn on the paper, Lauren could tell that there was a father, a mother, a young teenager, and a child. Seeing that Karina and Lauren came to visit her, Ruby put away the drawing book. "Ruby, are you feeling better today? Lauren and I brought you some clothes." "I'm feeling much better. Thank you, Miss Bailey." "Thank you, Lauren." Lauren sat on the chair which was placed in front of the bed, shaking her head. "You're welcome. You're my good friend. Look, I brought you some milk. Joy and Milo asked me to bring milk to you. They said that you should drink more and eat more so that you can grow up quickly and be healthy." Taking the milk, Ruby smiled and expressed the gratitude sincerely. "I will tell them that you are grateful to them." The social worker sent by the local community was a woman in her 30s, who looked very kind. When she saw that someone came to visit Ruby, she went out to wait. Taking a few sips of milk, Ruby asked, "Miss Bailey, may I ask how my mother is?" Karina paused for a moment, not knowing what Ruby's attitude was. "Your mother is still at the police station. She refused to admit that she did those things to you. When you get better, the police officers will come and ask you some questions, okay?" Ruby nodded. "Okay, but if the police officers believe her words and don't believe me, do I still have to live with her in the future? I am fearful of living with her." Karina shook her head, not knowing how the police and the community would handle this matter. However, the country's child protection law was very comprehensive. If Ruby did not want to live with Susan badly, the community would definitely help her. "Ruby, don't worry about these things for the time being. We'll talk about it in the future. But now, you definitely won't live together, so you don't have to be afraid. As long as there's evidence, the police will definitely investigate it thoroughly." Ruby nodded, lowering her head to drink her milk again. That night, Franklin came to pick her up again. On the way back, Lauren told Franklin about how she found photos of Renee and Samuel in Ruby's drawer. "Franklin, why did Ruby have photos of them?" Lauren asked. As soon as Lauren got into the car, she started blabbering non-stop. She and Renee knew each other when they were in kindergarten. "That's normal, but why does she have a photo of her brother, Samuel Sullivan?" Franklin frowned as well. "It is indeed a little strange, but maybe she got his photo by coincidence." However, this matter had nothing to do with Lauren, so Lauren did not put too much thought into it. She just sighed to herself that there were too many coincidences in this world. Later on, she brought up Ruby again. If Ruby's mother is imprisoned in the future, where will Ruby live? The community will definitely arrange a place for her to live. If her mother is really sentenced, they will definitely find another family for Ruby. "I see. Then before they found a new family for her, Franklin, could Ruby live with us? She will sleep with me. She will be discharged from the hospital soon, and I don't know where she can go after that. She told us in the hospital today that she didn't want to go home." Franklin had never refused her requests. Besides, what Lauren intended to do was not a bad thing. She just wanted to help her friend. Considering that he would be very busy for the next 2 months, it was good to have Ruby accompany her. If the community and Ruby accept this idea, then she can definitely live with us. In addition, Ruby also knows Renee and Samuel. This gave Franklin another reason. "Wow, really? Franklin, you're so great. You're the best brother in the world." The glowing terms he received from Lauren made him go into rapture. He was not this happy when he was praised by the big shots in important meetings. Chapter 270, The First Group Photo. When Lauren returned home, she saw a stack of photos on the desk. They were photos of Franklin from the past. Lauren asked, "Franklin, why did you print out all these photos?" "It was you who gave me the idea. You said that people would be truly gone if they were forgotten by others. Hence, I printed out all the photos from my high school and college days and then put them in an album. In this way, I can look at them anytime I want," replied Franklin. "I see," said Lauren. Lauren stared at these photos. Franklin looked so young in them. Some were taken when he was playing basketball, and some were shot on sports days. Lauren looked at the photos with deep interest. "Franklin, let's take pictures together sometime to record the days when we lived together." Lauren remembered the group photos on Franklin's desk and thought, "I'm not jealous at all." Franklin walked over and pulled out a photo, smiling. "See, there is a picture of you and me." Lauren picked it up and took a close look. The picture was taken on the day she and Franklin had a picnic and flew kites. Lauren, Franklin, and Quinn were all in the picture. Lauren was holding the kite wire while Franklin and Quinn stretched out their hands by her side as if they were protecting her. In the background of the picture, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. There was also a large grassy area. The smile on the faces of Lauren, Franklin, and Quinn was very obvious. Lauren looked at the picture again and again. She loved it so much that she could not put it down. "This picture is really good. I want one in my room." "Okay, I'll make a few more copies of it. You can keep this one," responded Franklin. "Yeah," Lauren nodded. "But the new photo frames are still on the way." "You have to wait a while," said Franklin. Lauren nodded her head obediently. After that, she looked at the picture a few more times before putting it back on the desk reluctantly. Lauren, Franklin, and Bryce were supposed to go on a mission yesterday. However, they didn't make it because of an unexpected breakfast. Therefore, they became even more cautious with their actions this morning. Bryce yawned as he got in the car. "Are you sure you want to treat a high school senior like this? Not only do I need to do math every day, but I also have to get up early to do tasks with you guys. What if I can't enter a good college in the future?" Lauren said as she fastened her seatbelt. Franklin took part in a ski competition when he was a senior in high school. The result was that he won first place both in the exam and in the ski competition. "Why can't you juggle it?" "Hey, kiddo, why do you have to go against me?" demanded Bryce. "I enjoy doing it," answered Lauren. She made a face at Bryce. Lauren and Bryce would no longer go at each other when they were together. Although they went on bantering, at least the atmosphere was quite relaxed. On the way, Lauren gave Bryce another task. It was about school bullying. Lauren hadn't experienced anything like this, nor had she ever heard of such a thing. Therefore, it would be better to let Bryce, who was also studying at Thomas Johnson High School, take on the task. "You have been a student here for so many years. There is no way you have never seen or heard of school bullying, right?" inquired Lauren. Bryce nodded. "Let me think about it." This time, Lauren, Franklin, and Bryce didn't need to slip in unobtrusively. Franklin got the key to Thomas Johnson High School from the police. Hence, they could walk in and out of the school as they pleased. They were very familiar with the way to the girls' dormitories. They entered the storeroom and waited until 5 a.m. Lauren summoned Fiona. Fiona came out from a dilapidated desk. Last time, she introduced herself. Now she seemed less hostile to Lauren and the others. "Why are you guys here again? I didn't see you yesterday." "I thought you had given up," asked Fiona. "Lauren isn't going to give up that easily. She knew you must be unwilling to die, so we're here to help you." "Lauren won't quit until she helps you out," replied Bryce. Fiona laughed lightly. "Are you sure you want to help me? Do you know what happened to me?" "Well, I heard that you were bullied," responded Bryce. Fiona kept her head down. Her long hair hung down around her face, and she said, "My backpack was stuffed with caterpillars. There were people who parked me in the toilet, and I was beaten up in the storeroom after school. Is this what you call bullying?" Fiona smiled coldly as she said it, which made Lauren even more certain of her theory. Chapter 271, The Right Person. The things Fiona just said were definitely what she experienced before. "Did you die because of school bullying?" asked Bryce. Fiona tilted her head and said nothing. Although Fiona was a ghost, Bryce wasn't afraid of her, not only because he had already seen her a few times but also because she didn't look scary. It was just that her form of existence was a little different from humans. Today, Bryce listened to Lauren's instructions and wore the uniform of Thomas Johnson High School. You can tell us your story. We are strongly opposed to school violence. When I was in junior high, there was a boy in my class who was dark and dumpy. He was ostracized by everyone in the class, said Bryce. What about you? Fiona suddenly interjected. Me, at that time, I didn't take it seriously. However, I didn't have a grudge against the boy, so I was just a bystander. I didn't help him, nor did I eject him with other classmates, responded Bryce. Lauren suddenly found that 5 minutes had passed. This time, Fiona stayed longer. As Lauren expected, Fiona would be distracted by things about school violence. And then, what happened to the boy? Fiona continued to ask. After that, the boy dropped out of school, and I didn't have news of him. Only when our graduating class was taking photos for the yearbook did we hear that the boy committed suicide. I've never been bullied in school, but I know how serious the consequences are, answered Bryce. Fiona's smile was still cold as if she disapproved of what Bryce said. It's true that bullies are at fault, but those who are bullied are a bit too fragile. They cannot blame others for their death because they should have taken control of their own destinies. Don't you think so? Said Fiona. Bryce didn't expect that things would turn out this way. He was trying to console Fiona. Why did it seem like she was speaking up for the bullies? Wasn't she a victim herself? Nobody said anything for a moment. Lauren and Bryce couldn't understand the current situation. All of a sudden, Fiona smiled, which was different from the previous one. Her smile on the face was kind as if what she said just now was nothing but a joke. You said you wanted to help me, right? Demanded Fiona. Yeah, how would you like me to help you? Your soul has been here for 10 years, but you died because of someone else. Therefore, you probably have a chance to reincarnate. I can help you with that, said Lauren. To Lauren's surprise, Fiona shook her head. I don't want to reincarnate now. I want to go out and take a look at the outside world first, responded Fiona. The outside world? Inquired Lauren. Her brows twitched. Of course you can go out and take a look. In fact, your soul is completely free. See, you have already been outside for a long time, said Lauren. Yeah, I know that, but I'm not able to leave this room, replied Fiona. Why is that? Asked Lauren. I died in this room, and someone stuck a thing on the back of the door. Because of it, my soul couldn't float out of the room. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trapped here for so many years, answered Fiona. As Fiona spoke, she pointed to the back of the door with her hand. With her sharp eyes, Lauren saw several scars on Fiona's wrist. Lauren looked where Fiona was pointing, opened the door, and saw something in the corner. Lauren took a close look and found it was a piece of paper about the size of a thumb. The paper was stuck in the most inconspicuous place, and it didn't seem to be sticky as a breeze could easily blow the paper around. The paper was red and white in color, and the words on it were written in a language that Lauren didn't understand. The paper looks like it can be removed without effort. How come it hasn't been taken off after all these years? The cleaning lady could have ripped it off easily while working, demanded Lauren. Fiona shook her head and explained, only the right person can pull the paper off. The right person? What does that mean? Inquired Lauren. The one who stuck the paper on the back of the door told me that I could only be free when someone saw me, understood my situation, and helped me take the paper off. However, in the past 10 years, no one has ever been able to see me, nor did anyone get to learn about my story. Hence, the paper wouldn't fall off no matter how unsticky it was, responded Fiona. So you mean you can be set free and leave this room as long as Lauren removes the paper, right? Asked Bryce. Fiona nodded. That's right. You guys have heard my story. If you really want to help me, all you have to do is gently pluck the paper and it will fall off, replied Fiona. Chapter 272, The Bait. When Fiona said it, her red mouth opened and closed as if she was a snake sticking its tongue out. That's easy. I can do it. As Bryce spoke, he reached out his hand and tried to pull the paper off. Lauren stopped him at once. Wait a moment. We don't even know what the paper is. Don't touch it rashly. I need to go back and study it, explained Lauren. Fiona looked down at Lauren. Go. I've already been locked in here for 10 years anyway. I don't care to stay for a few more days. After that, Fiona returned to the desk. On the way back, Bryce asked Lauren, "Isn't it only a piece of paper? What harm will it do? I can take it off with a stick just in case." Lauren shook her head as if she was a master. "You really don't know how dangerous this world is. Since the talisman can trap a ghost in a room for 10 years, its owner should be quite strong. Besides, the owner of the talisman must have done it out of a great desire to imprison the ghost. Think about how much power that talisman may contain. If you touch the paper without any preparation, it might hurt you." Bryce was still dismissive. "TSK, it's just a piece of paper. What can it do to me? Am I going to get a little shock?" demanded Bryce. I read something like this in a book before. There was a person who found a talisman in a cave. He touched the talisman and got possessed by a ghost," replied Lauren. "Possessed by a ghost? I can't believe this is real. I thought it would only happen in movies," said Bryce. "Of course it is real. And vulnerable people are more likely to be possessed by a ghost," answered Lauren. Bryce patted his chest and looked relieved. "Well, that's good. I'm a person with strong willpower." "If you say so," Lauren jeered. It was Friday today, but Ruby was still absent from class. Karina told the students that Ruby stayed at home to rest because she wasn't feeling well. For the past few days, Lauren had been a little listless in the kindergarten, not only because Ruby wasn't around but also because Lauren had to go to see the female ghost every day. In order to do that, Lauren needed to get up in the early hours, meaning that she couldn't get enough sleep. This day, Lauren packed up all the things handed out by the teacher and brought them to Ruby's ward as usual. Sometimes, Karina had no time to visit Ruby. However, Lauren would go to see Ruby every day. When Lauren arrived, Ruby wasn't in the ward. A nurse told Lauren that Ruby was taken to undergo a physical examination. Hence, Lauren chose to wait in the room. Suddenly, she saw a piece of paper on the nightstand. It was something that Ruby drew yesterday. Lauren walked over to take a close look. There were 4 people in the painting the day before, but now only 3 of them were left. The portrait of the father was blacked out, and Lauren could only see its outline. Lauren remembered the picture of Ruby and Renee that Lauren found in Ruby's room yesterday. The words on it were also blacked out. Voices came from outside the door. Lauren quickly put the painting back on the table. The next second, the door of the ward was pushed open. Ruby and a social worker came in. Ruby said, "Lauren, you're here." "Yeah, I brought some books the teacher handed out today. You can take a look at them when you're bored," replied Lauren. Ruby answered, "Okay." Lauren saw that Ruby put the painting in the book. Staying in the hospital for a few days, Ruby received good care. The wounds on her hand began to scab. Ruby climbed onto the bed, sat down, and took her medicine. "Lauren, you don't need to come over tomorrow because I'm going to the police station. The police would like to talk to me," said Ruby. "Okay. Speaking of which, if you don't have a place to stay, you can come to my house. I have a big room with a big bed. It's enough for 2 people to sleep on," suggested Lauren. Ruby was stunned for a moment. "There's no need for that. It's already troublesome for you to come to the hospital and visit me every day. How can I go to your house and bother your family? The social worker will take good care of me," Lauren responded. Well, she was a little disappointed, because Lauren really wanted to have a friend to hang out with. Therefore, she decided to have her bait out. "Ruby, I accidentally saw a picture in the drawer when I packed up yesterday. It's a picture of you and a little girl. The little girl is Renee, right?" asked Lauren. Chapter 273. How did you know Samuel? Ruby was surprised for a moment. "How did you know that the little girl was Renee? Did you see the words on the back?" Lauren wasn't sure if Ruby wanted her to see the words on the back. Therefore, Lauren chose to keep it a secret. "Huh? What are you talking about? I have seen this little girl before. My eldest brother is studying at Thomas Johnson High School. One of his classmates is called Samuel, whose sister's name is Renee." Ruby was excited, but Lauren had no idea it was because of Samuel or Renee. "Your eldest brother knows Samuel?" asked Ruby. Lauren nodded. "Yeah, my eldest brother and Samuel are good friends in high school. They even participated in a lot of competitions together. I have many photos of them at home." Lauren saw Ruby's hand that was clutching the blanket turned white. Ruby seemed very excited. She looked up at Lauren, and her eyes lit up. Then can I stay with you? Ruby asked. Of course, I want you to, Lauren said happily. Then, she hesitated for a moment. But can I ask you a question? How did you know Samuel? Lauren didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Ruby was a little flustered. Well, I met Renee when I was in kindergarten. We used to play together, so of course I know her brother. Renee and Samuel are both very good people. When Ruby said this, a smile appeared on her face. Lauren didn't know how to describe Ruby's smile in words. Ruby had a very nostalgic and warm smile as if she was an elder. Lauren nodded. There was a doubt in her heart, but she didn't say it. Since Ruby said that Renee was a good person, Lauren couldn't understand why Ruby crossed out the words on the back of the photo. Wasn't Ruby good friends with Renee? Who did it if it wasn't Ruby? No matter what, the thing was settled. When Lauren returned home, she told the good news to Franklin excitedly. Ruby agreed to live with me. That's great. She can play with me. Franklin, let's go to the mall to buy some new clothes for Ruby, said Lauren. Lauren kept talking. Franklin nodded. Okay. It's all up to you. Lauren was so happy that she whimpered. When Lauren and Franklin reached home, Quinn just arrived. However, Quinn wasn't unscathed. There was an obvious bruise on his forehead, and it was so swollen that he grimaced in pain. When Hublot saw this, he quickly went up to Quinn and asked someone to bring the first aid kit down. Mr. Quinn, your forehead is so swollen. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? I'm worried that you will be disfigured, demanded Hublot. Quinn waved his hand. It's not a big deal. I just got hit by a lamp that suddenly fell. Boil an egg for me and rub it on my face. What happened? Franklin glanced at Quinn. Wasn't the studio just gentrified? How come the lamp would fall off? Quinn had been running around recently. Every morning, he had to go to the studio to observe the renovation process. Hublot applied some potion on Quinn's wound. I don't know either, Quinn answered. This is weird. The lights were installed by those workers yesterday. And today, the lamp suddenly fell down when I was setting up the studio. If I hadn't reacted quickly, the lamp would have hit somewhere else. I'm so lucky. A servant brought the boiled egg over, wrapped it in a cloth, and handed the egg to Quinn. He took the egg and rubbed it on his forehead. After that, Quinn took out his phone. Oh, do you guys know the trending topic of today? He inquired. Franklin shook his head. I don't know. Lauren shook her head as well. I don't know either. Well, I know that you are busy people, jeered Quinn. Franklin picked up the newspaper, sat on the sofa, and casually flipped through it. Then, he said nonchalantly, yeah, I'm really busy today. I earned $16 million. Oh, there was more than that. I also sold a piece of land at the price of $8 million. Lauren was in a playful mood. She picked up the tabloid newspaper that the servants enjoyed reading and then sat down next to Franklin. Well, it was indeed a busy day today. I learned a little bit about linear algebra in class, said Lauren. The newspaper was very big. When Lauren smoothed it out, she was covered up by the newspaper. Chapter 274. She asks for it. Quinn thought as he rubbed his forehead, 8 million? All right, I can't earn it. Then, he started wondering what was linear algebra. He had long forgotten about it. After all, he was never good at math. Quinn shrugged helplessly. All right, I admit that you guys are really busy. I'm busy too. At this moment, Bryce stretched as he walked downstairs. Today, I completed 6 test papers and rejected 2 girls. It's not always a good thing to be both handsome and intelligent. Franklin, am I right? Bryce sat down beside Franklin and patted his shoulder as if they were like-minded people. Franklin shrugged his shoulders and shook off Bryce's hand, not saying a word. Lauren responded, Franklin is more handsome and intelligent than you. That's enough. I know you're Franklin's #1 fan. What were you talking about just now? Demanded Bryce as he turned around. Wow, what happened to you? Quinn, were you hit by your fans? People nowadays are really crazy, said Bryce. What are you talking about? My fans love me so much. How would they hit me? Today, Everlasting Legacy became a hit because of my fans. Look, replied Quinn. He clicked on something and handed his phone to Bryce. Upon hearing the name of her restaurant, Lauren immediately pushed forward to take a look. She was afraid that something bad happened to the restaurant again. After all, she made up a lot of stuff yesterday. The trending topic on Instagram was actually about some photos posted by Quinn. All 9 photos were of the breakfast food that day. The photos that Quinn took were indeed very good. Under the illumination of the lights, every dish looked delicious. Quinn was indeed a narcissist. He took a selfie in the private room of Everlasting Legacy and put it in the middle of the 9 photos. The words typed below the photos were, "Everlasting Legacy begins to serve breakfast. It starts at 5 a.m. First come, first served. Besides, Chef McDonald will welcome customers in person. Sweeties, you can give it a try. Plus, the dance is so cute." Cute. Everyone present was silent for a moment. The others did nothing but shiver when they saw it. Bryce spoke up. "Quinn, why are you being so disgusting? How can you call your fans sweeties? You don't know anything. Nowadays, fans enjoy being called like this. That's not the point. Hurry up and take a look at my likes and reposts," answered Quinn. Lauren quickly took a look. The whole population was 1 billion people, and the post already had more than 500 million retweets and likes. No wonder it was trending on Instagram. Lauren reached out her small hand and swiped down. There were many comments. "Oh my, I want to go to this restaurant. I'm planning to get up at 3 a.m. Let's go. Are there any friends who would like to go with me? Wow. I can't imagine that Chef McDonald will welcome me in person. I'll definitely take hundreds of pictures. The shrimp tacos look so authentic. I haven't had them since I left my hometown. I must go to have a taste." Quinn was very satisfied with how popular he was, but it gave Lauren a headache. She wondered, "Oh, what should I do?" Franklin looked away from Quinn's phone and found that Lauren was counting something. "Lauren, what are you doing? Were you given any tricky math problems today?" inquired Franklin. Lauren shook her head and looked upset, but she didn't say anything. Lauren was thinking about how much more she would have to pay her employees to make it up to them. However, she couldn't tell Franklin that. Lauren stretched and sighed. She had no one to be angry with except herself. Lauren should have said she was going to do morning exercises when Hublot asked the question. In that case, none of this would have happened. The problems that could be solved with money weren't problems to Lauren, though. After eating, Lauren quickly ran back to her room. She had one more task today. It was to figure out what the paper in the storeroom exactly was. However, Lauren didn't know where to start, because she couldn't understand the words on the paper. The words were probably written in a language people from other countries were using or in a long-lost language spoken by old races. Lauren thought back over the words on the paper and then took out a thick notebook from the box on the top of her library.